In a moment of extraordinary fate, the ordinary youth Ming found himself unexpectedly bound to a mysterious system, logging into the enchanting world of Pokémon as a player. Bestowed with privileges such as infinite item duplication and complete Pokédex unlock, which threatened the balance of the game, he soon uncovered a startling truth. Pokémon were poised to invade reality through dimensional rifts. At this juncture, the system unexpectedly issued an SS-level ultimate mission. Complete the requirements to capture the creator god, Arceus. This journey, transcending the boundaries of the virtual and the real, begs the question: was it a blessing from the system or a cunning plot? When the legion of divine beasts descends upon Earth, the key to preventing the collapse of the world lies unexpectedly in the hands of this seemingly invincible player. Chapter 1. Logging into the Pokémon world as a player. Gazing at the azure sky that seemed to belong to another realm, the gentle sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting dappled shadows. Ming, overwhelmed with astonishment, took a deep breath. It was fortunate that he had a resilient disposition, otherwise he might have been frightened by the surreal turn of events. I actually made it here? Whether it was the flock of Pidgeys soaring in the distance, or the Rattatas peeking out from the forest in search of berries, or the Caterpies and Metapods resting on the branches, they all conveyed an undeniable truth to Ming. He had truly entered the game, traversing into the Pokémon universe. Had he not experienced the sudden teleportation from his classroom to this vibrant world himself, even Ming would find it hard to believe he was living out an extraordinary tale, akin to those found in online novels. As a player, he had crossed over into the realm of Pokémon. After the initial shock subsided, Ming, with his characteristic nonchalance, quickly embraced the reality. Incredible! They have truly transformed the Pokémon world into an expansive game. Excitement surged within him, replacing his initial astonishment. A fervent Pokémon enthusiast, Ming had always reveled in every generation of Pokémon games. The opportunity to step into the Pokémon world was undoubtedly a dream come true. Previously, he was merely an ordinary student from a third-tier city in China, leading a mundane life defined by a monotonous routine. Now, with the chance to traverse into the Pokémon universe, coupled with the system, how could he not feel exhilarated? Indeed, Ming's journey echoed that of many protagonists in online novels, as he too was accompanied by a system. At that moment, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice echoed from the system. Pokémon World Data Integration complete. Has the data integration program finished? Ming murmured to himself. According to the system's prior explanation, the reality and the Pokémon world had undergone initial stages of fusion. This initial fusion process rendered the Pokémon world into data, particularly concerning Pokémon. In essence, the Pokémon world now resembled a colossal, hyper-realistic online game. Individuals like Ming, hailing from Earth, had logged into the Pokémon world as players. Oh, system, does this mean that as the fusion progresses, Pokémon will eventually appear in the real world? Suddenly, Ming discovered a significant piece of information. As the worlds merged, Pokémon would indeed manifest in reality. What a monumental upheaval that would cause. Correct, the fusion of the two dimensions will trigger a series of reactions. Current stage of progress: Pokémon World Data Integration, transforming it into a vast reality game accessible to the host and other Earthlings. The dimensional fusion is bidirectional, thus the impact is mutual. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Ming's eyes. The emergence of Pokémon in the real world would undoubtedly create a sensation, even transform it. I must enhance my strength before Pokémon appear in reality during the later stages of fusion. At that point, it was uncertain what Earth would become. As he pondered, the system chimed in with another notification. To facilitate the dimensional fusion, the host is advised to complete the tasks issued by the system. The progress and completion of these tasks would determine the speed of fusion. I feel as if I become a child of the dimensions. Ming scratched his head. The pace of fusion influenced by his actions meant that both worlds would revolve around him. How exhilarating! To aid the fusion, he needed to complete the system's tasks, but surely they wouldn't be too difficult. Ding! The host has acquired an SSS legendary task. Become a Pokémon Trainer Master. Task duration: unlimited. Task description: achieve victory as a champion in all regions. Task reward: obtain all plates of Arceus and awaken Arceus. System: isn't it a bit excessive to start me off with an SS-level task? Ming couldn't help but click his tongue. He had never anticipated that the system's inaugural task would be an extraordinarily daunting one. An SS-level task, the reward being the opportunity to obtain all of Arceus's plates, and awaken it? Reading the task description, Yiming couldn't contain his astonishment. What did this reward signify? It implied a golden chance to capture the creator god, Arceus. The attribute plates were crucial for Arceus, as they were sources of its power. If he successfully completed the task and acquired all the attribute plates, awakening Arceus would surely lead it to seek him out. At that point, defeating an Arceus that had been significantly weakened would surely be an achievable feat for him as a Pokemon Trainer Master. In essence, this task rewarded him with the opportunity to claim Arceus. Incredible. Yiming felt an urge to leap into action. Chapter 2. Acquiring the initial Pokemon. However, as he contemplated the current situation, Yiming felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him, dousing his enthusiasm. I don't even have my first initial Pokemon, yet how could I possibly aspire to become a Pokemon Trainer Master? Such aspirations seemed utterly unrealistic. I'm near Pallet Town, perhaps I could ask Professor Oak for an initial Pokemon? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he promptly dismissed it. This realm was an independently functioning reality. Although a fusion process was underway, it merely allowed Earthlings to enter this world as players. The data integration was solely a one-sided display for the Earthlings. The native inhabitants, like Professor Oak, had no knowledge of the players who had logged in, so how could Professor Oak possibly grant a stranger the chance to select an initial Pokemon? Perhaps I should just take it one step at a time. Yiming sighed. System, I understand the responsibility I bear, but could you perhaps assign me a simpler task to help me transition from having nothing? After a moment's thought, Yiming tentatively spoke to the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received the first small step task. Task level, no level. Task reward, random reward. Task description, please take a step forward. Note, this is a small step for the host, yet a significant leap for world fusion. Huh, take a step? What kind of ridiculous task is this? Yiming was utterly taken aback that the system would assign him such a task. Wasn't it said that the tasks he received would influence the fusion progress of the two worlds? This task seemed far too trivial. I'll take a step. Yiming suddenly took a large stride forward. This task might be the simplest one ever conceived. As his foot hit the ground, the system promptly chimed in with a notification. Congratulations, host, for completing the first small step task. World fusion progress, 0.1. Congratulations, host, you have earned the opportunity to choose your initial Pokemon. Please select the region from which you wish to choose your Pokemon. Choosing a region for selecting Pokemon? Could it be that there are starter Pokemon available? Yiming's eyes lit up with excitement. If this were true, the rewards for this task would be nothing short of extraordinary. It is well known that the starter Pokemon from any region signify immense potential and considerable training value, making them a rare and precious class in the Pokemon world. The starter Pokemon, Yiming mused. If he were to name his most coveted initial Pokemon, it would undoubtedly be the charming Charmander, which evolves into the majestic Charizard, and Froakie, which transforms into the agile Greninja. Currently, I am in the Kanto region. While Charmander is indeed a starter Pokemon, with some effort, it could be attainable. However, Froakie hails from another region and does not belong to the Kanto Pokemon. In that instant, Yiming swiftly made his choice. I select the Kalos region. Please choose one initial Pokemon from the Kalos region as your starting Pokemon. Indeed, I can choose a starter Pokemon. As he gazed at the three Pokeballs that appeared on the system interface, Yiming did not hesitate to select the water-type Froakie, as it was precisely Froakie that had drawn him to the Kalos region. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the initial Pokemon, Froakie. World announcement. Congratulations to player 1 for becoming the first trainer to acquire a Pokemon. World announcement. Congratulations to player 1 for becoming the first trainer to acquire a Pokemon. World announcement. Congratulations to player E for becoming the first trainer to acquire a Pokemon. The continuous world announcements left Yiming momentarily stunned. System, can't we be a bit more discreet? Yiming could only imagine the magnitude of impact this world announcement would have, piercing the hearts of many. After all, the Pokemon World Online had only just commenced a few minutes ago. So many had just entered the Pokemon world as players. Undoubtedly, many were still frozen in place, perhaps unaware of the extraordinary events unfolding around them. What's going on? Have I crossed over? Hello? Is anyone there? What the heck? Why is there a bald head emerging from the ground? What a massive bird. Are you the divine Condor from the Condor Heroes? Oh my goodness, a world announcement? Someone has already obtained a Pokemon? I haven't even seen a glimpse of a Pokemon. Darn it, I must have crossed over. What the heck? A world announcement? Someone has already obtained a Pokemon. My heavens, I haven't even figured out what's happening. What is Pokemon? OMG, amazing. Semida, Gondova Semida. Kawaii, Sugoi. The other players who had crossed into the Pokemon realm were equally astonished. Chapter 3. Global Announcement of Rewards. Many individuals have just begun to grasp the extraordinary events that have transpired. They have been fortunate enough to gain entry into the enchanting realm of Pokémon World OL. As players, they have traversed into a new world, one teeming with Pokémon. However, within the brief span of 2 to 3 minutes, the majority of people have merely acknowledged this astonishing occurrence, yet have not formulated a tangible reaction. To their astonishment, a global announcement has already declared that someone has acquired a Pokémon. How exceedingly swift. Cheating. It must be cheating. How could one possibly have a head start? This is utterly unfair. It is as if they were the chosen ones. Yet the novice manual clearly states that Pokémon require Pokeballs, does it not? How could this individual have obtained a Pokeball? Could it be that they resorted to stealing or snatching someone else's? That seems to be the only plausible explanation. FCK, this is outrageous. Oh. The chaos reverberating through every player's mind from the global announcement felt like a bomb detonating, leaving many momentarily energized, only to be quickly deflated. It was akin to a sprint race being unfairly stolen, provoking immense displeasure while simultaneously inciting envy towards the one who managed to get ahead. This conflicting sentiment ignited their desires. Meanwhile, Yiming remained unaware of the shockwaves the global announcement had unleashed upon all players. Come forth, Froakie. Yiming eagerly summoned his initial Pokémon, releasing Froakie into the world. In a flash of white light, the water-type Pokémon Froakie materialized. Froakie appeared to regard Yiming with a sense of approval, perhaps benefiting from a doubled intimacy buff. Greetings, Froakie. I look forward to our journey together. Froakie reveled in Yiming's affectionate touch on its forehead, clearly enjoying the warmth. System, please display Froakie's attributes. Froakie. Gender, ability, Torrent, powers up water-type moves when the Pokémon's HP is low. Level, 5, potential, leader. Potential is classified as ordinary, remarkable, elite, leader. Semi-champion, champion. Held item, none. Learned skills, tackle, bubble, quick attack, water gun, lick, smokescreen, double team. Wow, impressive potential. This is quite exceptional. Yiming mused with satisfaction. Potential determines a Pokémon's combat abilities, growth rate, and upper limits of strength. The quality of potential directly influences every aspect of a Pokémon. Naturally, Pokémon with excellent potential are not easily found. According to the system, the ranking of potential resembles a hierarchy within a certain area, with ordinary being the most prevalent quality. Above ordinary, yet still relatively rare, is remarkable potential. Following that is the even rarer elite. Generally speaking, if one were to consider 100 Pokémon, 70 would typically possess ordinary potential, while over 20 would have remarkable potential. The few remaining would be classified as elite. This illustrates just how rare a Pokémon with leader potential is. Often, only one exists within an area, akin to finding a singular leader-level Froakie in a vast lake. Evaluating the probabilities, Yiming felt immensely satisfied with having acquired a Froakie of leader potential. Starting with such a Pokémon is akin to receiving an orange weapon right at the onset of an online game. Yiming could hardly contain his joy. Due to the host being the first player to obtain a Pokémon, please confirm the reward. Following the global announcement, there were additional rewards. How delightful. Yiming rubbed his hands together, brimming with anticipation. What could the reward be? This was the inaugural global announcement. It surely could not be lacking. As he pondered this, he accessed the system's inventory interface, where he discovered a reward item resembling a small vial. Potential enhancement potion. Level, golden, rare. Description, a potion imbued with abundant energy, enhancing the potential of the Pokémon that consumes it, with the excess energy converting into experience points for a power boost. Note, a special reward from the global announcement, giving an advantageous start. Incredible. Yiming immediately gave a thumbs up. After all, this was a reward following the global announcement. A potion that could enhance potential was truly remarkable. Potential influences a Pokémon's growth rate and upper limits. The better the potential, the faster they grow and become stronger. Froakie already possessed leader potential. Consuming this potion would surely elevate it to semi-champion potential. Remarkable. Come, Froakie. Open your mouth and drink this wonderful elixir. Without hesitation, Yiming took out the potential enhancement potion, ready to administer it to Froakie. Chapter 4. World Announcement again. As the moment the potion cork was removed, the eyes of the Guagua Pao frog gleamed like bright bulbs. Without requiring any explanation from Yiming, it immediately consumed the potion. The instant the liquid entered its body, the Guagua Pao frog felt a warm surge of power coursing through every part of its being. Wherever the energy flowed, it felt as though it had encountered a long-awaited rain after a drought, with every part of its body rejoicing in exuberance. The indescribable sensation made the Guagua Pao frog feel as if it had taken flight. Could it possibly not improve? The Guagua Pao frog already possessed leader qualifications. Yiming pondered. Having such a qualification was indeed impressive, akin to a vast lake yielding only one leader quality Guagua Pao frog. To reach the next tier, the Quasi-King level would likely require dozens of large amber specimens. Thus, a Quasi-King would only emerge among every 50 leader quality Guagua Pao frogs. Beep. Guagua Pao frog's qualification has been elevated, current qualification level, Quasi-King. Incredible. It truly improved. How remarkable. Yiming felt a surge of vitality rise within him. He had not anticipated that the qualification potion would be so extraordinary, elevating the leader qualification to that of a Quasi-King. After all, it was a rare golden item, and it truly delivered results. Guagua Pao frog has received an energy boost from the potion, level increased, 6. The new system notification startled Yiming. He almost forgot that the potion had additional effects. Any leftover energy would convert into experience points. He wondered how high it could possibly rise. There likely wasn't too much left, after all. It was merely a supplementary effect. As Yiming speculated, a series of system notifications flooded in. Guagua Pao frog has received an energy boost from the potion, level increased, 7. Guagua Pao frog has received an energy boost from the potion. Level increased, 8. Guagua Pao frog has received an energy boost from the potion, level increased, 9. What an astonishing surge. In an instant, the Guagua Pao frog's level had leaped from the initial 5 to 9. Yiming couldn't help but gasp. The results exceeded all his expectations. Was the energy overflow from the qualification potion truly this formidable? The notifications continued to come at an astonishing pace. Guagua Pao frog has received an energy boost from the potion, level increased, 10. Guagua Pao frog has received an energy boost from the potion, level increased, 11. Guagua Pao frog has received an energy boost from the potion, level increased, 13. Guagua Pao frog has received an energy boost from the potion, level increased, 18. Ultimately, the Guagua Pao frog's level settled at 18. With a sudden awakening from its meditative state, the Guagua Pao frog's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Almost immediately, a radiant light enveloped it. As a devoted fan of Pokémon, Yiming was well aware of what this light signified. This luminous aura represented the light of evolution, heralding the impending transformation of the Guagua Pao frog. The Guagua Pao frog, now encased in a sphere of light, began to undergo a transformation, its body swelling slightly like an inflated balloon. Moments later, the brilliance faded, revealing its evolved form, the Guatu frog, before Yiming's eyes. Congratulations, host. Guagua Pao frog has evolved into Guatu frog. Yiming was ecstatic. It had only been a short while since he entered the game. And not only had he acquired the Guagua Pao frog, but it had already evolved. This was beyond delightful. Earlier, someone had gotten ahead of him. But he knew he would be next. He wondered if the world announcement would include him. Xiaoming gazed at the cater pie before him, murmuring in excitement. He had fortuitously found a Pokeball in the wild. Thus, by following the system instructions to capture a Pokemon with the Pokeball, he would become a trainer. Cater pie, was it? Although it appeared rather weak, this also implied it would be easier to capture. He felt a flutter of anxiety and then gently tossed the Pokeball. Though the game prompts indicated that battling a Pokemon would facilitate capture, he had no Pokemon available to challenge the cater pie. So he opted to throw the Pokeball directly. With a click, the Pokeball made contact with the cater pie, suddenly opening and ensnaring it in a flash of red light. The Pokeball shook vigorously, the red light flickering. If he successfully captured it, he would surely be the second player to capture a Pokemon. He was confident of that. At that very moment, the world announcement resounded. World announcement. Congratulations to player 1 for becoming the first trainer to facilitate Pokemon evolution. World announcement. Congratulations to player 1 for becoming the first trainer to facilitate Pokemon evolution. World announcement. Congratulations to player 1 for becoming the first trainer to facilitate Pokemon evolution. Xiaoming stood frozen, his expression as if time itself had been suspended. Even though the Pokeball had ceased shaking, signifying the capture of Cater Pie, it could not rouse him from his stupor. What a joke. This must be a prank. How could it be that just a few minutes had passed, and he was only about to capture a Pokemon when suddenly there was mention of both capture and evolution? Ultimately, Xiaoming could only vent his frustration and helplessness in exasperation. Many people, though they began to understand what had transpired, had yet to even see what a Pokemon looked like. However, the relentless world announcements shattered their fragile spirits one after another. What a farce. I haven't even found a Pokeball yet. What is happening? Chapter 5. He must be cheating. What does a Pokeball even look like? I have no idea what it resembles. Could this person truly not be cheating? This is utterly absurd. My goodness, it's terrifying. Who on earth is this individual? Is there any customer service available? I wish to report someone for using hacks. The continuous global announcements are all about the same person, first capturing Pokémon, then evolving them within mere minutes? How is that even remotely possible? Not even a rocket could achieve such speed. Confounded. They remain utterly oblivious to the fact that this particular player possesses extraordinary privileges, granting them such treatment. Aren't we all traversing into this game together? Another global announcement? If there is indeed a global announcement, surely there must be rewards as well. The previous rewards had already sufficiently satisfied Yiming. Immediately, Yiming glanced once more at the system's inventory. As expected, he discovered the rewards following the global announcement. Power of Eternity, Special Ability. Level, Rare, Golden. Power of Eternity, capable of healing Pokémon and reading their minds. The Power of Eternity. What a remarkable item. Just as described, the Power of Eternity possesses the ability to heal Pokémon and facilitate communication between them. In the original Pokémon lore, only a select few individuals are endowed with such a unique ability, including the Alliance Champion Ado and the leader of Team Rocket, Sakaki. What a treasure! Without hesitation, Yiming decided to utilize it. In that decisive moment, a peculiar sensation akin to an electric current surged into Yiming's consciousness. The host has learned Power of Eternity. Exhaling a breath of relief, Yiming's gaze ignited with ambition, expanding infinitely in that instant. The Power of Eternity is nothing short of a divine skill. Not only can it communicate with Pokémon, but it also possesses the power to heal them. Thus, under ordinary circumstances, Yiming would no longer need to trek to the Pokémon Center, for he could heal Pokémon himself. This also means he can forego purchasing healing items. What could be more divine than that? This is undoubtedly a perfect start. Becoming a master Pokémon trainer is no trivial matter. Return to the Pokeball and solidify your strength, Froakie. With a sense of exhilaration, Yiming tested the Power of Eternity on Froakie before returning him to the Pokeball. Now that he has acquired a Pokémon, his adventure can commence. Congratulations. The host has received the initial fusion task point. Task objective: proceed to Professor Oak's laboratory. Task deadline: none. Task level: F. The difficulty of task levels is ranked as S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. The task of visiting Professor Oak's laboratory is indeed the lowest level, F. As it is remarkably simple. Let us go. The laboratory isn't far from here. Let us take a look. As Yiming embarked on his journey to become a master Pokémon trainer, the entire world erupted in chaos. Due to the system's filtering, youths of specific age groups were transported into the Pokémon world as players alongside Yiming. This occurrence was utterly unforeseen. Many teachers were still writing on the blackboard when they turned around to find, astonishingly, none of their students remained. The chalk thrown in frustration missed its mark. Not because the students dodged, but because they had vanished into thin air. Teachers, calling for silence, were met with a classroom devoid of pupils, leaving them in a state of sheer bewilderment. Regardless of the teacher, faced with such an inexplicable scenario, they were inevitably struck with goosebumps and a cold sweat. Some even beginning to question their lives and reality itself. In the realm of reality, confusion reigned, while online platforms exploded with activity, leading to server crashes on some sites. Keywords like students, sudden disappearance, vanished without a trace, and alien invasion dominated discussions. What a horrifying spectacle. Students from middle and high schools had all vanished simultaneously. What on earth is happening? Could it possibly be the work of extraterrestrials? I feel like it's a collective transportation. How enviable. I've heard it's mostly middle and high schoolers. There are even a few elementary and college students involved. This situation is too bizarre. It's genuinely concerning. My cousin has disappeared. Can anyone explain what exactly is happening? I took a nap and now I can't log into XX. What are you all discussing? Thanks for the invitation. I'm currently abroad, just landed, and can confirm that students overseas have also vanished. It's a global phenomenon. Amidst the myriad opinions, various countries began investigating this unfathomable disappearance. Yet, even the nation's think tanks felt utterly at a loss, as this was entirely beyond the realm of ordinary comprehension. At that moment, in Huagua, within the urgently established Investigation Bureau in Kyoto, all personnel wore expressions of grave concern, tirelessly engaged in their tasks. Chapter 6. The National Emergency Investigation Bureau. Upon a protruding platform atop the building stood an elderly man. He was of medium height, stern in demeanor, exuding a military aura. Though his hair was grayed and his face bore the marks of time, his gaze remained sharp, imbued with steadfast resolve. This was none other than the newly appointed director of the Investigation Bureau, Chung Lin. Chung Lin surveyed the bustling scene below, his brow furrowed in deep concern. A young member approached, report in hand. Director Cheng, intelligence indicates that the incidents are occurring globally. The locations of the disappearances vary, yet the timing is uniform. Here in our country, most students vanished during the day, right under the eyes of their teachers, without any forewarning, vanishing in an instant. Listening intently to his subordinate's account, Chung Lin pondered deeply, his voice gravelly with the weight of experience. Have we found no leads? The subordinate shook his head. From beginning to end, there have been no signs. All instruments reported normal function, and no machinery malfunctioned at the time. Not even a hint of anomaly was detected. The mysterious mass disappearance is simply beyond comprehension. This is not the vanishing of one or a few individuals. It is tens of thousands of students disappearing simultaneously, while a single person, or even a small group, might prompt speculation of misfortune or concealment. Such a collective disappearance in broad daylight can only be classified as a mysterious event wrought by an unknown force. Understood. You may continue your duties, Chang Lin replied. The subordinate departed, leaving Chung Lin's eyes clouded with confusion. Even a man of his vast experience and countless encounters fell adrift amidst this inexplicable occurrence. There seemed to be no clues, no direction. His hands were tied. The enigmatic vanishings were not limited to their nation. They spanned the globe, occurring in various countries. If one were to suggest extraterrestrial involvement, few would dare to contest. With a sigh, he reached into his pocket for a cigarette, seeking to ease his inner turmoil. As he withdrew a photograph, his eyes softened with affection. The image depicted a charming girl of about 15, her radiant smile seemingly capable of resonating through the photograph, evoking the sweet sound of wind chimes. Xiao Xue, where have you gone? Chang Lin stared into the smoke curling from his cigarette, lost in thought. Without his granddaughter's supervision, the smoke lacked its usual flavor. Meanwhile, as the world grappled with the student disappearance crisis, Yiming was approaching Dr. Oki's research institute. The institute was not located in Jinshin town, but rather a considerable distance away. The air was refreshing, and the environment was splendid, a stark contrast to the previous surroundings. Bathed in warm sunlight, inhaling the earthy scent mixed with fresh grass, and listening to the gentle babbling of a stream, Yiming strolled along the path, feeling an undeniable sense of tranquility. Quite a crowd, he mused, wondering if they had managed to capture any Pokémon. Along the way, he encountered numerous humans, their excitement and enthusiasm palpable. They flitted from one site to another, frequently accompanied by gasps and exclamations, akin to country bumpkins encountering wonders for the first time. Such a sudden influx of people might go unnoticed for a short while, but eventually, the inhabitants of the Pokémon world would surely sense the anomaly. Yiming pondered how the Pokémon League would respond to this intrusion, likening it to an invasion from another realm. At that moment, he spotted a group of individuals at a nearby farm, their attire distinctly mismatched with the environment, unmistakably marking them as outsiders. They were fervently milking a milk tank, their enthusiasm bordering on absurdity. "Excuse me, what is happening here?" Yiming inquired of a woman who appeared to be the farm owner. "They just showed up out of nowhere, demanding work. They claim they have no money but would settle for Pokeballs. Before I could refuse, they were already at it." She lamented. "I merely asked one girl for help with my milk tank, and suddenly everyone wanted to jump in. Look at my milk tanks, they're utterly drained." As the woman vented her frustrations, Yiming glanced at the beleaguered milk tanks, appearing weak and exhausted, almost eliciting a chuckle from him. After all, he possessed a system that provided him with tasks, while they were struggling in a world that felt almost like a game, yet without clear missions to pursue. They were not even close to capturing their first Pokémon, let alone earning enough currency to buy Pokeballs. Observing them engage in animated conversation while working, Yiming shook his head. "This is the milk I squeezed. You go away." One exclaimed. "Is that a Pokémon?" Another asked, bewildered. "It's neither counter goat." "Didn't you hear her? It's called Milk. It's a Pokémon. When will I get my own Pokémon? First, I need to earn some commission. Don't all games start with a bit of labor? Is this really a game? It feels so real, like another world altogether. I feel the same way. Everything is too lifelike. AAA titles look like child's play next to this. Wait, do you even remember how you got here?" "I have no clue. I was in class, dozing off, when suddenly the surroundings changed. I thought it was a prank." "You don't know? I got chased by a Beedrill the moment I arrived. I was terrified. Who is this #1 player? They're incredible. Already have Pokémon and evolved ones at that. Maybe it's a Caterpie or a Weedle. I heard from an NPC that they evolve easily. Once accustomed to lounging on sofas or beds, immersed in their phones or computers, they were now eager to finish their tasks to pursue other endeavors." Listening to their animated discussions, Yiming smirked. Little did they know, the #1 player was standing right before them. Chapter 7. Chung Bai Shiwe, the morning snow. At that moment, the ranch mistress suddenly clapped her hands, as if she had just remembered something. "Oh dear, I completely forgot to deliver milk to Dr. Oki due to this delay." She glanced at the others busily tending to the large milk tanks, and then looked at the composed Yiming, tentatively suggesting, "I truly cannot make it in time." "Young man, Would you have a moment to help me deliver this milk to Dr. Oki? The payment for the milk can be considered your reward for the errand. How does that sound? Ding. Task deliver milk to Dr. Oki activated. Task duration, 20 minutes. Task level, F. Task description, deliver the milk from the large tank to Dr. Oki's Research Institute. Task reward, 800 Alliance coins. Perhaps the busy individuals around had not anticipated that the task they eagerly desired, even going so far as to shamelessly beg for it, would be effortlessly acquired by Yiming as he passed by. Moreover, it was the simplest of errands, yet the reward was exceedingly generous. It was akin to Yiming receiving the equivalent of the proceeds from selling 2 large tanks of milk. What a concept. To note, the ranch mistress only offered 3 Alliance coins per hour for those willing to assist in milking, although this was not a system-assigned fusion task. The reward of 800 Alliance coins, coupled with the fact that it was on his way, made it impossible for him to decline. Very well. I happen to be heading to Dr. Oki's Research Institute. I shall deliver the milk. Excellent. The ranch mistress beamed, but then glanced at the 2 milk crates beside her. Hesitating. Can you manage alone? It's 2 crates of milk, you know. Upon hearing this, Yiming paused momentarily. 2 crates? Just how much did Dr. Oki enjoy this milk? As Yiming pondered the weight of the crates, a graceful figure approached. Do you need assistance? I'm quite strong, you know. Instinctively, Yiming looked up to see the newcomer, and upon seeing her, he was struck by a wave of astonishment. She was a girl of similar age, tall and slender. Dressed in a pristine pleated school uniform, her cascading hair draping over her shoulders, revealing her porcelain-like neck. Her delicate features were accentuated by a gentle smile. Her arched eyebrows curving beautifully, and a faint dimple gracing her cheek, her soft smile akin to a refreshing spring breeze. All right, you two can deliver it together. A male and female pairing makes the task lighter. Here, young lady, you can take this lighter crate. Before Yiming could respond, the ranch mistress cheerfully handed the half-filled crate of milk to the girl, her expression tinged with concern. Is it heavy? Not at all. The girl replied with a bright smile. Then hurry along, and be careful on the road, the ranch mistress urged as they set off. Yiming shrugged. Given the circumstances, he began the journey alongside the girl. Dr. Oki's Research Institute was not far off. Hello, my name is Chen Baixue. And you? Baixue asked, gripping the milk crate, her bright eyes brimming with vitality. I'm Yiming. Is it day, moon, bright, or bird song? Baixue spoke with a melodious tone that echoed like a gentle bamboo flute in a valley, inducing a sense of relaxation. 3 water radicals, plus the character for name. Yiming chuckled lightly, aware of his name's peculiarity. Oh, such a unique name. It's quite memorable, just like mine. Hee. If I use Morning Snow to assist in remembering Cheng Baixue, it becomes quite easy to recall. Cheng Baixue, the Morning Snow? Then I suppose I could use easily renamed to assist in remembering? Yiming found himself at a loss for words, as both his surname and given name were rather uncommon. Hee. Baixue giggled at Yiming's amusing commentary. I never expected to arrive in another world. It feels like a dream. As she gazed into the distance, the gentle breeze carried her thoughts away. Indeed. Who would have thought? Yiming shrugged, adjusting his grip on the milk crate. Although this world is fascinating, filled with extraordinary creatures known as Pokémon, I wonder if I can ever return. Baixue's gaze dimmed momentarily, her smile tinged with melancholy. You can return. Didn't you read the game's introduction? Once the game progresses to a certain point, an update will occur, and we will have no choice but to return. Really? How can we gauge the game's progress? Yiming faltered momentarily. The progress of the game essentially refers to the degree of dimensional fusion. Only those bound to the system can see it, while others cannot. Ahem. There should be some sort of notification when the time comes. I'm certain it will happen in a few days, Yiming asserted confidently, clearing his throat. As long as I complete a few more system fusion tasks, we will reach the point of the first update. The so-called update signifies that the 2 dimensions will undergo adjustments upon reaching an appropriate level of fusion. However, Yiming himself was uncertain of the specifics of these adjustments, only aware that the first update would forcibly return all players to the real world. Yes, let us hope so. In the meantime, let us fully immerse ourselves in this wondrous world. Baixue nodded slightly, smiling. Indeed. As Yiming nodded in agreement, he contemplated the matter of dimensional fusion. According to the system's description, in the future, Pokémon might even appear in the real world, and as the dimensions fused, a series of changes would unfold in reality, such as conventional weapons being rendered ineffective. If conventional weapons truly became obsolete, the arrival of Pokémon in the real world would herald a new order. For Pokémon represent new power. The societal hierarchy dictated by wealth and authority may lose its significance, giving way to trainers who possess Pokémon. The real world would undergo a profound transformation, akin to the Pokémon world, where strength reigns supreme. It is likely that the players who entered the game remain unaware that they are on the brink of a world-changing revolution. Those fortunate enough to encounter Pokémon first or even acquire them will undoubtedly hold a significant advantage. The Research Institute of Dr. Oki lay just ahead. Unbeknownst to them, the Institute had come into view. Perhaps for safety reasons or to accommodate various types of Pokémon, Dr. Oki's Research Institute was situated far from Pallet Town. Nestled in a more secluded wilderness, surrounded by diverse natural landscapes, such as hills, forests, lakes, and streams. At that moment, Yiming and Bai Shui suddenly heard a thunderous roar filled with wrath. Roar. Chapter 8. The Rampaging Gyarados. The furious roar resonated with a soul-stirring intensity. Accompanying this wrathful bellow was a subtle tremor beneath their feet, as if something ominous was approaching Yiming and Bai Shui. Instinctively, they turned towards the source of the sound. Their eyes widened in horror as they beheld a Gyarados barreling towards them, its gaze ablaze with a fierce crimson light. Upon spotting Yiming and Bai Shui in its path, the creature seemed to perceive them as a provocation, unleashing another thunderous roar as it charged forward, intent on tearing them apart. Confronted by the massive and menacing Gyarados, Yiming felt a chill run down his spine, his scalp tingling with dread. A Gyarados in a frenzied state was an exceedingly perilous entity, capable of obliterating everything in its vicinity. At this moment, it likely regarded both Yiming and Bai Shui as adversaries. In that fleeting moment, Yiming's mind raced. Should he send out his Froakie to battle? No. It was evident that Froakie stood no chance against the Gyarados. This Gyarados was at least level 30, while Froakie had yet to reach level 20. Running would also be futile. A Gyarados in a rage would not relent. What other options remained? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Yiming's eyes. Run! Bai Shui's face drained of color, turning as pale as a sheet of paper upon seeing the Gyarados, as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. No one could have anticipated that mere moments before, they were lost in dreams of a wondrous world, only to be confronted with such a terrifying scene. Reacting instinctively, she discarded her milk crate and urged Yiming to flee. This was a primal response to an unknown threat. Anyone facing the grotesque visage of a Gyarados could hardly maintain composure. However, to her surprise, Yiming abruptly grasped her arm. Confused, Bai Shui looked up to meet Yiming's unwavering gaze, devoid of panic. I have a way to control it, but you must not run, Yiming declared. His plan hinged on the power of the tidal force, which could communicate with Pokémon, heal them, and calm their frenzied spirits. By harnessing this power, he believed he could awaken the Gyarados from its rage. Yet, the success of this endeavor depended on the Gyarados' focus. Any distraction could thwart his attempt. If Bai Shui fled, it would undoubtedly divert a portion of the Gyarados' attention, significantly increasing the likelihood of failure. Thus, they needed to remain together. This required Bai Shui's absolute trust. How can you control it? Faced with this overwhelming crisis, Bai Shui found it difficult to believe such an outlandish claim. The Gyarados was barreling towards them, mere moments away from impact. Could it truly be tamed? Its eyes were bloodshot, clearly devoid of reason. Trust me, don't run, please. Yiming, aware that time was of the essence, hastily constructed his plea. Although this demand was daunting for any girl, especially in the face of such terror, Bai Shui found herself strangely comforted by Yiming's steadfast eyes. All right, I want to run. Good. Yiming had no time to soothe Bai Shui further. Mutual trust was paramount. Since Bai Shui had chosen to believe in him, Yiming likewise believed in her ability to remain composed. Focusing intently, he gathered the tidal force in his raised right hand. As the energy coalesced, his hand glowed with a gentle green light. He extended it towards the Gyarados. Confronted by the rampaging creature, Yiming could not deny the anxiety coursing through him. Such a terrifyingly colossal beast was beyond comprehension. If the Gyarados so much as brushed against him, he feared he might be rendered incapacitated. Calm down, Gyarados. Yiming compelled himself to remain steady, channeling the soothing tidal force to guide the Gyarados to serenity. The Gyarados charged forward with astonishing speed, reaching them in the blink of an eye, its furious aura overwhelming. Yiming and Bai Shui could distinctly see the intricate patterns on its scales. Bai Shui's pupils contracted, her heart racing like a frightened deer, instinctively urging her to flee. Yet, despite this primal fear, she suppressed her terror, her delicate fingers gripping the hem of her garment tightly, knuckles turning white from the strain. In her heart, she silently repeated 3 words. Don't run. Don't run. She believed in Yiming. Although his assertion that he could control the Gyarados seemed preposterous, akin to a fantastical tale, for reasons unknown, Bai Shui did not doubt his words. As the Gyarados loomed closer, its fearsome jaws agape, Bai Shui instinctively shut her eyes in terror. In that moment, she envisioned herself and Yiming being sent flying by the creature's might. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. She could feel her heart pounding, her hands and feet growing cold. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Yet, Bai Shui realized that the dreadful scenario she had anticipated did not unfold. With a flutter of her long eyelashes, she cautiously opened her eyes. To her astonishment, the Gyarados stood before her, its massive form looming overhead. Its fierce eyes were now closed, gently resting against Ming's palm. The previous fury dissipated into tranquility. Wait, Bai Shui, bewildered, suddenly recognized her safety. Feeling her entire body grow weak, as if drained of all strength, and her skin damp with sweat. Had Ming truly succeeded? Why had the Gyarados ceased its aggression? It had terrified her moments ago. She had thought she would be devoured. With her heart still racing, she exhaled deeply, feeling utterly drained yet managing a faint smile. Thank goodness you believed in me, Ming remarked, a sense of relief washing over him. In that critical moment, Bai Shui had adhered to his instructions, ensuring the Gyarados' attention remained fixed on him, thus allowing the tidal force to take effect. What a narrow escape. Most girls would have been paralyzed with fear in the face of such a Gyarados, and merely fleeing would have been a noteworthy feat yet, reflecting on the moment. Ming found himself astonished. He had prepared himself for Bai Shui to scream and flee at the last moment. Instead, she had remained steadfast, demonstrating an unexpected courage hidden within her seemingly delicate frame. Gazing at Bai Shui, who still appeared shaken and somewhat dazed, Ming felt a peculiar warmth swell within him. Bai Shui was truly a remarkable girl. The Gyarados has calmed down, hasn't it? As Ming gently stroked the Gyarados, he glanced at the system interface. Congratulations, host. The power of eternity has been enhanced. Power of eternity, ability to communicate with Pokémon, healing capabilities further improved, and possesses a calming effect. Particularly effective on Pokémon in a state of rage. Unexpectedly, a misfortune turned into a blessing, and the power of eternity was upgraded by sheer coincidence. Ming felt a sense of relief. It was fortunate that he possessed the power of eternity. Otherwise, encountering this rampaging Gyarados would have undoubtedly led to a dire situation, perhaps even resulting in a tragic outcome. They were already near Professor Oak's research institute. Could this Gyarados belong to Professor Oak's establishment? Ming raised an eyebrow. If this Gyarados were indeed from Professor Oak's institute, he would have to seek an explanation from the professor. It seemed that the distance of Professor Oak's research institute from Pallet Town was indeed a consideration for safety. Let us go, Bai Shui. We need to find Professor Oak and demand an explanation. What's wrong? I can't move my legs. Bai Shui's delicate face flushed with embarrassment as she rubbed her legs. Ming stifled a laugh and cleared his throat. Ahem, then I'll carry you. It's not far. And we can rest at Professor Oak's research institute. After all, the milk delivery mission had a time limit. All right. Bai Shui's cheeks turned slightly red. As he lifted Bai Shui onto his back, feeling the warmth radiating from her and her youthful presence, Ming suddenly recalled that the Gyarados beside them was an available mode of transportation. Never mind, it's not far anyway, right? Just as Ming was about to proceed to Professor Oak's research institute in this manner, a howling sound suddenly echoed from the sky. Chapter 9, Professor Oak. In the distance, Ming and Bai Shui heard a voice filled with urgent alarm. Watch out for that Gyarados. Quickly, take cover. The sound approached rapidly through the air, prompting Ming and Bai Shui to instinctively turn their gazes. Expanding in their field of vision was a creature resembling a dragon, its body a vibrant orange, adorned with 2 long, slender antennae and a small horn atop its head. In comparison to its robust body, its wings appeared somewhat diminutive. Ming easily recognized this Pokémon. It was none other than Dragonite, a quasi-legendary Pokémon from the first generation. The speed of Dragonite was nothing short of terrifying, slicing through the air with a resounding rush. On its back, Ming identified Professor Oak, whose earlier shout had conveyed his deep concern. Ah, wait. Has Gyarados regained its senses? What could be happening? As the distance closed, Professor Oak expressed his surprise upon seeing Gyarados alongside Ming and Bai Shui. He had braced himself for a harrowing scene, feeling a profound sense of regret and guilt for his earlier negligence. Contrary to his expectations, the Gyarados that had been rampaging moments before now stood calmly beside the young duo. What is going on? Didn't my assistant mention that Gyarados had gone berserk and lost all reason? Alarmed by the potential calamity Gyarados might cause, Professor Oak had rushed to the scene in haste. The quasi-legendary Pokémon of the Kanto region, Dragonite. How enviable, Ming thought, watching the majestic creature descend. Dragonite also had a more affectionate name known to veteran Pokémon trainers, Fat Dragon. Due to earlier translations, Dragonite was referred to as Fat Dragon in the games, beloved for its adorable yet formidable nature. The designation quasi-legendary clearly indicated the extraordinary strength of such Pokémon, possessing innate advantages in both aptitude and type. Thus, no quasi-legendary Pokémon was ever unpopular. Every aspiring trainer yearned to possess their own. However, The rarity of these creatures made them a treasure difficult to come by in the wild. Despite Professor Oak's current appearance, he had once been a champion of the Pokémon League, showcasing remarkable prowess, particularly with his impressive Dragonite. Are you both unharmed by the Gyarados? After dismounting from Dragonite, Professor Oak first confirmed the creature's tranquility before inquiring. Yet, lingering questions remained in his mind. From his previous vantage point, he had seen Gyarados rampaging without restraint. How could it suddenly calm down upon encountering these two? Examining Yiming and Bai Shui closely, he found nothing unusual about them. Is this Gyarados from your research facility? Professor Oak? Yiming narrowed his eyes, ready to confront. Yes, this Gyarados belongs to my research facility. It usually resides in a nearby lake. I have no idea why it went wild today, but thankfully, no harm was done. Professor Oak sighed in relief, not denying the truth. Fortunate that it was us here. Had it been someone else, they might have already been sent flying by Gyarados' tail. Yiming shrugged, teasingly. If anyone else had faced the rampaging Gyarados, or if he himself had lacked the power of Tokiwa, the consequences would have been dire. Is that so? I suppose you're right. Reflecting on the earlier scene of Gyarados' rampage, Professor Oak regarded the young man before him thoughtfully. I apologize for the near calamity. By the way, did you come to deliver milk to me? Indeed. Yiming handed 2 cartons of milk to Professor Oak. The protective measures had been effective, preventing the bottles from shattering. Ding. Mission to deliver milk to Professor Oak completed. I currently have no cash on me. Nevertheless, let's head to my research facility. I sincerely apologize for the trouble you've encountered. Of course. Yiming, eager to address his grievances, could hardly decline. At Professor Oak's research facility, Yiming and Bai Shui settled on the sofa while Professor Oak retrieved his wallet and handed Yiming the payment for the milk. Please, make yourselves comfortable. I'll brew some tea. Ding. Received mission reward, 800 league coins. Here, your share. Yiming offered 400 league coins to Bai Shui. I'll keep one as a memento. Bai Shui smiled, picking up a 1-coin piece and admiring it in the sunlight. Is this the currency of this world? It's quite beautiful. What Pokémon is depicted on it? It's called Meowth, a Pokémon resembling a cat. Yiming replied casually, his attention drawn to the system's prompt. Congratulations. Host, you have completed the fusion task. The starting point. Arrive at Professor Oak's research facility. Dimension fusion progress. 2. Random reward acquired. Skill ball. A skill ball? What is that? Yiming queried, intrigued by the system's description. Skill ball, a one-time item that allows the host to envision and create a skill, which can be mastered by a compatible Pokémon. Note, if the skill ball cannot fulfill the imagined creation, it will shatter. Envisioning and creating skills? For Pokémon to master? Yiming was momentarily taken aback. This skill ball could allow him to conjure skills from his imagination? What an extraordinary concept. Gazing at the mysterious crystal ball displayed within the system interface, Yiming found himself lost in thought. Perhaps he should attempt it now. Huh, what are you saying? Yiming? Nothing. Oh. Noticing Yiming suddenly closing his eyes in a serious manner, as if deep in meditation, Bai Shui chose to remain silent. What is he doing? Observing the contemplative figure before her, Bai Shui's gaze drifted, lost in thought. Unbeknownst to her, she recalled the moment Yiming had earnestly requested her absolute trust in the face of the rampaging Gyarados. His resolute gaze had instilled a sense of reassurance. He had remained so composed earlier. How exactly did he manage to calm that frenzied Pokémon? Bai Shui's fingers unconsciously twirled a strand of hair as she stared at Yiming's profile. She suddenly felt an inexplicable mystique emanating from him, inciting a desire to draw closer and unveil the enigma that surrounded him. Bai Shui was lost in her reverie. Chapter 10. The self-created technique of SSS-Rank. To conjure a self-created technique, is it merely a matter of envisioning the desired skill within one's mind? How does one find that elusive balance? According to the system's introduction, it suggests that if one's imagination runs too wild, the skill ball could very well explode. A grand explosion? A water cannon? A blinding ray of sunlight? Or perhaps something entirely different? No, if one is to create their own technique, it must undoubtedly surpass these existing moves. Otherwise, would it not be a squander of potential? Moreover, it need not be confined to the repertoire of the Pokémon world. In a moment of inspiration, Yiming realized he could draw upon other anime to imagine a new technique. What about Earth Explosion Star? As he envisioned the shape of the skill ball, a vivid image emerged in his mind. A vast area where gravity suddenly shifted, the ground fracturing beneath, with countless rocks and debris soaring skyward, gradually forming a colossal Earth Explosion Star. Yet, just as Yiming became engrossed in his thoughts, passion surging within him, the system's notifications interrupted. Current skill ball level, 1. Unknown skill level, SSS. Unknown skill attribute, rock type or ground type, Only Rock-type or Ground-type Pokémon can master this. Skill conversion success rate, 0, 1. Do you wish to confirm skill conversion? Yes, no. Note: current skill ball level is too low. It is advisable to reduce skill power or enhance skill ball level. Too powerful? It suggests lowering the skill's potency or increasing the skill ball's level. Yiming couldn't help but pout. It seems he had let his imagination run too freely. Such a formidable technique as Earth Explosion Star was unattainable with a mere level 1 skill ball. A success rate of 0. 1 is equivalent to 1 in 1,000. Yiming was unaware of how to elevate the skill ball's level, so he had no choice but to opt for the former and reduce the skill's power. If the range shrinks to a mere small area and the power diminishes, can it still be called Earth Explosion Star? Forget it. Let us conjure another skill instead. What skill should it be? Perhaps the previous Earth Explosion Star was too closely tied to gravity and the ground, thus requiring Rock-type and Ground-type Pokémon to learn it. Currently, he possessed only a Froakie. He ought to think of a technique that Froakie could unleash. What skills does Froakie currently have? Bubble, Quick Attack, Lick, Double Team, Water Gun, Water Pulse. Aha! An idea sparked within Yiming. He began to imagine a water sphere, compressing and spinning at high speed, accumulating energy. As Yiming's imagination flourished, the system's prompts followed suit. Success. A 100 success rate. Unknown skill level. A. Unknown skill attribute. Water-type Pokémon can master this. Skill conversion success rate, 100. Do you wish to confirm skill conversion? Yes, no. Yes. Yiming did not hesitate for a moment. Please name the current technique. Spiral Sphere. With a sudden gleam in his eyes and a playful smile curling on his lips. He realized the technique he envisioned bore a resemblance to Water Pulse, akin to Naruto's signature move, the Spiral Sphere. The Spiral Sphere, while reminiscent of Water Pulse, possesses greater power, even surpassing that of Water Gun. After all, the Spiral Sphere is more than merely a spiral. Spiral Sphere named successfully. Would you like to use it immediately? Let Froakie use it. Beep. Froakie has learned Spiral Sphere. At that very moment, a world announcement resounded. World announcement. Congratulations to player 1, the first trainer to have their Pokémon learn a self-created technique. World announcement. Congratulations to player 1. The first trainer to have their Pokémon learn a self-created technique. World announcement. Congratulations to player 1, the first trainer to have their Pokémon learn a self-created technique. The thrice-repeated world announcement echoed loudly, leaving all players in a daze. Bai Shui, who had been covertly observing Yiming, jumped in surprise, momentarily stunned. Many other players shared her reaction, engaged in various activities, some seated, some preparing to capture Pokémon, others working, upon hearing the world announcement linked to Yiming. They were left utterly dumbfounded. They collectively inhaled sharply. That player won again. This is excessive. There should be limits to cheating. I'm at my wit's end. A Pokeball costs 500 Alliance coins, and I have to toil for days just to earn enough. Can't they refrain from demoralizing us? I want to quit the game. Is that possible? Humph. I'm out of here. Damn it. I just stole a Pokeball and captured a Metapod. And I haven't even evolved it yet. Is this how the game is played? Why is there no customer service? This clearly disrupts the game balance. Stunned, they wondered, is this game the sole domain of Player 1? Or has Player 1 discovered some glitch in the system? First to capture Pokémon, first to evolve them, and now creating self-made techniques. What on earth is a self-created technique? They were completely unaware that this was a unique privilege bestowed upon Yiming by the system, as the skill ball was derived from a special fusion task assigned to him. In other words, self-created techniques were indeed Yiming's exclusive right. From another perspective, one could argue that Yiming was, in fact, cheating. Meanwhile, in Professor Oak's laboratory, Yiming remained blissfully unaware of the envious and resentful remarks directed at him, reveling in his success. If only he could obtain a few more skill balls, preferably of a higher level. Feeling quite pleased with himself, Bai Shui finally regained her composure. Yiming, you heard the world announcement too, right? That player 1 is quite the enigma. Bai Shui rested her chin on her palm, her gaze still somewhat unfocused. The 3 consecutive world announcements occurred within mere minutes, and not only did they obtain Pokémon, but they also evolved them without giving everyone a moment to collect their thoughts. And now, the so-called self-created techniques. Player 1 is a true enigma. Yes, I heard it. Another world announcement, Yiming replied, his expression peculiar. If Bai Shui knew that the person before her was none other than that player 1, what would her reaction be? Just then, Professor Oak approached, carrying hot tea and snacks. Chapter 11, The Initial Pokémon. Let us enjoy some tea and snacks. Professor Oak set the tea and treats on the table and took a seat, his eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. What just transpired? Earlier, he had witnessed the rampaging Gyarados in the sky, clearly out of control. Is there a way to restore its sanity? Professor Oak was certain that Yiming and Bai Shui had never encountered Gyarados before, eliminating the possibility that it recognized them and regained its senses. Thus, his curiosity was piqued. Bai Shui, equally intrigued by the matter, instinctively turned her gaze towards Yiming. Noticing this, Professor Oak quickly focused his attention on Yiming, awaiting his response. Indeed, I possess a unique ability, Yiming replied with a subtle smile in the face of their curiosity. Unique ability? What kind of ability? Both Professor Oak and Bai Shui inquired simultaneously. Yiming displayed his right hand, as a gentle green glow emanated from it, suffused with a serene and harmonious aura. This is the power of eternity, which allows me to sense the emotions of Pokémon and has the capacity to heal and soothe them, he explained. Bai Shui tilted her head, her delicate features revealing her confusion. You have such an ability? Why do I not possess it? This certainly sounded impressive. Professor Oak furrowed his brow, stroking his chin. He seemed to recall something from the past. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, I remember now. The current champion of the league, Adu, possesses this exceedingly rare ability. As he spoke, he regarded Yiming with keen interest. What a remarkable talent. Indeed. Yiming replied nonchalantly. In truth, not only Adu, the current champion, could harness the power of eternity, even Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket, was capable of it. The very name, Power of Eternity, suggested that it could only be acquired by those with exceptional talent and fortune in the City of Eternity. Both Adu and Giovanni fit this description. As a player from another world, it was implausible for Yiming to possess such a unique ability. But he was an exception due to his binding with the system. Professor Oak, have you discovered the reason behind Gyarados' rampage? Yiming inquired. Professor Oak shook his head. A frown etched on his face. Gyarados typically resides in a small lake to the west and usually does not venture out. Other Pokémon are well aware of its temperament and would avoid provoking it. We are still uncertain as to why Gyarados went berserk today. He sighed with relief. Fortunately, it was you two who encountered it. If it had been someone else, the consequences could have been dire. Despite rushing over on his Dragonite upon hearing the news, he had arrived too late. The outcome could have been catastrophic had Yiming not possessed the power of eternity. Yiming raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Professor Oak, putting aside everything else, Gyarados' antics frightened us quite a bit. Surely, we deserve some form of compensation for our emotional distress. Furthermore, having subdued Gyarados, we ought to receive a reward as well. What do you think? If Professor Oak believed that a mere snack and warm tea, along with a warm welcome, would suffice to settle the matter, he was gravely mistaken. That does seem quite reasonable, Professor Oak admitted, momentarily caught off guard as he chuckled nervously, patting the back of his head. He had intended to gloss over the situation, not expecting Yiming to directly ask for compensation. At a loss for how to repay them, he pondered. Seizing the opportunity, Yiming pressed on, Professor Oak. We are both newcomers without any Pokémon. Why not each grant us a Pokémon as our initial companions? Yiming presented his long-considered request. Bai Shui, realizing that Yiming's statement included her, quickly waved her hands in protest. How can you refuse? You were equally frightened, unable to move from fear. Compensation for emotional distress is certainly warranted, Yiming insisted, casting her a knowing glance. Bai Shui playfully stuck out her tongue and sat back down, albeit reluctantly. That is against the rules, Professor Oak mused. New trainers must register and obtain a license from the league before receiving a Pokédex and suitable starter Pokémon from him. However, he soon considered that there could hardly be a more fitting form of compensation. After all, if someone else had encountered Gyarados, or if Yiming had failed to stop it, the repercussions could have been disastrous. As the person directly responsible for the research facility, he would undoubtedly bear the blame and might even be ordered to keep a greater distance from Pallet Town. After a moment of contemplation, Professor Oak nodded slightly. Very well. Let us proceed with this arrangement. To express my apologies, I shall select suitable Pokémon from the research lab, thereby bypassing the league's formalities. Excellent. Yiming could hardly contain his excitement. Can I also receive a Pokémon? Bai Shui asked, her joy evident as she watched Professor Oak retreat to fetch the Pokémon. I hope it's something cute, she added, unable to resist. Rest assured, the Pokémon suitable for new trainers will not be as fearsome as Gyarados, Yiming reassured her. Though he too was curious about what Pokémon Professor Oak would present. Surely Professor Oak would not shortchange us, would he? If he produces something like a Caterpie or Rattata, I would refuse outright. 2 Pokeballs would be preferable. Yiming mused. He fervently hoped for a Charmander. Among the 3 starters from the Kanto region, he favored Charmander most. Had it not been for his fondness for Froakie, a starter from the Kalos region that he could rarely encounter in Kanto, he would have undoubtedly chosen Charmander. While he did not dislike Squirtle or Bulbasaur, he did not hold them in high regard either. They appeared somewhat unattractive upon evolution, and in terms of overall strength, that could not compete with Charizard. Perhaps Professor Oak might even present a Pikachu? He speculated. However, if it were a common Pikachu rather than the legendary one, it would hardly ignite any enthusiasm. As Yiming pondered what Pokémon Professor Oak would select for them, the professor returned, holding 2 Pokeballs. These are the 2 Pokémon I have chosen from the research lab, the most suitable for new trainers as initial companions. He announced as he showcased the Pokeballs to Yiming and Bai Shui. The initial Pokémon provided to new trainers must meet several criteria. They should be suitable for training, possess potential, and have a rapid growth rate. They must exhibit gentle temperaments, at the very least not reject their new trainers. Additionally, their strength should not be overwhelming to prevent scenarios where the Pokémon might refuse to heed commands, leading to chaos or even attacking their new trainers. Though such extreme occurrences are rare, they have indeed occurred in history. While there were other minor conditions, these 3 constituted the core requirements. The Pokémon bestowed upon novice trainers varies considerably based on the capabilities of different research institutions, the environmental conditions of their locations, and the funding resources available to them. It is entirely plausible that a newcomer might receive a Caterpie or a Beedrill. However, at the esteemed Professor Oak's facility, the standard Pokémon offered to novices are the illustrious Squirtle, Bulbasaur, and Charmander. The rarity of these initial Pokémon serves as a testament to the challenges one must face in obtaining a starter Pokémon from Professor Oak. Nevertheless, the professor had previously indicated that to avoid complications, the Pokémon provided to Yiming and Bai Shui would be selected from his research institute, and it is likely that they would not be the typical trio of Squirtle, Bulbasaur, and Charmander. Come forth, Professor Oak declared as he pressed a button, and the Pokeballs opened, releasing 2 brilliant beams of light. Chapter 12. Acquiring Charmander. Come forth, Professor Oak exclaimed as he deftly opened the Pokeball in his hand. 2 beams of light cascaded onto the ground, revealing the forms of 2 Pokémon. To the left stood a creature reminiscent of a dinosaur, its orange body adorned with a flame-tipped tail. To the right was a charming, fluffy Pokémon resembling a fox. It was none other than Charmander and Eevee. Upon beholding these 2 Pokémon, Yiming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Professor Oak was not being perfunctory. Both Charmander and Eevee were exceedingly rare and valuable Pokémon. What an adorable Pokémon. What is its name? Upon seeing the fluffy and utterly adorable Eevee, Bai Shui was instantly captivated, feeling a delightful warmth spread through her body, her voice softening as she spoke. This is Eevee, a normal-type Pokémon. True to its appearance, it possesses a gentle and affectionate disposition, making it particularly suitable for novice trainers, Professor Oak elaborated. As he spoke, Eevee approached Bai Shui, nuzzling its soft cheeks against her calves, unable to resist such allure. Bai Shui knelt down to stroke Eevee's velvety fur. Eevee reveled in Bai Shui's gentle caress, purring softly in delight. Meanwhile, Charmander cast a disdainful glance at Eevee, clearly unimpressed by its affectionate behavior. However, its gaze soon shifted to Yiming, eyes shimmering with anticipation. It had grown weary of the confines of Professor Oak's lab. Staying there any longer felt as though its flames would flicker out. Yet, as it locked eyes with Yiming, Charmander suddenly realized that its current demeanor mirrored the very Eevee it had just scorned. Consequently, it crossed its arms defiantly and turned its head away with a huff. Hey, you little brat, aren't you a bit arrogant? Yiming couldn't help but chuckle. Charmander's expression unmistakably conveyed a desire for adventure, despite its attempts at feigning indifference. Given the circumstances, there was no need for further deliberation. Yiming gently patted Charmander on the head. I look forward to working with you, Charmander. Charmander maintained its aloof demeanor, but the flames on its tail burned ever brighter, betraying its underlying excitement. This is Charmander. If you have done your homework, you should know that this Pokémon is relatively easy to train and tends to be fiercely loyal to its trainer. Let me pose a question. What does the flame on Charmander's tail signify? Professor Oak chuckled, presenting Yiming with a challenge. Yiming, well-versed in this matter, confidently responded. The flame on Charmander's tail symbolizes its vitality. When the flame extinguishes, it indicates the end of its life. Additionally, it serves as an external expression of its emotions. Unlike other Pokémon, whose potential is gauged through various attributes, Charmander's potential can be assessed merely by observing the flame. As Yiming stroked Charmander's head and observed its tail flame, he continued, from the fluctuations of its flame, it appears to possess an extroverted personality, yet maintain stability, indicating excellent control over its fire. This is an exceptionally promising Charmander, with limitless potential. Charmander, taken aback by Yiming's insights, felt an unfamiliar surge of emotion. Its gaze sparkled with a newfound light, and the flames at its tail flared with vigor. You possess a profound understanding of Charmander. This truly astonishes me, Professor Oak remarked, impressed by Yiming's keen observational skills and judgment. This revelation suggested that Yiming was indeed a formidable trainer, As Professor Oak mused, perhaps soon, you will have a worthy rival. With that said, I entrust this Charmander to you without reservation, Professor Oak declared solemnly, turning to Bai Shui. As for Eevee, Bai Shui, I must inform you that this Pokémon exhibits highly unstable genetics, currently known to have only 3 evolutionary forms. However, it is highly likely that Eevee possesses undiscovered evolutionary forms. By allowing Eevee to accompany you on your adventures, we may uncover new possibilities. Should any developments arise, please be sure to inform me promptly. Understood, Bai Shui replied, gently petting Eevee's head with determination. Very well then, I have experiments to attend to. Oh, here, this is the Pokédex, which contains information from the research lab. You simply need to input your own details. If you wish to challenge the league, you must register at the Pokémon Center as it serves as a credential. Furthermore, if you encounter wild Pokémon and wish to gather information, just press this button and point it at the Pokémon to display the information. With that, Professor Oak handed a Pokédex to both Yiming and Bai Shui. That's all for now. Off you go. This marks the beginning of your new adventure. Ding. Acquired Charmander. Ding. Obtained Pokédex. Yiming silently contemplated the attributes of Charmander. Charmander. Gender, ability, blaze. In a pinch, the power of fire-type moves increases. Level 5 potential. Leader. Potential is categorized as ordinary, outstanding, elite, leader, champion, and master. Item held, none. Learned skills, ember, smokescreen, flamethrower, fire spin. Upon reviewing the system's display, Yiming felt a rush of exhilaration. This Charmander indeed possessed exceptional potential. Much like Froakie, it began with leadership potential, a crucial distinction akin to having a head start in a race. Exceptional potential yields remarkable results. However, potential is not immutable. It can evolve through the Pokémon's diligence, the trainer's nurturing, or even through evolution itself. Therefore, while innate potential is vital, a Pokémon's effort and a trainer's guidance are equally significant. Nevertheless, those with inherent talent often have access to superior resources. The skills that Charmander had already mastered were testament to this fact, while other Charmanders were still learning Ember. Yiming's Charmander had already acquired Flamethrower. This innate destructive capability undoubtedly provided it with a considerable advantage. Return to your Pokeball, Charmander. Bai Shui, let us set forth. Yes, you return as well, Eevee. Bai Shui followed Yiming's lead, recalling Eevee into its Pokeball. As the duo exited Professor Oak's laboratory, they intended to greet the ranch and their elder sister. Wow, I have a Pokémon now, Eevee, Bai Shui exclaimed, unable to contain her joy as she reveled in the beautiful scenery, her face aglow with satisfaction, playfully rubbing the Pokeball against her cheek. The ball's gentle movements prompted further excited gasps from Bai Shui, reminiscent of a young girl receiving a luxurious doll set. Little did they know that their visit to Professor Oak would yield such bountiful rewards. Yiming shared in her enthusiasm. Despite the unexpected encounter with the frenzied Gyarados, they emerged unscathed, having witnessed the enhancement of the Tokiwa power. Additionally, Professor Oak had gifted Yiming Charmander and the Pokédex, fulfilling the system's starting point mission at the research lab, along with a skill ball for Froakie to learn the Spiral Shuriken. What a fruitful day it had been. Indeed, there was an announcement regarding the newly created techniques, along with rewards. At that time, Dr. Oak's interruption prevented Yiming from examining it in detail. Let me take a look at what treasures await. Chapter 13. The Audacious Elven Thief. Before my eyes, a radiant card hovered silently within the inventory grid. Half-day tenfold experience card. Description: when used on a Pokémon, it will receive 10 times the battle experience within 12 hours. Goodness, tenfold battle experience? How astonishing. Although it lasts only half a day, merely 12 hours, the effect is indeed formidable. Engaging in a single battle would yield the equivalent of 10 battles, propelling progress at a rocket-like pace. Such a remarkable item, undeniably valuable. Yiming was already contemplating whether to have Froakie or Charmander utilize it. If only it could be split in half for use or transformed into 12 one-hour cards, it would be much more convenient and allow for better distribution. At that moment, the system unexpectedly chimed with a notification. A new fusion task had appeared. Fusion task, initial battle, task difficulty, F, task duration, none. Task description, engage in a Pokémon battle. Task reward, random reward, gold. The initial battle? To partake in a Pokémon duel? This system-issued fusion task felt as if it were nurturing my entire journey as a trainer. First, the task to reach Professor Oak's initial point, and now the initial battle, marking my first Pokémon confrontation. Glancing at the World Fusion Progress interface, I noticed that the current progress had unknowingly reached 8. The fusion progress could be enhanced by chance, while completing fusion tasks would further promote its advancement. Upon reaching 10, the first update would soon follow. At that time, players entering the Pokémon world would be forcibly returned to the real world, accompanied by new changes. After completing another system fusion task, the first world update might occur immediately. Having already reached 8, this task could potentially increase my progress by 2. I pondered what might transpire during the first world update. Not to mention, once Ming and the others returned to reality, it was certain to create a tremendous sensation. The level of commotion would rival the confirmation of UFOs. No, it would be akin to aliens landing directly on Earth. After all, they had truly traversed into another world. Moreover, disbelief would be untenable, as the collective crossing occurred right before the public's eyes, and the Pokémon obtained by players could also be brought back to reality, serving as undeniable proof. I could hardly contain my excitement. According to the system's progress explanation, players who acquired Pokémon could bring them back to the real world during the first update. And later on, it was said that environmental changes would occur, even resulting in a surge of wild Pokémon entering the real world. This would bring about a monumental transformation, and the updates triggered by the fusion progress would allow Ming and his fellow players to return first, all accompanied by their Pokémon. One could only imagine the upheaval it would cause when they returned with Pokémon, shattering perceptions and astonishing the entire world. The task required engaging in a Pokémon battle. Ming instinctively glanced at Baishue beside him. Now Baishue also possessed a Pokémon. Perhaps he could have Charmander engage in a battle against Baishue's EV. This would be the quickest way to complete the fusion task. Just as Ming was lost in thought, sudden noises and commotion erupted from a small forest within Professor Oak's research facility. Suddenly, a beautiful flower Pokémon dashed out from the underbrush, panic-stricken, as if something were pursuing it. Oh no, how did your Nidoking escape? If someone discovers us, we're in trouble. Nidoking, what are you doing just standing there? Stop it. How could your Nidoking be so foolish, previously angering a Gyarados, and now allowing a beautiful flower to flee? The previous encounter with Gyarados was merely an accident. No more idle chatter, we must pursue it. I came here with great determination, I can't leave empty-handed. Amidst the cacophony of scolding, 2 figures swiftly emerged, and upon seeing Ming and Baishue, they froze in surprise. Ming and Baishue were equally taken aback by the unfolding scene, staring at the 2 individuals clad in black attire, holding capture nets. For a moment, the atmosphere became tense. So the Gyarados' previous frenzy was due to your provocation, I see. Ming scrutinized the pair before him, quickly discerning their intentions from their attire and equipment. Their earlier chaos was incited by their audacity as thieves, prompting the Gyarados to chase them away from the lake. However, Ming did not expect them to persist in lingering near Professor Oak's research facility, audaciously seeking to capture other Pokémon. These so-called Pokémon thieves frequently lurked in Pokémon reserves, stealing Pokémon and often targeting trainers venturing out for adventure, an abhorrent pursuit driven by greed. The 2 thieves exchanged glances, recognizing the surprise in each other's eyes. It seemed they had encountered 2 novice trainers who had just received their initial Pokémon from Professor Oak. Perfect, let's seize their starter Pokémon. Go, Nidoking, apprehend them. Ecstatic, they had already marked Ming and Baishue as their prey, and the taller thief immediately commanded his Nidoking to launch an attack. Confronted with the sudden assault, Baishue was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for such an occurrence. Yet, Ming reacted swiftly, releasing Froakie. Come forth, Froakie. With a flash of white light, Froakie appeared and executed a swift kick to Nidoking's head, effectively halting its advance. Nidoking shook its head, shaking off the slight dizziness, and let out an angry roar. Froakie, sensing its opponent, was filled with fighting spirit. The appearance of Froakie took the 2 thieves by surprise. Was it a Pokémon they had never encountered? It would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. Though they had never seen Froakie from the Kalos region, their experience in thievery indicated that rarity equated to high value. In their excitement, the taller thief commanded Nidoking to continue its assault. Nidoking, the prey is within reach, unleash a double kick attack. Upon receiving the command, Nidoking bent down, gathering strength, and then darted forward, spinning its body just before reaching Froakie, delivering a fierce kick aimed directly at it. Chapter 14. A Threat. King Nido. Despite this being his first battle, Ming exhibited no signs of trepidation. Instead, he felt an exhilarating surge of enthusiasm coursing through his veins. Engaging directly in a Pokémon battle was a thrilling experience. The opposing Nidorino displayed a combat level of 20, which was nearly on par with his Froakie. Yet Ming was confident of his impending victory. However, his directives appeared utterly novice-like to the 2 Pokémon thieves. Defend? How can one defend? The correct approach is to evade. They scoffed at the thought of a futile attempt to withstand an attack. In their eyes, Ming's naive commands only reinforced their belief that he was a mere rookie, freshly acquiring his starter Pokémon from Professor Oak's laboratory, lacking any real battle experience. As Froakie stood resolutely in place, Nidorino's eyes glinted with mockery as it prepared to unleash its assault, putting extra force into its rear kick, aiming to incapacitate Froakie entirely. Yet, the ensuing scene unfolded contrary to the expectations of both Nidorino and the thieves. Froakie sidestepped, adjusting its stance just enough to allow Nidorino's double kick to collide with its neck. This reckless exposure of a vulnerable point was utterly unfathomable. However, when Nidorino's powerful kick struck Froakie's neck, it felt akin to a hammer hitting a soft cloud. Caught off guard, Nidorino instantly lost its balance midair. A spark ignited within Yiming's eyes. Whether it be Froakie or its evolved form, the bubbles around their necks could serve as both offensive and defensive maneuvers. Now, Froakie. Water pulse. Suddenly, a concentrated wave of water materialized within Froakie's palms, crashing fiercely against Nidorino's waist. The impact sent Nidorino sprawling 2 meters away, eliciting a pained cry. Seizing the moment, Yiming commanded, "Froakie, follow up with quick attack." The speed of the quick attack was blinding. A perfect follow-up that left no room for the opponent to recover. Froakie launched forward like a cannonball, trailing a streak of white light, and crashed into Nidorino before either the thieves or Nidorino itself could react. Nidorino, still reeling from the impact, flew through the air until it collided with a sturdy tree, crashing down amid fallen branches and leaves. What? He is not a rookie? Both thieves were taken aback, realizing that Yiming's commands left no time for their adversary to respond, showcasing exceptional combat reflexes, strategic awareness, and synergy with his Pokémon. This is a rookie. Nonsense. I misjudged him. Just as the two thieves were left in a state of astonishment, Yiming urged Froakie to launch another offensive. Froakie, finish the battle with Bubble. The taller thief quickly regained his senses and shouted, "Nidorino, be careful. Dodge." Stumbling to its feet, Nidorino heard the command but did not lift its head, hastily attempting to flee. The previously dismissive demeanor vanished from Nidorino's expression. The bubble struck the tree, forcefully knocking down a multitude of withered branches and leaves. Although Nidorino managed to evade the bubbles, Froakie would not let this prime opportunity slip away, executing another quick attack that collided with the fleeing Nidorino. This time, having sustained multiple hits, Nidorino succumbed, collapsing to the ground, unable to continue fighting. Staring at his defeated Nidorino, the tall thief was momentarily speechless, utterly unprepared for such a swift conclusion to the battle. It was a complete rout. In stark contrast to the circumstances, it felt as though he were the novice trainer. Ding! Froakie has defeated Nidorino. Froakie gained battle experience, 195. Due to Froakie's exceptional potential, it received an additional battle experience, 35. Ding! Task initial battle has been completed. Integration progress, 1-5. Task rewards have been placed in the host's item space. Please check. You did splendidly, Froakie. Yiming could not restrain his praise. Is this the thrill of Pokémon battles? It truly ignites the spirit, leaving one craving for more. Even though it was his inaugural combat experience, the synergy between him and Froakie exceeded his expectations. Froakie glanced back at Yiming, grinning widely, equally exhilarated. You and Nidorino are utterly worthless. It falls to me to finish this. Come forth, King Nido. The shorter thief cursed as he summoned his formidable Nidoqueen. The ground trembled as the imposing figure of Nidoqueen emerged, its weight immediately apparent. As the evolved form of Nidorino, it possessed dual poison and ground-type attributes. Equipped with a robust tail, powerful forelimbs, and fearsome poisonous spikes, an arsenal that instilled dread. Nidoqueen let out a menacing roar, its intimidating presence, coupled with its spiked crown and muscular physique, was truly formidable. Simultaneously, due to Froakie's matching gender, Nidoqueen's competitive nature was triggered. It brandished its powerful arms, exuding fierce determination, a cruel smile curling upon its lips. Nidoqueen? At level 25, it boasted a significant advantage over Froakie. Yiming's brow furrowed. Being the evolved form of Nidorino, it was evident that this Nidoqueen's strength far surpassed that of the previous Nidorino. Yiming was astonished that this thief possessed a Nidoqueen, as the evolution of Nidorino required the rare Moonstone. Yiming, should I send out EV for assistance? Bai Shui, sensing the threat posed by Nidoqueen, mustered her courage, albeit nervously. Having grown up in a secure environment, she had never witnessed a physical altercation, and her anxiety regarding a genuine Pokémon battle was entirely understandable. No need. Eevee would be of no help. Yiming shook his head, indicating that he did not require Bai Shui's assistance. With both Eevee and Charmander at merely level 5, they would stand no chance against the powerful Nidoqueen of the Pokémon thief. Oh, Bai Shui obediently nodded, aware that her intervention might complicate matters, and thus refrained from insisting, offering silent encouragement to Froakie instead. By the way, did Yiming already possess a Pokémon prior to this? It seemed to be quite impressive. Bai Shui couldn't help but ponder. Yiming, He seems so remarkable, it brings me such a sense of reassurance. Gazing at Ming's profile, Bai Shui felt a ripple of emotions, lost in thought, her fingers unconsciously twirling in circles. Chapter 15, The Mighty Move. The diminutive elven thief glared at Ming, his heart filled with skepticism. He believed that his foolish companions had underestimated this young boy, leading to their eventual defeat. If he were to fight personally, he was certain he would vanquish the boy and seize the extraordinary Pokémon that had never been seen before. Go, Nidoking. Execute Rock Slide. With a roar, Nidoking unleashed the Rock Slide attack, charging towards Froakie with massive boulders. Just as the enormous rocks were about to collide with Froakie, they crashed down with tremendous force. The imposing figure of Nidoking advanced with formidable momentum, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Froakie, however, swiftly dodged with Quick Attack, transforming into a streak of light that evaded the impending doom of the falling boulders. With a resounding crash, the rocks struck the ground, embedding themselves deeply into the earth and sending shards of stone and dust flying in all directions. Froakie, having circled around, aimed to strike from the side while maintaining its speed with Quick Attack, charging back towards Nidoking. You think my Nidoking is comparable to Nidoking's lesser form? Humph. Nidoking, use Iron Tail. The elven thief scoffed, giving the command. With another roar, Nidoking unleashed its powerful tail, shimmering with metallic brilliance, swinging it towards the oncoming Froakie. Caught off guard, Froakie could only muster its bubbles to absorb the impact, which sent it hurtling backwards. Fortunately, Froakie's exceptional balance allowed it to adjust mid-air, dissipating some of the force just before slamming into a large tree. This Nidoking is indeed far superior to Nidoking's earlier form, Ming thought, his expression grave. The level of Nidoking was significantly higher than Froakie, suggesting a vast superiority in all its abilities, especially strength. Nevertheless, Froakie possessed its own advantage, agility. Froakie, use Double Team and Water Pulse. Ming commanded, and Froakie instantly burst forth with incredible speed, creating numerous shadowy duplicates around Nidoking. Faced with the deceptive shadows, Nidoking's anger flared, and it could only remain on guard against Froakie's assault. With a synchronized leap, Froakie and its duplicates unleashed Water Pulse, launching themselves into the air towards Nidoking. Remaining composed, Nidoking retaliated with Iron Tail. The elven thief reacted swiftly, understanding Nidoking's intent. Nidoking's robust tail glimmered with metallic light as it spun, launching its tail just as Froakie's duplicates were about to make contact. The metallic tail swept through the air like a shooting star, obliterating Froakie's shadowy clones into nothingness. Suddenly, Nidoking froze, realizing that Froakie's figure had vanished from view. The elven thief was momentarily taken aback, only to notice a fleeting shadow on the ground, prompting him to look up. Watch out. Nidoking, it's above you. At that moment, Froakie descended from the sky, delivering a fierce water pulse directly upon Nidoking's head, causing the concentrated energy within to explode outward. With a thunderous impact, the force nearly knocked Nidoking unconscious, but its robust physique prevented it from collapsing immediately. Counterattack, Nidoking. Use Headbutt. The elven thief urged, desperation creeping into his voice. Enraged by the assault, Nidoking grasped Froakie before it could land and unleashed its headbutt. Although Froakie narrowly evaded the sharp poisonous spikes, it still suffered a solid hit from the headbutt, sending it tumbling backward. Nidoking, displaying a menacing demeanor, raised its foot to stomp down on Froakie. However, Froakie, regaining its senses and shaking off the daze from the impact, rolled aside just in time to evade the descending foot. Gasping for breath, Froakie took a moment to regroup. Nidoking is indeed a formidable opponent, Ming mused, furrowing his brow. The challenge of defeating Nidoking was undeniably greater than that of its lesser form. Yet, victory still lay within his grasp, and Ming felt his tension ease as he contemplated the next move. I need to find the right opportunity. Humph. Having enraged my Nidoking, it will not escape unscathed. Use Brick Break. Under the elven thief's command, Nidoking charged forth, its right arm glowing as it prepared to strike Froakie. Froakie, evade and release Smokescreen, then follow up with that move. Froakie understood the directive, leveraging its speed to dodge Nidoking's impending strike just in time. After leaping to a safe distance, Froakie unleashed a Smokescreen, engulfing both itself and Nidoking in a swirling fog. What good is this? Nidoking can't see it. But neither can it locate Nidoking, the elven thief scoffed, unperturbed by the obscured vision. However, at that moment, a swift gust of wind began to disperse the smoke, revealing the silhouettes of both Froakie and Nidoking. What is that? Both elven thieves were taken aback. They witnessed Froakie holding a rapidly spinning water sphere that emitted a piercing sound as it whirled. Ming smiled softly. Froakie was unleashing its newly learned move, the Spiraling Sphere. Having just mastered the Spiraling Sphere, Froakie opted for the smoke screen as a cover for its initial release. Nidoking's pupils constricted as it sensed the immense power of the spiraling sphere, fear gripping its heart. Froakie, with its palms supporting the water sphere, surged forward like an arrow, aiming the spiraling sphere at Nidoking. Nidoking, Irontail, the elven thief, sensing the impending danger, knew this move was unfamiliar to him. Nidoking reacted instinctively, attempting to intercept Froakie with its iron tail. Yet Froakie was not so easily deterred. It gracefully leapt to avoid the sweeping tail, and with a mighty crash, the spiraling sphere struck Nidoking squarely in the chest. In that moment, the accumulated rotational force of the spiraling sphere erupted upon impact. Boom! With a resounding explosion. The unleashed power of the spiraling sphere ravaged Nidoking. In a brief standoff, Nidoking's massive form seemed weightless as it was propelled backward, its feet leaving the ground as it flew away with incredible speed. Crash! Like a cannonball, Nidoking slammed into a tree, cleaving it in half as it fell to the ground in disarray, with its abdomen showing signs of severe concavity, having lost all fighting capability and sinking into unconsciousness. The might of the spiraling sphere was indeed terrifying. What is happening? The two elven thieves stood frozen, their expressions twisted in disbelief, as if witnessing a ghost in broad daylight. What kind of move was that? Its power is simply too horrifying. Wow, how impressive, Schwem murmured, equally entranced. The sight of the sizable Nidoking being sent flying was visually stunning. The power of the spiraling sphere was truly remarkable. In truth, Guadafrog had not anticipated the potency of this technique, nor had Ming. The spiral sphere, conceived by Ming's imagination, while inspired by the original from the Naruto universe, possesses distinct differences. Ming did not foresee its remarkable power, which is by no means inferior to the original spiral sphere and even shows signs of surpassing it. Chapter 16, Battle Experience Value Treasure Chest. Squirtle defeated Nidoking, gaining battle experience, 268. Due to Squirtle's exceptional qualification, battle experience increased by an additional 80. Due to level disparity, additional battle experience gained, 120. Ding! Squirtle's battle experience is now full, strength has been enhanced. Current level, 19. It appears that challenging higher-level opponents will accelerate my growth. After triumphing over both Nidorino and Nidoking, Squirtle has directly ascended a level, further augmenting its overall prowess. Ming felt a sense of satisfaction. Damn it. I never expected to lose to a kid. Come back, Nidoking. The diminutive thief, having retrieved Nidoking, clearly belonged to the defeated side, yet their arrogance remained unabated. They cast a menacing glare, uttering threats. You better remember this, you little brat. With that, they adeptly turned to flee, evidently underestimating Ming's resolve. Believing he would not retaliate, thinking you can act tough and escape? How naive. Ming scoffed with derision, intending to command Squirtle to apprehend them. Just at that moment, a sudden whooshing sound echoed from above, and a figure swiftly descended, pinning both thieves to the ground. It was Professor Oak, accompanied by his Dragonite. Having heard the commotion, I rushed over, fearful of further incidents. However, it seems today's chaos, triggered by Dragonite's rampage, was indeed instigated by these thieves. No wonder. Observing the attire of the thieves, Professor Oak finally comprehended why Dragonite had gone berserk and left the lake. It had been provoked. Gazing at the surrounding devastation, particularly the shattered trees, he cast a peculiar glance at Squirtle. Ahem, returned Squirtle. You did exceptionally well. Upon seeing Professor Oak, Ming cleared his throat and beckoned Squirtle back to his side. Earlier, when he received Charmander, he had claimed to be a novice without Pokémon. But now he found himself exposed. Haha. You little rascal had the audacity to deceive me. That must be a Kalos region Pokémon, Squirtle, right? Indeed. The renowned Professor Oak was well-versed in even the Pokémon from the Kalos region. Impressive. Ming maintained a serious demeanor, unperturbed. Well, I must thank you for helping me catch these audacious thieves before leaving. Professor Oak bore no grudge. However, he was genuinely astonished that the reason for Dragonite's frenzy was linked to these thieves. Even Pokémon from my research institute dare to target them? Truly bewitched. Dragonite, let us go. Take these thieves to Miss Junsha. With Professor Oak's command, Dragonite swiftly ascended, each claw grasping a pleading thief, vanishing into the sky like a fleeting shadow. I forgot to ask Professor Oak for a reward. Perhaps these thieves could claim a bounty from Miss Junsha. Ming slapped his thigh in regret. Never mind. Let us consider it as a small favor returned to Professor Oak. Regardless, the rarity of Charmander far surpasses that of these petty thieves. Moreover, those two thieves were so weak, even if there were a bounty, it likely wouldn't amount to much. Suddenly, the two thieves in the distance sneezed consecutively. Brother, I feel someone is talking bad about us. Shut up. All this misfortune is your fault. But brother, it was your idea to come to Professor Oak's lab for work. Silence. You did remarkably well, Squirtle. Yiming ruffled Squirtle's head, who closed its eyes in bliss. I'm sorry, but I can't be of any help. Bai Shui hesitantly spoke. It's all right. Even if you wanted to help, you wouldn't be able to, Yiming reassured Bai Shui, directing his gaze toward the system interface. After this battle, the system announced the completion of the initial battle task. However, the fusion progress increased only by 1.5, currently standing at 9.5. It requires an additional 0.5 to reach the 10 needed for world fusion updates. The rate of progress had indeed slowed. He could only await further system tasks for fusion. The world fusion progress would gradually increase alongside Yiming's adventures in time. But the initial rapid increase had now dwindled to a snail's pace. It wouldn't be long before this progress stagnated entirely. And any further enhancements would depend on Yiming completing the system's fusion tasks. This so-called fusion progress seemed designed to facilitate Yiming's swifter immersion into the Pokémon world. Just 0.5 more to go, let us observe for now. Oh, and there's the system. Actually, there's no rush regarding the fusion progress. Moreover, having completed the initial battle task, rewards await. Yiming opened his item inventory and discovered, aside from a 10-fold experience card, a golden treasure chest. Battle experience value treasure chest, golden. Description: a one-time use item that significantly increases a Pokémon's battle experience value when used. So, it directly bestows a substantial amount of battle experience? It seems quite promising, a fitting reward indeed. I wonder how much it can enhance. Yiming glanced at Squirtle and proceeded to use the battle experience value treasure chest on it. Allow Squirtle to receive the battle experience value treasure chest, golden. Confirm usage? Yes, no. Yes. As the battle experience value in the inventory vanished like smoke, Squirtle shuddered, sensing something amiss. It instinctively looked up at Yiming, who nodded encouragingly. Squirtle promptly closed its eyes, concentrating on absorbing the copious battle experience and energy emanating from the treasure chest. The surging energy caused Squirtle's body to imperceptibly swell, as a continuous stream of battle experience flowed like a mighty river into its consciousness. A series of battles, as if experienced firsthand, made Squirtle tremble slightly, its breathing becoming rapid. Squirtle's battle experience is now full, level increased to 20. Squirtle's battle experience is now full. Level increased to 21. Squirtle's battle experience is now full, level increased to 22. Squirtle's battle experience is now full, level increased to 23. A succession of system notifications regarding Squirtle's level advancements suddenly rang in Yiming's ears. His eyes gleamed with excitement. The speed of these enhancements rivaled the previous occasion when surplus energy from a qualification potion had elevated its level. Furthermore, the current continuous increase of 4 levels showed no sign of cessation. Chapter 17, Evolution, Greninja. The battle experience of Froakie has reached its maximum, leveling up to 24. The battle experience of Froakie has reached its maximum, leveling up to 25. The battle experience of Froakie has reached its maximum, leveling up to 26. Froakie was ascending through levels at a frenzied pace, its form and aura exhibiting subtle transformations that captured the attention of Bai Shui. What is happening to it? No. It is merely reminiscing about its battle experiences, Yiming remarked half-jokingly. Indeed, Froakie was reflecting on its battles, but not from the recent skirmish, rather. It was drawing from the countless battle experience points contained within the treasure chests. In the blink of an eye, Froakie's level surged from the initial 19 to an astounding 26, with no signs of abating. However, compared to its initial growth rate, the ascent had somewhat slowed. Yiming understood this was natural. For as levels rise, the requisite battle experience points increase accordingly. 27, 28, 29. The system announced 3 consecutive upgrades for Froakie before finally halting. Froakie's battle experience has reached its maximum, leveling up to 30. Ultimately, Froakie's level settled at 30. This outcome exceeded Yiming's expectations, prompting him to clench his fists in exhilaration, a smile gracing his lips. From a humble 19, it had leapt to 30, an elevation of 11 levels. It felt akin to being propelled by a rocket, utterly astonishing. The enhancement in strength manifested visibly. Froakie's physique had grown slightly larger, yet appeared more proportionate and agile, as if poised to unleash an astonishing speed against foes. At that very moment, a brilliant light suddenly enveloped Froakie. Startled, Bai Shui instinctively raised her arm to shield her eyes from the radiance. What is this? Yiming, equally unprepared, was taken aback. This is the light of evolution. But Froakie is merely at level 30. Should it not evolve into Greninja only after reaching level 36? After a moment of surprise, Yiming realized he had fallen into a cognitive trap. This was not the original game setting. The two were fundamentally different in significant ways. The glow of evolution persisted for a brief moment before dimming and vanishing. Froakie disappeared, replaced by Greninja. Greninja, akin to a stealthy ninja, opened its eyes, emanating a fierce aura, like a sword ready to be drawn at any moment. Yes, it has evolved into Greninja. Ming, filled with paternal pride, patted Greninja's shoulder, reminiscent of a father witnessing his son blossom into maturity. He had not anticipated that the battle experience treasure chest would be so powerful, elevating Froakie by 11 levels and facilitating its evolution into Greninja. Greninja was equally elated, instinctively raising its frog-like paw to inspect its form, feeling the changes within. The transformation was nothing short of remarkable, a stark contrast to its former Froakie state. If it were to face the Nidoking from earlier, Greninja felt confident it could effortlessly defeat it in a decisive manner. Is this the marvel of Pokémon evolution? Baishui, witnessing the spectacle, gaped in astonishment at Greninja before her. Indeed, your EV can also evolve, although the conditions are far more stringent. It requires rare elemental evolution stones or specific environments. Professor Oak has also informed you that EV has multiple evolution forms. Ming smiled gently, observing the spark of curiosity in Baishui's eyes. Really? My EV can transform into another form like this? Baishui gazed at Greninja, unable to suppress her intrigue. Just as Ming was about to enlighten Baishui about EV's evolution forms, the system suddenly chimed with a notification. Congratulations, host. Froakie has evolved into Greninja. Fusion progress, 0-5. Notice, the current fusion progress has reached the critical point of the first stage. Please select the update time. Accompanied by the system's prompt, a time selection slider appeared in Ming's view. This time option spanned 24 hours. He could choose to initiate the World Fusion update immediately or select a time frame of 2, 3, 12, or 24 hours later. What shall be the start time for the update? Ming contemplated beginning the World Fusion update immediately, but after some reflection, he ultimately chose to initiate it 13 hours later. The reasoning was simple. He recalled he possessed a tenfold experience card for half a day, which he wished to utilize before opting for the system update. 13 hours would be more than sufficient, allowing ample time for travel. The moment Ming confirmed the update time, a world announcement resonated in every player's ears. Attention all players, countdown to game update, 1300 hours, 00. During the game update, players will be forcibly logged out. Attention all players, countdown to game update, 1300 hours, 00. During the game update, players will be forcibly logged out. Attention all players, countdown to game update, 1300 hours, 00. During the game update, players will be forcibly logged out. Following 3 consecutive system notifications, the countdown for the game update commenced. 12:59, 59. Chapter 18, Countdown to System Update. The abrupt sound of 3 consecutive system alerts struck the players like a thunderclap, leaving many in a state of disbelief. A game update? Hadn't I just entered the game, not even a day ago? This is far too sudden and premature. A forced exit from the game. Could it mean a return to the real world? Many players stared blankly at the countdown on the system interface, taking a considerable time to regain their senses. What a joke. The game is about to update? I haven't had my fill. I don't want to leave. For heaven's sake. I haven't even captured my Pokémon yet. Why must I exit? Thankfully, there is still half a day left, allowing me to strengthen my B-drill. Finally, I can return home. My mother must be worried about me. Though this world is beautiful, I still long to see home first. I wonder if we will still be able to come back here after the system update. I was planning to challenge the gym. A forced return to the real world is acceptable, but the system did not specify whether we could bring our Pokémon with us. If we could take them back, the real world would surely explode with excitement. Hurry, I need to deliver parcels. Don't stop me. I must earn money to buy Pokeballs. So, we can indeed return? How splendid. Upon seeing the system notification, those who had longed to return to the real world could hardly contain their joy. Yet, many players were stricken with despair over their unfavorable start, frantically attempting to complete their tasks before the countdown ended. A few astute individuals sensed that the Pokémon world and the real world might soon allow for free passage, and perhaps even the ability to carry Pokémon with us. What could this imply? It goes without saying. After all, having traversed into this realm, what remains impossible? The wonders of this world are absent in reality. Imagine the profits if we could sell them. If we could return to the real world, what would be most valuable? Surely, it would be the technologically advanced and iconic Pokeballs from this world. If we could bring Pokémon back with us and could not return, this would indeed be our final moment. A significant transformation may be imminent. We must seize this opportunity. The wise and perceptive have already begun discreetly collecting items from the Pokémon world, including Pokeballs, berries, and League coins, much like gold miners at the launch of a new online game. They aim to leverage the Pokémon World's League coins through the principles of valuable trade to exchange for currency in the real world. Others plan to use the remaining countdown to catch new Pokémon or enhance the strength of their existing ones. An update? Bai Shui, who stood beside Yiming, was taken aback, having also heard the system update notification. What are your plans next? I intend to visit the Viridian Forest. Yiming focused on utilizing the remaining time before the system update to employ his experience card. I should return to the ranch and see if the elder sister needs my assistance. Since Bai Shui had just entered this world, she had received care from the ranch's elder sister and wanted to help her again. She did not perceive her as an NPC to her. The elder sister was undeniably a living person, unlike the rigid NPCs in online games who merely repeat dialogues. Well then, perhaps we shall meet again by chance next time. Yiming did not insist. Bai Shui might not yet be psychologically prepared to become a trainer, and it wouldn't do to drag her to the Viridian Forest to train her EV. Bai Shui smiled sweetly. After their farewell, Yiming made his way to the nearby Viridian Forest, a region abundant with wild Pokémon. The Pokémon around Professor Oak's laboratory were primarily those affiliated with the lab. If one believed the range of Professor Oak's lab consisted solely of the laboratory buildings, they would be gravely mistaken. The surrounding area is essentially within the lab's domain, albeit without clear demarcation. Yiming, when shall we meet again? Bai Shui did not set off immediately. Instead, she lingered, gazing at Yiming's departing figure. As she watched him grow further away, an inexplicable tightness gripped her heart, accompanied by a sense of emptiness. Ultimately, as Yiming vanished into the forest, Bai Shui sighed softly, gazing at the crimson hues of the setting sun, her delicate features illuminated by the fiery glow. Her eyes trembled slightly, as if in prayer or self-assurance. She murmured softly, Yiming, we shall surely meet again. Countdown, 12:24, 30. Finally delving deep into the Viridian Forest, Yiming frequently encountered wild Pokémon. After parting with Bai Shui, he headed directly into the depths of the forest. The most remarkable aspect of the Viridian Forest is the robust and flourishing trees that obscure the sun. Even on a bright day, the interior remains cool and dim, with only a few rays of sunlight filtering through the leafy canopy to dapple the ground, preventing the forest from plunging into complete darkness. One can only imagine how eerie the forest would be at night, enveloped in darkness, with only the distant calls of Pokémon echoing in the silence. That would undoubtedly be a unique experience. Due to the forest's distinctive environment, it is home to an abundance of countless bug-type Pokémon. The most common among them are Caterpie, Metapod, and Butterfree, as well as Weedle, Kakuna, and Beedrill, along with many others. Thus, while the Viridian Forest may be a nightmare for trainers averse to bugs, it is indeed a paradise for those who cherish bug-type Pokémon. Chapter 19, The Final Half Hour. Charmeleon, come forth. Yiming released Charmeleon. The little creature surveyed its surroundings, not spotting any opponents, and instinctively glanced back at Yiming. Charmeleon, are you ready for some special training? Charmeleon nodded eagerly, showing no signs of anxiety in this unfamiliar environment. Instead, it appeared eager for action, its eyes scanning for a worthy adversary. Hold your horses. Yiming opened the item interface on the system, revealing a card that granted 10 times experience for half a day. Indeed, Yiming intended to use this card on Charmeleon. The reason for choosing Charmeleon over Greninja was twofold. Firstly, the Pokémon in the Viridian Forest were predominantly bug types, which were weak against fire-type moves, giving Charmeleon a distinct advantage for easy victories. Secondly, the creatures in the forest were generally of lesser strength, with few capable of matching Greninja's level, as Greninja was already at level 30. Defeating weaker Pokémon would yield minimal experience points. Therefore, in terms of cost-effectiveness, applying the 10-fold experience card for half a day on Charmeleon was the wisest choice. With the power of Viridian, there was no need to purchase healing items, making it quite convenient. Yiming smiled slightly. The power of Viridian was indeed a miraculous skill. Saving time spent at the Pokémon Center and eliminating the need for healing items, it was practically a game-breaking feature. Would you like to use the half-day 10-fold experience card on Charmeleon? Yes, no. Use it. In that instant, Charmeleon felt an indescribable awareness surge within. Its mind jolted as it suddenly perceived its surroundings with greater clarity. Details that had previously eluded its notice became strikingly apparent. Its senses seemed amplified tenfold, and the gentle breeze carried the minute sounds of the Viridian Forest, all of which Charmeleon could now perceive with utmost clarity. This extraordinary sensation left Charmeleon momentarily stunned. Charmeleon successfully used the half-day 10-fold experience card. Are you ready, Charmeleon? The effect is limited. We must intensify the training. Charmeleon nodded earnestly, recognizing the transformation brought forth by Yiming, its eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Let us go. There's a Metapod over there. It shall be our first battle. The half-day tenfold experience card only lasted for a limited time, and Yiming intended to make the most of it. Charmeleon's tail flame blazed even brighter as it charged towards Metapod. The countdown for the system update was drawing to a close. As time swiftly dwindled, players in the Kanto region exhibited palpable impatience, leading to considerable chaos. Damn it, this is my quest. What are you stealing it for? Seriously, after all this effort. I only get 10 Poc dollars? It feels like charity. 10 Poc dollars is a miracle in my previous errand quest. That damn NPC thought I was helping for free and didn't give me a single Poc dollar. What is going on? How can a game not even have task rewards? Isn't that just cruel? A group of fools continued to chase after Poc dollars, oblivious, while the true priority was to enhance their strength. Stop talking nonsense. You were just gifted a Poc ball and captured a Spearow, while others haven't even seen a Poc ball yet. I found 10 bottles of unused potions in the trash, combined them into one full bottle, and traded it for a Poc ball. Just raid the shop. What are you afraid of? You can do anything in this game. If you're so capable, why don't you try? Stop whining about robbery. Enough. Someone has already been captured by Miss Junsha and hasn't been released yet. Ever since the system initiated the countdown, many players had given up entirely, awaiting their return to the real world. However, a greater number remained resolute, either collecting items or capturing Pokémon, hoping to bring back mementos or for other reasons. No one knew if they would be allowed to re-enter this enchanting world after being forcibly ejected, while others floundered aimlessly or busied themselves in anxious haste. Yiming and Charmeleon were diligently training in the Viridian Forest. Only half an hour remained. Yiming glanced at the countdown on the system interface. 12.5 hours had elapsed, leaving just the final half hour. During these nearly 12 hours, due to battling bug-type Pokémon with a type disadvantage, coupled with the tenfold experience points, Charmeleon's growth could only be described as meteoric. Unbeknownst to them, Charmeleon had already reached level 16. An impressive elevation from its initial level of 5. Yiming was quite pleased with the training results. The tenfold experience card had proven to be a remarkable investment, yielding an upgrade rate of nearly 1 level per hour. If other players were aware of Charmeleon's rapid advancement, they would surely be consumed by envy. They lacked the power of Viridian and the means to purchase healing items, and despite their urgent desire to strengthen their Pokémon, they needed to return to the Pokémon Center to restore their creature's vitality. Moreover, they did not possess tenfold experience cards for their Pokémon. It is worth noting that each battle Charmeleon engaged in was equivalent to 10 battles. Were they to learn of Yiming's situation, their jealousy would undoubtedly reach a fever pitch. Chapter 20. Charmander vs. Beedrill Leader. With merely half an hour remaining, there lies a chance for Charmander to ascend another level. The experience progress bar for Charmander's battles has reached over 90, requiring just a final push to attain level 17. Thus, Yiming contemplated how to facilitate Charmander's elevation within this fleeting half hour. Charmander surveyed its surroundings, searching for another Beedrill to challenge. There was no need for haste. The Beedrills would come forth. Yiming's gaze scoured the lush expanse of the Viridian Forest for signs of the elusive Beedrill. Why Beedrill, rather than other bug-type Pokémon? Firstly, Beedrill possesses formidable attack power and poses a significant threat, providing ample battle experience. Secondly, they are easily locatable. Beedrill are fiercely territorial and will initiate an attack upon the intrusion of their domain. Moreover, Yiming regarded Beedrill as a primary target because they typically exist in swarms. Once one is found and defeated, others will inevitably follow, making it exceptionally convenient for the high-intensity training of Charmander. Consequently, throughout the day, Charmander had vanquished countless Beedrills, as the fire type had a natural advantage against bug types. Of course, focusing on Beedrill could provoke an entire swarm, akin to disturbing a hornet's nest. However, with Greninja maintaining a commanding presence, Yiming felt a sense of assurance in provoking the Beedrills within the Viridian Forest. At that moment, a flash of yellow caught Yiming's eye. There it was, Charmander, go. As Yiming and Charmander detected the Beedrill, the latter also recognized the intrusion into its territory. Its eyes glowed a fierce crimson as it soared towards them, sharp stingers poised and wings buzzing with urgency. Charmander, unleash Ember, Yiming commanded. For the bug-type Beedrill, Ember proved to be a particularly effective move. Charmander executed the attack with finesse, unleashing a torrent of flames towards the approaching Beedrill. However, the Beedrill was quick to react, deftly dodging the flames by lowering its body mid-flight. With a buzz, the Beedrill closed in on Charmander, launching a twin needle attack. Charmander remained calm, skillfully evading the successive strikes. Having defeated at least 100 Beedrills that day, it was well acquainted with their attack patterns. After dodging the twin needle attack, Charmander retaliated with a scratch, its sharp claws raking across the Beedrill's body. The Beedrill, stung by pain, exhibited a fiercer glow in its eyes, its injuries fueling a frenzied counterattack. The Beedrill's furious thrusts nearly overwhelmed Charmander, who narrowly avoided critical hits. Yiming's expression turned grave. This Beedrill was the strongest encountered thus far, boasting a level of 23, while Charmander was only level 16, a significant gap of 7 levels. As they ventured deeper into the Viridian Forest, the Beedrills grew increasingly powerful, yet the highest typically hovered around level 17 or 18. This particular Beedrill's level seemed unusually high. Yiming scrutinized the Beedrill before him, initially obscured by distance. The proximity now revealed its extraordinary size and ferocity. It was the leader of the previous swarm. Its anomalously high level, when linked to the earlier Beedrill group, confirmed Yiming's suspicion that this solitary Beedrill was indeed the leader of those previously defeated. Given its status, Yiming knew that despite Charmander's familiarity with Beedrill's tactics, caution was paramount. Charmander must not allow itself to be cornered. Charmander, use Spark. Yiming resolved. Compared to Ember, the lesser power of Spark could be unleashed more swiftly. Charmander evaded a stab from the Beedrill and quickly opened its mouth to release Spark. At such close range, the unprepared Beedrill was struck, instinctively recoiling in fear from the flames. Follow up with Ember, Yiming urged, seizing the moment to press the attack. With a roar, Charmander unleashed another torrent of flames toward the Beedrill. Yet, the Beedrill regained its composure, rapidly flapping its wings to ascend just as the Ember was about to hit. In a fit of rage, the Beedrill retaliated from the air, launching a barrage of poison sting projectiles that fell like rain upon Charmander. Charmander, take cover behind that tree, Yiming instructed succinctly. The intense battles of the day had forged a strong synergy between Charmander and Yiming, allowing Charmander to swiftly take shelter behind a tree. The poison stings pierced the tree, the sound of sharp objects embedding into it echoing ominously. Seeing its attack miss, the Beedrill's eyes glimmered with a furious light as it executed a high-speed maneuver, charging towards Charmander's south hiding place. As Charmander darted out, it was caught off guard by the swiftly approaching Beedrill, which struck fiercely with its stingers. Charmander let out a muffled cry of pain, gritting its teeth against the agonizing sting, and retaliated with a fiery bite. With flames engulfing its fangs, it sank its teeth into the Beedrill. This move, Flame Bite, had been learned during the day's relentless training. Both the Beedrill and Charmander, now wounded, engaged in a fierce exchange of blows once more. Chapter 21. World Announcement. In just a few exchanges, the little fire dragon and the leader of the Beedrill bore several wounds. With a resounding thud, the little fire dragon deflected the Beedrill's twin needle assault with its claws and skillfully swatted away the Beedrill's hidden tail attack with its tail, causing both to retreat momentarily. Panting heavily, the little fire dragon struggled to catch its breath, its tail flame flickering erratically. The leader Beedrill's chest rose and fell with equal intensity, revealing its own strain. It felt a twinge of concern. This little fire dragon, after an initial panic, had quickly adapted to its relentless assaults. To grow significantly in the midst of battle is a daunting prospect for any adversary. However, it remained unconvinced that the little fire dragon could turn the tide through sheer will and endurance. Suddenly, the little fire dragon's demeanor waned, its expression darkening. It had been poisoned. The Beedrill leader proved to be more formidable than anticipated. Yiming's expression turned grave, his brow furrowing in contemplation. This was the strongest opponent the little fire dragon had faced in today's training, and the disparity in their injuries was evident. The little fire dragon was at a complete disadvantage, having been struck multiple times by the Beedrill's attacks and now afflicted by poison. The little fire dragon's combat effectiveness was severely compromised. Though the Beedrill bore its own wounds, they were not as critical as those of the little fire dragon. In this exchange, the little fire dragon found itself cornered. Should it call back the little fire dragon and send out the Greninja instead? Yiming hesitated, his brow knitted in worry. The little fire dragon seemed to sense Yiming's unease and suddenly turned, letting out a defiant roar. Understanding surged within him. Gazing into the little fire dragon's resolute eyes, Yiming pondered for a moment before nodding, casting aside his lingering doubts. If he always relied on Greninja to resolve the little fire dragon's crises, it would not only bruise the little fire dragon's pride but also foster a subconscious dependence, both of which Yiming wished to avoid. This was a challenging trial in adversity, an opportunity for growth. If the little fire dragon could overcome this predicament, it would signify its maturation. Little fire dragon, this is your moment to transcend. Defeat it. With an explosive roar, the little fire dragon unleashed its fury. A primal scream echoed from the depths of its soul, reverberating throughout the evergreen forest, startling nearby flying Pokémon. The Beedrill froze momentarily. Suddenly, the little fire dragon's tail flame surged upwards, blazing fiercely, as though it could incinerate everything in its path, causing the surrounding temperature to spike. The ability, Blaze. In the face of peril, the little fire dragon's Blaze ability was triggered. It unleashed a torrent of flame upon the Beedrill, with its potential fully realized. The little fire dragon's eyes shimmered with fiery determination as it opened its mouth wide, gathering and compressing an immense amount of fire energy. In an instant, the flames erupted forth, scorching through the air and leaving charred marks on the ground below. The Beedrill, taken aback, felt a surge of primal fear at the sudden escalation of the little fire dragon's fiery assault, hastily flapping its wings to evade. Yet, as the leader of the Beedrill, it possessed superior strength and reflexes, narrowly escaping the onslaught. However, just as relief washed over it for dodging the flames, a fiery figure appeared in its line of sight. It was the little fire dragon, charging forward with incredible speed. In a panic, the Beedrill instinctively attempted to retaliate with its twin needle attack to fend off the little fire dragon. Little fire dragon, finish it. Use Fire Fang, Yiming commanded, his gaze sharp and resolute. With its tail flames blazing, the little fire dragon surged forward, darting past the Beedrill before it could fully react. With a fierce roar, the little fire dragon, reminiscent of a flame-wreathed dragon devouring its prey, clamped down on the Beedrill with its fiery jaws. The Beedrill leader, struck by the devastating Fire Fang, felt an intense searing pain deep within its core, succumbing to the agony as its vision blurred. With a thunderous crash, the Beedrill leader collapsed, incapacitated. Panting heavily beside the fallen Beedrill leader, the little fire dragon huffed, its chest heaving. Its gaze shifted from a dazed stupor to focused clarity, finally breaking into a radiant and satisfied smile. Well done. You've truly impressed me, little fire dragon, Yiming exclaimed, unable to suppress his own smile as he offered heartfelt praise. Despite the formidable Beedrill leader's prowess, the little fire dragon had ultimately triumphed in battle. Though the journey was fraught with challenges, it signified remarkable growth. Little fire dragon defeated Beedrill, gaining battle experience, 240. Little fire dragon triumphed over a stronger opponent, earning bonus battle experience, 120. Due to the little fire dragon's innate qualities, additional battle experience gained, 50. Ding. The effect of the double battle experience card has been activated. The little fire dragon has received a total of 4,100 battle experience. As the effect of the double battle experience card had yet to expire, the little fire dragon's battle experience surged tenfold. Little fire dragon's battle experience is maxed out. Level increased, 17. Little fire dragon's battle experience is maxed out. Level increased, 18. The influx of battle experience propelled the little fire dragon directly from level 16 to level 18, a delightful surprise. After all, it had just defeated the Beedrill leader. And with the tenfold experience effect in play, such rewards were only to be expected. Speaking of which, the little fire dragon had reached level 18. It was about time for an evolution. As Yiming pondered this, a radiant glow suddenly enveloped the little fire dragon. The light of evolution. It has evolved, Yiming uttered, finishing his thought. Though the power levels in this world differ from those in the original game, implying that the evolution level also varies, like how Froakie evolves into Greninja at level 30, using it as a rough reference remains reasonable. The dazzling light of the little fire dragon's evolution diminished the shadows of the evergreen forest. As the little fire dragon transformed within the radiant sphere, its tail and arms thickened, and its form grew more robust. Finally, the light subsided, and the little fire dragon vanished, replaced by a Charmeleon. Roaring with excitement at the newfound power, the freshly evolved Charmeleon sent forth a triumphant cry that echoed throughout the evergreen forest. Little fire dragon. No, Charmeleon, how does it feel? With an enthusiastic nod, the Charmeleon exuded a newfound confidence, shedding the arrogance of its former self. The path ahead remains long. Charmeleon, you must continue to strive onward. You performed splendidly just now. Yiming patted Charmeleon's shoulder, speaking earnestly. With a nod, Charmeleon calmed its exuberance, instinctively gazing skyward. Yearning for the day it could soar gracefully through the azure skies on its dragon wings. Though it was not yet possible, it knew that its future self would achieve that dream. As the final 5 minutes approached, let us take a moment to rest. Yiming leaned against a tree and beckoned to the fire dinosaur. The creature was perplexed by Yiming's reference to the last 5 minutes, but felt no curiosity. It simply sat down beside him to rest. Yiming gazed at the countdown on the system's virtual interface, half closing his eyes as he awaited the conclusion of the system update. In various other locations, numerous players, much like Yiming, had abandoned all activities, staring vacantly at the countdown, biding their time. Accompanying the countdown to the system update, a rhythmic ticking seemed to resonate in the ears of all players. Their emotions varied. Some felt anxious about the possibility of returning to the real world. Others were elated at the prospect of going home, while some were engulfed in melancholy for various reasons. A few even questioned whether they were merely dreaming, pondering if the world before them was merely a construct of their imaginations, for this realm was unlike reality, filled with harmony and beauty. In the final 10 seconds, an air of tension enveloped all players, their hearts suspended in anticipation as they silently counted together. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. World announcement. The game is about to undergo its first phase of updates, initiating the mandatory exit procedure for players. World announcement. The game is about to undergo its first phase of updates, initiating the mandatory exit procedure for players. World announcement. The game is about to undergo its first phase of updates, initiating the mandatory exit procedure for players. Chapter 22. Return to the real world. In an instant, all players vanished from the Pokémon world, as abruptly and mysteriously as their disappearance from reality. What? The once bustling Pokémon Center suddenly fell silent, and Miss Juncha's professional smile froze. Enough of that nonsense. Be honest, where exactly do you come from? As Miss Junsha interrogated, her expression, along with that of the Corgi Pokémon beside her, became rigid, for the young culprit before them had vanished into thin air. Oh dear. Weren't you all so eager just a moment ago? Why have you suddenly become so lethargic? Get to work, shall we? How about I raise your pay 2 Alliance coins for half an hour? How does that sound? The ranch lady, counting on her fingers, looked up only to find the boys who had just been too lazy to attend to her, had inexplicably disappeared. Stunned. The ranch lady's expression turned to one of terror as she glanced around. Similar sudden disappearances were occurring in various locations, and due to the scale of the phenomenon, it quickly captured the attention of the Alliance. Had those who suddenly appeared now vanished again? At that moment, above the town of Masera, a figure cloaked in a cape with spiky red hair sat atop a Dragonite. If Yiming were present, he would recognize the identity of this figure as the current champion of the Kanto League, Adu. Incredulous, Adu gazed down, his fingers stroking his chin as he pondered. The sudden influx of youth had drawn the Alliance's attention. Although no one noticed anything amiss when these youths appeared, their subsequent series of illogical actions led to widespread chaos, which certainly caught the Alliance's eye. Adu had come to investigate. As the champion, it was his duty to delve into the meaning behind this mysterious occurrence. Could it be something as unfathomable as an illusion created by an unknown Pokémon? If that were the case, the magnitude and scope of this phenomenon would indeed suggest the enigma of that Pokémon. But no, such a possibility seemed too far-fetched. Adu ruminated. Yet he could not find a trace of information in his mind. At that moment, a mysterious and unknown force suddenly enveloped the Pokémon world, casting a veil of fog over it. In a daze, it seemed as though something had changed, yet everything appeared to be as usual. Today had been quite busy. Could there be an event in Masera Town these days? One could only hope they would continue to visit, keeping the Pokémon Center lively. Wait, perhaps I shouldn't be wishing for that? Having been momentarily distracted by the collective disappearance before her, Joy's smile returned. Oh dear, oh dear. The young people these days are becoming increasingly audacious. Even the crime rate in Masera Town has risen. How did he slip away? Oh well, I suppose I can let him off this time. Miss Juncha's demeanor lightened, as if the sudden vanishings had never occurred at all. Woof. The Corgi Pokémon at Miss Juncha's feet echoed in agreement. Today's youth are truly enthusiastic. They helped me for so long, yet slipped away without taking their reward. The ranch lady suddenly paused, then cheerfully exclaimed as if nothing had happened. What was I just thinking about? In the sky, Adu furrowed his brow. Feeling a bit lost, unable to recall, he decided to dismiss the thought. Upon seeing that they were indeed above Masera Town, he patted Dragonite's forehead and said, "Let us descend, Dragonite. Since we've arrived in Masera, let us pay a visit to Professor Oak." In the real world, it was now late at night. This day was destined to be a sleepless one, due to the inexplicable mass disappearance incident. The entire world had fallen into an indescribable atmosphere of unease. No one knew where the vanished individuals had gone or what had caused their disappearance. Nor could anyone ascertain if they would ever return. In H-City, China, the bustling streets, usually teeming with people, were unusually bare today. The events of the day had left the populace anxious, with few daring to venture out for leisure. With a light sound and a momentary sensation of weightlessness, Yiming felt the solid ground beneath him once again. He had returned. Looking around at the familiar streets, a smile crept across his face. This moment was surely destined to ignite excitement in the real world, because they had returned. Strangely, he found himself not at school. Yiming raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had presumed that since he had traversed from the school classroom, he would return simultaneously with others in the same classroom. However, he had unexpectedly appeared in the street. Could it be that movement within the Pokémon world affected the real world as well? That is something to observe further. Glancing around, Yiming noticed only a handful of people on the street, none of whom seemed to have registered his sudden appearance. He shrugged, then made his way to his rented room. At that same moment, all other players also suddenly appeared in the real world. Their abrupt emergence startled those nearby, but after the initial shock, they approached with excitement, bombarding the players with questions as if they were celebrities. Hey, little brother, how did you disappear? Did you feel anything special at that moment? Where did you go? Was it another dimension or aboard an alien spacecraft? You must have gone to another world. What was it like? Tell us. Hey, little sister, share your experience. What did you see? What did you go through? Passers-by instinctively drew closer, eager to ask, and the players basked in the attention, surrounded by a throng of curious onlookers, all eyes fixed upon them. Chapter 23, A National Celebration. Yiming leisurely made his way back to his residence, encountering a multitude of disheveled crowds along the way, all eager to witness and inquire about the return of others from their extraordinary journeys. He couldn't help but feel a sense of relief that he had returned when the streets were relatively deserted. One could only imagine the commotion that would ensue if one were to reappear in a bustling public space, akin to the fervor surrounding a celebrity. Settling down, Yiming skillfully opened his computer and began to search for news regarding the collective crossing events. As anticipated, the trending topics across all platforms were dominated by discussions of the mass traversal phenomenon. Is the collective crossing a mysterious force from outer space? Why are the individuals who crossed over predominantly students? This vibrant group of youthful adolescents? The collective crossing incident will undoubtedly carve a significant chapter in human history. Let us pray that they will return. What could explain the inexplicable mass disappearance? Was it a dimensional assault? Shocking. What omens preceded this bewildering day before the collective crossing? Given that the collective crossing occurred right under the public's nose and its extensive impact, the authorities were unable to suppress the news. A sense of panic spread among the populace, and doomsday theories began to resurface. Now that everyone had returned, the trending topic should shift. Yiming opened a bottle of cola and refreshed the webpage, patiently observing the unfolding situation. After a brief moment, he clicked the mouse to refresh again. As he had predicted, mere minutes later, online discussions exploded, transforming from sparse posts into an overwhelming flood of comments. Authentic. A first-hand account of my crossing experience, with explanations. Yiming smiled faintly as he clicked on this post, surprised to find it contained several hundred words and an eloquent narrative. What a talent! To articulate such a lengthy and coherent account in approximately 10 minutes was impressive indeed. The article recounted the author's experience of traversing into the world of Pokémon, detailing the landscapes and environments, but primarily focusing on the Pokémon themselves. The author had captured a Pidgey and even included a short video of the Pidgey below. Due to its captivating title and vivid descriptions, the post quickly garnered attention, being pinned and featured prominently. The comments section was alive, with dozens or even hundreds of new comments appearing with each refresh. Goodness, the world of Pokémon? As a player, this seemed like something only depicted in online novels. A Pidgey, resembling an eagle. Goodness, these youngsters must be having the time of their lives, chosen by the system as players. Envy and jealousy welled up within Yiming. Did they not even have to do homework anymore? Someone had captured a cute Pokémon, Piku. It could be found on Douyin. He was curious, could they traverse back again? How did they go and return now? The comments were predominantly from non-players, voicing their myriad questions, many laced with envy and indignation over their fate. Lamenting that only students could experience this momentous occurrence, they felt a sense of injustice for not being able to partake in this world-shaking event. Why did it seem as though they had never heard of Pokémon? Yiming pondered suddenly. The only player he had encountered was Bai Shui, who was unfamiliar with Pokémon, and it was understandable that not everyone was a Nintendo player. Yet, it seemed as though, at this moment online, everyone was oblivious to the existence of Pokémon. Ding. For the sake of game balance, all memories and entities related to Pokémon have been erased from reality. What? To maintain game balance, all memories had been cleared, including entities. Yiming was momentarily stunned, instinctively repeating the system's notification. He then oddly picked up his 3DS, only to find that the game cartridge in the slot had indeed vanished without a trace. Searching online for Pokémon-related keywords, he discovered that aside from today's newly posted articles and information, there was a complete void. Ah, so this is my privilege then, Yiming shrugged. His memories of Pokémon had not been erased. Thus, possessing knowledge about Pokémon would afford him an advantage over other players, allowing him to navigate his path with much less difficulty. Not only would he start ahead, but he would also have a head start. While others might stumble into traps along the way, how utterly unfair. Unable to contain his laughter, Yiming grabbed his phone and opened Douyin and live streaming applications. Unsurprisingly, the internet celebrities, eager for attention, were not going to miss this opportunity. Videos and live streams were all related to the crossers or Pokémon. The trending topics. Television channels, whatever the medium, were inundated with discussions about Pokémon, igniting an unprecedented nationwide online discourse. Servers across various platforms reached peak user capacity, with discussions about Pokémon even permeating online games. Regardless of status, be it high-ranking officials or ordinary families, whether in the subway or on the streets, through online or offline interactions, the collective curiosity of humanity reached its zenith, fervently striving to acquire information about another world and Pokémon. Never before in human history had there been a moment of such intense scrutiny. Chapter 24, The Boiling Network. There are numerous inquiry posts, so I decided to search for any dedicated threads from players. To be honest, these posts lacked substance, and Yiming was not particularly interested in them. He was far more curious about the reactions and information from other players, particularly the students. At that moment, Yiming maneuvered his mouse and keyboard to conduct another search. What is this? A new forum has emerged? Pokémon Forum. Yiming's expression turned peculiar. Due to the system, the Pokémon Forum should not exist. Its appearance indicated that it had just been established. Upon entering, he found that indeed, the number of followers was scant, just a few dozen. However, after refreshing the page, the count rapidly surged to over 100. Evidently, they were also eager for a platform to exchange information, and this newly formed Pokémon Forum was clearly the ideal space for such exchanges. Player 1, stop hiding and come out. Suddenly, Yiming's gaze fell upon a newly posted thread title, prompting an involuntary gasp. Player 1? Wasn't he that himself? Yiming raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and clicked to see what the poster wished to convey. Player 1, stop hiding and come out. Hey, big shot, could you take me under your wing? I'll follow your lead. If you say east, I 1T dare to go west. If you say 1, it's 1. If you say 2, it's 2. Could you please take me with you? Is that possible? Crying. Upon entering, he discovered that the body of the post contained merely this single line. The title exuded an air of dominance, yet the content was laced with an abject humility, reminiscent of a child pleading for a seasoned player's guidance in an online game. That is utterly hilarious. This stark contrast caused Yiming to pause, and upon regaining composure, he couldn't help but laugh aloud. Quite amusing indeed. Yiming scrolled down to witness the reactions of others. After all, the theme of the post revolved around him, and it would be disingenuous not to be curious. Damn, is this person using some sort of cheat? This is too outrageous. They've had several world announcements in a row. Even seasoned players and private servers wouldn't be so excessive. Exactly. Here I am with just a cater pie, having picked up a Pokeball off the ground, thinking I was lucky to be the second to capture a Pokémon. And yet I haven't even managed to catch my cater pie before the second world announcement comes in. Angry. Indeed, it feels almost like cheating. Not only did they capture a Pokémon in just a few minutes, but it also evolved right after. I inquired with Nurse Joy at the Pokémon Center, and she mentioned that the fastest to evolve are usually bug-type Pokémon. However, even a Caterpie typically takes at least 2 to 3 days to evolve into Metapod, and then requires an undetermined amount of time to evolve into Butterfree. Is that so? That certainly seems strange. I just don't know how to report this. Is Player 1 around? If possible, could you take me with you? I have a cute voice and a great figure. Observing the diverse array of comments on the screen, Yiming wore a playful smile. This scene resembled a strategy post following the launch of a new game, exuding a nostalgic charm. They could never have imagined that Yiming was indeed cheating. After all, he had the system bound to him. Taking others under his wing was out of the question. This was not merely a computer game. How could he guide them? What a bunch of fools. Yiming chuckled at his own thoughts and continued scrolling. Do you know how much Pokeballs cost at the Pokémon store? 400 Alliance coins. Damn it. I went to a place where the raw materials for Pokeballs were cheaper, so I only paid 300 Alliance coins. Holy crap, are Pokeballs really that expensive? I must have been ripped off by the ranch lady in Pallet Town. I worked for 3 hours and only got 5 Alliance coins. Damn it. It's all those people's fault, snatching business and driving down wages. It's ridiculous. Having any is better than none. I volunteered to help and thought the NPC would reward me, but I didn't receive a single penny, which made me so mad that I ended up robbing. Did you succeed in robbing? I had a similar idea before. I did, but I was caught by a girl named June Shah and a Pokémon resembling a dog, and I've been locked up ever since. That is too funny. Your luck is abysmal. Indeed, every type of player exists. Just as in the real world, there are numerous absurd maneuvers. Yiming chuckled at this individual's experience. The audacity to rob only to be caught by Officer Jenny was truly foolish. It seemed that despite having their memories wiped by the system, they had still managed to gather a fair amount of information during this time, such as knowing that capturing Pokémon required Pokeballs. However, these Pokeballs had to be purchased with Alliance coins. Reflecting on their dismal experiences of being exploited, Yiming wore a peculiar smile. Recalling the 2 crates of milk he had given to Professor Oak, which earned him a whopping 800 alliance coins. Well, to be precise, 799 alliance coins. Clearly, his luck was exceptionally high, having encountered an extraordinarily generous ranch lady. In contrast to others' plight, the ranch lady's willingness to provide money for the milk delivery to Professor Oak was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Alliance coins may not be of great value in the Pokémon world, but for those from Earth, each coin was invaluable. They would willingly trade an hour of labor for just 1 or 2 alliance coins. Suddenly, Yiming stumbled upon a new post. High price for alliance coins. Have players already begun collecting alliance coins at a premium? Yiming squinted slightly. Although he anticipated the emergence of astute and resourceful whales utilizing their real-world backgrounds and resources to purchase alliance coins, thereby gaining an advantage upon re-entering the game, allowing them to buy Pokeballs or healing items right away, it was surprising that, in such a short time, perceptive whales had already begun this endeavor. Contemplating this, Yiming clicked on the post. High price for alliance coins, 200 yuan for 1 coin, face-to-face transaction, accepted areas or City S. City H, City G, City B. The poster merely stated this one line. 200 yuan for 1 coin? Yiming frowned slightly. Quite frankly, this price was exceedingly low, akin to a fire sale. The current value of alliance coins in the real world far exceeded a mere 100. Only the uninformed would choose to accept such a low price and part with their alliance coins. Yet, among the replies, numerous individuals expressed willingness to trade at this rate, though they typically possessed only a few coins. Chapter 25. Undercurrents Rising in the Depths of the Night, Cheng by Shui. Clad in a delicate blue nightgown that revealed her porcelain-like arms, inquired with curiosity about her grandfather's unusually swift meeting. In the past, meetings would languidly stretch for hours. Yet this time, it seemed there was little time for deliberation. Just as she was poised to send a message to him, her grandfather returned. The urgency of special circumstances leaves little room for lengthy meetings, especially when faced with unprecedented events that complicate the discussion of agendas, Cheng Lao remarked wearily, placing his briefcase down and rubbing his aching nose after removing his spectacles. Upon reopening his eyes, a look of perplexity and sorrow filled them. Are you very tired, grandfather? Please, sit down. Allow me to massage your shoulders, Bai Shui offered, noticing the rare frown on her grandfather's face that replaced his usual gentle smile. Oh, that feels quite pleasant. By the way, Bai Shui, could you summon it again? I would like to see it once more. Oh, you mean Eevee? Certainly. Although puzzled as to why her grandfather, who had already seen Eevee, wished to observe it again, Bai Shui obediently dashed to retrieve the Pokeball, releasing Eevee from its confines. Eevee, be good now. Eevee blinked its bright, glistening eyes, appearing exceptionally docile, and did not resist as Cheng Lao examined it as though it were an exhibit. It looks no different from an ordinary cat or dog. You previously mentioned that this so-called Pokémon possesses considerable destructive power? Cheng Lao's wise eyes gleamed with skepticism, finding it hard to believe. Its size is merely slightly larger than a domestic cat, far from that of a large dog. What kind of so-called moves could it possibly unleash? Do not underestimate Eevee. It is indeed formidable. However, it does not compare to the Greninja I previously mentioned. Bai Shui's eyes shimmered as memories of commanding Greninja alongside Yiming surfaced in her mind. Could you elaborate on the capabilities of this Greninja and the extent of the destruction it caused? Cheng Lao pondered briefly before a spark of insight illuminated his gaze. It is Greninja. To describe it more specifically, let me think. Bai Shui pursed her lips in contemplation, scanning her surroundings until her eyes lit up. She dashed to the wall, pointing at its sturdy surface. Greninja's attack could easily destroy this wall. The elderly Cheng Lao regarded the wall, his weathered face deepening in worry. Although Bai Shui had previously described it, he had not taken her words to heart, perhaps dismissing their significance. For even if these so-called Pokémon possessed destructive capabilities, they would certainly be no match for modern firearms. However, just moments ago during a meeting at the Investigation Bureau to discuss related matters, he received alarming news, an unsettling revelation that, if disseminated, would incite chaos and uproar. Modern firearms had inexplicably failed. It was akin to a collective incident of time travel, utterly defying logic, leaving experts, even the most distinguished, bewildered and at a loss. They merely speculated about the emergence of unknown elements leading to this unforeseen phenomenon. Upon receiving this news, the seasoned Cheng Lao's eyes widened in disbelief. In that instant, he comprehended the implications of modern firearms failing while Pokémon remained viable. The increasingly aged Cheng Lao moved to the window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the vast, shadowy night, his thoughts profound. The world is on the brink of transformation. Observing the myriad of information emerging online and the transactions involving the acquisition of Alliance coins, Yiming's fingers rhythmically tapped on the table, lost in contemplation. It appeared that many individuals had begun to sense the impending change. Despite lacking the concrete insights provided by the system that he possessed, undoubtedly, those acquiring Alliance coins were likely influenced and controlled by powerful familial factions. They aimed to leverage their accumulated resources in reality to procure Alliance coins, ensuring their descendants would have ample currency upon entering the Pokémon world, thereby gaining a crucial advantage. Both capturing Pokémon with Pokeballs and healing them with potions required Alliance coins. Wasting time in the Pokémon world on accumulating currency would be a grave miscalculation. To secure gaming capital for their progeny, the resources in reality were trivial. Those families with foresight and determination would not hesitate to invest a modest sum. They were undoubtedly aware, or at least sensed, the monumental changes that lay ahead. This was an unprecedented opportunity, and to stabilize their footing amidst the forthcoming upheaval, one must consider every aspect and seize the initiative. As Yiming had surmised, various factions across Huagua were, on this very night, converging in a tacit agreement, pooling their resources in a rising tide of undercurrents. Chapter 26. The configuration of the new world. Do you wish to harness the resources of reality and transform them into a foundation for your journey as a trainer? Yiming lightly tapped his fingers on the table, a playful smile gracing his lips. It must be said, this is the typical scenario of a pay-to-win player in an online game. They possess greater resources and inherently superior conditions compared to others. However, no matter how much they invest, they cannot surpass me, a player with an inherent advantage. Yiming sighed leisurely, a sense of solitary pursuit of defeat enveloping him. Bound to the system, while others were just stumbling from the starting line, Yiming was already nearing the finish. Beyond his current innate advantages, he possessed the most significant and critical resource, information. While others remained blind, groping through the dark, Yiming, armed with system information, could navigate effortlessly, always seizing the initiative, a comfort that could not be bought, no matter the investment. Contemplating this, Yiming glanced at the system's Fusion Progress interface. Current Fusion Progress, 10. The Pokémon world is undergoing its first phase of updates. Note: the deactivation of modern weaponry has been completed in the real world. Deactivation of modern weaponry? Yiming paused momentarily. So soon? This must have attracted significant attention from the authorities, possibly even triggering the highest level of emergency protocols. Yiming began searching for related information online, but found nothing. They surely knew, but this information must have been thoroughly sealed off. After a brief hesitation, Yiming understood. The news of the deactivation of modern weaponry could not leak a single whisper, as it might incite a series of chain reactions, causing public panic and further destabilizing an already chaotic situation. While large-scale collective traversals and Pokémon information could not be entirely contained, the news of the deactivation of weapons, which were already under state control, could and must be suppressed. Perhaps those within the system, upon inadvertently discovering such news, would also remain tight-lipped, not daring to divulge a word. It was evident that the state would take measures while the information remained contained, as it would not be long before it spread in this information-saturated world. Yiming knew that following this shocking event, the authorities could not remain passive, for it touched upon the very foundation of national power. Even if not part of the think tank, the elites of various nations understood that this incident was undoubtedly related to the collective traversal and the alternate world. What specific reactions would emerge from above? How intriguing. Yiming's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of brilliance igniting within. The loss of modern weaponry implied a lack of balance and control over the destructive Pokémon, leading to a significant decrease in deterrence and the potential for chaos. However, nations equipped with think tanks would not allow the situation to spiral out of control. They would inevitably respond. How long would the system update take? With the system, Yiming was privy to first-hand information that others could not access, such as the duration until he could re-enter the Pokémon world. First phase update duration, within 2 days. Note: the entry point to the Pokémon world will be at various schools. Please prepare accordingly. The update would occur within 2 days. And the location would be schools? Yiming was somewhat taken aback, not expecting that re-entering the Pokémon world would require a specific location. Within 2 days. At a school, a crucial element for re-entry into the Pokémon world would appear. After a moment of contemplation, Yiming stretched lazily. Initially, he had considered taking a break during the system update to indulge in some leisure, but knowing that the forthcoming opportunity would be at school, he would undoubtedly attend as usual. He wondered if, after acquiring Pokémon, others would still have the inclination to attend school. A slight smile curled at the corners of Yiming's mouth. After all, others were completely unaware of this news. This world was on the brink of monumental transformation. One could foresee that it would likely adopt a worldview where strength reigns supreme. With the absence of modern weaponry, trainers possessing Pokémon would become a pivotal force in shaping this new world, perhaps even establishing new rules. In this new realm, while wealth and power may still hold some weight, it was evident that a trainer's strength would become paramount, akin to the Pokémon world, where powerful trainers would be revered and admired by all. Survival of the fittest, strength above all. How exhilarating. The mere thought of the potential future sent shivers of excitement through Yiming. As the system's fusion progress continued, the transformation of the real world remained an enigma. At that moment, a notification from the system suddenly broke the silence, causing Yiming to tremble with anticipation. Please select the configuration of the new world. 1. Benevolent order. 2. Malevolent chaos. You want me to choose the configuration of the new world? What does that mean? Confused, Yiming looked to the system's explanation. New world configuration will influence the inclination of the system when selecting new players post-update. Gazing at the system's explanation, Yiming's pupils constricted, his breath quickening. This was indeed a genuine choice regarding the configuration of the new world. The system had granted Yiming the authority to choose the identity of new players entering the Pokémon world after the update. Previously, it had been a student demographic. But now, though the selection would be random, Yiming could influence the system's preferences for the types of individuals it would favor. If he opted for benevolent order, the new players entering the Pokémon world would likely consist of those with kind hearts and a strong sense of responsibility. In such a scenario, even if the news of the deactivation of modern weaponry spread, the world, although it might experience some level of chaos, would ultimately maintain a semblance of order and stability. Conversely, should he choose malevolent chaos, the system would likely increase the probability of those with malicious intent and intense negativity entering the Pokémon world. What might transpire when such individuals suddenly acquired Pokémon and returned to the real world? One could easily envision a state of utter chaos. Understanding the gravity of his choice and its potential ramifications, Yiming's expression turned grave. Should he opt for a gradual reshuffling of the world under a certain order, or embrace total chaos, paving the way for a new world defined by strength at a faster pace? Yiming closed his eyes, deep in thought. Yet, moments later, Yiming opened his eyes again, their glimmer reflecting an unwavering calm. He resolved not to unleash the Pandora's box of malevolent chaos. Indeed, while choosing chaos might yield the greatest benefits for the currently dominant and powerful Yiming, the risks were equally substantial, and he had no desire to reside in a world devoid of basic order. Selecting players randomly while ensuring the new world possessed a foundation of benevolent order seemed quite satisfactory. Although Yiming secretly hoped for a swifter reshuffling of the world to maximize his advantages, Wait? Yiming suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could the system possibly offer a third option, maintaining both tendencies at an equal level? Beep. The chaotic neutral option has been generated. Would you like to select it now? Yes, no. Chaotic neutral? Yes. Beep. The host has successfully chosen chaotic neutral. Recording in progress. Recording complete. The probability for the next player entry has been adjusted. Chapter 27. Return to school. As Yiming gazed at the system's notification, his eyes sparkled with the fervor of ambition. In the midst of chaos lies a balance of disorder and order, creating myriad opportunities. In this new world, I shall reign supreme. With fervent excitement, Yiming held the Pokeballs of Charmeleon and Froakie in each hand. It was difficult to believe that all of this was real. It felt like a dream. Had these events not transpired, Yiming would have followed a mundane trajectory, merely graduating from high school, settling for a job, and facing the relentless grind of society. Ultimately becoming just another cog in the machine, blending into a rigid social class, perhaps even reaching a managerial position, yet living a life indistinguishable from the majority. In this world, an invisible chasm of social stratification exists, where one's origins often dictate their future. Those born with silver spoons possess innate advantages, be it in quality education, lifestyle, perspectives, or connections, allowing them to secure victory from the very start, an insurmountable divide. Ordinary individuals may toil endlessly, yet they struggle to bridge this gap and keep pace with their privileged counterparts. For instance, while you strive to master a skill, a silver-spooned individual has already entered the workforce, becoming your superior. This is the stark reality. However, the future promises a transformation, heralding a new order and new rules. Yiming's voice dropped to a low murmur as he instinctively tightened his grip on the Pokeballs. In the impending era shaped by the Pokémon world, the existing financial and power structures of reality are poised for upheaval, crumbling to give rise to a new societal hierarchy where a trainer's strength will be paramount. Possessing strength signifies that both wealth and power will be within reach. This is a complete and utter reshuffling. Everyone, regardless of their status or station, will soon have the opportunity to seize unprecedented chances during this upheaval. One can rewrite their destiny and forge a legendary new epic. Come forth, Charmeleon and Froakie. As the two Pokeballs opened, beams of white light burst forth, revealing Charmeleon and Froakie before Yiming. They surveyed their surroundings, puzzled, then redirected their gaze to Yiming. Charmeleon, Froakie, this is my world, Yiming smiled, gesturing toward the window. Froakie. Charmeleon and Froakie exchanged glances, then, at Yiming's encouragement, approached the window. Upon witnessing the starkly different environment outside, disbelief flickered in their eyes. They did not doubt Yiming's words. Rather, it was simply too astonishing. Another world? After a brief silence, Charmeleon and Froakie quickly accepted the reality, as they hailed from a wondrous realm themselves and possessed a strong capacity for acceptance. Charmeleon, Froakie. Yiming's smile faded, his gaze turning resolute. Froakie? Charmeleon and Froakie were taken aback, staring at Yiming, who had suddenly grown serious. How about joining me in conquering this world? Oh, no, I misspoke. It should be. Yiming interlocked his fingers, leaning slightly forward, a fierce glint in his eyes. How about joining me in conquering both of these worlds? Whether in the realm of reality or the Pokémon world, Yiming aims to reach the pinnacle. Anything less would be unacceptable. With the acquisition of the system and the companionship of Charmeleon and Froakie, Yiming's ambitions soared to unprecedented heights. Observing Yiming's determined demeanor, radiating ambition, both Charmeleon and Froakie brightened, their hearts ignited with fervor. As Pokémon, they inherently possessed a fighting spirit and a pursuit of strength, and attaining unparalleled power was their dream. They had no reason not to respond to Yiming's vow. In that dimly lit room, the eyes of Charmeleon and Froakie gleamed brightly as they nodded vigorously. The city where Yiming resided was H-City, a second-tier coastal city. Among the many cities in Huagua, H-City did not stand out significantly, yet as a second-tier city, it at least boasted adequate educational resources and facilities. Within H-City lies Tianlan High School, the most prestigious institution in the area, renowned for its long-standing history and excellent academic foundation. This very school is where Yiming studied. Bro, what Pokémon do you have? Did you bring them with you? I'm too scared to bring them. What if they get confiscated? Impossible. What authority does the school have to confiscate? They wouldn't dare go against us. Look, ISNT my Rattata handsome. Its little buck teeth shine so brightly. Ugh, what a disgusting Pokémon. It looks like a rat. Put it back in the Pokeball. How dare you call my Rattata disgusting? Come on, Pokémon battle. Let us go to the playground. Oh, so you want to challenge me? All right, I'm game. I envy those who have Pokémon. I don't even have a Pokeball. Don't be discouraged. According to the information I found online, only about 8 of players actually have Pokémon. I don't have any either. It's all right. I'll just work harder next time I get into the game. Can you guarantee you'll be able to get back into the game? When will you be able to go in again? Oh, how would I know? But since they said there will be an update, I believe we should be able to get back in afterward. As Yiming approached Tianlan High School, he noticed clusters of students gathered along the roadside, excitedly discussing topics that ranged from animated enthusiasm to palpable frustration, all centered around the themes of game, Pokémon, and updates. To his surprise, there were quite a number of them. Navigating through the corridor and entering the classroom of Class 3, Year 2, Yiming observed the classroom with a calm demeanor, noting that the attendance was no different from usual. Perhaps it was simply inertia, or maybe they were eager to exchange information and experiences about the Pokémon world, resulting in nearly full attendance. Chapter 28, The Class Flower and the Wealthy Heir. As Yiming gazed at his classmates, their faces brimming with excitement akin to that of children encountering a novel online game. A nostalgic smile crept across his face. If any of you have Alliance coins, I am willing to purchase them, whatever amount you possess, he remarked. At that moment, Yiming's attention was drawn to a voice that had been deliberately raised. He instinctively turned towards the source. Leaning against the side of the podium was a boy of similar age to Yiming, his demeanor exuding an air of arrogance. This was Xiao Gao, a classmate known for his affluent background due to his family's business endeavors. He often flaunted his wealth and was always in possession of the latest technological gadgets, frequently boasting about his business acumen and the idea that profit governs all. Despite being somewhat annoying, Xiao Gao was perpetually surrounded by a group of sycophantic friends. Now, it seemed he intended to acquire Alliance coins within the class. Yiming speculated that this must have been sanctioned by his family, for Xiao Gao alone could hardly muster the funds necessary for such a venture. Given that his family was engaged in commerce, it was reasonable for them to recognize the current scarcity of Alliance coins and be willing to assume the associated risks. Curiosity piqued. Yiming wondered what price Xiao Gao would offer for the coins. I have 10 Alliance coins, Xiao Gao. What will you offer? He inquired. Indeed, Xiao Gao. How much are you willing to pay? I want exchange for less than 100 for each coin, another classmate chimed in. At the very least, it should be 40. No, 50 for each coin, considering that in that world, we earn only 2 or 3 coins per hour of labor. That's merely a reflection of your ineptitude in creating favorable working conditions. But returning to the point, Xiao Gao, there are still few with alliance coins in the real world. As the saying goes, rare commodities command high prices. Your family is in business. You ought to understand that principle, another classmate added. Many other students expressed interest, eager to ascertain how much Xiao Gao was willing to pay for their alliance coins. As others posed their inquiries, Xiao Gao smirked, raising 3 fingers in response. Observing this gesture, several students furrowed their brows, while others appeared surprisingly receptive to the proposed price. Just 30? It should be at least 40, one remarked. 30 is quite acceptable. I have 10 coins, which makes 300, a decent sum, another added. I feel it's a bit low. Xiao Gao. It should be at least 40 to 50 per coin. I can't accept 30. 30 is merely passable, another chimed in. As Xiao Gao surveyed the varied reactions of his classmates, his smirk widened, revealing his delight as he regarded them with disdain. How could I offer such a paltry sum? That would be a disservice to you all. What I mean is, 300 for each coin. Xiao Gao's declaration detonated in the classroom like a bombshell, leaving everyone, save for Yiming, in disbelief, questioning whether he was jesting. Is that for real? 300 each? Are you certain? You can't be serious. 300 per coin? Even if you are wealthy, you can't afford to squander that much. If each alliance coin is worth 300, then I have 15 coins. That's 4,500. Goodness, that's enough for a laptop. Another exclaimed. Xiao Gao, you're incredible. Spending so lavishly, having money makes a difference. Xiao Gao reveled in their astonishment, lifting his chin higher, nearly touching the ceiling with his nose. I'm not joking. It's 300 each. If you're willing to sell, I can pay via QR code, he declared. Upon hearing this, the rest of the class could no longer contain themselves. Rushing towards him. I'll sell. I have 8 coins. One shouted. Step aside, I was here first. Xiao Gao, skin mine. I have 15. Another shouted. Xiao Gao was indeed impressive. The allure of exchanging one alliance coin for 300 in cash was irresistible to them as high school students. After all, 10 coins would amount to 3,000 in cash, enough to purchase a new phone or laptop. Only 300? Yiming scoffed upon hearing Xiao Gao's price and witnessing the frenzy of students eager to exchange. This price was far too low. Only a fool would trade with Xiao Gao. Last night, he had glanced at the current market price for alliance coins online, which had soared to over 1,000. The price today would surely be higher than yesterday. Initially, Yiming had contemplated exchanging several coins if Xiao Gao's offer was reasonable, but 300 was nothing short of highway robbery. If these students were aware of the online rates, they would never consider trading with Xiao Gao. Pondering this, Yiming chose not to intervene. He had no desire to disrupt Xiao Gao's lucrative endeavor, especially since he had never crossed paths with him in animosity. At that moment, a graceful figure entered the classroom, radiating the unique charm of youthful femininity. She was Xining, the class flower of Yiming's class. Elegant and poised, under the influence of youthful hormones, Yiming had once held a fondness for her. However, as the so-called class flower, she was besieged by suitors, adorned with various designer labels, most of which were gifts from her admirers. In the past, Yiming had been self-aware enough to recognize that Xining would never reciprocate his feelings, thus refraining from pursuing her, content to steal glances from afar. However, his current state of mind had transformed dramatically. No longer did he merely cast furtive glances. He now assessed Xining openly. Yet, for reasons unknown, this time, Yiming felt no flutter of emotion. His mind instinctively conjured the image of Bai Shui, leading him to compare the two. In contrast to the pure and endearing Bai Shui, Xining, once perceived as unattainable, now seemed rather ordinary. If graded on a scale of 10, Bai Shui would merit a score of 9.5, while Xining would hardly surpass 6. Yiming scrutinized her, reflecting on how her ostentatious display of high-end brands and excessive makeup rendered her utterly unappealing. How had he ever found Xining beautiful? Sighing inwardly, Yiming chastised his former self for his naivety. Unbeknownst to him, his perspective had subtly shifted due to the binding of the system, as he now possessed qualities that others could only aspire to. A mere class flower like Xining no longer held any significance for him. Chapter 29. The scheming class flower. Good morning, Yiming greeted the enchanting class flower, Xining, upon noticing Yiming's gaze upon her. Morning, Yiming replied nonchalantly. Xining, seated at her desk, suddenly sensed something amiss. Under normal circumstances, a greeting like hers would at least prompt Yiming to instinctively avert his eyes. Yet today he remained remarkably composed. Intrigued, Xining couldn't help but scrutinize him. Is there something on my face? Yiming wondered, perplexed by Xining's peculiar gaze. It was as if she were inspecting him for an imperfection. "Oh no, nothing at all. It's just that you seem a bit different today," she said. Her curiosity piqued by his unexpected willingness to meet her gaze. "Really?" "Haha," Yiming shrugged, feeling no particular change within himself. Well, if it were the old Yiming, he would have been thrilled by my attention. Why is he acting so strangely today? Xining thought. Irritation creeping into her mind as she observed Yiming's uncharacteristic demeanor. To her, all the boys in class were mere prey, ensnared by her charm as if caught in a spider's web. Yet, at this moment, Yiming had seemingly escaped her grasp, leaving her astonished, with a twinge of discomfort. Xining, refusing to accept defeat, moved closer to Yiming, eager to witness his instinctive reaction to her proximity. To her surprise, he remained as still as a statue, showing no signs of embarrassment. How peculiar. Is my outfit unappealing today? She pondered, puzzled. Is something the matter? Yiming inquired, sensing her unusual behavior. Nothing, just, "Hey, Yiming, what are they doing over there, all crowded together?" Xining asked, pursing her lips and subtly huffing before swiftly changing the subject. "Oh, it's just Xiao Gao and the others buying alliance coins." Buying alliance coins? How much did Xiao Gao spend? 300. Yiming chuckled, knowing that if their classmates were aware of the online prices, they would undoubtedly demand their coins back from Xiao Gao, selling for over 1,000. It was outrageous to acquire them for just 300. 300? Is that even possible? Xining exclaimed, taken aback by the revelation. If I had 20 of those, that would amount to 6,000. I could finally buy that lipstick I've always wanted. Her eyes sparkled as she watched Xiao Gao, surrounded by admirers. Xiao Gao was not only one of her suitors but also her most significant target, having gifted her numerous cosmetics. Compared to him, Yiming, who lacked any designer brands, seemed utterly insignificant. Suddenly, Xining felt a revelation wash over her. The reason for Yiming's unusual demeanor today was undoubtedly a calculated attempt to feign indifference, hoping to attract her attention. To her dismay, she realized she had fallen for his ruse. How foolish of you, Xining. How could you be so easily deceived? She scolded herself internally. It was impossible for her meticulously crafted appearance to go unnoticed. Frustrated, she lost interest in engaging Yiming further, despite having intended to inquire about his gaming experiences. I cannot let this slide. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, deeming Yiming's efforts to lower himself and approach her rather contemptible. Amidst her brewing resentment, Xining's gaze flickered toward Xiao Gao, who was still surrounded by admirers, and a cunning idea sparked in her mind. She inched closer to Yiming, nearly pressing against him, while simultaneously attempting to catch Xiao Gao's attention. "Xiao Gao, I have alliance coins too. Can I sell them to you?" Perhaps due to the sharpness of her voice or Xiao Gao's familiarity with it, he perked up, extending his neck to greet her amidst the bustling crowd. However, at that moment, Xiao Gao caught sight of Xining and Yiming seated together, appearing as if they were an intimate couple. With no classmates around, their close proximity was glaringly obvious. Xiao Gao's expression hardened instantly. Yiming observed the unfolding scene, his fondness for Xining plummeting, obliterating the last remnants of his goodwill toward her. He could not fathom why she seemed intent on targeting him. It was evident that Xining's deliberate actions aimed to position him in opposition to Xiao Gao, perhaps intending to humiliate him in front of the very person pursuing her. Yiming pondered their lack of past grievances and the absence of any prior interaction, questioning why Xining would employ such underhanded tactics against him. "Xining, you are here," Xiao Gao said, parting the crowd as he approached them. His eyes bored into Yiming, perceiving him as an unwelcome presence. Did Yiming not realize he was pursuing Xining? Despite his simmering anger, Xiao Gao refrained from acting overtly aggressive, understanding that such behavior would tarnish his image in front of Xining and their classmates. However, this did not mean he would not take measures to demonstrate the disparity between himself and Yiming, ensuring the latter would avoid Xining henceforth. "Hey, Yiming, how was your day yesterday? How many alliance coins did you earn working in the game? You can exchange them for cash with me." With that, Xiao Gao cast a disdainful glance at Yiming's phone, adding, "After selling your coins, you could buy a decent phone. Even the recyclers would turn their noses up at that one, haha." Xiao Gao's voice was deliberately loud, and as he laughed heartily, Xining distanced herself from Yiming, joining in on the laughter, her eyes reflecting a similar contempt. Yiming's phone was indeed a low-end model. The other classmates exchanged glances, some quietly chuckling alongside Xiao Gao, while others felt uncomfortable, sensing the harshness of his words. Yet, none spoke up. In an instant, the classroom atmosphere grew tense, with all eyes, whether filled with disdain, mockery, or pity, focused squarely on the solitary figure of Yiming. Chapter 30. The Nation Takes Action. Various expressions were cast towards Yiming, who maintained a calm demeanor with a subtle smile gracing his lips. Initially, he had no intention of engaging with Xiao Gao, but since the latter approached him directly, Yiming picked up his phone and began tapping on the screen. His silent posture only served to intensify Xiao Gao's contempt, who mistakenly believed that Yiming had conceded. A sense of satisfaction washed over him. Heh, Yiming, you haven't managed to earn a single alliance coin in the game. Have you? What a pity. I was planning to exchange some cash for more. Xiao Gao looked down at Yiming with an air of disdain, exuding an unpleasant superiority. However, in the next moment, Yiming suddenly thrust his phone towards Xiao Gao. What are you doing? Xiao Gao exclaimed, startled as Yiming's phone nearly touched his nose. Instinctively thinking Yiming was about to strike him. To his surprise, Yiming made no aggressive move. He merely gestured for Xiao Gao to look at his phone. What do you mean? Are you trying to sell me your phone? Sorry, but I don't deal in junk. Yiming, with a serene smile, indicated for Xiao Gao to examine the contents of his phone. He had searched for nothing other than the current market price of alliance coins. Upon hearing this, Xiao Gao's gaze fixated on the screen, his body stiffening as his expression fluctuated between pale and flushed, a look of bewilderment washing over him. What's wrong, Xiao Gao? What's on the phone? Xining inquired curiously, noticing his reaction. The others leaned in as well, their eyes drawn to Yiming's phone, eager to understand what could elicit such a response from Xiao Gao. It's nothing else. I simply searched for the alliance coin value in the game. Currently, there are offers online willing to pay 2,000 cash for one alliance coin. Xiao Gao, your shady dealings with our classmates seem rather inappropriate, don't you think? Yiming stated bluntly, showing no regard for Xiao Gao's pride. He then set his phone down with a scoff. Observing Xiao Gao's peculiar expression with a tone laden with mockery, a gasp of disbelief echoed throughout the classroom, leaving everyone, including Xining, in a state of shock. How much? Did I hear correctly? 2,000 for one alliance coin. Really? That's impossible. They're not made of gold. Let me see. Those with phones quickly began searching online, only to discover that the alliance coins they possessed were indeed valued at a staggering 2,000 cash. What does this mean? Just 5 coins would amount to a whopping 10,000 cash. 10 coins would equal 20,000. Their breaths quickened, as high school students. They had never encountered such an opportunity for easy cash. The way they looked at Xiao Gao turned distinctly hostile, with offers online reaching 2,000 cash for alliance coins. Xiao Gao's buying price of 300 seemed scandalous. A difference of nearly 7-fold? This was utterly outrageous. Realizing the collective gaze of his classmates upon him, Xiao Gao felt a chill run down his spine, involuntarily shivering. He hastily explained, "Oh, if it weren't for Yiming, I wouldn't have known. I had no idea people were offering 2,000 online. It was my mistake, but no worries. Since that's the case, I'll buy them at 2,000 cash. I'll make up the difference for those who sold earlier." Upon hearing Xiao Gao's willingness to compensate, the other's expression softened slightly. Xiao Gao wiped the sweat from his brow. Fortunately, his family had provided him with a generous sum of 400,000, instructing him to acquire alliance coins at school. Initially, with a price of 300, he could have secured 1,000 coins. Now, thanks to Yiming, he would be lucky to gather 200 coins. A shadow flickered in Xiao Gao's eyes, his resentment towards Yiming bubbling beneath the surface. Yiming, are you not even tempted by my offer of 2,000 cash for a single alliance coin? Right now, they're valuable, but they won't hold worth for long. I have plenty of alliance coins. You might not even be able to handle it. Yiming crossed his arms, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Ha ha ha, don't joke. I'll buy as many as you have. Money is no object. Xiao Gao laughed heartily, vowing internally to maintain his facade before Yiming. He had already collected 90 coins from others and believed he could accommodate Yiming, even if he had 100 coins. Is that so? Yiming smirked, retrieving 10 neatly stacked alliance coins from his inventory, placing them on the table. 20 coins. Not bad. But with such bravado earlier, I expected you to have more. Turns out, it's just 20. Xiao Gao sneered at the sight of merely 20 coins, realizing they only amounted to 40,000 cash, while he still had over 200,000 left. Yiming's expression remained unchanged as he produced 30 more alliance coins. Xiao Gao's smile faltered slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. 50 coins, impressive. I'd need to spend 100,000 to take them all. The others couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of 50 alliance coins, worth 100,000 cash. Yiming's smile grew more enigmatic as he laid out 50 more coins on the table. 20 plus 30, and now 50, adds up to 100 alliance coins. Xiao Gao's grin finally stiffened as the total approached his financial limits. 100 coins, well, that's 200,000. I do have. His voice trailed off, barely audible as he realized the gravity of the situation, his eyes widening in shock. At that moment, Yiming revealed another 100 alliance coins, their golden sheen dazzling. Yiming regarded Xiao Gao as one might observe an inconsequential jester. 200 alliance coins. Can you handle that? Aye. Xiao Gao managed to utter a single syllable. Before he could say more, Yiming casually produced another 200 coins in one go. All eyes widened in astonishment. For 100 alliance coins. Can you handle that? Yiming enunciated each word clearly. Xiaogao felt as though he were encased in lead, frozen in place. Mouth agape, yet unable to articulate a single word. The classroom fell into a profound silence, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The class beauty, Xining, stared blankly at the table brimming with 400 alliance coins, her mind racing. 400 alliance coins equated to 800,000 cash. As everyone remained engulfed in disbelief. Yiming smiled. Now, if I could just obtain 399 more alliance coins, that would total 799, or essentially 800 coins. Xiaogao, can you handle that? With that, Yiming produced the final 399 coins, neatly arranged on the table. Resembling a dragon's golden treasure, a sight so radiant that it was almost blinding. But wait, let me check the latest online prices first. As everyone remained frozen in disbelief, Yiming leisurely picked up his phone to search for information. Upon discovering the news, Yiming raised an eyebrow. It seems the government has intervened. The alliance currency can now be exchanged directly at the 4 major banks at a unified rate of 5,000 per unit. A smile graced Yiming's lips as he observed the dazed Xiaogao, who was nearly blinded by the prospect of the alliance currency before him. 5,000 in cash. What a shocking revelation, akin to a bomb detonating in their minds, causing everyone to gasp in astonishment. Their pupils dilating in disbelief as they fixated on the pile of alliance currency on the table. 1 unit, 5,000. 800 units would amount to. For million in cash? An eerie atmosphere enveloped the classroom, as their gazes instinctively filled with avarice. Had it not been for the last vestiges of rationality holding them back, they might have lunged forward. Xiaogao, can you still eat now? Yiming's smile was laced with amusement as he regarded the now petrified Xiaogao. With the government stepping in to acquire the currency, the price had surged to an unprecedented 5,000. 800 units translate to 4 million. Xiaogao swallowed hard, his eyes locked onto Yiming. A chill inexplicably creeping into his heart. No matter how he contemplated the situation, he could never have anticipated that Yiming possessed a staggering 800 units of the alliance currency, and that the government would be involved as well. 800 units, 5,000 each, which equals 4 million. I can't take it. Merely 4 words. Yet they emerged from Xiaogao's lips as though he were surrendering everything. After uttering these words, his gaze became vacant, his head bowed as if utterly drained. Compared to his earlier arrogance and self-satisfaction, he now resembled a defeated rooster, a stark contrast to his former demeanor. Silence lingered in the classroom. Chapter 31. Tasks in the Real World. 1 alliance coin can be exchanged for 5,000 in cash at the bank. How extraordinary is this concept? 800 coins amount to a staggering 4 million. Both Xiaogao and Xining, along with their classmates, stared in a daze at the 800 alliance coins on the table, lost in thought until Yiming collected them, snapping them back to reality. Most of them came from ordinary families and had never encountered such a fortune. Even Xiaogao, who was labeled a rich second generation, had never seen so much cash. I thought you had a lot of cash. Even 800 alliance coins seemed too much for you to handle. Yiming remarked bluntly, causing the previously haughty Xiaogao to become despondent. Under the impact of this new pricing perception, the others could not help but crowd around Xiaogao, speaking up in unison. Hey, Xiaogao, about those alliance coins you just received. I searched on my phone, and the bank indeed announced that the exchange rate has risen to 5,000. You can exchange them at the bank counter, so can you return them to me? Regardless, the price difference is too vast. Xiaogao, just exchange them back. I don't want to go to the bank, just compensate me with a 3,000 difference for each coin. Upon learning the latest exchange rate, those who had previously exchanged coins with Xiaogao could no longer contain their impatience and demanded to cancel the transaction. 5,000 for 1 alliance coin. Although Xiaogao had promised to refund a 3,000 difference for each, it was still a significant loss. Xiaogao appeared like a soulless zombie, returning all the alliance coins he had received. He could not have anticipated that things would escalate to this point. If it weren't for Yiming revealing the online price, he could have profited immensely by selling each coin for 4,007. If he had not provoked Yiming, he would have made a fortune. Realizing what he had lost, Xiaogao felt an impulse close to vomiting blood. Yiming, you're incredible. I didn't expect you to possess so many alliance coins. What kind of adventures have you had in the game? Could you share it with me? Xining's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she instinctively leaned closer to Yiming, her voice dripping with sweetness. Compared to Yiming, who had several million in liquid assets, Xiaogao, with merely a small family business, was insignificant. If Yiming were pleased and rewarded her with a few alliance coins, she could directly purchase that designer lipstick. In an instant, Xining made her choice between the two. Scram. Yiming glanced at her. The coldness of his single word froze Xining's smile in place. Yiming, just now. Xining stammered, realizing something but still attempted to speak. However, Upon meeting Yiming's icy gaze, she couldn't help but lower her head shyly, returning silently to her seat. Afraid to utter a word. What a superficial sycophant, Yiming thought, suddenly realizing how she was merely a showy flatterer. Perhaps it was the appearance of Bai Shui that provided a contrasting figure. Compared to Bai Shui's gentle, charming, yet resolute demeanor, Xining's conniving flattery and ostentatious makeup seemed utterly vulgar and repulsive. I wonder how Bai Shui is doing now. I'm really foolish, Yiming couldn't help but self-deprecate. In the Pokémon world, how could he have forgotten to ask Bai Shui for her contact information? Although mobile phones were unusable there, he could have recorded her number or WeChat account. Bai Shui's school seemed quite renowned. Yiming searched for the emblem and name on Bai Shui's school uniform and soon confirmed that it was an elite school in Kyoto. An elite school in Kyoto suggests that Bai Shui's background might be quite remarkable, Yiming mused. Bai Shui's poise and elegance, along with her manner of interaction, revealed she had received an excellent upbringing and education. In stark contrast, Xining's deliberate pursuit of brand names and her heavy makeup highlighted the vast disparity between them. Truly, there is no harm without comparison. The school bell finally rang, and the classmates who had reclaimed their losses returned to their senses, instinctively taking their seats. Ding. Host has received the fusion task, Initial Battle. At the moment the school bell rang, Yiming also heard the system's prompt. What? Initial Battle? Why does that sound so familiar? Haven't I done this before? I completed it when fighting the Pokémon thief earlier. Surprised, Yiming confirmed that those 4 words had appeared before and curiously glanced at the task description. Fusion task, Initial Battle. Task level, F. Task time limit, none. Task description, complete a Pokémon battle in the real world. Task reward, skill enhancement card. So, it requires conducting a Pokémon battle in the real world. Yiming understood. This initial battle, although sharing the same name as before, was different. The previous one took place in the Pokémon world and was about his first battle there. Now, this new task demanded a Pokémon battle in the real world. A skill enhancement card seemed rather intriguing. Instinctively tapping his fingers on the table, Yiming scanned the room. He wondered if anyone among them had obtained a Pokémon and would be willing to battle him. Surely they would be inclined to do so. If not, he could simply offer Alliance coins as compensation for a practice match. Yiming was unconcerned about the Alliance coins, despite their current high value. With the government exchanging them for 5,000 in cash, once he re-entered the Pokémon world and returned to reality, the value of the coins would plummet. Presently, one Alliance coin was worth 5,000, but next time it could be merely 10. The current inflated price was merely a means for those in power to provide their family's player offspring with initial resources for the upcoming game. However, Yiming was more curious about whether the class would continue. As Yiming pondered, their beautiful homeroom teacher entered the classroom with a stack of materials. For some reason, Yiming sensed a hint of nervousness in her demeanor. Chapter 32, Information Gathering. Ahem, good morning, dear students. The enchanting homeroom teacher, Lin Shi, radiated a smile so brilliant it could outshine the sun. Her voice was melodious, imbued with a charming lilt, starkly contrasting her usual austere demeanor. A shiver of inexplicable unease washed over the students, including Yiming, as they exchanged bewildered glances, hardly able to believe this was their teacher. It was well known that their previous beautiful instructor often wore a frosty expression, as if each student owed her a debt. She could easily be likened to the Ice Queen. What had caused this peculiar transformation today? Had she perhaps taken the wrong medicine? Yiming mused with a peculiar expression. Ahem. Realizing her demeanor might be overly exaggerated, Lin Shi cleared her throat and, after a moment, managed to suppress the blush that had crept onto her cheeks from embarrassment. Her gentle tone was indeed uncharacteristic. However, the previous night, a typically stringent male teacher had been subjected to bizarre creature pranks that left him sleep-deprived and terrified, reportedly on the brink of a nervous breakdown, leading to his absence today. Given this context, how could Lin Shi dare to speak sternly to the students, who were now accompanied by these strange creatures? If she too fell victim to the night's antics, it could spell trouble. Every teacher understood that these so-called strange creatures were the magical pets the students had brought back from their journey to another world. It was said that these magical pets were not only fantastical in appearance, but also possessed various abilities, such as breathing fire and spouting water. Consequently, Lin Shi was genuinely apprehensive of the students, fearing she might incite their displeasure and suffer a similar fate. Teacher, isn't the first class supposed to be math? Why hasn't the math teacher arrived? One student inquired. The math teacher is unwell and has taken a leave of absence today. But there's no need for him to come, as we won't be having class, Lin Shi replied. The students erupted into lively chatter upon hearing her words. No class today? How splendid. What shall we do then? If I had known, I would have stayed home to play with my unicorn worm. Humph, the unicorn worm is poisonous. Aren't you afraid of being poisoned by playing with it? You think I don't know you're just jealous? Hee hee, without magical pets, how does that feel? In an instant, the classroom buzzed like a bustling marketplace. Silence. Linshi instinctively reprimanded the noisy classroom, but almost immediately, the image of the weary teacher with dark circles under his eyes flashed in her mind, transforming her demeanor from stern to amiable. Dear students, please lower your voices. I have tasks to assign, so do not rush, she said, distributing a stack of papers to the first row of desks, indicating that each student should take one and pass it along. Today's task is to complete this information sheet. It won't take much of your time. Just fill it out as instructed, Linshi added. As Ming received the sheet, a playful smile crept across his face. The so-called information to be filled out pertained to their experiences, observations, and knowledge of the otherworld, the realm of magical pets, requiring them to describe it as thoroughly as possible. Additionally, there was a section for optional input regarding their magical pets, including levels, attributes, names, and so forth. New developments had emerged swiftly. Ming twirled his pen, intrigued by the content before him. It was evident that this was a governmental initiative aimed at utilizing existing educational resources to gather information. The task was distributed across schools, where students would fill in relevant details, which would later be compiled for a comprehensive understanding of the otherworld. Through the students' descriptions, a vivid depiction of the magical pet realm, including its environment, cultural geography, and social systems, could be constructed. Notably, the most crucial and sought-after information would undoubtedly pertain to the magical pets themselves. What a highly efficient idea, Ming remarked with admiration. The government had initiated the purchase of Alliance currency with an unprecedented 5,000 Alliance coins, followed by this efficient method of information collection, demonstrating a swift response to the unprecedented changes that had occurred within just a day. Ming acknowledged the speed of this reaction. Should he disclose information about the magical pet world? Perhaps not. It seemed there wasn't enough space for extensive details, just a brief overview would suffice. Currently, Ming possessed the most comprehensive understanding of the magical pet world, as his related memories had not been erased. However, he realized that the sheet might not accommodate all the information he wished to provide, so he decided to summarize it, such as mentioning the Kanto Alliance and various attributes of magical pets, believing this would pique the government's interest. Ming's motivation stemmed from the understanding that both the magical pets and their related information would become strategic national resources. Sharing some details with the government was a necessary step to position Huaguo ahead of other nations, which was imperative. As for the magical pet he owned, Ming intended to mention only his Charizard, as he wished to keep certain details private. Furthermore, the sheet seemed designed for just one magical pet's information, perhaps not accounting for the possibility that someone might possess two. Students, hurry and write. Once you finish, you may go home directly. Of course, if you wish to stay and converse, that's perfectly fine too. Linshi encouraged them to complete the information sheets, marking the end of her duties for the day. 40 minutes later, the bell rang, and Linshi collected all the completed sheets before hastily departing, appearing eager to avoid further interaction with the students. That world sounds truly fascinating, filled with so many wondrous magical pets, brimming with mystery. One student exclaimed. Indeed, I even saw murals at the Pokémon Center, which Miss Joy claimed depicted legendary Pokémon. Another added, What? Legendary Pokémon? That sounds impressive. Wait, you have a Pokémon Center there too, and Miss Joy? I'm in Hualan City. Where are you? I'm in Nibai City. We have one too, and her name is also Miss Joy. She has sweet pink hair styled like a bow and is assisted by a Pokémon called Chansey. Isn't that a coincidence? That's the same one I have. Me too. Listening to their banter, Ming merely smiled in silence, pondering the enigma that was Miss Joy's family. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from a distance, accompanied by cheers and raucous noise, seemingly emanating from the playground. In an instant, all attention, including Ming's, was drawn towards the commotion outside. What could possibly be happening on the playground? Chapter 33, Vulpix and Houndour. The sound seemed to emanate from the playground. Let us go and take a look. It appears that a great many people have gathered there. You all go ahead. I shall not join you, as I still need to exchange my Alliance coins. The sound originated from the school playground, and since the homeroom teacher announced that there would be no classes today, the students, curious and eager for entertainment, poured out of their classrooms to discover what commotion awaited them. It seemed as though a multitude had congregated at the playground. Could it be that the entrance to the Pokémon world had reopened? Ming's first reaction was to recall what the system had previously indicated. The school was a pivotal point for returning to the Pokémon realm. Creating a stir was indeed to be expected. However, the system had not provided any alerts. Perhaps someone was engaged in Pokémon battles. This thought barely crossed his mind before Ming dismissed it. Out of equal curiosity, he made his way toward the playground. Along the way, He noticed many others who had also come to investigate the source of the noise. Wow, there are quite a few people here. Even the last school sports meeting did not attract such a crowd. Upon reaching the playground, he was greeted by a dense throng of people. And blocked by the human wall, Yiming could not see what was happening inside. As he squeezed his way through the crowd, he listened to the murmurs around him. Stop crowding around here. The spectator seats are open. If you want to watch, go up there and don't just gather here. Hey everyone, don't push. The audience area is open. Let us head up to watch. Wow, what an impressive Pokémon. It looks so small yet can breathe fire. How adorable. I really envy how Muhan got it. Perhaps beauty is universally adored. Muhan, I love you like a mouse loves rice. Get lost. Do you think Muhan is someone you can love? A toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Senior Tianlin, you can do it. I'm cheering for you. Listening to the surrounding chatter and the commotion at the center, Yiming began to piece together what was happening. His earlier guess about a Pokémon battle was indeed correct. At that moment, the spectator stands, constructed for the sports event, had opened, and many spectators shifted to these areas for a better view, thus alleviating the pressure on Yiming as he managed to push his way to the front of the throng. As expected, the scene at the center aligned perfectly with Yiming's imagination. To his left stood a composed youth with a straight posture and rectangular glasses, exuding calmness. Yiming recognized him as Tianlin, the president of the student council at Tianlin High School. It was clear that he was not an ordinary individual, possessing a degree of cunning, and it was rumored that he hailed from a prestigious family in City H. To Yiming's right was a delicate young girl. Her skin as smooth as jade, and her deep-set eyes sparkled like a sky full of stars. A small beauty mark beneath her left eye added an enchanting allure to her appearance. Her cascading hair flowed gracefully, radiating an extraordinary elegance. This was Muhan, the renowned goddess of Tianlin High School. The beauty mark under her left eye was widely admired, earning her secret admirers who referred to her as the goddess of tears. Yet, despite the gentle connotation of this moniker, Muhan often appeared indifferent, seemingly uninterested in anything, which had caused many suitors to experience disappointment. At this moment, the focal point of the crowd, Muhan and Tianlin were not engaged in idle chatter, but were locked in a thrilling Pokémon battle. Vulpix and Houndour, these two were indeed fortunate. Upon witnessing the Pokémon commanded by Muhan and Tianlin, Yiming raised an eyebrow in surprise. Muhan had a Fire-type Vulpix, while Tianlin commanded a Fire-type Houndour. Both Vulpix and Houndour were not creatures one could encounter casually. Although they were not as rare as the starter Pokémon, they still belonged to the category of scarce finds, unless one ventured to specific locations. Discovering a Vulpix or Houndour was quite challenging. The fact that Muhan and Tianlin had each acquired such Pokémon was not merely luck. It also indicated their astuteness and intelligence. Yiming could not help but ponder that while he had heard of Muhan and Tianlin being from the prominent Mu and Tian families in City H, such backgrounds could not provide them any advantage in the unexpected transition to the Pokémon world. Thus, their ability to obtain Vulpix and Houndour under these circumstances suggested their capabilities were far from ordinary. One could not underestimate others, Yiming thought while stroking his chin. Although no matter what miraculous encounters others had, they paled in comparison to Yiming, who possessed a system. Still, it was essential to maintain a sense of urgency. Only with such awareness could one progress more swiftly. Vulpix, level 17. Houndour, level 18. Although they were far inferior to his level 30 Greninja, which could easily dominate them, Vulpix and Houndour were already quite impressive compared to others, especially considering their levels were not far from his Charmeleon. However, in terms of strength, they could not rival Charmeleon. As Charmeleon had evolved from Charmander, an evolution typically signified a comprehensive enhancement in power. Both Vulpix and Houndour required specific conditions, needing Fire-type evolution stones to evolve. It was evident that the Vulpix and Houndour they possessed were not captured from the wild. Yiming was certain of this because capturing Pokémon of this level without prior battles would be exceedingly difficult unless they had already lost their will to fight. As Yiming contemplated, the playground, serving as the battlefield, continued with the ongoing confrontation. Currently, Vulpix was at a distinct disadvantage. Vulpix, use Ember. Despite the dire situation, there was no trace of panic on Muhan's delicate features. With a renewed spirit, Vulpix deftly dodged Houndour's fierce charge and harnessed its inner fire energy, unleashing a torrent of flames that enveloped the area, causing those nearby to feel the heat and gasp in awe. Houndour swiftly dodge and follow up with Flame Wheel. Though they were both novices, they executed their moves with admirable finesse. Yiming observed with approval, realizing that they had not wasted their time in the Pokémon world, as their actions indicated they were no strangers to Pokémon battles. Houndour. With remarkable speed, Houndour leaped forward, kicking up dust as it dashed, its velocity increasing to the point of leaving afterimages. Effortlessly evading the Ember, Houndour surged forward, engulfed in flames, and crashed into Vulpix with the force of a fireball. With a heavy blow, Vulpix was sent flying several meters back. Chapter 34, The Center of Attention. The intense Pokémon battle left the audience in awe. Wow. Senior Tianlin and his Arcanine are truly formidable. Is that flamethrower? It looks both cool and powerful. I can't help but feel envious. Muhan and Vulpix keep fighting. The outcome seems to have been decided. Vulpix cannot match Arcanine. Senior Tianlin is so strong. His Arcanine is already at level 18, truly invincible. Vulpix, already injured, is now under further attack, exhaustion overwhelming its delicate little body. Though it can still barely stand, it appears utterly despondent. Vulpix, are you all right? A flicker of concern crossed Muhan's exquisite face, tinged with compassion. Vulpix struggles to remain upright, shaking its head to signal its readiness to continue battling. Muhan. Perhaps it would be best to end the match here. There is no Pokémon Center in the real world, and should Vulpix sustain any serious injury, I would feel remorseful. Tianlin chuckled lightly, refraining from allowing Arcanine to pursue and completely defeat Vulpix. However, if it ended this way, Arcanine would not gain any battle experience. But Tianlin felt indifferent about it. Very well. Muhan hesitated momentarily before calling Vulpix back without hesitation, tenderly comforting the disheartened creature. It's all right, Vulpix, you've done your best. Thank you. As she smiled, her entire demeanor transformed, radiating a warmth that enveloped those around her, prompting smiles from others as well. Wow. Senior Tianlin has achieved a 3-game winning streak. A clean sweep. I initially thought Muhan's Vulpix had a chance of victory, especially given its high level. Yet the outcome was still the same. Tianlin is such a gentleman, sparing Vulpix. Indeed, there is no Pokémon Center in reality. If it were severely injured, there would be nowhere to treat it. Who truly knows how to heal Pokémon? The spectators unanimously expressed their approval of Tianlin's gentlemanly conduct, though a few girls felt discontent, envious of his concern for Muhan. At Tianlin High School, if Muhan is considered the dream goddess of every boy, then Tianlin is the partner that every girl aspires to have. The crowd gathered on the playground was drawn by Tianlin's invitation for Pokémon battles. Having already won 2 matches, the atmosphere peaked when Muhan stepped up for the third. From a vantage point on the platform, the principal of Tianlin School and several teachers observed. They hurried over upon hearing Tianlin's announcement about the Pokémon battles, knowing well that as the student council president, he was reliable and composed, yet still concerned about maintaining order and safety. Their curiosity about the so-called Pokémon also compelled them to witness the event firsthand. They marveled at the extraordinary abilities displayed by Tianlin and his fiery companion, intrigued by the spectacle. It was apparent that Tianlin was indeed an exceptional student, capable of rising above challenges. The portly principal expressed his admiration for Tianlin's performance. Indeed, having a student like Tianlin who stands out brings immense satisfaction to me as the homeroom teacher. A slender young teacher with white-framed glasses nodded in agreement. The other teachers exchanged glances, rolling their eyes, but saying nothing. Muhan also performed commendably. Throughout the 3 matches, she was the only one able to contend with Tianlin. Although she ultimately lost, her performance surpassed that of Xiao Ming and Wang He. Another female teacher remarked, her words resonating with the others, who nodded in agreement. In contrast to the previous 2 students who were dominated by Tianlin's Arcanine, Muhan and her Vulpix engaged in a thrilling back-and-forth battle, only slightly lacking in command. She appeared hesitant, suggesting that she had yet to fully embrace the concept of Pokémon battles, which Tianlin capitalized upon to secure victory. Principal, I heard a rumor this morning that a major competition will be held at the end of the month across the city. Is it true? Tianlin's homeroom teacher inquired tentatively. The principal cast a curious glance at him. You seem well informed. Oh, I just happened to hear about it. So, is the news genuine? Tianlin's teacher's eyes brightened, as the principal's demeanor seemed to confirm the rumor. Yes, it is from the higher-ups. All schools in the city will participate in the trainer competition at the end of the month. You should inform Tianlin and Muhan. Although this isn't a contest of academic performance, our Tianlin school must not fall short in the upcoming competition. The principal's expression grew serious. Given the current uncertain circumstances, it was imperative to actively participate in all measures dictated by the higher authorities. He had a premonition that the future of schools would no longer solely focus on students' academic achievements, but would likely forge intricate connections with Pokémon. He contemplated the necessity of ensuring Tianlin School excels in the upcoming trainer competition, highlighting the importance of students like Tianlin and Muhan, who possess remarkable Pokémon. Understood. The 2 homeroom teachers nodded in agreement. There should be nothing more to see, right? The principal glanced below, reflecting on the 3 so-called Pokémon battles, and found himself feeling unexpectedly hopeful. Chapter 35, exchanged for a necklace. Muhan. My cutty dog was gifted to me by the esteemed gym leader Xiaobo from the Red Lotus Island. I am quite curious about how you acquired your Vulpix. It seems to complement you perfectly. Tianlin took a step closer to Muhan, smiling as he inquired. His cutty dog was a fortuitous gift, bestowed upon him by Xiaobo after it assisted him, a token of appreciation for its capabilities. Tianlin believed that such serendipity was a rarity, reserved for those few fortunate enough to possess both talent and luck, and Muhan might just be one of them. It was exchanged for a necklace, Muhan replied, cradling her Vulpix and tenderly stroking its soft fur. Whether intentional or not, she did not meet Tianlin's gaze as she spoke. A necklace? Surely not. Tianlin was taken aback, his fingers twitching slightly as he struggled to regain his composure and force a smile. Is it the very necklace I gifted you? Indeed. It was kind of you, Muhan responded, a hint of apology in her tone as she lifted her long eyelashes. It was somewhat inappropriate to trade a gift from someone else, yet at the time she had not formally accepted it. It was merely a byproduct of her unexpected journey that had led her to carry the necklace with her. Tianlin felt a sudden pang in his heart, his smile turning bitter. He had meticulously chosen that necklace for Muhan, yet her casual mention of exchanging it made it seem as if it held no significance. This left him, a person with a strong sense of pride, feeling uneasy, but in the presence of Muhan, he could only muster a faint smile. There is no need for apologies. Since I gave it to you, it is yours to do with as you please. Despite his words, Tianlin felt a deep-seated dissatisfaction. He was used to being pursued by beautiful women. Yet, Muhan remained indifferent to his advances, unaffected by his entreaties. It was also true that if Muhan were easily won over, the achievement would lack meaning. Understanding this, Tianlin's smile took on a genuine quality. In that case, I shall gift you another necklace next time. No need. Thank you. As for the previous one, I will reimburse you at the original price. Muhan seemed disinterested in further discussion, walking away with her Vulpix, leaving Tianlin with a frozen smile on his face. Witnessing this exchange, the onlookers murmured in astonishment. Most students at Tianlan High were aware of Tianlin's pursuit of Muhan. It was no secret. What puzzled them was Muhan's apparent disinterest in him, despite their compatibility in status and appearance. What are you saying? Isn't this better? Everyone has a chance now. That's a fair point, but you, my friend, have no chance at all. Excuse me? Care to repeat that? Tianlin, aware that he needed to maintain his image in front of the entire school, did not display much disappointment, still wearing a faint smile. He surveyed the crowd. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me for a Pokémon battle? Standing alone in the playground, Tianlin felt as if he were the star of a grand stage, the spotlight upon him, relishing the attention and the sense of dominance it brought. He squinted slightly, extending his arms, an indescribable feeling coursing through his mind. Here, he was the center of attention. Is no one brave enough to challenge me? Tianlin felt a twinge of anxiety. All right, though it's just 3 battles, I have showcased my strength effectively. At least in Tianlan High, he was undoubtedly the best. With some information gleaned from his family, Tianlin had a premonition that soon the strength of trainers would become as valuable as wealth and power, perhaps even surpassing them. I'll take you on. Lost in thought, Tianlin was suddenly brought back to reality by a calm voice. Instinctively turning towards the source, he saw a boy, equally handsome, with an indifferent demeanor. Who is he? Coming to his senses, Tianlin sized him up. He had never seen this individual before and concluded that he was merely an inconspicuous student at the school. With a slight sneer, Tianlin remarked, "Wow, someone dares to challenge Tianlin? Impressive. Just for that courage, I must commend you. Who is he? I've never seen him before. He seems somewhat handsome. A decent hairstyle would do wonders." "Hey, Yiming?" He asked, challenging Tianlin. Someone recognized the challenger. Really? Someone else is stepping up to challenge Tianlin. The old principal and others, who were about to disperse, returned to the leadership platform, surprised to find an unfamiliar student stepping forward. Well, at least he has courage. Indeed, Tianlin's prowess has been displayed, and he still dares to step up. That is commendable. The other teachers watching the spectacle agreed, though they had not entered the Pokémon world. They were well aware of the power of Tianlin's cutty dog, which could easily overpower an ordinary human. Shall we battle? No problem. But should your cutty dog rest a bit to make it fair? Yiming suggested as he approached, glancing at the cutty dog. The system had once more presented the initial battle task, requiring Yiming to engage in a Pokémon battle in the real world. Seizing Tianlin's open challenge was the perfect opportunity to fulfill this task. Haha, no need. My cutty dog is warmed up and in peak condition. Tianlin chuckled lightly, dismissing Yiming's suggestion. In his eyes, the abilities demonstrated in reality would be even more pronounced in the game, just as he had earned Xiaobo's admiration and Muhan had traded her necklace for the Vulpix. Thus, Tianlin believed this seemingly inconsequential passerby at Tianlin High would likely achieve little in the game. Perhaps, if lucky, he might acquire a Butterfree or Beedrill. Eager to fight once more and relish the feeling of being in the spotlight, Tianlin certainly would not refuse Yiming's challenge. He returned to his original position. The Pokémon I shall use in battle is this cutty dog. Now, release your Pokémon. Including Tianlin, everyone focused intently on Yiming, curious about what Pokémon he would unleash. Even Muhan, standing aside, directed her attention towards Yiming. Come forth. Facing the gaze of so many onlookers, most would feel intimidated. However, Yiming merely smiled faintly, tossing a Pokeball into the air. Chapter 36. Cornered. A resounding thud echoed as the Pokeball arched gracefully through the air, then quietly opened, releasing a brilliant white light that cascaded to the ground. Before everyone stood a creature reminiscent of a dinosaur, its orange body ablaze with a fiery tail, the Charmeleon. With a fierce roar, the Charmeleon's flame flickered even more vigorously upon the side of its opponent, the Snubbull. It flexed its arms, exuding an aura of battle readiness. Yiming had chosen Charmeleon over Greninja, not out of mere strategy, but because he felt deploying Greninja would be an unfair advantage. After all, they were classmates. Were they not? One could only imagine Tianlin's reaction upon facing a level 30 Greninja. He would likely be utterly astounded. The disparity was akin to a father wielding a belt against his son, an insurmountable difference. Charmeleon. Tianlin's pupils dilated as he recognized the Pokémon Yiming had sent forth. Charmeleon, capable of evolving into the formidable Charizard. How could he possess a Charmeleon? Hadn't Shabo mentioned that Charmanders were exceedingly rare near volcanoes? Tianlin was taken aback, never anticipating that Yiming would deploy a Charmeleon. During their time on Red Lotus Island, he had witnessed Shabo's Charizard soaring majestically through the skies, radiating an imposing presence. Thus, his desire for a Charizard surpassed even that for a speedy Houndoom. He had long set his sights on acquiring a Charizard, fully aware of the challenges it would entail, yet he believed in his potential to achieve it. Now, confronted with the realization that a mere passerby from his school possessed the Charmeleon of his dreams, it struck him like a bolt from the blue, rendering him momentarily speechless. Well, what a remarkable Pokémon. It seems much fiercer than Snubbull, he mused. I recognize it. Charmeleon, the evolved form of Charmander. I've seen it before. Like Snubbull. It's also level 18, so it should be an even match. However, he pondered, did everyone not see the synergy between Tianlin and Snubbull? Muhan's Vulpix, at level 17, was no match for Snubbull. There was merit to this argument. The outcome would ultimately depend on the forthcoming battle. As the surrounding students witnessed Charmeleon's emergence, a buzz of conversation ensued. Charmeleon was indeed one level higher than Vulpix, equating it to Snubbull at level 18. At the very least, their levels were comparable. Charmeleon. Is it also a fire-type Pokémon? Muhan mused, gently stroking Vulpix's head while glancing at Yiming and Charmeleon from a distance. With a sudden growl, Snubbull glared defiantly at the newly arrived Charmeleon. In response, Charmeleon roared back, unyielding. The atmosphere grew tense, and the emotions of those present shifted palpably. Tianlin's expression darkened. Upon realizing that Yiming owned a Charmeleon, he was overwhelmed by an unfamiliar sensation, an intense and long-buried jealousy. Born with a silver spoon in his mouth and accustomed to a life of privilege, Tianlin rarely experienced jealousy. Yet now, confronted with Charmeleon, he was consumed by it. Why him? Why did he deserve a Charmeleon? But even if you possess Charmeleon, I, too, can stand triumphantly on the stage of victory alongside Snubbull. Snubbull, unleash Flame Wheel. As if sensing its trainer's emotions, Snubbull bared its fangs and let out a fierce howl. In a rapid sprint, Snubbull was enveloped in a blazing aura, resembling a fiery wheel in motion. Charmeleon, smokescreen. Yiming commanded, unfazed by Snubbull's advance. With a mighty roar, Charmeleon released a thick cloud of smoke, swiftly engulfing a significant portion of the battlefield. Snubbull, caught off guard, dashed into the smoke, its form vanishing alongside Charmeleon's. Within the haze, Charmeleon too struggled to discern its surroundings. Snubbull, keep charging, Tianlin thought, believing that as long as Snubbull unleashed Flame Wheel and darted through the smoke, it would inevitably strike Charmeleon. What a reckless move. Yiming smirked, surprised that Tianlin would entertain such foolish thoughts. Boom. A torrent of flames erupted from the smoke, swirling like a coiling fire serpent. Tianlin was taken aback by Snubbull's pained howl, astonished that the flame wheel had successfully struck Snubbull despite the lack of visibility. As the smoke dissipated, both Charmeleon and Snubbull reappeared, but Charmeleon emerged unscathed, while Snubbull bore the brunt of the attack. The position of Snubbull was irrelevant. Charmeleon merely needed to unleash Flame Wheel at the right moment, anticipating Snubbull's approach. Observing Tianlin's astonishment, Yiming smiled faintly. To have Charmeleon execute Flame Wheel. Tianlin clenched his fists, his breath heavy, his eyes blazing with indignation. How could Charmeleon and Yiming share such a profound battle synergy? Rivaling that of his own bond with Snubbull? No, it was not merely comparable, it was far superior. With just a simple command, Charmeleon understood implicitly. What kind of connection was this? Tianlin gritted his teeth, the flames of resentment in his eyes almost tangible. Why had his level 18 Snubbull so easily defeated Muhan's level 17 Vulpix? The levels were nearly identical. The reason lay in Tianlin's fortunate exposure to Shabo's combat training at the Red Lotus Gym, and Pokémon battles of equal strength. The disparity in trainer skill becomes glaringly evident, often enabling one to utterly dominate their opponent. Muhan had faltered due to her inexperience and indecisiveness. Lacking the synergy between trainer and Pokémon that is crucial for unleashing their full potential. Erroneous commands could easily lead to relinquishing victory. Thus, Muhan had suffered a one-sided defeat, for her opponent was Tianlin, who had benefited from the guidance of a gym leader. The synergy between Tianlin and Snubbull had long been established, bolstered by experience. Unbeknownst to Tianlin, both the synergy and experience that Yiming shared with Charmeleon had been forged through rigorous training in the Evergrande Forest, a bond he could scarcely hope to match. In uncertain circumstances, rash actions could lead to dire consequences. Yiming, unhurried, offered guidance on Tianlin's performance. Indifferent to whether the typically proud Tianlin would accept it with humility. Stop wasting your breath. Tianlin spat through gritted teeth, his voice nearly a roar. His outburst left the onlookers in stunned silence, exchanging glances. The usually poised and composed Tianlin had revealed a different side of himself, one that was unexpectedly volatile. Tianlin had indeed been cornered. As they observed his uncharacteristic loss of composure, the spectators remained silent. Chapter 37. The confused chosen one. The sight of Tianlin losing composure surprised the old principal and the other teachers on the platform. As the president of the student council, Tianlin was regarded as an exceptionally outstanding student, their impression of him always being that of a polite and composed individual. They had never witnessed such a display of disarray from him. Was this subconscious stress response triggered by the realization that someone had surpassed him? Arcanine, howl? A glimmer of cold light flickered in Tianlin's eyes as he shouted loudly. With a resounding howl, Arcanine unleashed its signature move. Enveloped in a mysterious force that caused its form to swell and its aura to surge dramatically. The howl was capable of significantly enhancing the Pokémon's attacking prowess. Show it who's boss, Arcanine. Use agility to close the distance. Determined, Tianlin was intent on ensuring Yiming's defeat was thorough. Boom. The swift-moving Arcanine dashed forth. Its speed so remarkable that it left an afterimage in its wake. Ghost face. Yiming remained unfazed. The pressure exerted by Tianlin and Arcanine was far less formidable than that posed by the Beedrill leader they had faced earlier. Ghostface, known for its ability to drastically diminish an opponent's speed, was at play. Roar. With the roar of Charizard, Arcanine suddenly perceived a massive, sinister shadow grinning behind the fiery creature, its crimson eyes and menacing jaws seemingly poised to devour Arcanine whole. A primal fear seized Arcanine's mind, causing its speed to falter as if it had slammed on the brakes. Now, unleash Flamethrower. Throughout the exchange, Yiming's tone remained calm, suggesting that Arcanine was merely a training partner for Charizard, a sentiment shared by both Yiming and Charizard. Compared to the Beedrill leader, Arcanine posed little threat. Whoosh! A column of searing flames erupted, hurtling toward Arcanine. Arcanine, snap out of it. Dodge. Tianlin felt a pang of urgency and quickly warned. Arcanine regained its senses just in time, witnessing the oncoming torrent of fire and, startled, leaped sideways. After evading the flames, Arcanine was relieved to find it was not far from Charizard, allowing it a moment to react. However, at that instant, Arcanine suddenly heard a rushing sound approaching from the side. Glancing over, it discovered that Charizard had closed the gap. Flame Fong. Roar. Charizard opened its mouth wide, its fangs glowing with blazing heat, and sank them fiercely into Arcanine. Crack. Under the assault, Arcanine let out an enraged howl, managing to break free after a struggle. Arcanine. We cannot lose to it. Use Tackle. Tianlin gritted his teeth as he observed Arcanine endure setback after setback. Split. Yiming uttered 2 words. Whoosh. Arcanine, fueled by anger, executed its tackle but failed to hit Charizard, who effortlessly sidestepped as if it were a seasoned matador. Immediately following, Charizard, positioned beside Arcanine, extended its arm, glowing with intensity, and struck down on Arcanine's side like a razor-sharp blade. The frail midsection of Arcanine shuddered under the impact, staggering forward as it nearly fell to the ground. Yet, Arcanine managed to catch its breath and barely maintain its footing. Remaining composed at all times is a fundamental quality of an exceptional trainer. A trainer's emotions can influence their ability to assess situations and subsequently affect their Pokémon. Ming, akin to a teacher genuinely concerned for his student, spoke to Tianlin in an instructive tone. Though Ming's tone was neutral, it sounded abrasive to Tianlin, whose face darkened, contorting into a snarl. As a prodigy, Tianlin could hardly tolerate being lectured by his peers, even though he recognized the truth in Ming's words that Summer had once shared with him. This only made Ming's advice more grating, rendering it intolerable. Enough with the chatter. The battle isn't over. Tianlin struggled to suppress his emotions, but the tidal wave of anger and frustration made it impossible for him to maintain his usual calm demeanor. It seemed there was no way to fight back. Tianlin felt completely overwhelmed, completely outmatched. The spectators, witnessing the battle, could not help but entertain this unfathomable thought. Despite both Pokémon being at level 18, why did the situation appear so lopsided? They had just witnessed Tianlin's Arcanine overpowering Muhan's Vulpix. Now, however, the roles were reversed. The one in control was Ming, while Tianlin found himself at a disadvantage. As they exchanged glances, the eyes of the onlookers were filled with a mixture of awe and respect. How astonishing! Is this the bond between a trainer and their Pokémon? Muhan gazed at Ming and Charizard, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Her heart stirred. She looked down at her Vulpix, whispering softly, "Vulpix, will we be able to be like them one day?" "Who?" Vulpix tilted its head, uncertain. "Ah, you lack confidence." Muhan chuckled gently. "Who?" Vulpix finally nodded earnestly. "Arcanine, gather your strength. Let's use Flame Fang." With the boost from the howl, Tianlin believed Arcanine's Flame Fang would surpass Charizard's power. Crack! Arcanine leaped into action, unleashing its Flame Fang, its menacing maw engulfed in flames as it lunged at Charizard. Given the short distance, Charizard was caught off guard, and Arcanine successfully bit down fiercely on Charizard's shoulder. Charizard split. Ming's tone remained unchanged. "Roar!" Enduring the scorching pain in its shoulder, Charizard raised its right arm, gathering light as it howled and struck at Arcanine's midsection once more. Having already been struck at the waist, Arcanine's pupils dilated in fear, and it retreated hastily, narrowly avoiding Charizard's attack. Now Charizard, in this battle with Dragon Breath. Ming's eyes sparkled with resolve. "Roar!" Charizard, already primed for action, unleashed a torrent of Dragon Breath, its ominous energy surging forth. Caught off guard, Arcanine was engulfed by the fierce Dragon Breath, the overwhelming force sending it tumbling backward like a ragdoll, crashing to the ground. With such a devastating blow, Arcanine lost all sense of combat awareness. Arcanine, have I lost?" Tianlin stood frozen. Disbelief etched across his face as he struggled to comprehend the situation. He had lost. So accustomed to savoring victory, Tianlin now found himself adrift in confusion. Similarly, those who had believed that Tianlin and Arcanine still had a glimmer of hope were left breathless, unable to grasp the reality of what they had witnessed. Why did it feel as though the two sides were not even in the same league? It was akin to placing a lightweight contender against a heavyweight in a professional boxing match, so utterly mismatched. The entire arena was enveloped in an inexplicable atmosphere of silence, thick with tension. Chapter 38, Update Notification. Previously, Tianlin, brimming with confidence as if invincible, has unexpectedly suffered defeat, and in such a crushing manner. Everyone exchanged incredulous glances, finding the scene before them utterly astonishing. Is this the fire-type Charizard? So formidable. It is said that upon evolving into a fire dragon, it becomes even stronger. But something feels amiss. They are supposedly of the same level. So why did the battle turn so one-sided? I can't shake the feeling that it's due to the trainer. Goodness, who is this remarkable individual? I have never seen him before. I once thought no one could surpass Tianlin, but here we are. Amidst the murmurs, they regarded Ming with a mix of envy and reverence, many already inquiring about his identity. Tianlin's level 18 Houndour was already an immovable mountain in their eyes, yet someone has effortlessly cleaved through that mountain. This student. I do not recall ever seeing him before. The old principal gazed in astonishment at Ming, who had vanquished Tianlin. Unlike Tianlin, he had no recollection of Ming at all. This is strange. Perhaps I should consult the other teachers. With Ming's homeroom teacher absent and his usual low profile, the other instructors were also in the dark. It seems our school is destined to soar high in the upcoming citywide trainer competition at the month's end. The old principal remarked with a pleased smile. The citywide trainer competition he had longed for, coupled with this student's prowess, might just bring great glory to Tianlin Academy. Charizard defeated Houndour, gaining battle experience, 213. Due to Charizard's exceptional aptitude, gained additional battle experience, 38. Ding! Initial battle fusion task completed. Fusion progress, 2. Received task reward, skill enhancement card. Skill enhancement card can be used to enhance a specific move of a Pokémon. The system task had been accomplished, and Yiming felt a wave of satisfaction. The skill enhancement card, capable of augmenting a Pokémon's move, should be given to either Greninja or Charizard. It seems like a splendid item. But the decision of whom to bestow it upon remains a dilemma. Tianlin, you've done well, but there is still room for improvement, Yiming advised candidly, adopting a tone of someone who has been through it all. In Yiming's eyes, Tianlin had performed admirably. Perhaps he had engaged in several battles within the Pokémon world, receiving practical guidance from gym leaders. However, compared to the high-intensity battles Yiming had experienced alongside Charizard in the Evergreen Forest, Tianlin appeared rather inexperienced. Nevertheless, compared to an ordinary player who hadn't even fought a single battle, Tianlin was indeed outstanding. This excellence encompassed not only his battle experience, but also his level 18 Houndour. Of course, if one were to compare him to Yiming, it was clear that the disparity was vast. Yiming was, after all, a prodigious individual. Let us not forget. Yiming possessed not only an 18-level Pokémon, but also a 30-level Greninja that was on an entirely different echelon. Yiming spoke the truth and was justified in doing so. Yet to the unacquainted onlookers in Tianlin, his words seemed oddly tinged. Encouragement? They were peers. With such a tone, it bordered more on ridicule. Was Yiming mocking him? Though he had indeed triumphed over Tianlin, the sentiment felt peculiar. Regardless, they were all merely novice players. Who was he to instruct others? Why overthink it? Yiming is strong. So what's wrong with offering Tianlin advice? Indeed, Yiming is quite handsome. I feel he surpasses Tianlin in looks. As discussion swirled, Yiming's name was now well known among them, with many girls gazing at him with starry eyes. With his striking appearance and sudden emergence as the dark horse who defeated Tianlin, they even envisioned romantic scenarios in their minds, such as their wedding day with Tianlin, only to have Yiming crash the ceremony. However, the most unsettled among them was Xining, who previously tried to provoke jealousy in Xiaogao before Yiming. What have I missed? Gazing at Yiming, who was now the center of attention like a star, she involuntarily recalled the 799 alliance coins on the table, feeling an unexplainable sense of loss and regret. Yiming must have had feelings for me before, right? Xining thought tearfully. Yet, the memory of Yiming's cold gaze when he uttered the word roll pierced her heart. She felt as if her dreams and heart had been shattered, and the overwhelming regret nearly suffocated her. Unbeknownst to her, after entering the Pokémon world and experiencing a series of events, including meeting by Shui, Yiming had long regarded her as just an ordinary passerby, let alone harbor any romantic interest. Listening to Yiming's guidance, Tianlin's expression darkened to an almost stormy demeanor as he withdrew Houndour into its Pokeball. Next time, I shall never lose again. He coldly addressed the crowd. In his heart, he had already deemed Yiming his greatest rival. As a favored child of destiny showered with adoration, Tianlin would not easily be defeated. He still held confidence, believing that soon he would surely trample Yiming beneath his feet. Not to mention, he had the backing of his family in H City. With that thought, Tianlin's steps regained their steadiness. His eyes filled with determination and pride as he lifted his chin in defiance. It was merely a minor setback. Having ideas is a good thing. Yiming smiled faintly, not taking Tianlin's words to heart. Even if Tianlin had leveraged his family's power and amassed considerable alliance coins, it merely ensured that he wouldn't face immediate financial struggles. However, considering the current market value of alliance coins, the quantity his family had amassed was limited, meaning that while he could afford healing items for his Pokeballs, other precious items would remain beyond his reach. In other words, upon entering the Pokémon world, Tianlin was not much different from an ordinary person, as resources from the real world could not effectively translate into resources within the game. A single alliance coin that might go unnoticed on the ground in the Pokémon world would require 5,000 to exchange in the real world. What a stark contrast. Even with the Tianlin family's wealth, procuring thousands or tens of thousands of alliance coins would be akin to a fool's errand. After the state took decisive action to set prices, only the government possessed the clout and strength to purchase alliance coins from players in large quantities. Ding. Suddenly, Yiming heard the system's voice. Update completed. Would you like to restart the game program immediately? Chapter 39, the second batch of players. Update completed. Would you like to restart the game program immediately? The sudden system notification left Yiming momentarily stunned. What? He could re-enter the Pokémon world? So soon? Although Yiming was aware that the system had previously mentioned a time frame of 1 to 2 days, he had considered the possibility of an update being completed tonight. However, he did not expect to be able to restart the game and re-enter the Pokémon world during the day. Without much hesitation, Yiming recalled his Charmeleon and silently communicated with the system. Please select the time for the second batch of players to enter the game. The minimum time limit is 5 hours. The maximum time limit is 30 hours, the maximum time limit is determined by the host's highest level Pokémon. The notion of a second batch of players stirred thoughts in Yiming's mind, reminiscent of the options the system had previously presented regarding world dynamics. The selectable time frame of 5 to 30 hours was likely dictated by the lowest level Pokémon, which was level 5, up to his own level 30 Greninja. Is this a privilege granted by the system, allowing the second batch of players to enter the Pokémon world at a later time? Faced with this privilege bestowed by the system, Yiming felt little emotional upheaval. To be frank, he had no concerns about being surpassed, whether by the so-called first or second batch. The decision lay in his hands. Since the system had offered it, it would be impolite not to accept. Contemplating this, Yiming symbolically selected the midpoint of 12 hours. In 12 hours, the second batch of players would also be able to enter the Pokémon world. Alas, why can only students traverse into that world? Do ordinary workers not deserve the privilege of crossing over? Baize, an ordinary blue-collar worker and a mere cog in the vast machinery of society, languidly scrolled through his phone on the subway. As he perused the information about Pokémon on his device, Baize felt a pang of envy. No, it was not merely envy, it was jealousy, a deep-seated jealousy towards those students. Why were they granted entry into this so-called game world? Oh, divine unknown. Why couldn't you, like an ordinary online game or web novel, create a game that requires holographic devices for entry? As an ordinary office worker, Baize perhaps fell short in many aspects compared to the students, yet he at least had a modicum of savings. In anguish, Baize sighed heavily. I have also helped the elderly cross the street. I have performed many good deeds in this monumental opportunity that could reshape the world. Why was I denied the qualification? Beep, congratulations on obtaining the qualification for Pokémon OL. Countdown to enter the game. 12 o'clock. 0. Suddenly, Baize's eyes widened in astonishment. In a dim alley near the school, a group of unruly youths, sporting various hair colors, gathered together, drinking and appearing exceedingly disgruntled. Damn it, a bunch of callow brats, they've really struck it rich. Indeed, what else with the bizarre phenomena, fire-breathing and electric-producing creatures? What has this world come to? Our lives are becoming unbearable. With these creatures, those students are likely to seek revenge on us for the bullying they endured. Humph. From now on, we'll have to steer clear of them. What a stroke of bad luck. They felt despondent, believing their livelihoods had been stripped away. Previously, they extorted ample allowances from students, supporting their hedonistic lifestyles. However, the sudden and strange changes left them at a loss. If only the students had collectively disappeared, it would have been manageable, find other work, or, with enough audacity, even resort to dubious means. But now, the students had returned. Before they could even rejoice, they discovered that many of these students possessed Pokémon with extraordinary abilities, which mere humans like themselves could hardly contend with. Thus, they worried that the students they had previously bullied might seek retribution. The reason for their gathering was to discuss this pressing issue, pondering their future course of action. What to do? Retreat? After much deliberation, they still couldn't devise a plan. Finally, someone could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere. Damn. Life used to be so much better. Speaking of which, these kids are foolish. With such formidable weapons, why return to school? It's laughable. If I had a Pokémon. One of the youths, with dyed yellow hair, spoke menacingly, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. Old 3, what would you do if you had a Pokémon? The others, curious, pressed him for more. Ugh. The youth known as Old 3 smirked coldly, about to respond when, beep. Congratulations on obtaining the qualification for Pokémon OL. Countdown to enter the game. 12 o'clock. 0. Attribute enhancement acquired. Villain member favorability, alliance member favorability. Attribute enhancement acquired. Favorability with normal, dark, and poison-type Pokémon. Favorability with other attribute Pokémon. His pupils dilated, the smile froze on his face, and the cigarette fell from his lips, unnoticed. Chapter 40, Player Challenge? The Colossal Charizard. Amidst a plethora of information, how does one sift through it all? It was utterly frustrating. In a certain teacher's office, a female educator was grappling with the task of discerning the meaningful segments from the information provided by her students, as per the principal's instructions. Alas, she was perpetually assigning tasks without clear standards, leaving her to ponder what truly constituted valuable information. Her mind was in turmoil, wrestling with how to approach her students in the future. Rumor had it that some rebellious students, harboring long-standing grievances, had even commanded their Pokémon to launch attacks on their teachers. Fortunately, most incidents were harmless, as Pokémon tended to refrain from harming fragile humans, or their actions were promptly thwarted by other students. Nevertheless, many teachers remained on edge, their hearts racing with anxiety. At that moment, a translucent message unexpectedly materialized before her eyes. Ding! Congratulations, you have qualified for the Pokémon OL game. Countdown to game entry, 12 o'clock, 0. This phenomenon was occurring simultaneously across the globe. Unlike the initial situation, this time there was a countdown, and no specific player demographic was designated. An overwhelming sense of excitement engulfed the newly qualified players as they realized they could now partake in this world-altering game, although there were still 12 hours to wait. Half a day felt like an eternity. At Tianlan High School in City H, Ming, the architect behind this entire scenario, though unaware of the reactions of others, understood that his actions would once again astonish the world. Pokémon OL was set to reopen, and new players would enter. Would you like to initiate the first round of the player challenge in Pokémon OL immediately? Suddenly, the system provided another notification. What player challenge? Ming was somewhat taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to enter the Pokémon world directly? The player challenge. He glanced at the explanation. Player challenge. Following the update of Pokémon OL, players wishing to re-enter the Pokémon world must complete a player challenge. The inaugural player challenge is Defeat the Colossal Pokémon Illusion. Defeat the Colossal Pokémon Illusion? Ming furrowed his brow, repeating the system's explanation. This meant that as part of the first group of players, he and his peers needed to conquer this challenge to gain entry into the Pokémon world. Would you like to initiate the player challenge immediately? Yes. Ming was eager to discover what the so-called Colossal Pokémon was all about. The moment he opted to commence, an indescribable pressure enveloped the surroundings, an immense and mysterious force descending upon the earth. At that instant, all first-generation players received a world announcement from Pokémon OL. Player challenge has commenced. Challenge objective: defeat the emerging micro-colossal Pokémon to enter the Pokémon world. As the world announcement resonated, substantial figures appeared in the skies above the vacant areas of schools, crashing down to the ground like falling meteors. Tianlan High School was no exception. As everyone stood in stunned silence, the playground before Ming was graced with the sudden descent of a vividly lifelike Pokémon illusion. It bore the form of a western dragon, with expansive, powerful wings and a fiery tail, emanating an air of dominance and ferocity. Ming's eyes sparkled with recognition. It was Charizard's evolution. However, this illusionary Charizard was not merely a standard version. It was akin to a balloon inflated to its maximum. Its size expanded by 3 to 4 times compared to an ordinary Charizard, exuding an even greater aura of might, truly a testament to the system's claim of it being colossal. The sudden appearance of this illusionary Charizard struck an overwhelming sense of pressure in the hearts of all present, prompting them to instinctively hold their breath, staring in awe at the gigantic creature that had materialized on the playground. This scene unfolded in schools worldwide, with various colossal Pokémon illusions emerging, generating a new wave of excitement. What on earth is happening? The elderly principal and other teachers at the podium were oblivious to the system notifications, and when the enormous Charizard descended from the heavens, they were startled into alertness. Compared to the students' previous Pokémon, this imposing Charizard possessed a far greater visual impact. While the principal and his fellow educators were momentarily mesmerized, the students who had received the system notification were equally incredulous. They beheld the formidable illusion of Charizard, which appeared to possess a daunting level of 30. Level 30. Are you kidding me? To re-enter the game, we must defeat it? How is that even remotely feasible? The level disparity is insurmountable. My Beedrill is only level 11, nearly 20 levels below. Isn't that the case for everyone else? What is going on? Though the challenge was labeled as such, it seemed more daunting than scaling a mountain. I don't even have a Pokémon yet. My Pidgey would likely be dispatched in an instant. Is this a boss? Perhaps if we all attack together, we might stand a chance? It makes sense. It should be akin to traditional online games, where a group can band together against a boss. It certainly resembles a boss battle. Upon witnessing the illusion of Charizard's level, the students erupted into chaos. The colossal Charizard illusion boasted a staggering level of 30. Even among them, the players with the highest Pokémon levels, Ming and Tianlin's Charmeleon and Herdier, were only at level 18, while most Pokémon players were hovering around level 10, with some even at single-digit levels. In light of this reality, they could not help but conclude that this so-called player challenge was designed for an entire school of players to collectively confront this Charizard. Students across schools worldwide were harboring the same thought. The Pokémon illusions brought forth by the player challenge were meant for them to unite and defeat, much like the grand bosses of traditional online games. However, just then, another world announcement echoed. Player challenge rules. 1. Step into the light circle to summon the illusionary Pokémon for the challenge, with a limit of 1 participant. Upon reading the player challenge rules that accompanied the world announcement, all the students collectively gasped in shock. One-on-one? What a joke. Are they truly forcing us to quit? Preventing our return to the Pokémon world? Chapter 41. What does he intend to do? After the first player challenge rules were announced, A luminous circle appeared before the immobile illusion of the fire dragon. This circle was presumably the challenge portal for confronting the fire dragon as indicated by the system. In a typical online game, players would likely be clamoring to seize first place. Yet, at this moment, the students of Tianlan High School exchanged glances, paralyzed by indecision. Why? You ask. Because this was an opponent they could not possibly defeat. A level 30 fire dragon. Tianlin gazed at the illusion of the fire dragon, his eyes alight with uncontainable excitement. Having witnessed Shaba's fire dragon, capturing one had become his foremost ambition. This illusion was of the same level as Shaba's fire dragon, yet its stature suggested a superiority in strength. Tianlin contemplated the size of this illusion. It appeared larger and more imposing than Shaba's fire dragon. A greater size and robustness implied a disparity in physical capabilities. He mused that even Shaba, the gym leader, would find it challenging to contend with this illusionary beast. Despite Tianlin's fervent desire to engage in battle and re-enter the world of Pokémon, the conditions were clearly prohibitive. Although his Corgi had a significantly higher level than his peers, even with its stamina preserved from not battling, it stood no chance against this formidable illusion. Holding her Vulpix, Muhan observed the illusion of the fire dragon, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Yiming. Yiming's Charmeleon was undoubtedly the strongest Pokémon in all of Tianlan High School. Would he dare to be the first to attempt a challenge? Muhan whispered softly. As the others grasped the situation, their gazes instinctively gravitated toward Yiming. He was, without question, the unrivaled champion of Tianlan High, capable of easily besting Tianlin. They could not help but wonder if he would possess the courage to confront the terrifying illusion of the fire dragon. Unperturbed by the attention, Yiming studied the motionless illusion of the fire dragon with keen interest. Level 30? Why must it be level 30? The system's demands seemed excessively harsh. After all, most players had only just acquired their Pokémon, let alone leveled them up. A player with levels around 12 or 13 was considered elite, and even Tianlin, with his level 18 Corgi, was revered. A level 30 illusion? To challenge it and win to enter Pokémon OL? Wasn't that pushing the limits of endurance? Ding. The illusion's level is determined by the highest level Pokémon owned by the player. Current highest level Pokémon. Player 1, Greninja, level 30. Yiming coughed awkwardly. So this was how the illusion's challenge level was established. If that were the case, did it mean that only he could participate in this challenge? Could his Greninja face the illusion of the fire dragon? While it held an advantage in attributes, it still posed considerable difficulty. Looking at the illusionary fire dragon, which clearly differed from a standard fire dragon, Yiming remarked that even though it remained in a dormant state due to the lack of challengers, its imposing presence was undeniable. Treating it as a mere ordinary fire dragon would surely result in disaster. Yet, the predicament was not insurmountable. Just as Yiming contemplated stepping into the portal to initiate a challenge, new player challenge rules rang through the air. 2. The illusionary Pokémon's level decreases by 1 every 2 hours, its size slightly diminishes, and new illusions and portals will be made available for players to challenge. Note: each player has only 2 challenge opportunities. 2 defeats result in the loss of eligibility to enter. Note: when reduced to level 5, the illusion will disappear after 5 hours, and players who have not challenged will lose their eligibility. This new challenge rule sent a tremor through all the students. The phrase loss of eligibility struck a nerve. Damn it, I don't even have a Pokémon. How can I challenge? Even if it drops to level 5. I still lack a Pokémon to battle. Am I supposed to engage in hand-to-hand combat? This isn't fair. You all have it rough. I'm fine. I possess an 8-level B-drill. Once the illusion's level drops to around 10, I can attempt a challenge. With only 2 chances, I must seize the right moment. Dropping to level 5 is undoubtedly the optimal choice, but by then, many will be vying for the portal. I'll wait until the illusion reaches level 10 to challenge. If it drops to level 10, I still have to wait. 40 hours? I'm exasperated. That's a full 2 days. I suppose I'll just have to wait. At least everyone has 2 chances. Timing is key. 1 risk and 1 safety net. That is not too bad. For those students who had yet to acquire a Pokémon, their morale plummeted. As this challenge rule implied, they would lose their opportunity to enter Pokémon OL without a Pokémon to challenge with. In this context, how could their spirits not shatter? They could feel that Pokémon OL would revolutionize the world and serve as a pivotal moment in altering their destinies. Students who already owned Pokémon, relieved yet contemplative, considered when to next challenge the illusion. A higher illusion level meant a tougher challenge. Sustaining injuries without access to a Pokémon Center in the real world made recovery difficult. Conversely, a lower illusion level, while easier to defeat, also meant it would be highly sought after, raising the risk of not securing a challenge opportunity. Though portals would increase, they still appeared scarce relative to student numbers. The ideal moment for my challenge would be when the illusion fire dragon reaches level 20, which will be in 20 hours. During this time, I must ensure my corgi regains its stamina, Tianlin thought, a sense of superiority swelling within him. His level was unattainable for others. Those who could be compared to him were few. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of a certain figure, causing Tianlin to pause momentarily. Meanwhile, Muhan's gaze shifted, her hand caressing Vulpix coming to a halt as she focused on the center of the playground. Some spectators in the stands also sensed something amiss and gasped, "Hey, look! What does he intend to do?" Amidst the rising chorus of exclamations, all eyes converged on the moving figure at the center of the playground. For his trajectory was directed straight toward the illusion fire dragon. That figure was none other than Yiming. Chapter 42. The Appearance of the Frog Ninja. What is Yiming up to? As they watched Yiming approach the radiant challenge circle, a sense of uncertainty loomed over them. Could it be that Yiming intended to challenge the Charizard right now? It seemed improbable, considering that the fire dinosaur was merely at level 18, a considerable gap indeed. They had heard that Charizard was the evolved form of fire dinosaur, which made the idea even more implausible. Yet, each individual had 2 opportunities to challenge. Perhaps Yiming merely wished to test the strength of the Charizard. It was a valid point, but what if he were to sustain serious injuries? That would certainly set him back, especially since there was no Pokémon Center in the real world. Regardless, the risk seemed excessive. Amidst their whispers and watchful gazes, Yiming advanced toward the circle with an air of nonchalance, step by step. All eyes followed his movements intently. With a decisive step, devoid of any hesitation, Yiming stepped into the challenge circle. A collective gasp echoed across the playground as they beheld Yiming enveloped by the circle, their expressions filled with disbelief. He truly had entered. Incredible. This was remarkable. They would finally witness the prowess of a level 30 illusion Charizard. Was he overconfident or simply mad? Regardless of how they contemplated it, the fire dinosaur stood no chance against the Charizard. Had he lost his mind? If he sustained injuries, the fire dinosaur would take days to recover. The risk was far too great. Like the others, Tianlin too expressed astonishment, unable to fathom why Yiming dared to challenge a level 30 illusion Charizard. Surely he couldn't be a fool. Despite the collective incredulity, Yiming had indeed stepped into the circle. Suddenly, a crisp and ethereal chime resonated throughout the area, and the circle beneath Yiming erupted in dazzling light, gradually forming a towering and enigmatic barrier that spread outward. This radiant barrier, exuding a sense of mystery, rapidly encircled the illusion Charizard, ultimately enveloping the entire playground, creating a battleground isolated from the outside world. Was this to prevent cheating? Yiming observed with keen interest as the luminous wall separated him from the outer realm. Roars suddenly, a deep, hoarse roar filled with authority reverberated within the hearts of all, instilling a primal fear. All gazes instinctively turned toward the illusion Charizard. To their astonishment, the previously dormant Charizard suddenly opened its eyes. Roar. In an instant, a deafening roar shook the very fabric of the space, assaulting everyone's eardrums. An indescribable aura surged outward, leaving all in awe of the imposing illusion Charizard, their hearts filled with absolute reverence. The illusion Charizard had awakened. Its form was already larger than a typical Charizard, but now, with its wings unfurled, the visual impact was even more striking. Coupled with its seemingly indestructible claws and tail resembling a massive serpent, it conveyed an undeniable threat. As reality settled in, the students nearby quickened their heartbeats, instinctively retreating in panic, turning the scene chaotic. Get back. Do you want to die? Stop crowding. There's a barrier. What is there to fear? How do you know the barrier will hold against an attack? Better safe than sorry. This barrier is so thin, even if it can hold, it doesn't feel reassuring. The activated illusion Charizard appeared fearsome, leaving them parched and unwilling to draw too near, retreating to a safe distance of several dozen meters. Though they could surmise that the barrier served to isolate the battle and prevent outside interference, it still appeared far too fragile compared to the formidable illusion Charizard. Should we stand back further? The principal hesitated before finally voicing his concern. Yes, let us keep our distance, principal. This doesn't seem safe, the other teachers replied nervously, bobbing their heads like chicks pecking at feet. Though they were considerably older than the students, they had never encountered a situation like this. Once they managed to distance themselves and regain some composure, they turned their attention back to the battle arena, now separated by the barrier, casting various glances toward Yiming. All right, you wanted to show off. How is that working out for you now? It was beyond their imagination. They had not anticipated that a level 30 Charizard would present such an imposing spectacle. Its size certainly played a role. They had seen Charizards in games, but none had been this large. Oh dear, this just got interesting. Regardless of their perspectives, it was evident that this illusion Charizard was far beyond what Yiming's fire dinosaur could contend with. He's reaping what he sows. Tianlin, however, had not retreated far, crossing his arms with a smirk. Observing Yiming within the circle, Tianlin's eyes gleamed with a hint of schadenfreude, as the frustration from his earlier defeat dissipated. To him, Yiming was clearly overestimating his capabilities, lacking the wisdom to avoid challenging the illusion Charizard. Under the scrutiny of Tianlin and the others, Yiming produced a Pokeball in his hand. He hurled the Pokeball high into the air. A flash of white light illuminated the scene, and a Pokémon appeared before them, its body and legs deep blue, its chest yellow. Each leg adorned with a shuriken-like emblem, exuding the grace of a ninja. Everyone who assumed Yiming would release the fire dinosaur stood frozen upon seeing the agile, deep blue figure. Not the fire dinosaur? Tianlin's smile faltered, his body trembling slightly from the shock. The others gasped in astonishment. Not the fire dinosaur. What was happening? Did Yiming possess 2 Pokémon? Surely not. I don't even have a single Pokémon. Oh my, it's level 30. My heavens. To have an 18-level fire dinosaur is one thing, but a 30-level Pokémon as well? I can't believe it. Is he a legendary pay-to-win player? I'm dumbfounded. I want to die. The sudden appearance of the frog ninja was akin to a massive bombshell, transforming the expressions of all present, igniting a fervor across the playground that was comparable to a superstar's surprise performance. Screams, shouts, and roars echoed through the air. Yiming, besides the fire dinosaur, possessed an entire level 30 Pokémon. Chapter 43, Greninja versus the gigantic Charizard. What a marvelous Pokémon. While they were astonished that Yiming possessed a second Pokémon, they couldn't help but wonder what this striking ninja-like creature truly was. Due to the system's restrictions, they were akin to novices, unaware of Greninja's existence. It certainly exuded an imposing aura, yet its true strength remained a mystery. The awakened illusory Charizard flapped its wings, generating a fierce gale as it maintained its aerial posture, undeniably a sight to behold. Greninja, are you ready? Yiming's fighting spirit surged. Let's not forget, this illusory Charizard is larger than the average Charizard, which signifies a significantly greater overall strength. Greninja. Like a sword unsheathed, Greninja emanated an astonishing presence. It sensed that this opponent was far superior to any it had previously faced. The Nidoqueen from the earlier encounter seemed almost like a mere toy in comparison. Shadow Clone. Water Shuriken. In an instant, Greninja unleashed Shadow Clones, creating over 20 replicas around it. With its evolution, Greninja's proficiency in Shadow Clone had markedly improved, and the power boost from evolution naturally increased their numbers. Swish. Over 20 Greninja simultaneously launched water shurikens, a spectacular sight unfolding, accompanied by the sharp sound of slicing air. A dense barrage of water shurikens hurtled towards the Charizard. Meanwhile, as Greninja initiated its attack, Charizard had already taken action, extending its broad wings. The temperature around it surged, the air distorting from rapid heating. Heatwave. A torrent of scorching air burst forth in a fan-shaped radius. Although Charizard deliberately expanded the range to mitigate the attack's impact, it was still sufficient. Countless water shurikens and shadow clones were swept away by the searing heat, leaving only 4 shurikens in the air. Roar. A fierce glint flashed in Charizard's eyes as it vigorously flapped its wings, summoning a whirlwind. Air slash. The instant the blade of air formed, it accurately intercepted the water shurikens, shattering them while the air slash struck the ground, leaving 2 sharp cuts in its wake, effortlessly neutralizing the opponent's attack. Charizard's eyes gleamed with a disdainful, human-like expression. Now's the time, go? Yiming had no illusions that the water shurikens would hit Charizard from this distance. Roar. Charizard suddenly realized that Greninja had vanished from its sight. Just then, a piercing sound sliced through the air from below. Charizard's pupils contracted before it could react. Greninja launched itself upward, delivering a devastating spiral attack to Charizard's jaw. Boom. The spiral exploded, releasing a tremendous surge of compressed energy. Struck hard on the jaw. Charizard's head snapped back, unable to maintain its low-altitude flight, and it crashed to the ground. Boom. The sizable Charizard hit the ground, causing the entire arena to tremble as if an earthquake had struck, a scene so visually shocking that everyone gasped in disbelief. No one had expected Charizard to find itself at a disadvantage right from the start. What the? So powerful. What kind of move was that? It looks incredibly strong. Was this the power of a level 30 Pokémon? Truly terrifying. Surely Charizard wouldn't just fall like this. The downed Charizard appeared utterly disheveled, making them question whether it had truly been defeated. They were left in awe of Greninja's prowess, their gazes towards Yiming and Greninja filled with disbelief and admiration, their blood boiling with excitement. Roar. However, just as they began to doubt whether the battle had concluded, an enraged roar echoed through the sky. Charizard quickly rose from the ground. Although it looked disheveled with visible injuries on its jaw, it showed no signs of losing its fighting spirit. This scene took Yiming by surprise. While the spiral was not at its full strength, having been accelerated for the surprise attack, it still should have inflicted considerable damage. Yiming had anticipated that even if Charizard didn't fall immediately, it would at least be significantly hurt, struggling on the ground, especially since Greninja targeted its vital area. However, it was evident that Charizard's physical resilience surpassed Yiming's expectations. Roar. With fury igniting, Charizard opened its fearsome maw, unleashing a torrent of flames. As the flames approached the ground, they left behind scorched marks, underscoring their formidable power. Greninja dodge. The speed of the flames was astonishing, and given the short distance. Although Greninja evaded in time, it was still grazed by the residual heat. Greninja, unleash Water Shuriken, and follow up with Quick Attack. Greninja reacted swiftly, racing forward as 5 Water Shurikens soared through the air. Charizard instinctively shielded itself with its wings, successfully blocking the Water Shurikens. At that moment, using the cover of the Shurikens, Greninja unleashed Quick Attack, colliding fiercely with Charizard. Roar. After sustaining consecutive hits, Charizard let out a howl, its form becoming unsteady. Yet, in its staggering state, its blazing tail swung out with lightning speed. Boom. Though Greninja managed to brace itself with its hands, it was still sent flying by Charizard's tail, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Greninja, be careful. Hearing Yiming's command, Greninja, despite still being on the ground, rolled away without hesitation. Boom. In the next instant, Charizard's claws slashed through the ground where Greninja had just been, leaving a shocking claw mark in the earth. That was a close call. Even in such a predicament, Charizard managed to counterattack with its tail, proving to be more formidable than anticipated. Observing the raging Charizard, Yiming's expression turned grave. This colossal Charizard, with just a simple tail swipe, demonstrated astonishing power. Had Greninja been struck by those claws, the scales of victory would likely have tipped in Charizard's favor. Onlookers held their breath, only exhaling in relief once they saw Greninja narrowly evade Charizard's claws. The intensity of the battle exceeded their wildest imaginations, igniting a fervor within them. Chapter 44. The Power of Eternity. Next, Ayo, what an exhilarating experience. My skin is tingling with excitement. What an intense battle. I almost wish I could participate myself. That was a close call. If that hit, Yiming's Pokémon would surely have sustained significant injuries. How perilous. The reaction was remarkably swift. It was just a hair's breadth from being struck. The breathtaking combat unfolded before their eyes, making them keep their gaze wide open, their emotions shifting in tandem with the plight of the Greninja. How infuriating! What kind of luck does he possess to be even more fortunate than I? Watching the Greninja, Tianlin clenched his teeth in frustration, his expression dark and inscrutable. He previously believed that even though he lost to Yiming, they were at least on the same level. However, the emergence of the Greninja was akin to a resounding slap in the face, filling him with indignation and anger. He could not comprehend how someone who was supposedly destined for greatness, receiving the care of a gym leader, could still lose to Yiming. At this moment, he could only pray that Charizard would show Yiming what he was truly capable of. Within the arena, the Greninja was adjusting its breathing, its gaze resolutely fixed on Charizard. As for the current situation, it was difficult to determine who held the advantage. Although Charizard had endured multiple hits from Greninja, its stamina remained remarkably robust. I still possess the power of eternity. I wonder if I can unleash it during battle. Observing the injured Greninja, Yiming suddenly recalled his own power of eternity. This ability, derived from the once-in-a-decade eternal forest, allowed him to communicate with Pokémon on a profound level while also possessing healing properties. According to Yiming's recollections, Xiaohuang, who shared the power of eternity with Sakamoto and Otto, could temporarily enhance a Pokémon's strength. The ability to momentarily elevate a Pokémon's power also implied that it could indeed be utilized during battle. Previously, Yiming had only employed the power of eternity to train his Charmander, but never in the midst of a fight, only after the battle had concluded. Let us give it a try. Resolute in his decision, Yiming narrowed his eyes, raising his hand as it radiated a gentle green glow. Simultaneously, a subtle green shimmer emerged from the Greninja, quietly mending its wounds. Greninja, sensing the anomaly, acknowledged Yiming's ability with a slight nod. So it can be used from a distance, though it feels somewhat uncomfortable. Yiming noticed that as he released his power of eternity, a sense of fatigue washed over him, a sensation he had not experienced before during his prior use on Charmander. Perhaps it was due to the fact that he was using it remotely and in the midst of battle. It appears I need to train as well, otherwise, I won't be able to sustain the power of eternity for long. Yiming couldn't help but chuckle at his own predicament. Wait, it seems I can manipulate the strength of my power of eternity. Suddenly, a spark of realization flickered in Yiming's mind. He sensed a unique control over his power of eternity. At present, as he released the power of eternity to Greninja, he felt an intense urge a conviction that he could transfer his mental and physical energy directly into Greninja in an instant. Could this be the secret behind Xiaowang's ability to temporarily enhance Pokémon strength? Ming was uncertain whether Otto and Sakamoto had fully discovered this significant effect of the power of eternity. But he distinctly remembered that in the special chapter of the original work, Xiaowang could enhance Pokémon through this ability, and after battles, he would be utterly exhausted, experiencing a wave of drowsiness, a sensation that resonated with Ming's current feeling. With renewed determination, Ming did not hesitate and abruptly heightened the intensity of his power of eternity to its utmost limit. In an instant, his palm radiated a dazzling brilliance. Boom. At that moment, Ming felt as though his body was being forcefully contorted. A peculiar sensation of being drawn into a special space enveloped him. In a daze, he felt as though he had fallen into a black hole, surrounded by utter darkness, and amidst the chaos, countless fragments flashed before him. The Froca broke free from its egg and leaped into the pool, being pursued by the irate Gyarados in the water, ambushed by a fierce Spearow while resting, and as these vivid scenes flickered like a slideshow. Ming also caught a glimpse of himself. Was this the past of Greninja? Ming's vision gradually cleared, the strange sensation dissipating, though it lasted only a moment. It felt as if he had traversed an extensive period, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of unreality. As Ming gazed blankly at Greninja, he discovered that Greninja was also staring back at him in a state of bewilderment. In this instant, both Ming and Greninja could distinctly feel their profound connection. Roar. A thunderous roar resonated, accompanied by the sound of rushing air, startling both Ming and Greninja back to the reality of battle. Greninja was still engaged in combat with Charizard. Boom. While Greninja was momentarily distracted, Charizard had not remained idle. It swiftly flapped its wings and flew directly in front of Greninja. Dragon Claw. Charizard concentrated its energy, its claws transforming into a radiant, massive weapon, mercilessly striking Greninja. Boom. Like a cannonball, Greninja was sent hurtling against the light wall, the tremendous impact causing the barrier to tremble violently, resulting in a spiderweb-like crack. Wow, what just happened? Why was I spacing out? This is disastrous. Greninja must have sustained serious injuries, and this could very well be the decisive blow. Ming, come on. Don't lose to it. The light wall feels as if it could shatter. That hit was undeniably severe. This scene evoked a chorus of gasps, exclamations, and expressions of horror from the spectators as Charizard's overwhelming combat dominance left them anxious about Greninja's predicament. Roar. Seizing the moment, Charizard unleashed two air slashes with a powerful flap of its wings, hurtling them toward Greninja, who was still reeling against the light wall. Fortunately, Greninja reacted swiftly, bracing against its pain and launching itself off the wall just as the air slashes were about to strike. Boom. Boom. The two air slashes collided with the light wall, producing explosive sounds, and it appeared as though the wall had thinned slightly. The students in the audience instinctively recoiled, their expressions filled with fear. Had it not been for the light wall, those strikes would have been aimed directly at them. In facing Charizard's onslaught, they could fully appreciate its terrifying power, intensifying their concern for Greninja's situation. Chapter 45, The Bonded Greninja. The Greninja deftly evaded the air slash, but the Charizard remained relentless, as Greninja found itself suspended in midair. With no means of evasion, Charizard surged forward, its teeth ablaze with fiery fury. Flame Fang. Charizard's eyes glinted with a savage light as it opened its jaws to strike at Greninja. To Charizard, the airborne Greninja, lacking a foothold, was destined to be ensnared by its fiery fangs. The onlookers watched in horror, their hearts caught in their throats, fearing that Greninja would soon be grievously wounded by Charizard's attack. Yet, amidst this chaos, Ming remained unfazed. He was confident that Greninja could evade the assault. Greninja. Use Hydro Pump. Just as Charizard was about to sink its fangs into Greninja, a flash of red erupted, striking Charizard on the head. It was Greninja's elongated tongue, which it typically wrapped around its neck. Harnessing this recoil, Greninja maneuvered gracefully in midair, successfully avoiding Charizard's fiery fangs. Is that its tongue? I thought it was a scarf. The spectators marveled at this unexpected revelation, instinctively mistaking Greninja's long tongue for an accessory. In that moment of astonishment, Greninja seized Charizard's tail with its tongue, yanked it fiercely, and pulled itself onto Charizard's back. With a swift motion, Greninja unleashed a spiraling sphere. Boom. The compressed energy of the spiraling sphere erupted violently against Charizard's back. Roar. Charizard was struck hard, plummeting to the ground like a shooting star alongside Greninja. Just as everyone anticipated that both would crash to the earth, Charizard's eyes snapped open. It flapped its wings vigorously, dissipating the momentum of the fall, and swiftly wrapped its arms around Greninja. Like a vice grip, Charizard held Greninja tightly, rendering it unable to escape. Roar. Charizard bellowed as it regained its balance, ascending rapidly into the sky. In mere moments, it soared high above executing a circular maneuver before diving down like a meteor. Earthquake. All eyes were captivated by this spectacle, and the spectators held their breath, feeling anxious for the ensnared Greninja. Though unaware of the specifics of the earthquake technique, they understood that Charizard intended to smash Greninja into the ground. Yet, in that moment, some noticed Ming had closed his eyes as if resigned to Greninja's defeat. Is victory already determined? They watched wide-eyed as Charizard plummeted towards the earth like a celestial body. 70 meters, 60 meters, 40, 30, 5 meters. In the final instant before impact, Charizard hurled Greninja away, while it itself strained its wings to execute a bizarre trajectory just above the surface. Boom. With a deafening explosion, the battlefield was enveloped in dust, and numerous stones were sent flying towards the light barrier, creating ripples upon its surface. Roar. Charizard, hovering above, glimmered with a fierce light, roaring in triumph as if proclaiming its victory. Is it over? The crowd held their breath, straining to see through the swirling dust cloud that filled the battlefield. It seemed there was no movement. Has it lost? Indeed, this illusionary Charizard is too formidable. Ming has been defeated. Charizard is truly powerful. It must have been a devastating blow. Disappointment hung in the air regarding Greninja's loss, yet many acknowledged it had been an exhilarating showdown. That earlier move. Muhan's eyes sparkled with clarity. While others focused on the battlefield, she, cradling her Ninetales, directed her gaze towards Ming, whose figure was shrouded in mist, appearing almost ethereal. Though it had been brief, Muhan had clearly seen Ming raise his hand, shimmering with a soft green light, during Greninja's momentary lapse. Well done, Charizard, she murmured. Tianlin, who had long awaited Ming's defeat, now beamed with satisfaction as his anticipation came to fruition, dispelling any earlier gloom. However, as the dust settled, revealing the battlefield once more, Tianlin's pupils widened in disbelief, as if he had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. The others, too, were taken aback, mouths agape at the sight before them. Roar. Even Charizard trembled, its eyes filled with confusion, for Greninja had not fallen. As the dust cleared, Greninja stood proudly at the center of a deep crater, radiating an indescribable aura of strength. What captured everyone's attention most was the large water shuriken that had coalesced behind Greninja, glinting a cerulean hue in the sunlight, resembling wings, exuding an undeniable sense of sharpness. What is happening? Everyone was perplexed. Even Charizard, Greninja's opponent, was bewildered. Greninja had not fallen. Bonded evolution. Surprisingly, Ming himself was astonished. He had not anticipated that. In that critical moment, the power of Tokiwa he had released would catalyze Greninja's bonded evolution. Ming's original intention was to see if he could enhance Greninja's strength like Xiao Huang had done with Tokiwa's power. But unexpectedly, he had facilitated Greninja's bonded evolution. Mega evolution involved using a keystone and evolution stone to channel the trainer's power into the Pokémon, achieving mega evolution. Tokiwa's power bore a similar essence. A light of understanding flickered in Ming's eyes, and a smirk crept onto his lips. By a twist of fate, Greninja had completed its bonded evolution. Had its power increased? Indeed, it would have been strange if it had not. After bonded evolution, Greninja's level had surged to an impressive 35, a notable increase of 5 levels. One must understand that as levels ascend, the difficulty of progression intensifies. The leap from level 20 to 25 is akin to crossing a stream, while advancing from level 30 to 35 is akin to traversing a mighty river. Greninja. It is time to conclude this battle. Are you ready? Ming wore a devilish grin. It was indeed time to end this battle and teach Charizard a lesson. How dare this mere illusion be so arrogant? Greninja. The bonded Greninja exuded an overwhelming presence, turning sideways to glare at its opponent, poised for action. Roar. To Charizard, Greninja's demeanor was unmistakably a provocation, prompting it to tilt its head back and roar in fury. As the audience beheld the once clearly distinguishable bonded Greninja and Charizard facing off, a flurry of questions erupted in the stands. What has transpired? How has this Pokémon seemingly transformed? Wait, not only has it changed its appearance, but look at its level. What? 35? How is that possible? Were they not both at level 30 just moments ago? They were astounded to discover that bonded Greninja had not only undergone a transformation in appearance, but had also significantly elevated its level. Chapter 46. The Skill Enhancement Card. As Ming gazed at the large flying water shuriken behind his bond with Greninja, he fell into deep contemplation. Should I give it a try? He navigated through the system's inventory and discovered the reward skill enhancement card for completing the initial battle fusion task in the real world. Would you like to use the skill enhancement card on Greninja? Yes. Please select the skill to enhance. Ming's eyes scanned the text before he chose Greninja's signature move, the Spiral Shuriken. The target move Spiral Shuriken is a self-created technique. Enhancing it will require the host to reshape it again. Do you wish to confirm? Confirm. Yiming closed his eyes, focusing intently as he began to visualize the move, much like he had done when using the skill ball previously. To onlookers, Yiming's behavior appeared indifferent to his bond with Greninja. What trainer rests with closed eyes during battle? Yet, Greninja, in perfect sync with Yiming's intentions, felt neither surprise nor discontent. Roar. Charizard let out a thunderous roar, stretching its wings and surging forward at an incredible speed towards Greninja, its mouth agape, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. Tat 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 tat. Greninja swiftly darted to the side, and when the angle felt just right, it hurled the massive flying water shuriken. The shuriken spun rapidly, carving through the air in a graceful arc, striking Charizard's left wing with precision. Roar. The impact caused Charizard to falter, unable to maintain its flight, and it landed clumsily on the ground. The intense scene drew gasps from the spectators. Greninja seized the opportunity, unleashing a formidable water cannon that rocketed towards the grounded Charizard. Charizard, quick to react, shifted right, avoiding the blast, though its left wing still pained it. Boom. After dodging the water cannon, Charizard stomped on the ground, leaving a deep crater, and propelled itself towards Greninja, its right claw enveloped in a menacing glow, transforming into a fearsome claw attack. The uniquely large Charizard relied on its close-range offensive prowess, charging forward with a fierce momentum. Greninja found itself with no retreat, the light wall behind it, however. Instead of panicking in the face of Charizard's relentless assault, Greninja leaped, astonishingly running along the light wall. Unprepared, Charizard's claw struck the light wall, causing it to shudder and develop spiderweb-like cracks. Roar. Charizard, undeterred, expelled flames towards Greninja. Reacting swiftly, Greninja unleashed the large single-shot flying water shuriken once more, successfully countering Charizard's fiery onslaught. Boom. After landing, Greninja coiled like a spring, then shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Boom. Greninja released a flash of electricity, colliding fiercely with Charizard's back, eliciting a cry of pain. In anguish, Charizard retaliated with a steel tail, its tail glowing with metallic brilliance as it swept towards Greninja. Yet, the agile Greninja deftly evaded, performing consecutive backflips to escape the attack range. As the fierce battle raged between Greninja and Charizard, Yiming's actions approached their climax. Target skill, Spiral Shuriken, current, unknown move, unknown skill attribute, water, unknown skill level, S. Unknown skill will feature Pokémon. Greninja, skill upgrade success rate, 25. Due to Greninja mastering similar techniques, the success rate increases by 10. Final success rate, 35. A 35% chance? Yiming furrowed his brow, somewhat taken aback. As indicated by the system, he believed that Greninja's familiarity with similar skills would significantly enhance the success rate, yet he was surprised to find it only reached 35%. Well, after all, this move packs a punch. Yiming's hesitation evaporated, replaced by resolute determination. It's time to take a chance. Let us turn this bicycle into a motorcycle. System, activate. Ding. Activating. As the system chimed, Greninja suddenly trembled, instinctively glancing at Yiming. Upon receiving his nod of affirmation, Greninja subtly inclined its head. Almost immediately, Greninja's gaze became distant, as if lost in thought. Roar. Charizard, fueled by fury after consecutive attacks, had lost all semblance of rationality, its eyes gleaming with murderous intent, as if intent on tearing Greninja apart. In a fit of rage, it charged once more, claws slashing relentlessly, still brimming with energy. In response to Charizard's frenzied assault, Greninja unexpectedly altered its combat strategy, opting solely to evade without any intention of counterattacking. Consequently, Greninja found itself in perilous situations, narrowly escaping Charizard's strikes. The onlookers, merely watching, felt their hearts race with anxiety, puzzled by the sudden shift. Why was Yiming, the trainer, previously so proactive, now allowing Greninja to adopt a passive approach? Why was Greninja merely dodging instead of retaliating? What is happening? Why is it just running? Why not fight back? Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. And now it was simply taking hits? They watched in dismay as Greninja was relentlessly pursued by Charizard without any hint of a counterattack, feeling a sense of urgency. Has it finally exhausted its strength? Meanwhile, Tianlin, witnessing the scene, wore a faint smile, eager to see Greninja brought low by Charizard, hoping to see Yiming humiliated. Just then, Yiming's system finally chimed in. Greninja's Spiral Shuriken technique has been upgraded to a new move. It succeeded, a 1 in 3 chance. And it paid off. Observing the unrestrained Charizard, Yiming smiled knowingly. At that moment, Greninja's eyes suddenly sparkled with newfound brilliance, its aura shifting dramatically. It extended its long tongue, ensnaring Charizard's tail, then propelled itself away like an arrow, swiftly distancing itself from Charizard. Chapter 47. The terrifying technique. Roar. The fiery dragon let out a thunderous roar, its eyes gleaming with a ruthless light, filled with mockery and derision. To it. The bond with the Greninja was a clear sign of defeat. Now, fearing its power, the Greninja could only flee. The fiery dragon could conceive of no other possibility. In that moment, it roared even more audaciously, as if to assert its dominion over all. Still daring to be arrogant? Yiming sneered coldly. How could a mere illusion conjured by a system be so insufferable? The only reason it currently held the upper hand was due to Yiming's previous oversight when he unleashed the power of the Evergreen. The Greninja was poised to unveil its new technique and determine the victor. A glint of brilliance flashed in Yiming's eyes. The bond with Greninja had mastered a new move. The previous hesitation to counterattack stemmed from its focus on familiarizing itself with this new technique. Now was the moment to unleash it. With an air of haughtiness, the Greninja raised its right paw skyward. In the next instant, an astonishing scene unfolded. The large water shurikens behind it began to dissipate and, as if summoned, reformed above the Greninja's outstretched paw. Whoosh! First, a rapidly spinning water sphere emerged, then extending into sharp blades, howling like a massive shuriken. Amidst the swirling dust, the proud Greninja stood tall, its aura soaring to the heavens. At the center of the Greninja, it was as if a tornado had materialized out of thin air. The fierce winds howling through the light-walled arena, reminiscent of a dragon's roar. Not enough? This was still insufficient. With resolute determination, the Greninja summoned all its strength, roaring, Greninja. Suddenly, the water shuriken in its grasp expanded dramatically, spinning with even greater ferocity. The rapidly rotating shuriken seemed poised to slice through space itself. The piercing high-frequency sound assaulting everyone's eardrums. Even those not facing the Greninja held their breath, speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief, fixated on the Greninja in the arena. Roar. The immense fiery dragon recoiled in sheer terror, instinctively taking a step back. Even though it was a considerable distance from the Greninja, it could distinctly sense the power of the Greninja's technique. In a reflexive panic, the fiery dragon nearly forgot to react, but soon, driven by fear, it opened its gaping maw, gathering its flaming energy with frenzied intensity. It aimed to unleash a massive explosion to counter the Greninja's lethal strike. Go forth, Greninja, spiral. Shuriken. A chilling glint sparked in Yiming's eyes. He utilized the skill enhancement card to amplify the spiral shuriken's template. Roar. The Greninja bellowed, throwing the spiraling shuriken with tremendous force. Under everyone's watchful gaze, the shuriken seemed ready to tear apart reality itself. The high-pitched slicing sound resonating like a chorus of piercing cries, instilling fear in the hearts of both the fiery dragon and all onlookers. Roar. In a moment of sheer terror, the fiery dragon unleashed its full might in a desperate attempt at a massive explosion. The searing flames surged in the wind, coalescing into a gigantic fireball that met the Greninja's spiral shuriken head-on. Boom. The massive explosion collided violently with the spiral shuriken. In a brief standoff, before the fiery dragon could react, the explosion erupted violently, scattering in all directions. Meanwhile, the spiral shuriken appeared unaffected, swiftly traversing the distance and striking the fiery dragon squarely in the chest. In utter shock, the fiery dragon was engulfed by the spiral shuriken's explosive force, akin to a monstrous beast opening its gaping maw, consuming the fiery dragon in an instant. At that moment, it felt as if even space trembled. A tempest raging through the battlefield. The spiral shuriken unleashed its terrifying might with reckless abandon. All thoughts vanished as everyone stood transfixed, gazing at the explosive spectacle of the spiral shuriken. The three light walls bore the scars of the spiral shuriken's dreadful power, marked by a multitude of horrifying cuts. Every observer felt a chill run down their spine, an involuntary shiver of reverence washing over them. The only sound resonating was the fiery dragon's desperate, mournful wail. After a moment, the howling winds finally ceased. The light walls that isolated the arena began to dissipate, revealing a scene of devastation akin to the aftermath of a tempest. With a colossal circular crater at the center, everyone stared in disbelief at the battered and unconscious fiery dragon, now trapped in the ground. Did we win? My goodness, what a monster! What was that technique? As the illusion of the fiery dragon began to dissolve into shimmering motes of light, ascending into the sky, Yiming and the Greninja also vanished from sight. It was evident that the illusion had been vanquished, and Yiming had successfully completed the player challenge, entering the Pokémon OL ahead of all others. After a moment of stunned silence, the audience erupted into a frenzy. Unbelievable! He won! Yiming has triumphed. Could it be that he is the fabled #1 player? Oh my gosh, what an exhilarating experience. It truly seems possible that he is the #1 player. Why can't we see clearly? I recorded it perfectly, but it seems the light wall obscured the view. What a pity! How incredible! Witnessing such an intense battle, and to behold the devastating power of the spiral shuriken. We are parched with excitement, our blood boiling in anticipation. We wish we could instantly enter the Pokémon world and capture a powerhouse like Ming's Pokémon to shine brightly. Even Muhan, who had remained composed and aloof until now, was entranced, absent-mindedly twirling a lock of her hair, lost in thought. The Vulpix in her embrace had buried its small head deep within her arms, trembling in fear. Tianlin remained in shock, unable to shake off the astonishing scene conjured by the spiral shuriken. When he finally regained his senses, his eyes burned with rage. His teeth nearly ground together as he clenched his fists, the knuckles turning pale from the strain. In the past, Tianlin had always been the best in any regard among his peers, consistently lauded as a model of excellence. However, now his pride lay trampled beneath Ming's feet. He could not tolerate anyone surpassing him, nor could he bear to see Ming leave him in the dust. It was merely luck. The next time, as long as I can re-enter the game, I will never lose again. Tianlin's tightly clenched fist loosened then tightened again, as if attempting to convince himself. Chapter 48. The Shadow That Follows. Deep within the tranquil expanse of the Tokiwa forest, two figures suddenly emerged from the void. The nearby bug-type Pokémon, startled, retreated into their burrows, while several Pidgeys took to the skies in haste. These two figures were Ming, who had triumphed over the illusory gigantic Charizard and successfully completed the player's challenge, and the Greninja that had undergone a bond evolution. Greninja defeated the illusory Charizard, gaining battle experience points, 3599. Due to Greninja's champion aptitude, an additional battle experience bonus of 1685 was awarded. Upon completing the player challenge, Greninja received battle experience points, 13566. Notice, Greninja's battle experience points are now full, level increased to 31. By a fortuitous turn of events, the bond evolution seemed to have awakened Greninja's latent potential, elevating its near-champion aptitude to that of a true champion. This enhanced quality would enable Greninja to ascend in levels at a swifter pace. It was astonishing that the illusory Charizard could yield such a wealth of battle experience points, and the player challenge had contributed significantly, allowing Greninja to level up directly. What a delightful surprise. Ah, we are back, Ming remarked, stretching his shoulders and surveying his surroundings, confirming that he was indeed still within the Tokiwa forest. Where to next? The nearest city with a gym from my current location must be Nibi City. After a moment's contemplation, Ming resolved to challenge the gym, for to participate in the Kanto Alliance tournament and aspire for victory, he must collect gym badges through challenges. Return, Greninja. You fought valiantly. You performed splendidly. Greninja transformed into a radiant light and entered its Pokeball. It must be noted that the benefits gained from this battle were immense, culminating in Greninja's successful bond evolution. Well then, let us head to Nibi City. With his mind made up, Ming began his journey towards Nibi City as indicated on his map. Shortly after Ming departed from his original location, a live and agile shadow darted through the underbrush, landing precisely where Ming had stood moments ago. It began to search the area, seemingly trying to ascertain its bearings. Through the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves, it illuminated parts of its form, revealing two glimmering, sinuous beams of light. Soon after, it appeared to have discerned its direction, and with the sound of wings flapping, it flew directly towards the path Ming had taken. In the real world, the Bureau of Investigation of Huagua had officially been renamed the Bureau of Otherworld Investigation. Based on a plethora of information, it was determined that this so-called game was indeed a remarkable world, evidenced by the existence of Pokémon manifesting in reality. For reasons unknown, individuals on the Blue Planet had transformed into players within this realm. However, even the temporary task force assembled by the nation, comprising top talents from various sectors, remained utterly baffled by this phenomenon. Why had this occurred? How had they entered the game? What were their objectives? How were individuals chosen to traverse into this other world? All these questions lingered, shrouded in a fog of uncertainty, obscuring the complete truth. Currently, the primary focus was to establish a series of measures to guard against potential scenarios that might arise. Given the presence of Pokémon in the real world, the complete obliteration of conventional weaponry, and the emergence of a second wave of players, it was highly probable that unforeseen situations would unfold in the future. Presently, there were two major strategic directions. The first involved the arrangement of the real world, necessitated by the changes brought about by the interaction of Pokémon and firearms. Various plans were required to stabilize order within the real world, preventing chaos that might ensue after news of the powerful weaponry spread uncontrollably. The second strategic direction pertained to the various arrangements related to the Pokémon world. Every possible means should be employed to gather intelligence regarding the Pokémon world, while also striving to acquire the armed might of Pokémon. From another perspective, Pokémon had become a vital resource for national defense, and without a formidable deterrent, chaos could easily erupt. Initially troubled by how to obtain this armed force of Pokémon, a turning point arose with the qualification of the second wave of players entering the game. Among this second group were many individuals trained in military academies. As the countdown began, the Bureau of Otherworld Investigation commenced a series of responsive measures. When the entire machinery of the state was set into motion, the efficiency was nothing short of terrifying. Under these exceptionally unique circumstances, the Bureau of Otherworld Investigation was endowed with abundant resources and unprecedented authority. The full-scale acquisition of Alliance coins was also a testament to their endeavors. Within the Bureau of Otherworld Investigation, a flurry of activity unfolded, all triggered by the emergence of the so-called second wave of players as the countdown commenced. Let us tally the number of Alliance coins acquired by the banks. Elder Ching, the head of the Bureau, commanded with utmost composure. Elder Chung, are the Alliance coins to be allocated to specific personnel based on proximity? Yes, distribute them based on city proximity. Time is of the essence. We must mobilize those individuals to the banks that have reserves of Alliance coins. Elder Chung, the higher-ups inquired whether we should declare an emergency and issue a notice through the Education Bureau to all schools, mandating the collection of Alliance coins from all students. Absolutely not. What a ludicrous suggestion. Everyone is aware of the value of Alliance coins now. Who would willingly relinquish them? By the way, the Alliance coins collected from cities near Kyoto should be prioritized for specific personnel in Kyoto. Understood. The so-called specific personnel referred to those with white identity credentials, individuals who had gained entry into the game world, as Alliance coins served as the universal currency of the other world. It was imperative that these individuals be prioritized to gain an upper hand in the game. Shui, how much time remains on the countdown? Elder Ching inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the documents before him. 10 hours and 5 minutes remaining. Bai Shui responded obediently, adjusting the time accordingly. Due to her identity, Bai Shui was also a member of the White List and among the first wave of players. She was summoned by Elder Chung to assist due to a severe shortage of personnel. Have the information statistics been compiled? Why hasn't the first version been produced yet? We need to expedite this before the countdown ends. The specific personnel must each possess documentation to familiarize themselves with the other world. Oh, I will promptly inform Sister Linling. At that moment, a tall woman clad in a fitted uniform rushed in, carrying a substantial stack of documents. Bai Shui blinked, momentarily taken aback. From her reaction, it was evident that this woman was indeed Lin Ling, the one previously mentioned. Elder Chung, this is the most valuable information filtered at the fastest pace for your review. Elder Cheng did not lift his gaze, merely nodding slightly. Understood. Leave it there. Continue with your work. Lin Ling hesitated, glancing at Elder Chung, seemingly on the verge of speaking. Is there something else? Noticing her unusual demeanor, Elder Cheng finally looked up. Chapter 49, Vital Information. I believe it is necessary for you to review the document placed at the top. Let me take a look. Seeing the insistence from his counterpart, Old Cheng picked up the paper resting atop the pile of materials for examination. Upon reading it, Old Cheng could not help but utter a soft exclamation, his brows knitting together in concern. He had initially thought that this was the most concise and crucial information compiled from the student submissions by his subordinates, hence the prior admonition. However, this thin sheet of paper appeared to be unrefined and unedited, evidently taken directly from the students without any processing. Of course, Old Chen was not surprised by this fact. Rather, he was astonished by the extensive information presented on it, which filled the page completely. The more he read, the more engrossed he became, as the information succinctly encapsulated the overarching worldview and societal structure of the other world. Due to the exceptional clarity and richness of the student's report, it had not undergone any revision or editing, and was delivered post-haste. Lin Ling explained from the side. Upon receiving this unusual report, she too was taken aback. Typically, the student submissions, even when modified by staff, were vague and often contained inconsistencies. However, the student who authored this report seemed akin to a native of the other world, possessing an intimate understanding of its intricacies. Most crucially, the information had undergone cross-verification, revealing no errors or contradictions. Instead, it had dismissed other students' reports as references. Was it not confirmed to be authentic through rigorous review? As Old Cheng spoke, his serious gaze remained fixed on the document. The cross-verifications had been conducted multiple times and were even more comprehensive and reasonable than most of the revised student reports. Almost all students could only provide fragments of information, making compilation arduous, let alone using it as a reference. Currently, the data organization team had practically reproduced this unique report multiple times, treating it as a sacred text for assessing other student submissions. The League, gymnasiums, Pokémon and their elemental affinities, trainers, and trainer academies. How intriguing. The credibility is remarkably high. The more Old Chung examined it, the deeper his astonishment grew. This document seemed to unveil the outline and essence of an entirely new world before him, stirring his heart profoundly. He could only wonder what kind of place he had encountered in the other world and what experiences he had undergone. Alas, the small size of the paper limited its capacity. Otherwise, it seemed he could have penned even more. Old Chung felt a twinge of regret that only the rough contours and general information of the other world were presented, while more detailed insights remained unarticulated, such as the identities within the gymnasium, the nature of the 4 elite trainers, whether they were distinguished by strength, and how the league competitions were conducted, among other queries. Nevertheless, the existing information was already quite substantial. These details held significant reference value, especially concerning the safeguarding of human settlements and preventing malevolent trainers or wild Pokémon from inciting large-scale chaos. Perhaps we could draw parallels in the real world. Clenching his fist, Old Chung tapped his knuckles lightly on the table, deep in thought. Based on the information from this sheet, he had begun to form a rough mental image of the other world. The power center of this realm appeared to be the so-called League, which maintained local security, while the 4 elite trainers presumably represented the most formidable elites based on strength or comprehensive ability. Following them were the city gymnasiums, whose responsibilities included nurturing and guiding new trainers, with their primary duty being to protect the safety of their respective cities from threats posed by malevolent trainers or wild Pokémon. The plans of the Otherworld Investigation Bureau seemed to have overlooked the broader picture by focusing solely on the students' Pokémon. Perhaps the reality would soon see an increase in wild Pokémon. The specific layout of the real world required some adjustments and improvements. The information on a single sheet had plunged Old Ching into a tempest of contemplation, and Bai Shui and Lin Ling exchanged glances, refraining from interrupting, even managing to steady their breaths. After a considerable pause, Old Ching finally exhaled deeply, rubbed his tired eyes, and turned his attention to the signature at the bottom of the paper. Easily changed name? Is this their true name? Upon seeing the name, Old Chin was momentarily taken aback. I couldn't find a corresponding student in the database. It seems the name is concealed. Furthermore, due to the urgency of the document's submission, it is currently impossible to trace its origin. If necessary, we could issue a missing person notice. Anyone who has reviewed the material and has a recollection might help identify the school, making the search easier. Just as Lin Ling was about to explain, neither she nor Old Ching noticed Bai Shui nearby, who shuddered slightly at the mention of easily changed name, and her expression turned surprised. She had heard those words not long ago. After her astonishment, other thoughts began to surface in Bai Shui's mind, akin to sharing an unspoken secret with a close friend. A ripple of delight crossed her heart, and her eyes sparkled as she could not help but let out a sweet giggle. Bai Shui, what are you laughing about? Old Ching, still pondering the implications of the phrase, was oblivious to her amusement. Nothing, Grandpa. But is he very important? Since he has concealed his name, he probably wishes to remain unknown. Indeed, while I do not comprehend the reason behind his anonymity, it is evident he seeks to avoid disturbance. Therefore, it is prudent not to expend resources attempting to locate him. Moreover, he may have already re-entered the other world. Our immediate priority is to arrange everything before the second round of the game commences. After weighing the situation, Old Ching concluded that it was unnecessary to expend effort searching for him, especially if there was a possibility of hostility arising. Understood. Though curious about the reason for the anonymity, Lin Ling suppressed her inquisitiveness. Grandpa, should we continue with the Eagle Project? Lin Ling hesitated before voicing her final question. The sudden onset of the second round seemed to impact the original plans for the Eagle Project, and with new members able to enter the other world, the project's significance appeared diminished. Yes, we shall continue. However, considering the recent changes in circumstances, we will need to reassess our approach. Certainly. Lin Ling performed a respectful bow and then departed directly. Grandpa, observing Old Chung returning to his busyness at the desk, Bai Shui cautiously called out. What is it? Bai Shui, may I take a look at that paper? Sure, go ahead. Old Chung replied absent-mindedly. Oh. Bai Shui gently picked up the densely written paper that had become the focal point of discussion, a faint smile gracing her lips, her cheeks adorned with charming dimples. The handwriting is truly beautiful. Huh? Old Ching could not help but glance at Bai Shui. Beautiful handwriting? What is she focusing on? Chapter 50, The Challenge in the Wilderness. The vast expanse of the Jaban Forest, due to its unique environment, is home to a plethora of insect-type Pokémon. To venture safely into this sun-dappled wilderness and emerge unscathed, one requires not only essential antidotes and healing items but also a compass to navigate the way. However, for Yiming, who possesses a system, such preparations are superfluous, allowing him to traverse the Jaban Forest at a remarkable pace, to the direction of Nibai City. Yiming was surprised to discover that the forest was far larger than he had anticipated. As he delved deeper, he realized that the J-Band forest was astonishingly vast, taking on a crescent shape that extended beyond Ni City and even reached the vicinity of Hualan City. Previously, in his eagerness to allow his little Charizard to engage in more battles while using a tenfold experience card, he had paid little heed to his location, frolicking aimlessly through the forest towards areas inhabited by wild Pokémon. At this moment, Yiming contemplated whether to head directly toward the closer Hualan City. Indeed, the straight-line distance favored Hualan City, yet the intervening cliffs and coastline posed a significant barrier. If only he had a flying-type Pokémon to surmount these obstacles. Time saving was paramount, yet without a flying companion, traversing the area between the J-Band forest and Hualan City seemed implausible. Ultimately, he decided to continue to Ni City, as the difference was negligible. "Let us go, Charizard," he resolved, setting off once more. Roar. Charizard nodded, though it was of little consequence. In the wilderness, it is common knowledge that a competent trainer should always have Pokémon by their side. Otherwise, an unexpected encounter with a fierce, territorial wild Pokémon could lead to dire consequences, leaving them with no time to summon their Pokémon. A regret that would be too late to amend. Just then, a sudden rustling noise caught the attention of both Yiming and Charizard, the sound approaching rapidly as if something were hastening toward them. Roar. With ample experience in outdoor battles, Charizard swiftly turned to face the source of the noise. Preparing for confrontation, its tail flames blazing more fiercely. Suddenly, a shadow darted forth from the underbrush, landing before Yiming and Charizard. It was a green creature, resembling a mantis, equipped with blade-like wings and fearsome size that made it appear as a warrior ready for battle. "Oh!" Yiming exclaimed softly, surprised by its appearance. A Scyther. Within the J-Band forest, teeming with insect-type Pokémon, Scyther could be found alongside the more common Beedrill swarms, albeit in lesser numbers. Previously, while training Charizard, he had encountered a small group of Scyther, numbering only 8, which was indeed a significant rarity compared to the swarming Beedrills. However, why was this one alone? Yiming glanced behind the Scyther, finding no other Scyther in sight, which piqued his curiosity. Insect-type Pokémon typically exhibit social behavior, often seen in groups within the forest. Such as Beedrills, though solitary foraging individuals may still have their colonies nearby. Yet, this Scyther appeared to deviate from that norm. With fierce eyes, the Scyther swept its gaze over Yiming before locking onto Charizard, particularly fixating on the flames at its tail. In a sudden display of aggression, it brandished its sides, eyes ablaze with fury, as if it were prepared to dismantle Charizard piece by piece. Roar. Sensing the hostility, Charizard tilted its head, bewildered by the evident animosity emanating from the Scyther. What could be the cause? Yiming too was puzzled by the Scyther's intense ire directed at Charizard, as it seemed far from a mere chance encounter. Was it possible that this Scyther had come seeking revenge for its defeated kin? Suddenly, a thought crossed Yiming's mind. Could this be the leader of the previous Scyther group? When Charizard was still a Charmander, they had encountered a small faction of Scyther, yet none exhibited outstanding prowess. It was curious that such a small group, comprising 8 Scyther, had no clear leader. Now, it dawned on him that the leader must have been absent during their earlier confrontation, and this Scyther appeared to be seeking retribution for its fallen companions. Though Charizard had evolved, the characteristic flames of its tail remained recognizable to the Scyther. With a glint of determination, the Scyther acknowledged the challenge, its gleaming sides reflecting Charizard's silhouette. "If you seek to reclaim your honor, so be it. However, should you be defeated, you must accompany us." Yiming proposed with a light chuckle. What a fortuitous turn of events, as he had been pondering the possibility of reaching Hualan City directly. While Scyther could not soar like Dragonite, it could certainly traverse the short distance over cliffs and coastlines. Moreover, capturing this level 20 Scyther, the leader of its group, would undoubtedly yield unique abilities and exceptional potential. Yiming had long harbored the desire to capture a Scyther within the J-Band forest, but their rarity compared to Beedrills had thwarted his attempts. Until now, he had only encountered one small group, and neither their level nor their potential had satisfied him. Yet, the pressing concern was that he lacked empty Pokeballs, necessitating a trip to the store. The Scyther nodded slightly, adopting a battle stance, ready to engage. Yiming, empowered by the strength of the J-Band, understood its intent. "You wish to avoid returning in disgrace, do you? Very well, Charizard, it's time to battle." As he readied for the confrontation, Yiming seized the opportunity to assess whether this Scyther, as the leader of its pack, truly possessed the capabilities to match its status. "Scyther, do not disappoint me. To defend your comrades, you must prove your own strength." Roar. Undeterred by the challenge, Charizard stepped forward, facing off against the Scyther. The battle was imminent. Chapter 51, vs Scyther. With an explosive burst of speed, the Scyther darted forward like a flash of green, rapidly closing in on Charizard. A fleeting moment of electric brilliance. Charizard, undaunted, responded with a fierce roar. Charizard, Flame Charge. This move, also known as Flame Rush, enveloped Charizard in flames as it propelled itself forward, akin to a cannonball fired from a blazing barrel. The scorching wave of heat surged forth, and Scyther, shimmering with light, swiftly altered its trajectory in a zigzag pattern, skillfully evading Charizard's assault. After dodging to the side, Scyther did not relent. Its speed surged as it pursued Charizard from behind. Charizard, be wary of what's behind you. Heeding the warning, Charizard felt the rush of wind from Scyther's approach and swiftly turned, its tail striking like a whip to deflect Scyther's scythe-like appendages. However, undeterred, Scyther utilized the momentum from the deflection to launch a wing attack. Witnessing this, Yiming's eyes sparkled with realization. This Scyther, being the leader of its kind, possessed formidable skills. The seamless integration of its battle instincts and techniques was nothing short of remarkable. In that instant, Yiming acknowledged Scyther's prowess. With a resounding thud, Scyther's luminous wings struck Charizard, causing it to stagger momentarily. Regaining its footing, Charizard observed Scyther with newfound respect, dispelling any previous notions of underestimating its opponent. Initially dismissive of Scyther's capabilities as the leader of its swarm, Charizard had easily defeated its kin when it was merely a Charmander. Yet, after this brief skirmish, Charizard had come to regard Scyther as a true rival. Now serious, Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames. Yiming bore a playful smile, eager to witness the extent of Scyther's abilities. Despite Scyther's 2-level advantage, Charizard's type advantage over the bug-type Scyther rendered the level gap nearly insignificant. With a fierce roar, Charizard opened its mouth wide, unleashing a surging stream of fire aimed directly at Scyther, as if it could incinerate all in its path. Scyther, having mastered its high-speed movement, evaded Charizard's flames with remarkable agility, swiftly repositioning itself. As it circled around a colossal tree, Scyther descended rapidly toward Charizard, channeling its strength into its outstretched scythes. With a powerful strike. Yet, Charizard was quick to react, narrowly escaping the attack's reach at the last possible moment. The force of Scyther's strike cleaved into the tree trunk, sending splinters flying and leaving deep gashes in its wake. With a triumphant roar, Charizard retreated slightly, flames surging within its mouth as it prepared to unleash its fire fang. The fiery assault bit into Scyther's shoulder, causing it to cry out in pain as its scythe instinctively retaliated. Charizard was not caught off guard, having anticipated Scyther's counter. It deftly retreated like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. With renewed vigor, Charizard taunted Scyther, its battle spirit ignited. Once engaged in combat, Charizard's fighting spirit blazed brightly, its emotions soaring. Yiming smiled faintly. As Charizard initially underestimated Scyther, the latter had harbored its own disdain for Charizard. Now, having suffered a significant blow, Scyther would surely realize that Charizard's strength far surpassed that of the Beedrills in the evergreen forest. Scyther's expression turned serious as it focused, adjusting its breath and suddenly crossing its sides, its aura intensifying with an eagle-like gleam in its eyes. Charging its energy, the gathering of energy enhanced its accuracy, allowing it to target Charizard's vulnerabilities more effectively. Is it going all out? That's more like it. Charizard, smokescreen. However, Yiming would not allow Scyther to succeed so easily. He commanded Charizard to release a smokescreen, effectively obscuring Scyther's vision and disrupting its concentration. Charizard unleashed a vast cloud of smoke, enveloping the clearing in a dense haze, momentarily obscuring visibility. As anticipated, Scyther lost sight of Charizard amidst the swirling smoke. Sensing the rush of wind, Scyther instinctively raised its scythes as it heard the approaching sound of Charizard. Clang, clang. The sound of claws meeting Scyther's blades echoed sharply. Charizard had launched a strike, and the collision reverberated through the air. Scyther, pushed back by the impact, quickly regained its composure as Charizard pressed the attack. Its claws aimed at Scyther. Scyther, unfazed, had lived in the evergreen forest for years, engaging in countless battles with its nemesis, the Beedrills. Thus, it remained calm amidst Charizard's relentless claw strikes, blocking each one with precision. Clang, clang, clang. The cold, glinting blades of Scyther sliced through the air, emanating a crescent-like glow, effectively thwarting Charizard's frenzied assault. Charizard, fire spin. As Yiming silently admired Scyther's composure, he issued a new command. With a fierce roar, Charizard retreated decisively, swinging its fiery tail. In an instant, a spiraling serpent of flames surged towards Scyther. Seeing the impending danger of the fiery vortex, Scyther took to the air, narrowly escaping the engulfing flames. Immediately thereafter, Scyther dove down rapidly, its scythe-like wings gathering light. Wing attack. Caught off guard, Charizard was struck by Scyther's wing, the force of the impact sending it flying backward, crashing into the giant tree as branches and leaves rained down around it. Scyther, seizing the advantage, showed no mercy. Its intent clear as it turned sharply, raising its size once more to strike at Charizard. Chapter 52. I can facilitate your evolution. After executing a rapid retreat, the Mantis raised its scythe once more, the cold gleam sharp and menacing. The Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames upon the ground. Witnessing this, Yiming's eyes sparkled with determination. Roar. The Charizard understood the command and immediately released a jet of flames, expertly controlling the blaze to fan out in a cone, igniting the fallen twigs and leaves below. In an instant, flames engulfed the Mantis's entire field of vision, causing it to instinctively halt its assault. Now, Charizard, Dragon Breath. Roar. Under Yiming's guidance, the Charizard unleashed its Dragon Breath, a manifestation of chaotic yet overwhelming power, striking the nearby Mantis and sending it hurtling backward like a rag doll until it collided with a colossal tree. Seizing the advantage to conclude the battle, the Charizard released another jet of flames. Observing the Mantis struggling to regain its composure, Yiming ordered the Charizard to finish the fight. Roar. The Charizard redirected its internal flame energy and unleashed yet another jet of flames, the scorching heat causing the surrounding temperature to rise. Despite the pain coursing through it, the Mantis leaped aside, narrowly evading the flames as they scorched the great tree behind it. Did the Mantis still possess the ability to fight? The more Yiming observed the creature, the more he admired its prowess. Its timing in battle was impeccable, akin to an art form that captivated and enthralled. With a swift maneuver, the Mantis flew low, its hawk-like gaze fixed upon the Charizard, its size poised for attack. Suddenly, two fierce air slashes raced toward the ground, leaving deep furrows and rapidly closing in on the Charizard, effectively sealing off its escape routes. Charizard, unleash your flames. Although the distance was considerable, the Mantis's air slashes were cunningly angled, but the Charizard still had ample time to respond. Following Yiming's instruction, it released a torrent of flames. Boom, boom. Two muffled sounds echoed as the air slashes were obliterated by the flames, and in that moment, the Mantis seized the opportunity to dart directly in front of the Charizard. With a fierce aura surging through it, the Mantis crossed its sides and a deadly cross-cut aimed at the Charizard. Caught off guard, the Mantis's attack landed heavily upon the Charizard, eliciting a painful roar. Roar. However, the Charizard's fiery temper ignited at that moment. Its sharp claws seized the Mantis's sides, and with a burst of intense flames, it bit down upon the Mantis's shoulder. Under the influence of type advantage, the Charizard's fiery fangs proved significantly more effective against the Mantis than its cross-cut. The Mantis, battered and dazed, felt its vision blur, its stamina nearly depleted. The Charizard, undeterred, leaped and delivered a powerful kick, sending the Mantis flying several meters before crashing to the ground. Gasping for breath, the Mantis lay weak and disheartened, struggling to rise with the aid of its scythes. Roar. The Charizard stood over it, looking down with an air of superiority. The Mantis, its eyes dimmed, recognized the inevitability of its defeat. You have lost, Yiming stated bluntly as he approached. The Mantis's gaze flickered with reluctance, turning its head away, clearly unwilling to accept defeat. Yet, defeat it was. Do you wish to follow me? Noticing the Mantis's straightforward acknowledgement of its loss, Yiming regarded it with newfound respect and resolved to capture it. In every aspect, this Mantis demonstrated exceptional potential for cultivation. At times, the excellence of a Pokémon's inherent qualities does not dictate everything. The Pokémon's temperament holds equal importance. While Yiming valued talent, he did not overlook other attributes. The Mantis represented the ideal Pokémon he wished to capture. When Yiming mentioned following him, it was, of course, an invitation to become a partner. The Mantis, however, did not comprehend why Yiming did not simply throw a Pokéball, but instead directly inquired. Perceiving the Mantis's confusion, Yiming shrugged and smiled gently. I have yet to acquire a Pokéball. If you choose not to accompany me, feel free to leave. I shall not impede your departure. Though his words suggested indifference, Yiming felt confident that the Mantis would willingly submit. The Mantis hesitated, its head bowed. As it had expressed earlier, after its defeat, it could not face its kin again. Witnessing the Mantis's indecision, a smile crept across Yiming's face as he spoke in a tone that was almost alluring. Among your companions, it was not always this way, was it? He gestured toward the Charizard. Before vanquishing the Mantis, the Charizard had been a mere Charmander. The Mantis's eyes flickered as it pondered Yiming's words. In its kin-s descriptions, there were indeed differences between the Charizard and the Charmander, with the flame at the end of its tail being the most prominent feature. Thus, the Mantis understood that the Charizard was merely the evolved form of the former Charmander, akin to the transformation of a caterpie into a metapod within the lush confines of the Viridian Forest. Do you not envy the transformation that occurs when a metapod evolves into a Butterfree, or when a Kakuna becomes a Beedrill? Yiming's leisurely words pierced the mantis's innermost thoughts, causing it to shudder. How could it not feel envy? The very Kakuna it could easily defeat would become a formidable opponent upon evolving into a Beedrill. With evolution comes not only a new form, but a power vastly superior to its former self. The mantis, which revered strength, could not help but yearn for its own evolution, aspiring to gain a new form and newfound strength. Deep within its soul, it sensed a powerful intuition. It too could attain a transformation akin to that of the Kakuna. Yet, no matter how hard the mantis strove to refine itself, the invisible barrier that separated it from evolution showed no signs of yielding. I can facilitate your evolution. This single proclamation detonated within the mantis's silent heart like a bomb. It abruptly lifted its gaze to Yiming, its eyes shimmering with a profound yearning. However, that spark of hope quickly dimmed. How could it, as a mantis, not know the means to break through that barrier? Yiming was not a Pokémon. He was not a mantis. How could he possibly know? Chapter 53, The Trainer Tournament at Month's End. Upon witnessing the scene, Yiming offered a faint smile, refraining from further conversation, and instead unleashed the power of the evergreen. First to heal the injured Scyther. The source of this evergreen power lies within the evergreen forest. As Yiming channeled the verdant energy, Scyther was visibly shaken, its pupils contracting sharply. With an expression of calmness and a subtle smile gracing his lips, Yiming proclaimed, "As you can see, I am no ordinary trainer. I am destined to become the most formidable Pokémon master, standing at the pinnacle of strength in the world, garnering the admiration and reverence of many. I am your best choice, without exception." After restoring much of Scyther's injuries with the evergreen power, Yiming did not spare it another glance. He turned to depart, casting a light remark over his shoulder. "Whether you choose to become my partner is entirely up to you. Destiny is in your hands." Nearby, Charmeleon extended an invitation to Scyther as well, recognizing its potential for partnership. "Let us go, Charmeleon." Sensing the intense gaze directed at him from behind, Yiming smiled confidently, still not looking back. For he believed that with Scyther's exceptional capabilities, it would not be content to linger in the confines of the evergreen forest. It could soar into a more expansive sky. Scyther would not let this extraordinary opportunity to alter its fate slip away. In the real world, the advent of Pokémon OL had plunged the entire globe into a fervor, triggering the second round of player qualifications for entering the game. Having witnessed the wonders of Pokémon and experienced their allure firsthand, discussions about Pokémon had ignited everywhere, with almost everyone, regardless of who or where they were. Speaking of Pokémon, has your lad caught a Pokémon? Oh, my good-for-nothing son only managed to snag a Pidgey. He claims he is already level 10, which he thinks is impressive, but I don't buy it. The neighbor Spearow is already at level 12. What about your child? Don't even mention it. That fool only caught a Caterpie. I can hardly bear to look. Oh, really? Well, at least my kid is making progress. Indeed, he needs to step it up. Have you heard about the citywide trainer tournament at the end of the month? What citywide trainer tournament? I haven't heard anything about it. I've heard it's open to all students, with limited spots for each school. Everyone who participates will receive rewards, and those who excel might even earn scholarships. Moreover, a good ranking could lead to automatic admission to prestigious universities. Is that true? Automatic admission to prestigious universities? No way. Of course. The news is out. You should encourage your son to work hard. Since his grades aren't great, this is a perfect opportunity for him to leap forward. The national and university focus on students with Pokémon is extraordinary. The citywide trainer tournament has captured the attention of all parents. Why should children work hard in school? Isn't it to get into a good university, to shine and bring honor to the family, while also establishing a firm footing in this harsh society? Ultimately ascending to the pinnacle of life? The current emphasis from the state and universities on Pokémon represents an unparalleled opportunity. In this scenario, students who typically struggle academically and prefer gaming have found themselves at an advantage. The resources they acquire and the Pokémon they capture in Pokémon OL often surpass those of the top students, which is rather ironic considering their lack of academic diligence. This dramatic turn of events has led parents to completely shift their attitudes towards their children, no longer pressuring them to study, but instead encouraging them to continue playing games to gain more experience and advantage in Pokémon OL. Currently, all students and parents are fixated on the citywide tournament. At Tianlong Middle School, due to the player challenges, most students linger around the playground, waiting for time to pass and for Charizard's level to drop. Several hours have elapsed, and Charizard's level has indeed decreased significantly, from level 30 to 22, transforming into Charmeleon. Yet, even so, the level and challenge difficulty remain dauntingly out of reach, leaving them to watch helplessly, waiting. Even as Charmeleon, Tianlin is unlikely to prevail. They are still far too distant from victory. Sigh, I really envy Yiming for possessing such a powerful Pokémon. It's been quite some time. I wonder how Yiming is faring in the game. I haven't heard anyone online completing the player challenge. Yiming is probably the only one currently in the game. Let us not dwell on that. Have you heard about the trainer tournament at the end of the month? Of course we've heard. The school sent out announcements urging us to battle and improve our skills in preparation for the tournament. What is the use of your preparations? The school won't select you for a spot just because you wish it. Your family has some money, right? Why not donate for a spot? Don't be ridiculous. Anyone can participate. The school spots just have privileges, allowing them to skip the preliminaries. My Metapod has already evolved into Butterfree. There is no reason I can't participate. Butterfree? Please, it can't possibly compare to my B-Drill. The citywide trainer tournament, set to occur at the end of the month, has not only garnered widespread attention from students and parents but also piqued the interest of all students with Pokémon. Their focus is straightforward. This is an exceptional opportunity to shine. I've heard there will even be live broadcasts. And just stepping onto the stage will attract the attention of the entire H-City. Just imagining it sends chills of excitement through me. If one performs exceptionally, they might even become famous overnight, enjoying the treatment of a superstar. In the past, ordinary individuals could only dream of such scenarios, but now, an opportunity lies before them. Who could resist the allure of such prospects? At this moment, they spotted a proud figure striding towards the luminous circle representing the player challenge. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Tianlin. Wait, Tianlin is challenging Charmeleon? No way, Charmeleon's level is still so high. How could he possibly win? But wait, didn't TEV get defeated by Yiming's Charmeleon and was injured? How has it recovered so quickly? Could it be that Pokémon centers exist in the real world? You fool, Tianlin's family, the Tian family, is a well-known clan in H-City. So they surely have their ways. I envy him. As for me, I won't challenge unless Charmeleon evolves into a Charmander. Under the watchful eyes of students with varied expressions, Tianlin, with a stoic demeanor, stepped into the circle, challenging the illusionary Charmeleon. Chapter 54, The Radiant Lighthouse. A fortuitous encounter with Ash. Indeed, there exists a precipice. Standing atop the cliff, Yiming gazed out over the coastline below. The night had settled in. With a radiant moon hanging high in the sky, stars twinkling like diamonds, and the gentle moonlight casting a silvery veil over the tranquil sea. Thanks to the moon's illumination, visibility was not too poor, and Yiming spotted the shimmering lights of Hualan City near the water's edge, estimating it was not too far away. Additionally, he discerned a lighthouse in the distance, guiding ships on their voyages. The presence of a city and the sea implied the existence of a lighthouse, which did not warrant much of his attention. Scyther, take me down, he called. Once we reach Hualan City, I'll get you a Pokeball. Although he had not yet utilized a Pokeball, Scyther had already become his companion. Thus, Yiming secured Scyther's waist with sturdy vines and slowly descended to the sandy beach below. Just then, he suddenly heard an announcement from the system. Area announcement. The Radiant Lighthouse is about to trigger a special event. Players reaching the designated location will receive additional rewards. Area announcement. The Radiant Lighthouse is about to trigger a special event. Players reaching the designated location will receive additional rewards. Area announcement. The Radiant Lighthouse is about to trigger a special event. Players reaching the designated location will receive additional rewards. The three consecutive announcements made Yiming gasp softly. An area announcement. The Radiant Lighthouse. Suddenly, Yiming shot his gaze upward toward the lighthouse he had noticed from the cliff. On the beach, obstructed by rocks, he could not see the full structure. But he could still make out the large searchlight at the top, ceaselessly sweeping, providing a discernible anchor point for ships at sea. Wow, is that the Radiant Lighthouse? As a devoted fan of Pokémon, Yiming was well aware of its significance. Tonight, would he truly have the opportunity to visit? Players who reached the designated location, the Radiant Lighthouse, could indeed receive additional rewards. With a peculiar expression, Yiming instinctively glanced around. At this hour, he surmised that he was alone in the Pokémon world, let alone in the vicinity to hear the system's area announcement. This so-called area announcement seemed to be directed solely at him. Without hesitation, Yiming abandoned his initial plan to head to Hualan City and set off directly for the Radiant Lighthouse. If he missed this chance, there might not be another opportunity. He had to seize it. With that thought in mind, he beckoned to Scyther, and they swiftly made their way toward the lighthouse. After several dozen minutes, the full grandeur of the Radiant Lighthouse finally came into view. As they approached, Yiming noted its distinctiveness. Aside from its size, the searchlight was astonishingly intense, as if it could penetrate the heavens without limit. The sea began to shroud itself in fog. Yiming squinted slightly, observing that a thick mist was beginning to envelop the nearby waters. Upon reaching the rocky entrance of the Radiant Lighthouse, he noticed intricate carvings of various Pokémon, with the most prominent being Charizard, Houndoom, Scyther, and Pidgeot, among others. Here, Yiming found a button beside the door and pressed it. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, a deafening chime reverberated, startling Yiming. Goodness, does a lighthouse really need such a grand doorbell? He muttered. A voice came through the intercom. Slightly hoarse, sounding like that of a young man. Ahem, I apologize for the intrusion, but I am a lost traveler. It seems like it might rain. May I enter the lighthouse to seek shelter and perhaps take a look around? After a brief silence, Yiming could faintly hear a muttering of, why are there so many lost travelers today? His heart stirred. Could it be that Ash and his friends were also up there? Although it might not rain. If you wish to tour the lighthouse, come on up. We're all inside. Just make your way up yourself. As the voice from the intercom spoke, the grand door of the radiant lighthouse slowly opened, allowing Yiming and Scyther to enter. No one greeted them. Yiming quickly found a staircase leading upward and ascended. Before long, he reached the top of the tower. As he had anticipated, in addition to the Pokémon researcher, Zheng Hui, he also encountered Ash, Misty, and Brock, alongside the adorable Piku, eliciting a smile from him. This marked their first encounter. Hello, I am Zheng Hui, the owner of this lighthouse and a Pokémon researcher. With his striking blue hair, Zheng Hui glanced at Scyther and then greeted Yiming. Before Yiming could introduce himself, Zheng Hui continued with a smile. You must be Yiming, right? Have you captured Scyther? You know me? Yiming asked, surprised that Zheng Hui recognized his name. Upon reflection, he realized that Zheng Hui must have a connection to Professor Oak, who likely mentioned him. Yes, I know. Professor Oak spoke of you. And I specifically requested a photo of you. Could your Froakie come out for a moment? It would be wonderful to collect a sample of its bubbles. Although he was familiar with the Pokémon from the Kalos region, he had yet to see one in person. As expected, Zheng Hui had learned about him from Professor Oak. Of course, but it has already evolved, so you won't be able to get the bubbles you desire. Come forth, Greninja. Yiming released Greninja from its Pokeball. The appearance of Greninja caused Zheng Hui, Ash, and Brock to widen their eyes in awe, with Ash's reaction being the most exuberant. Wow, what an incredible Pokémon. I've never seen one before. Is this a Pokémon from the Kalos region? Ash exclaimed, circling Greninja with excitement, his eyes sparkling brighter than the lighthouse's beam. Indeed, its name is Greninja, hailing from the Kalos region, Yiming explained, amused by Ash's enthusiasm. It appears to be a water-type Pokémon, Brock remarked, stroking his chin as he observed Greninja thoughtfully. As a well-versed Pokémon researcher, Zheng Hui nodded in affirmation of Brock's deduction. Yes, it is a water and dark-type Pokémon, quite rare even in the Kalos region. Due to its remarkable strength and striking appearance, it is beloved by trainers there. Unfortunately, now that it has evolved into Greninja, I won't be able to collect bubbles for research, which I was quite looking forward to. It is a water-type Pokémon? It looks quite reliable, Misty. The assistant gym leader of the Hualan Gym who adored water-type Pokémon, remarked, her spirits lifted upon learning that Greninja was indeed a water-type. Chapter 55, The Mysterious Colossal Dragonite Appears. Ah, so you hail from the Kalos region? Ash exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Aside from Greninja, what other Pokémon from Kalos do you possess? May I have a glimpse? Ash's curiosity about the distant Pokémon of Kalos was palpable, and the attention of the other three shifted to Yiming, eager to discover whether he held more Pokémon from the famed region to showcase. Ahem, I apologize, but I only brought Froakie with me from Kalos. I prefer to start anew when exploring a new region. It adds an element of thrill, Yiming replied nonchalantly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In the original narrative, apart from the unexpected arrival of the long-tailed monkey, Ash would only bring Pikachu with him to new regions, often forced to lower his level or even lose to novice trainers, a rather disheartening predicament. Oh, is that so? If it were me, I would do the same and only bring Pikachu, Ash said, scratching his head, a hint of regret mingling with his agreement. Pika Pika, Pikachu echoed, mimicking Ash's gesture, its adorable demeanor evoking an irresistible urge to pinch its soft cheeks. You seem quite formidable. Might we engage in a Pokémon battle? Ash suddenly adopted a serious expression, issuing a challenge to Yiming. Misty sighed in exasperation, shaking her head. Ash, here we go again. Brock chuckled, haha, it's classic Ash. But Ash, you mustn't be rude. You haven't even introduced yourself before challenging someone. Yiming had anticipated Ash's abrupt challenge, knowing his character well. He glanced at Pikachu's level, 16, quite close to Charmeleon's. Yiming raised an eyebrow. This level was somewhat unexpected. It seemed Ash's strength had grown swiftly since embarking on his journey. However, considering Ash had already acquired 2 badges, this level seemed reasonable. Before Yiming could respond, Ash scratched his head, taking Brock's advice to heart, and introduced himself promptly. I am Ash from Pallet Town, aspiring to become a Pokémon master. This is my loyal partner, Pikachu. I am Misty, lively, and adorable. one of the Cerulean sisters who adores water-type Pokémon. I am Brock, the former gym leader of Pewter City, aiming to become the finest Pokémon breeder. Listening to their introductions, Yiming smiled faintly. I am already well acquainted with all of you. Is further introduction necessary? Yet, playing along, he feigned surprise. So you are Brock from Pewter Gym, and you are Misty from the Cerulean Sisters. I had hoped to challenge you both. As he nearly referred to her as one of the Cerulean Sisters, he caught sight of Misty's puffed cheeks and quickly corrected himself. His intention to challenge them was not mere politeness. He had originally thought to encounter Misty and Brock at Pewter and Cerulean gyms. But fate had intertwined their paths as they adventured alongside Ash, unexpectedly converging at the Lighthouse of Radiance. However, challenging them outside of their gyms would not yield badges. Ding. Fusion task triggered. Accept Ash's challenge and achieve victory in battle. Task level, C. Task deadline, none. Task reward, skill ball, level 2. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yiming's eyes lit up. Defeating Ash would yield a level 2 skill ball. Remarkable. The task's level being C surprised him. Defeating Ash should be a breeze for him. However, he realized the task's level might be calibrated to the average player's strength. Besides himself, the majority of trainers hovered around level 10, making Ash a formidable opponent. I accept your challenge. Without hesitation, Yiming accepted Ash's invitation. Wonderful. Ash was eager to rush into the tower's spacious arena for their battle when suddenly, a haunting wail emerged from the mist-laden sea. Resonating as if from the farthest reaches of the world, reminiscent of a solitary being calling out to its kin or a swaddled child yearning for its mother, embodying an intense sense of loneliness that pierced the very souls of those who heard it. It's him. He's coming. Jingwei shuddered, racing to the railing. Yiming and the others' attention was instantly drawn to the obscured sea, shrouded in thick mist. Frogadier. The flying Scyther and Frogadier exchanged knowing glances. Sensing the gravity of the moment as they, like the others, gazed towards the ocean. The Pokémon possessed keen instincts. They could feel the approaching presence, powerful enough to instill fear. Is he here? Yiming gazed at the fog-enshrouded sea, the scene unfolding before him matching his expectations. The mysterious colossal Dragonite. Come forth. Allow me to behold you. Jingwei pressed a button, and the Lighthouse of Radiance echoed with the same strange sound from before, as if in response to the call of its companion. In the brief silence, Yiming and the others understood that the being in the mist was drawing near. Though their vision was obscured, they could feel its approach. He has heard us. He is coming closer. As Yiming and his companions awaited in anticipation, a colossal figure, akin to a mountain, gradually emerged from the haze. In that moment, both Jingwei and Ash held their breath, transfixed by the awe-inspiring presence that seemed inviolable. Even Yiming, who had steeled himself for this encounter, was momentarily spellbound. The creature, towering as if it could support the heavens, stood above the water, shrouded in layers of mysterious mist, with the sea barely reaching its legs, an indication of its immense size. The moment it appeared, an overwhelming aura enveloped the surroundings, akin to a tsunami sweeping across the land. Is this the mysterious colossal Dragonite? Its magnitude surpassed that of the previously encountered illusion Charizard, rendering it mere infantile compared to this behemoth. A resonant roar echoed across the sky as the enigmatic Dragonite gazed towards the Lighthouse of Radiance, its eyes gleaming like the lighthouse's beam. Though Yiming and the others could not discern its features, they sensed the profound solitude emanating from those eyes. Chapter 56. The title of witness to the colossal Dragonite. The haunting call from the Jingwei Lighthouse ignited a flicker of hope within the colossal Dragonite, which had been adrift in the sea for what felt like an eternity. Yet, this hope, barely kindled, was swiftly extinguished. Jingwei found himself shaken, his gaze betraying a mix of compassion and regret. He murmured to himself, "Am I yearning to see it just once? Have I been too selfish?" The desolate and lonely figure of the colossal Dragonite upon the distant waters resonated not only with Jingwei but also with Yiming and Ash, who shared the same sentiment. To draw it forth with a call that instilled hope was, indeed, a cruel act. The world's most solitary whale. Suddenly, Yiming recalled a poignant example from the real world. There existed a lonely whale, whose unique frequency rendered its songs unheard and its sorrows unnoticed, endlessly calling out across the ocean for a companion with whom to communicate. The Dragonite was not the only one of its kind. Yet it remained a singularly unique and mysterious entity, akin to that lonely whale, doomed to call out without ever receiving a response. Would its colossal form? Yiming could not help but ponder. Before his journey through dimensions, he had encountered the concept of Dynamax in the game's Sword and Shield, and the enigmatic colossal Dragonite before him inevitably sparked his imagination. Unable to resist, Yiming checked the details of the colossal Dragonite. Colossal Dragonite. Level. Ability. Warning. Target Pokémon is exceedingly dangerous. A series of question marks elicited a sharp intake of breath from Yiming. It was said that data would be obscured only for targets whose level surpassed the strongest player Pokémon by at least 50 levels. With his most formidable Pokémon, Greninja, at level 30, it implied that the colossal Dragonite must be at least level 80. Terrifying indeed. As Ming marveled at the insurmountable power of the colossal Dragonite, he suddenly felt an intense sensation of being watched. He instinctively looked up toward the colossal Dragonite shrouded in mist. Is it gazing at me? Could it be that it sensed my probing thoughts? The thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he licked his dry lips. If he had inadvertently stirred the Dragonite's hostility, the consequences would be dire. The entire Jinghui lighthouse could potentially be obliterated. Fortunately, such a fate did not come to pass. As the mist thickened, the mysterious colossal Dragonite, realizing the call was but a mirage, slowly turned away, sending waves crashing around it. It retreated into the mist, its massive silhouette evoking a sense of profound melancholy. Watching the colossal Dragonite drift away from the coastline, gradually vanishing into the fog, the heavy atmosphere atop Jinghui Lighthouse finally dissipated. Is this truly the colossal Dragonite? Ash exchanged a glance with Pikachu, and both could see the disbelief reflected in each other's eyes. Jinghui fell silent. Misty and Brock also gazed at the dimming sea as the fog began to lift, rendered speechless. Regional announcement. The special event at Jinghui Lighthouse has concluded. Regional announcement. The special event at Jinghui Lighthouse has concluded. Regional announcement. The special event at Jinghui Lighthouse has concluded. After the colossal Dragonite vanished, Yiming heard the system's notification. What rewards might await him? He was curious about the so-called special event and what rewards witnessing the colossal Dragonite would yield. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the title Witness to the Colossal Dragonite. A title of Witness to the Colossal Dragonite. What purpose does it serve? Just as he was about to open the system interface for more details, another notification arrived. Due to there being only one player in the target area, the title Witness to the Colossal Dragonite has been upgraded to Unique Witness to the Colossal Dragonite. It seemed that other players were still entangled in challenges, struggling to enter the game. I must surely be the only player here. What effects does being the unique witness to the colossal Dragonite entail? Curiosity piqued, Yiming glanced at his personal information panel, where a dazzling golden light instantly captivated his attention. Title: Unique Witness to the Colossal Dragonite. Dratini, Dragonair, Dragonite. Affection level, 100. Trainer ability bonus. Dragon Power, Epic. By the heavens. Dragon Power. Yiming's eyes widened in astonishment. Dragon Power bestows a special enhancement to Dragon-type Pokémon, granting him their acknowledgement and even the ability to command them. It was also one of Champion Adu's unique abilities. Adu earned the title of the unrivaled Dragon Master not only due to his formidable strength but also because of this very ability, Dragon Power. It is known that Dragon-type Pokémon, along with those related to dragons, are often proud and aloof. Trainers find it exceedingly difficult to earn their trust and acknowledgement, and even if captured, one must invest considerable time to enhance their bond to gain their acceptance. Thus, for a Dragonite, mere strength alone does not guarantee unconditional recognition. Even if captured, substantial effort is needed to foster intimacy. However, with Dragon Power, Yiming could almost immediately consider himself a Dragon Master. This journey was not in vain. He felt a wave of exhilaration, knowing that Dragon Power would undoubtedly aid him in his quest to become a Master Trainer. Charizard, being dragon-related, would also respond favorably to Dragon Power. Thus, Yiming need not worry about experiencing a transformation akin to Ash's Charmeleon, which became disobedient upon evolving into Charizard, requiring immense effort to gain its trust. Dragon Power would save him considerable time and effort. He too could now call himself a Dragon Master. In his mind, Yiming began to envision the Dragon-type Pokémon he would soon capture. Just then, the system notification chimed once more, distributing battle experience rewards for the special event. Number of players receiving rewards, 1. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yiming's heart stirred. More battle experience rewards? He seized upon the system's keyword, distribute. Distributing meant that participants in the special event would share the battle experience. Yet, there was only him here, which meant, as he awaited the system's notification, Yiming steeled himself for what was to come. Chapter 57, A Solo Indulgence in Extraordinary Rewards. Acquired Special Event Reward. Froka gains battle experience, 70,000. Suddenly, Froka trembled violently, closing its eyes to concentrate and absorb the surge of battle experience flooding its mind. Like vivid scenes from an actual battle, they flashed before Frokia's eyes. Along with the influx of experience, a peculiar energy coursed through its body, initiating subtle, yet profound changes. Ding. Froka's battle experience is full, level increased to 32. Ding. Froka's battle experience is full, level increased to 33. Ding. Froke's battle experience is full, level increased to 34. Ding. Froke's battle experience is full, level increased to 35. In an instant, Froke ascended 4 levels. From level 31 to 35, Froke abruptly opened its eyes, a glimmer of astonishing brilliance briefly illuminating them before returning to a restrained demeanor. Yiming couldn't help but smile, patting Froke's shoulder with immense satisfaction. For whole levels, it was known that the higher the level, the more battle experience required for advancement. Thus, progression became increasingly arduous. For Froke to leap 4 levels would have taken considerable time if it were to undergo special training. Yet, this was not the end. Next came Charmeleon. Acquired special event reward. Charmeleon gains battle experience. 70,000. Ding. Charmeleon's battle experience is full, level increased to 19. Ding. Charmeleon's battle experience is full, level increased to 20. A barrage of level-up notifications flooded in. Ding. Charmeleon's battle experience is full, level increased to 28. Ding. Charmeleon's battle experience is full, level increased to 29. Charmeleon's level soared, as if propelled by a rocket. After a series of notifications, Charmeleon's level finally settled at 29, with its experience progress bar nearly full, just a hair's breadth away from achieving level 30. From level 18 to nearly 30, a staggering increase of 12 levels. This was exhilarating. Yiming couldn't help but chuckle. Charmeleon had skyrocketed from level 18 to 29 in one breath, tantalizingly close to level 30. Next, Yiming turned his gaze to Scyther, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. Although Scyther had acknowledged him as its master, it had not been captured in a Pokeball. Would it still be eligible for the battle experience reward? The system's prompt provided a resounding affirmation. Acquired special event reward. Scyther gains battle experience. 70,000. It too could partake, even without being captured in a Pokeball. Scyther was already his Pokémon and could enjoy the rewards of this special event. Delighted, Yiming snapped his fingers. In that moment, Scyther trembled, its eyes revealing astonishment. After a nod of acknowledgement towards Yiming, it closed its eyes to absorb the battle experience that seemed as if it were lived firsthand, while also receiving transformative power. Ding. Scyther's battle experience is full, level increased to 21. Ding. Scyther's battle experience is full, level increased to 22. Ding. Scyther's battle experience is full, level increased to 29. Ding. Scyther's battle experience is full, level increased to 30. Another series of system notifications rang out, and Scyther's level successfully ascended to 30. With its blades gleaming under the moonlight, Scyther appeared as formidable as its newly opened eyes, radiating an aura sharp enough to be blinding. Were other players to learn of Yiming's Pokémon achieving such astonishing growth, they would undoubtedly be envious, their eyes turning green with jealousy. They toiled tirelessly battling other players, struggling to reach levels 12 or 13. Yet, Yiming, having merely arrived at Bright Lighthouse, was rewarded with an unimaginable amount of experience due to the special event triggered by the Colossal Dragonite. Even Yiming hadn't anticipated such a tremendous boost in strength from a single visit to Bright Lighthouse. Alas, it felt somewhat embarrassing to be the sole recipient of this special event. Yiming couldn't help but smirk. Being the first to enter the game allowed him to savor what would have otherwise been a shared reward among many. One could only imagine that had he arrived later, with numerous players already present, the system's area announcements would have drawn a crowd, diluting the generous rewards. The cake would be divided among many, resulting in each receiving far less. Yet now, at Bright Lighthouse, Yiming stood alone, enjoying every reward. Consequently, not only did his title change from Witness to the Colossal Dragonite to Sole Witness to the Colossal Dragonite, but he also acquired the bug-level dragon power. Moreover, the battle experience rewards that should have been shared among hundreds, if not thousands, had all flowed into Yiming's hands, resulting in a dramatic enhancement for Froke, Charmeleon, and Scyther. Pika. At that moment, Pikachu, perched on Ash's shoulder, blinked in confusion. The perceptive Pikachu sensed the notable changes in Froke and Scyther. What's wrong, Pikachu? Ash followed Pikachu's gaze, landing on Froke and Scyther, and was taken aback. Is it just my imagination, or do Froke and Scyther seem to have bulked up significantly? Upon hearing this, the nearby Qinghui, Misty, and Brock also glanced over, suddenly sensing an inexplicable shift in Froke and Scyther, much like Ash. Misty stroked her chin skeptically. It does seem a bit strange. Could it be that witnessing the Colossal Dragonite has awakened their potential? Brock speculated similarly. In response, Yiming shrugged, aware they would notice the transformation in his Pokémon. After all, such a sudden and intense increase in power would be impossible to overlook. Indeed, it's not surprising. The stimulation from that colossal Dragonite was immense, naturally awakening Froakie and Scyther's potential, Yiming explained with a smile, aligning with Brock's conjecture. Really? Then, Ash instinctively locked eyes with Pikachu, who sheepishly chuckled, scratching its round head. Ash sighed in disappointment. Pfft. Yiming erupted into laughter. Chapter 58. The special title of Insect King. When the Froakie undergoes bond evolution, its level experiences a meteoric rise, accompanied by a profound sensation. One cannot help but ponder the scene if Ash were to witness the bond Froakie first. Yiming was momentarily captivated by this amusing thought, only to dismiss it soon after. By the way, Ash, do you happen to have any spare Pokeballs? I would like to purchase 2 from you. Yiming suddenly recalled that it would be more convenient to buy Pokeballs directly from Ash rather than searching for a shop in Celadon City. As he spoke, he gestured towards the Scyther, stating, I have yet to capture it in a Pokeball. Upon hearing this, the others present appeared somewhat astonished, as such a situation was quite rare. Ash pointed at the Scyther with a look of hesitation and asked, Are you saying that this Scyther has not been captured in a Pokeball, yet it is willing to follow you? Well, I simply did not prepare any Pokeballs beforehand. Yiming smiled slightly, opting not to explain why the Scyther was inclined to accompany him. The group fell silent, some wanting to tease Yiming for his lack of dedication. What kind of trainer goes without Pokeballs? Thus, Yiming purchased 2 Pokeballs from Ash for 700 league coins, promptly using one to capture the Scyther as it transformed into a beam of red light. The formal capture of Scyther ensued. Scyther. Gender. Ability. Technician. Enhances the power of low attack moves. Level. 30. Potential. Leader. Potential classifications include Ordinary, Outstanding, Elite, Leader, Pseudo-Champion, Champion. Held item. None. Special title. Insect King. Learn moves. Quick Attack, Focus Energy, Double Team, Wing Attack, Agility, Cut, Air Slash, Swords Dance, X-Scissor. Yiming had anticipated Scyther's leader potential and its vibrant coloration. Scyther was indeed the leader of its clan in the Viridian Forest, and the battle with Charmeleon confirmed its exceptional potential. A special title of Insect King? However, there was an unexpected revelation in Scyther's information. It possessed the title of Insect King. Intrigued, Yiming examined the details. Special title, Insect King. Achieved by winning 100 consecutive battles against various Bug-type Pokémon. This title instills fear among Bug-type Pokémon. Effect 1. Reduces the attack and defense of opposing Bug-type Pokémon during battles. Effect 2. Enhances Scyther's own Bug-type moves. Remarkable. Scyther, in the Viridian Forest, boasts such prestige, having achieved 100 consecutive victories, a flawless record. Although the title of Bug King is somewhat contentious among Pokémon enthusiasts, Scyther rightfully earned it through arduous battles. What a treasure I have found. Scyther possesses a special title. Yiming couldn't help but grin. Yiming, let's have a Pokémon battle. Ash excitedly challenged, rousing Yiming from his reverie regarding Scyther's remarkable potential. I would be delighted. Let us head to the open area beneath the tower, as this place is unsuitable for a battle. Yiming, of course, accepted Ash's invitation, as he had a fusion task awaiting completion. In this manner, Yiming and the group arrived at a spacious spot beneath the tower. My chosen battling Pokémon will be you, Pikachu. Pikachu. Pikachu leaped from Ash's shoulder to the center of the battlefield, its cheek pouches crackling with electricity, exuding a fierce fighting spirit. Come forth, Charmeleon. Yiming intended for this battle to serve as the final push for Charmeleon to reach level 30. Roar. The Pokeball soared through the air, and as a flash of white light passed, Charmeleon appeared before everyone. It's Charmeleon, a formidable sight. Ash and Pikachu are likely to find it challenging to secure a victory. Upon seeing Charmeleon, Misty couldn't help but comment. It's not that she underestimated Ash and Pikachu. Rather, Yiming exuded the aura of an elite trainer. Hadn't she heard that someone from the distant Kalos region was here for an adventure? Indeed, it looks tough to face. However, since Ash likely cannot defeat it, it would be beneficial for him to gain experience. Only those who can endure setbacks and failures are qualified trainers, Brock concurred. Beside them, Zheng Hui felt a twinge of regret. Compared to the Charmeleon he was familiar with, he was more eager to see Greninja battle Pikachu, as many of his research inspirations stemmed from Pokémon battles. Pikachu, give it your all. Ash encouraged Pikachu. Yiming, however, remained unperturbed. The disparity in strength between Pikachu and Charmeleon was vast. If it were the previous Charmeleon, caution would have been warranted, but after witnessing the immense growth of Dragonite, Charmeleon had gained substantial power. Pikachu had fallen far behind. Thus, Yiming did not regard this battle with much concern. After a brief standoff, Ash commanded Pikachu to initiate the attack. Pikachu unleashed Thunderbolt on Charmeleon. Pika. Upon hearing Ash's command, Pikachu immediately released a Thunderbolt. arcs of electricity slicing through the air towards Charmeleon. Charmeleon reacted swiftly, crouching down and moving sideways as Pikachu unleashed the Thunderbolt, rendering it impossible for the attack to connect. What incredible speed! Ash gasped in astonishment. Even Pikachu had not anticipated Charmeleon could exhibit such velocity. End this battle quickly with Flame Charge. Yiming spoke in a calm tone. Boom. Accompanied by the explosive roar of flames, Charmeleon surged forth at an astonishing speed, engulfed in fire, resembling a burning projectile as it charged towards Pikachu. Pikachu dodged quickly. Ash felt a tightening in his chest, realizing that the opponent's strength far exceeded his expectations. Pikachu, with its enhanced speed, narrowly evaded the oncoming Charmeleon. Yet Yiming would not allow Pikachu to escape so effortlessly. He issued another command, Fire Fong. Charmeleon, having passed by Pikachu, suddenly stomped on the ground, leaving deep footprints as it executed a rapid U-turn, its mouth ablaze with searing flames, lunging towards Pikachu. Caught off guard, Pikachu was struck by Charmeleon's Fire Fong. Chapter 59, Awakening of Bloodline. Pika. The intense heat from Charmeleon's Flame Fong caused Pikachu to cry out in pain. Attempting instinctively to retaliate with a thunder shock, Pikachu was abruptly thrown aside by the perceptive Charmeleon, landing awkwardly on the ground. Witnessing this, Misty and Brock exchanged silent glances. Both astonished, the strength of Yiming and Charmeleon exceeded their expectations, exuding the prowess of a seasoned elite trainer. Is this the caliber of trainers in the Kalos region? They pondered, contemplating the arduous days ahead for the gym leaders of that area. Pikachu, struggling to rise, appeared visibly weakened from its injuries. Pikachu, you cannot be defeated so easily. Counterattack. Quick attack. Pikachu began to execute a quick attack, increasing its speed as it circled around Charmeleon. Now, sparks flashed as. In a fleeting moment when Charmeleon could not lock onto Pikachu, Ash promptly gave his command. Pikachu, with a sudden surge of speed. Pikachu transformed into a streak of white light, leaving a shimmering trail as it launched an attack from behind Charmeleon. Observing this, Yiming smirked, noting the opening Charmeleon had exposed. Charmeleon, Steel Tail. With a low growl, Charmeleon's eyes glimmered with mischief as it spun around, unleashing its metallic tail with tremendous force. The impact resonated like a thunderclap, and Pikachu, caught off guard, was sent flying as if struck by a baseball bat. Pikachu lay on the ground, dazed, feeling the world spin around it, stars dancing in its vision. Pikachu, are you all right? Ash rushed to Pikachu's side, his heart racing. The disparity in strength was undeniable. Misty shook her head in resignation. Brock, in agreement, remarked, the difference in power is indeed vast, though I anticipated some outcome. The speed at which the battle concluded was beyond my expectations. He had imagined that even if Pikachu was no match for Charmeleon, it would hold out for a while longer, but he was surprised at how swiftly the victor was determined. While they were taken aback, Yiming felt it was all predictable. After all, the level disparity was immense. Charmeleon at level 29, while Pikachu was barely at level 20. At that moment, under Yiming's eager gaze, the system's notification rang out. Defeating Pikachu, Charmeleon gained battle experience, 293. Due to Charmeleon's aptitude, gained additional battle experience, 86. Beep. Charmeleon's battle experience is now full, leveling up to level 30. The battle experience bar filled completely after Pikachu's defeat, and Charmeleon successfully reached level 30. With a thunderous roar, Charmeleon unleashed its voice to the heavens. Suddenly, it radiated a brilliant light, illuminating the surroundings as if it were day. What is this? Ash and the revived Pikachu, along with the others, were captivated by the spectacle. This is the light of evolution. Yiming had mentally prepared himself. After all, Greninja also evolved at level 30. Charmeleon might very well evolve too, yet witnessing this transformation unfold stirred his excitement. The dazzling light of evolution enveloped Charmeleon, causing it to swell like a balloon, its form growing more robust, sprouting powerful dragon-like wings that left onlookers breathless. As Charmeleon began to evolve, a new notification echoed in Yiming's ears. Current Charmeleon can absorb dragon power to unleash its potential and awaken its bloodline. What? Yiming was momentarily taken aback by the system's message. Charmeleon, no, soon to be Charizard, now had the capability for him to utilize dragon power, awakening its potential and bloodline. What bloodline could be awakened with dragon power? There was no need to ponder. Charizard's name bore the essence of dragons, and within it flowed the bloodline of the dragon type, as evidenced by its mega evolution to the X form. Looking at the glowing Charmeleon, Yiming immediately unleashed his newly acquired special ability, Dragon Power. In an instant, a deep purple aura, brimming with an imposing presence, emanated from his palm, seemingly guided as it surged into the evolving Charmeleon. What is this? Ash gazed in astonishment at the dragon power enveloping Yiming's hand. Misty and Brock shared his confusion. Even Zhenghui, a seasoned Pokémon researcher, was taken aback. If I am not mistaken, that should be dragon power. Ether possesses this peculiar ability as well. Are you referring to the Dragon Master Ether? Ash's disbelief deepened as he looked at Yiming. He actually possessed the same ability as the invincible Dragon Master Ether? Indeed. Many had heard of Ether's dual abilities, one to read Pokémon's hearts and heal them with the power of the earth. Zheng Hui directed this explanation to Brock and Misty, continuing, the other is the special ability that earned him the title of Dragon Master, Dragon Power. Ether's affinity for Dragon-type Pokémon and their tendency to follow him stems from this unique capability. Possessing Dragon Power is practically synonymous with strength. Finally, Zheng Hui gazed thoughtfully at Yiming in the distance, sighing softly. Clearly, his future is boundless. Listening to Zheng Hui's explanation, Ash and his companions regarded Yiming with newfound respect. He possessed the same extraordinary ability as the esteemed Master Ether, Dragon Power. Considering Ether's prowess as a champion, they could not help but reflect on the implications. As Zheng Hui had stated, it was not hard to imagine that this individual's future was indeed limitless. For the other trainer endowed with dragon power was none other than the legendary Dragon Master Ether. Lost in thought, they remained unaware that Yiming, in addition to dragon power, also mastered the power of the earth. He had acquired both abilities of the champion Dragon Master Ether. At that moment, Zheng Hui's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he observed Yiming, murmuring to himself in confusion, but what exactly is he doing? I have never heard Ether mention that dragon power could assist in the evolution of Pokémon. Chapter 60, The Purple Flame Dragon. Can the power of the dragon assist the fire dinosaur in its evolution? Is it true? As Zheng Hui stood in bewilderment, a soul-stirring roar suddenly erupted. Roar! The sound reverberated across the sky. The fire dragon unfurled its wings, stirring a tempest, and the light of evolution gradually dissipated into countless twinkling stars scattered in all directions. Roar! The fire dinosaur successfully evolved into the fire dragon. Ding! The bloodline of the fire dragon awakened successfully, earning the unique title of Purple Flame Dragon. A flicker of joy flashed in Yiming's eyes. The power of the dragon truly bestowed a wondrous effect upon the fire dinosaur's evolution. Purple Flame Dragon. The power of the fire dragon's dragon-type moves is increased by 50. And fire-type moves will additionally inflict 30 dragon-type damage. In all of the system's description, Yiming nearly shouted in excitement. The unique title of Purple Flame Dragon did not disappoint. The effects were simply terrifying. Not only did the dragon-type moves of the fire dragon see a significant boost, but fire-type moves were similarly enhanced, adding an extra 30 dragon-type damage. The Purple Flame Dragon. At that moment, Yiming's gaze finally fixed upon the fire dragon, and he could not help but hold his breath. The flames at the tip of the fire dragon's tail were no longer a fiery red but a striking purple, exuding an aura of mystery and dominance. In the night, the purple flames at the fire dragon's tail appeared extraordinarily uncanny, with flickers of purple flame occasionally emanating from its mouth. Due to the awakening of its dragon bloodline, the fire dragon had undergone some changes in its form. It was indeed a genuine purple flame dragon. Yiming was momentarily taken aback, then smiled knowingly. The alteration in the flames was a result of its self-released dragon power during evolution. When the fire dragon undergoes mega evolution into its X form, its attributes shift from fire and flying to fire and dragon, with its body transforming into a gray-black hue, and its tail flames changing from crimson to a sky-blue blaze. It was entirely reasonable for Yiming's fire dragon to exhibit a change in flame color due to the dragon power. Yiming believed that the purple flame of his fire dragon must surpass the blue flames of the Mega X form. One could easily deduce that Mega Evolution was a temporary transformation aided by the trainer's power, while his fire dragon was awakened by its own dragon power during evolution, fully unlocking its potential. The effects of the purple flame dragon title alone confirmed this. It left him eagerly anticipating what it would become after further Mega Evolution. Yiming patted the fire dragon's wings, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. Roar! The fire dragon lowered its head and let out a low growl, affectionately nuzzling Yiming with its large head, filled with gratitude. Everything it had was bestowed by Yiming. Throughout their journey, the bond between Yiming and the fire dragon had evolved from initial prideful distrust at Professor Oak's research facility to a growing reliance during training, and now, having its dragon bloodline awakened by Yiming's dragon power, it held absolute trust in him. Feeling the surging, formidable power within, the massive body of the fire dragon trembled with exhilaration. Everything it possessed now was unimaginable to the self it had been not long ago at Professor Oak's research facility. How could other fire dragons attain such power? In a fit of excitement, The fire dragon threw its head back and emitted a resounding dragon roar towards the moonlit sky. Roar. Listening to the soul-shaking roar and witnessing the fire dragon's eerie purple tail flames, both Ash, Misty, Brock, and Jinghui gaped in disbelief. Their expressions filled with incredulity. This was entirely beyond comprehension. In the Kanto region, the fire dragon, being immensely popular, could be accurately portrayed even by children who had yet to become trainers. They were well aware of the fire dragon's most iconic tail flames. Yet, the fire dragon before them left them utterly confounded. Purple. Purple flames? Am I seeing things? Pikachu, Pikachu. Ash murmured, reminded of one of their companions. Charmander, whose tail flames were identical to those of the fire dinosaur before it evolved. What on earth was happening? Misty, too, was lost in thought. Gazing at the fire dragon's tail flames, finding the purple hue exuding a strange beauty. It must be the dragon power from earlier. It was truly astonishing. Brock, equally astonished, spoke affirmatively. When Yiming's fire dragon was still a fire dinosaur, it bore no distinction from others of its kind. Save for the moment of evolution when Yiming unleashed dragon power upon the evolving fire dinosaur. This was the sole critical difference between this fire dragon and the others. The dragon power had such an effect? Did it apply to all dragon-type Pokémon, or was it specific to the fire dragon? Or perhaps only effective for Yiming and his fire dragon? As a Pokémon researcher, Jinghui's eyes sparkled with amazement at this miraculous scene. Unable to contain himself as he remarked, "This is a fascinating research topic. Perhaps it relates to the bloodline inheritance of Pokémon. Yes, I could start by examining the dragon power." Ignoring the reactions of others, Yiming climbed onto the back of the fire dragon and patted its neck. "Let's fly. You've always wanted to soar, haven't you?" he said with a gentle smile. When it was still a Charmander, it loved to gaze at the sky and jump high, resembling a hyperactive creature. Clearly, it had always harbored dreams of soaring through the skies, and now, having evolved into a fire dragon, it finally possessed wings to traverse the heavens. Did I display my feelings too overtly? The fire dragon grinned widely, then, with a glint in its eyes, spread its grand wings and tilted its body toward the nearby cliff. Whoosh! Amidst the howling winds, the fire dragon soared upwards, racing towards the sky, gliding with Yiming beneath the luminous moon and stars twinkling in the night. The fire dragon had fulfilled its long-held dream of flight. Yiming. Ash stood at the cliff's edge, gazing at Yiming and the fire dragon soaring in the sky, feeling somewhat dazed. Yiming. He might just be your strongest competitor in the future. Though he's exceedingly powerful, I hope you can still keep your spirits high. Good luck, Brock said, patting Ash's shoulder after a moment of hesitation. Feeling the weight of the moment, Misty pouted and shrugged, unable to articulate the discouraging words that lingered in her mind. The disparity in strength between Ash and Yiming was simply too vast. Yiming was like the radiant moon above, while Ash appeared as a mere twinkling star beside it. I know there's a gap between Yiming and me, but I won't be discouraged. Ultimately, who prevails is yet to be determined. Pikachu. Pikachu. Ash adjusted his cap, exuding unwavering optimism. Chapter 61, Bounty Hunter. The exhilarated Charizard soared through the night sky, unleashing jets of flame, its purple fire emanating an enchanting and sinister beauty against the dark backdrop. Riding atop the Charizard in the vast expanse of the night was a truly delightful experience. As the wild wind howled past his ears, Yiming gazed at the virtual interface of the system. Complete the fusion task of accepting Ash's challenge. Fusion progress. 2. Acquired skill ball, level 2. The level 2 skill ball surpassed the one that had previously allowed Froakie to learn the technique Spiral Shuriken, indicating that it could facilitate the creation of even more powerful moves. Once again, Yiming resolved not to fantasize about the moves from the Pokémon world, but instead to invent skills from other realms. This skill ball is yours, Charizard, he declared, having already decided to gift it to the dragon. He affectionately patted Charizard's neck, smiling. Consider it a reward for your efforts. The skill enhancement card I previously obtained was always intended for you. I only momentarily diverted it to Froakie for the Spiral Shuriken. With a slight nod, Charizard seemed to sense something, suddenly gazing down toward the sea's surface. What's wrong, Charizard? Already thinking about a battle right after your evolution? Yiming chuckled, following Charizard's gaze to spot a solitary silhouette of a Pokémon drifting on the ocean's surface. Due to the distance, it was indistinct, only partially visible above the water, making it difficult to identify the creature. Given their location over the sea and the considerable distance, Charizard did not insist on engaging in battle, and Yiming paid it little mind as they returned to the Jinghui lighthouse. Upon their return, Jinghui approached eagerly, circling around Charizard, particularly fascinated by its purple tail flame, exclaiming in wonder, "Yiming, may I stay with you for a few days? I wish to study your Charizard. Unfortunately, I can only stay for one night." I must leave tomorrow. Yiming declined Jiang Hui's request, understanding that time was of the essence and uncertain when the next update would occur. Oh, I see. Very well. Jiang Hui acquiesced, continuing to experiment with Charizard, occasionally prompting it to unleash its purple dragon flames for observation. Under Yiming's nod of approval, Charizard complied. Excited to please the eager researcher. Do you truly possess the dragon power like I do? Ash chimed in, curiosity evident in his voice. Yes, indeed, Yiming affirmed. That's incredible. I also have a Charmander, but I wonder if it can be as special as your Charizard. Yours even has a purple tail flame, and I don't have dragon power. Ash gazed at Yiming's Charizard with envy. Every Pokémon is unique, not merely in appearance. Yiming replied earnestly, looking at Charizard with a smile of satisfaction. He recalled the proud, haughty Charmander he had first encountered at Professor Oak's lab, now transformed into a majestic dragon soaring through the skies, wreathed in purple flames. Ash, while you cannot grant your Charmander dragon power, you can provide it with other things, such as companionship, Brock advised, patting Ash on the shoulder. Indeed, you are also a cherished trainer of your Charmander. It is certainly capable of evolving into a Charizard, and others envy you too. Being overly greedy is not wise. Misty said sincerely. Pikachu, too, took on a rare seriousness. I understand. I just think its purple tail flame is really cool. I don't dislike my Charmander. Ash sighed, feeling the weight of his friend's words, wishing for a Charizard as unique as Yiming's. As night fell, Yiming and Ash's group settled in at Jingwei Lighthouse, marking their first night in the Pokémon world. Gazing out the stone window at the serene moonlit scene, with the cliffside reflecting the tranquil sea below, Yiming fell into contemplation. He aspired to become a master trainer, but the journey required patience. I must earn some alliance coins, he sighed, feeling the burden of his finances. After purchasing Ash's Pokeball, he found himself with only 99 alliance coins left, insufficient even for the most basic healing items. Though with his mastery of the Johto power, he had little need for them. With his command over the Johto power, Yiming's path to becoming a master trainer would be more economical than that of an average trainer. According to Brock, earning alliance coins was best achieved through tasks available at gyms or Pokémon centers. Yiming had already prepared for this through Brock's insights. Like ordinary folk scrambling for milk, relying on meager labor to earn coins was the least efficient and slowest method. In the Pokémon world, the most direct way to earn coins was not as an ordinary individual but as a trainer, capitalizing on the unique opportunities available to them. Brock mentioned that both gyms and Pokémon centers offered tasks for trainers. In a world inhabited by Pokémon, situations often arose that could only be addressed by trainers. For instance, when a farm was overrun by Rattatas, or a group of Beedrills invaded an orchard, or assisting a child in acquiring their own Pokémon. These were tasks meant for trainers, and the rewards were considerably more substantial than the mundane tasks of milking cows. I'll head to the Pokémon Center in Hualan City first. Perhaps there are suitable tasks available, Yiming decided, recalling Brock's advice that the Pokémon Center would be the best place for quick coin acquisition. Although gyms also offered tasks for trainers, they were typically more challenging and often categorized as bounty hunter missions. In the Pokémon world, individuals driven by greed sometimes resorted to nefarious deeds, such as the Pokémon thief Yiming and Bai Shui encountered at Professor Oak's lab. Where there is evil, there is also justice. The so-called bounty hunters are trainers specifically tasked with apprehending these wrongdoers. Yiming chose not to pursue tasks at the gym for rewards, as even though bounty hunter missions offered higher pay, they consumed considerable time and energy, which Yiming could not afford to squander. Thus, visiting the Pokémon Center first was indeed the wisest course of action. Nevertheless, one could not deny that the Hualan gym was likely to have the most tasks posted. Yiming couldn't help but smile at the thought of the carefree Hualan sisters. The gym's responsibilities included guiding novice trainers and ensuring the safety of their respective regions. Yet considering the personalities of the Hualan sisters, it was likely they would prefer to post tasks rather than handle troublesome situations themselves. Chapter 62. The Flame Emperor. Upon awakening tomorrow, I should be able to see other players, I pondered. Calculating the time, it seemed that when I woke, others would likely be entering the Pokémon world. Looking down at the fire dragon, who was being thoroughly tested by Jiang Hui, I couldn't help but chuckle softly. Poor fire dragon, bear with it a little longer, as they are allowing us to witness the magnificent Dragonite at Jingwei Lighthouse. However, at this moment, I turned my gaze to the skill ball in my system inventory, my eyes alight with a peculiar glow. The skill ball was a remarkable item that could create unique moves. It was time to devise a new skill for the fire dragon. The Greninja and fire dragon were the first two Pokémon I had captured. I ought to care for them, especially since the fire dragon had valiantly earned the title of Purple Flame Dragon. Fire-type moves. What notable fire-type moves could I conjure? I mused over various fire-related techniques in my mind. Ideally, I sought those I could recall. Mere imagination often proved too abstract and diminished the success rate. Thus, I decided to think of a well-established skill, much like the spiral shuriken from before. Fire. In my mind, a blazing inferno erupted. The surrounding temperature seemed to rise in tandem. Fire, flames, the great fireball? My thoughts drifted to the fire techniques from the world of Naruto, particularly the great fireball jutsu. Yet, it seemed to be rather lackluster. Its power modest, speed unremarkable, and range limited, only marginally superior to the explosive flame. Suddenly, an epiphany struck me. The great fireball wouldn't suffice. It would waste this level 2 skill ball. But what if I envisioned a different technique? A confident smile graced my lips. If I were to conjure that skill, it would indeed be worthy of this level 2 skill ball. With a clear prototype in mind, I began to visualize my desired technique. In my imagination, a scene unfolded. Enormous spiraling flames coalescing around the fire dragon, forming a fiery vortex that converged above it, culminating in a colossal fireball reminiscent of the blazing sun. Beep detected that the created technique consists of 2 moves. Oh, 2. Indeed, it seemed so. The system's prompt enlightened me. A prototype skill necessitated 2 components. What to do now? As I hesitated, the system provided options. Would you like to merge the skills? Yes, no? Yes, merging skills will reduce power. No, will accurately decompose into 2 techniques. Reducing power? That wouldn't do. Dissatisfied with the prospect of diminished potency, I promptly opted for the second choice. Current skill ball level, 2. Unknown skill, lacking, level, S. Unknown skill attribute. Fire can only be mastered by fire-type Pokémon. Transformation success rate, 75. Please confirm the transformation. Yes, no. Note, lacking prerequisite skills will result in reduced power. Full power will be achieved upon acquiring prerequisite skills. Yes. I hesitated no longer. Compared to the first option, which would reduce power through merging, this choice, albeit imperfect, held promise. After all, I could easily acquire another level 1 skill ball in the future to complete the prerequisite skill, thereby maximizing its potential. Creating. Beep. Self-created skill successful. Please name the unknown technique. As I observed the system prompt, a flash of inspiration ignited within me. Flame Emperor. This Flame Emperor was not to be confused with one of the legendary Pokémon, but rather, the Great Flame Ring. Flame Emperor. This move was the ultimate technique of Ace, the Fire Fist from the world of One Piece. The Great Flame Ring. Flame Emperor required the initial release of the Great Flame Ring to unleash its full devastating power, thus it constituted 2 techniques. Since I had not mastered the Great Flame Ring, I could only name it Flame Emperor. Without the preliminary release, the skill's level reached S. Yet if it were to be fully realized, its might would be formidable. My gaze drifted through the stone windows, resting upon my fire dragon adorned with a purple tail flame. My fire dragon shall be the strongest of them all, I affirmed softly. Flame Emperor skill ball. Should the fire dragon utilize it? Yes, no. Yes. I leaned against the stone window, eager to observe the fire dragon's reaction with an amused smile. Using. Suddenly, the fire dragon, agitated by Jinghui's observations, abruptly lifted its head, its tail flame igniting as if fueled by oil, its eyes reflecting disbelief. Jinghui, startled, quickly stepped aside, fearing the potential chaos that could ensue should the fire dragon unleash its fury, rivaling even that of the Gyarados. What troubles you, fire dragon? What do you see? Jinghui inquired, regaining composure only to find the fire dragon transfixed by something afar, an expression of astonishment upon its visage. Following the fire dragon's gaze, he detected nothing out of the ordinary. Little did Jinghui know, the fire dragon was absorbing and mastering the Flame Emperor. After a moment, the fire dragon's rapid breaths calmed, radiating an indescribable aura. Roar. The exhilarated fire dragon could no longer contain its enthusiasm, letting out a thunderous roar. What are you roaring about, fire dragon? Are you trying to keep me awake? I chuckled, promptly intervening. It's late. Do refrain from causing a ruckus. Upon hearing my voice, the fire dragon's roar abruptly ceased, replaced by an odd tone. Aware that I had bestowed this upon it, excitement flickered in its eyes. Following me had led to many wondrous experiences. Gazing into the fire dragon's expectant eyes, I understood it yearned to test its new move. I gently shook my head. Not tonight. Let's keep the noise down. The fire dragon pouted, acknowledging the potential disruption its move could cause, and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Is something wrong with the fire dragon? Jinghui asked, perplexed, utterly bewildered by the exchange between me and the fire dragon. No, it merely learned a new move. I shall retire for the night, I replied, departing from the stone window, leaving Jinghui in a state of confusion. A new move? When did it learn that? Just now? What on earth is happening? Jinghui mused, his lips twitching. Chapter 63. Farewell. Beneath the Jinghui lighthouse in the reality of H City, Huaghua, Tianlin Middle School, the night was deep. Yet the playground remained lively, with numerous students lingering. Scattered across the field were several Charmanders, each accompanied by its respective aura. The difficulty of the player's challenge had significantly diminished, transitioning from the intimidating Dragonite to the more manageable Charmander, now at level 17. However, despite this reduction in threat, no one dared to engage. They merely observed. The reason was simple. They simply could not win. Truly, they were at a loss. Each student possessed 2 opportunities for player challenges. Yet rather than futilely attempting to battle beyond their means, they opted to conserve their chances for when they might face opponents of equal standing. This peculiar situation at Tianlin Middle School unfolded as dozens of Charmanders faced off against hundreds of spectators, creating an awkward standoff. Aside from Yiming, Tianlin had also attempted to challenge the Charizard, resulting in a disheartening defeat for his beloved dog Pokémon, Corgi. Indeed, the Corgi had been thoroughly outmatched, leaving little hope for victory. Would he indulge in instant noodles? He had some on hand, but it remained uncertain how long Tianlin would wait before attempting another challenge. Earlier that morning, Corgi had sustained considerable injuries, likely necessitating a full day for recovery before he could challenge again. With his Corgi's high level, there was no urgency. It was the onlookers who were anxious. Did they intend to wait until they reached the same level to challenge? My Rattata is only level 8, alas. It seems a long wait lies ahead. With the illusion weakened significantly, one could likely challenge once the Charmander dropped to level 10. Indeed, it seemed reasonable, after all. With 2 attempts available, I plan to attempt a challenge beyond my current level. As the highest level Pokémon trainer at Tianlin Middle School in the real world, Tianlin was awaited to take the lead, joining Yiming as the second student to enter the game. Previous attempts had ended in dismal defeat. Nevertheless, he remained the most likely candidate to enter the game next. Perhaps it was due to Corgi's lingering injuries or Tianlin's cautious consideration of his dwindling challenge opportunities that he hesitated, even as the Charmanders evolved into Charmanders. Now at level 17, yet still he did not appear. Just then, a figure appeared in their line of sight. It was Tianlin. Senior Tianlin, you finally arrived. The Charmanders are already at 16. Has Corgi recovered so quickly? This is astonishing. Without a Pokémon Center, how could he mend so fast? I expected at least until tomorrow. Perhaps he purchased healing items from someone. Tianlin's family does have some resources. How enviable. He should be able to win this time. If he loses again, it would be quite amusing. Hey, what are you saying? You mustn't curse my senior Tianlin. With an expressionless demeanor, Tianlin listened to the chattering voices and slowly approached the aura. Indeed, he had lost the previous challenge, and Corgi had endured significant injuries. However, some had prepared healing items for Pokémon in advance, selling them at a premium in the real world. Though the medical capabilities of the real world were advanced, they were only effective for humans and earthly creatures. When faced with Pokémon, even the finest experts found themselves helpless. 10 seconds remaining. Tianlin glanced at his watch. Having timed his arrival precisely, the Charmander's level would soon drop from 17 to 16. Despite his anxious heart, eager to seize every moment, his blind confidence had already cost him 1 challenge opportunity. This was his final chance, and to avoid losing control of the situation, he could only choose to proceed with caution. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Tianlin stepped into the aura, awakening the corresponding Charmander, which was now at level 16. Wow! The audience gasped with surprise, initially believing they were marveling at his timing. Tianlin coldly smiled, thinking they were overreacting. However, from the corner of his eye, he noticed that their attention was not on him. Following their gazes, he saw another figure, cool and detached, stepping into the aura at the same time as him to initiate a player challenge. It was none other than Muhan, the very opponent he had faced earlier. Muhan? Tianlin exclaimed in surprise. Yes, her Ninetales was not far off from his Corgi's level, and possessing 2 opportunities, it was only natural for her to challenge. I cannot lose to Muhan. Witnessing her simultaneously engage in the player challenge ignited Tianlin's competitive spirit, and he vowed not to fall behind her. Under the eager gaze of the onlookers, Tianlin and Muhan both initiated their player challenges simultaneously. Similar scenes unfolded across H-City, throughout Huaghua, and even around the world. Ah, how refreshing it is to sleep soundly. Unbeknownst to the others, the precious game time they valued held no weight for Yiming. Were they in his position, they would never dare squander such time, yet Yiming was different. For the progress of the system's integration rested solely in his hands. Looking outside the tower, he noticed that after a night of turmoil, the Charizard was curled up in slumber. Zheng Wei, sporting dark circles under his eyes, was diligently studying the Charizard's tail, fascinated by the purple flames. What a research spirit he possessed. Yiming sighed genuinely for Jianghui, then tidied up briefly and made his way to an open area beneath the Jianghui lighthouse. Coincidentally, he encountered a freshly awakened Xiaoji and his companions, exchanging greetings. Mr. Jianghui, you weren't studying Yiming's Charizard all night, were you? Xiao Xia exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth upon seeing Jianghui's fatigue. Well, more or less. I have completed all the necessary sample collections, Jianghui replied, stretching and releasing a sigh. Though weary, his eyes sparkled with excitement. As a Pokémon researcher, what could be more significant than studying such a rare and extraordinary Charizard? That's good to hear. I was beginning to wonder if you would need to stay half a day longer. Since everything is settled, I can rest easy. Come back, Charizard. Yiming recalled the Charizard into its Pokeball and bid farewell to Jianghui and Xiao Ji as he set off for Huayan City. In truth, Yiming had contemplated traveling alongside Xiao Ji and his companions. Based on his observations, the integration tasks of the system seemed to correlate with the original story. Whether it was Professor Oak, Xiao Ji, or the Colossal Dragonite, they had all triggered integration tasks or special events. However, considering other factors, such as Yiming's eventual return to the real world or the various special circumstances that would likely separate him from Xiao Ji, he decided against it. Chapter 64. The Pokémon Center of Hualan City. Hualan City, situated in the northern part of the Kanto region, is a coastal city with its northern edge bordering the river's estuary, while to the south lies Kinzhou City, and to the west, the Moonlit Mountain. As a transportation hub of the Kanto region, Hualan City boasts a favorable geographical environment, making it one of the larger cities in the area. After leaving the Jianghui Lighthouse, Yiming leisurely made his way to Hualan City, which turned out to be more vibrant than he had anticipated. Initially, he envisioned Hualan City as a rather rudimentary locale, given Kanto's reputation as the most underdeveloped region. However, upon arrival, he discovered that the city was not as bleak as he had imagined. Along the way, the numerous roadside stalls and shops lining the streets offered a dazzling array of goods. It appeared that Hualan City's extensive transport links had made it a prime location for merchants, consequently attracting many trainers eager to explore. In addition to trainers, there were also players present. Due to their incongruous behavior and attire, Yiming discerned that players had entered the Pokémon world. He paid little mind to whether the first batch of players was more numerous than the second. Following the directional signs at the intersection, Yiming located the Pokémon Center in the heart of Hualan City. In stark contrast to the modest Pokémon Center in Masera Town, Hualan's establishment was nothing short of luxurious, being more than 3 times its size and capable of accommodating a substantial number of visitors. In addition to Nurse Joy, who was tirelessly attending to the Pokémon, there were 2 Chansey assisting her, along with other staff members. Nurse Joy, could you please heal my Rattata? I need to restore my Beedrill-S energy. Hello, is the healing service here free? I don't have any league coins. What? Healing Pokémon is free. But meals and lodging cost money? Why is that? What is the Pokédex? Without it, can I not register for the league tournament? Amidst the flurry of inquiries, Nurse Joy was busy treating Pokémon, her dedication evident as she wiped the sweat from her brow, yet wore a radiant smile. Oh dear, there are so many trainers lately. Are they emerging from the sea? It's quite overwhelming. Hearing the chatter around him, Yiming recalled something and approached Nurse Joy, presenting his Pokédex. Hello, Nurse Joy, could you assist me in registering for the league tournament? To participate in the Kanto League tournament, one must first register at the Pokémon Center using the Pokédex. The Pokédex functions like an identity card, possessing a unique identifier. While other players may have to invest considerable effort to acquire one, Yiming was already in possession of his. Of course, Nurse Joy smiled, accepting the Pokédex and entering Yiming's information into the system. All set. Thank you. May I ask where I can accept trainer missions? For trainer missions, you'll want to head to the 2nd floor. Ah, the 2nd floor. No wonder he hadn't seen it. Yiming chastised himself for not considering his past gaming experiences. Ascending to the 2nd floor, he was surprised to find numerous trainers present. He could not ascertain the exact ratio of trainers to players in the Pokémon world, but it seemed likely that trainers were in the majority. The 2nd floor served as a lodging area for trainers and included a dining section. Yiming was particularly interested in the mission board, prominently displayed on the most visible wall, with the words Mission Board emblazoned at the top. So many missions. Which ones offer higher rewards? Yiming was primarily motivated by league coins, making it essential to filter missions based on monetary rewards, with time and effort being secondary considerations. After purchasing 2 Pokeballs, he found himself with only 99 league coins left, and he hadn't even had a meal yet. While healing Pokémon was free at the Pokémon Center, no accommodation or meals were provided. People need to eat, after all. Moreover, he needed to stock up on Pokeballs. After capturing a Scyther, he was down to just 1 empty Pokeball. Additionally, the energy cubes for Pokémon presented another dilemma. Trainers require sustenance, and Pokémon do as well. If he wanted to provide quality energy cubes, he would need a substantial amount of league coins. Oh, the woes of needing league coins. Help me drive out the Rattata from my attic. If it waits any longer, there will be a whole nest of them. Location: XXXXXX. Mission reward: 50 league coins. 50 league coins? That's barely enough to make ends meet. The location is quite far too. My child needs assistance with an assignment at trainer school, requiring someone to catch a soon-to-evolve Caterpie and make it evolve in front of him. Location: XXXXXX. Time limit: today only. Mission reward: 500 league coins. Although this mission offers 500 league coins, it is only suitable for trainers who have already captured a Caterpie, which Ming had not. Why? Because capturing a Caterpie also requires Pokeballs, which cost money. After deducting expenses, the actual reward diminishes significantly, and it would still take considerable time. Does anyone have a Ponyta? My young master wishes to ride one. Requirements: just ensure my young master doesn't get burned. Location: the largest seaside villa west of Hualan City. Time: weekend. Mission reward: 2,000 league coins. This is a mission dispatched by a wealthy family. The reward is quite generous, and it demands little time or effort. Unfortunately, Ming did not possess a Ponyta. As he perused the tasks on the board, Ming felt a headache coming on. Most of the trainer missions at the Pokémon Center were far too simplistic, and thus the rewards were relatively meager. Perhaps the better missions, which were simple and required little time and effort, yet offered high rewards, had already been claimed by other trainers. Having scanned through the majority of missions without finding one that met his satisfaction, Ming pondered whether to head directly to the Hualan Gym to see if there were any bounty hunter tasks available. However, that seemed impractical. As he had little time to chase down Pokémon thieves, Ming was troubled. Although bounty hunter tasks issued by various gyms offered high rewards, they were also quite troublesome. Just then, a figure appeared at the staircase. He instinctively glanced at Ming, who was browsing the mission board, then turned his attention to a group of trainers gathered nearby before making his way toward them. Chapter 65. The despairing hues of gray. Perhaps I should undertake this task. Ming's gaze fixated on a mission to drive away a swarm of hornets from an orchard. The reward for this task was notably high, amounting to 700 alliance coins, a sum utterly beyond the imagination of players seeking to earn coins through labor. Just then, a commotion caught Ming's attention nearby. You can earn 10,000 alliance coins by capturing this Pokémon and bringing it to me for a painting, exclaimed a voice. Goodness, don't tease us. 10,000 alliance coins. What? 10,000 coins? Is that for real? How generous. Curiosity piqued. Ming turned toward the source of the commotion and saw several trainers gathered around an elderly man who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. The old man, adorned with a cap and sporting a pair of disheveled white whiskers, wore paint-stained clothing and high-top shoes, resembling a wandering artist. His sketchbook was propped up, revealing what could barely be described as a painting, more akin to hasty doodles, with a background suggestive of a seascape and a vague figure resembling a Pokémon. Indeed, I will reward you with 10,000 alliance coins if you can capture this Pokémon and present it to me for a painting, the disheveled artist proclaimed, his eyes vacant and voice languid, exuding an air of lethargy. Is it true? 10,000 alliance coins? The trainers murmured, skepticism evident in their voices. He hardly looks wealthy, one observed, while another remarked, and judging by the quality of that drawing, how much could he possibly earn? The whispers of doubt caused the scruffy artist to furrow his brow, prompting him to clear his throat and introduce himself. I am the artist Poussin. Silence ensued. His self-introduction met with indifference. Is my name truly so inconsequential? Poussin mused in confusion. After a fit of coughs, he reluctantly retrieved a wad of alliance coins from his pocket. At last, the trainer's expressions shifted, eyes widening in astonishment. By the heavens, he really has 10,000 alliance coins. Excitement surged among them as one declared, I'm taking this task. Elder, where did you see it last? I'll go find it. 10,000 coins. It's worth an eternity of labor, another trainer chimed in. Mr. Poussin, could you perhaps make the drawing a bit clearer? It's rather abstract. This Pokémon looks quite like the Loch Ness Monster, someone commented. Hearing their remarks, Poussin shook his head, his gaze fixed on the sketch. If you cannot recognize it, then I doubt your capability to capture it. His words prompted the surrounding trainers to exchange glances, frowns etched on their faces. If you're issuing a task, shouldn't you depict the Pokémon clearly? A painter should at least be able to color it in, shouldn't they? How can we identify it based on such a haphazard sketch? What on earth is it? How are we supposed to find it without any specifics? This shows no sincerity at all. Sir, could you describe its appearance? Perhaps its colors? The prospect of a generous reward made them eager to accept this unconventional task. Observing their eagerness, Poussin shook his head once more. If there are too many of you making noise, it will flee. Therefore, I will only reveal its last known location to those who can identify it from my drawing. Pusan's aged hand brushed the sketch, his eyes shimmering with pity. I do not wish to add color, nor disclose its hue, for to me, its color embodies a despairing shade of gray. Perhaps it is due to its solitude. Humanity has ravaged its kin so thoroughly. Gray hues? What does that mean? If you don't want to say, then just don't, one trainer retorted. After a lengthy silence, no one could ascertain the identity of the Pokémon from the drawing. Finally, Pusan shook his head in regret. Perhaps I should venture to the Hualan gym. Surely someone there would be intrigued. At that moment, a voice broke through. I know what it is. Pusan's dull eyes brightened as he turned to the speaker, discovering a handsome young man with well-defined features and a faint, enigmatic smile. The voice belonged to Yiming, who had been observing from the sidelines. It was understandable that the others could not recognize it. Most were players unfamiliar with this Pokémon, given its rarity in the Kanto region due to past human interference in its habitat. I saw it last night, Yiming said, his eyes glimmering with an unusual light as he gazed at the drawing. The Pokémon he had encountered while flying near the Jinghui lighthouse with his Charizard was indeed the one depicted. Initially mistaking its oval body peeking above the water for a jellyfish, he now realized, perhaps due to the angle or its lowered head, that it bore resemblance to a starfruit viewed from a certain perspective. Oh, you saw it last night as well? Pusan inquired, momentarily taken aback before nodding in agreement. Given that he had seen it lingering nearby the previous evening, it was only natural for others to have spotted it too. How strange. It is usually gregarious. Why was it alone? I was too far away to recognize it, Yiming reflected aloud. Listening to Yiming's description, Pusan nodded thoughtfully before cautiously asking, what do you intend to do? Though the likelihood was slim, Pusan refrained from elaborating, wary of being led astray by mere conversation. Of course, I intend to find it. I accept your task, Yiming replied with a subtle smile, raising his hand as he walked towards the stairs. Ding. Task accepted. The despairing Pokémon adrift at sea. Task level, C. Task objective, capture the corresponding Pokémon. Task deadline, 24 hours. Task reward, 10,000 Alliance coins. Very well, it's settled then. Young man, I shall await your return, Pusan thought to himself. Confident that Yiming had indeed seen the creature, as he had not even inquired about its location before turning to leave. Young man, I hope you can bring it to life with your colors, Pusan murmured, watching as Yiming gradually disappeared down the staircase. Chapter 66, On the Brink of Life and Death. Upon exiting the Pokémon Center, Yiming released his Charizard. Roar. Let us soar back towards the Jinghui lighthouse. Do you remember the Pokémon we encountered on the sea last night? Let us seek it out. Yiming mounted Charizard and gently patted its back. Roar. Charizard immediately spread its wings, soaring into the sky amidst howling winds. The appearance of Charizard instantly garnered the attention of those around. It's Charizard. Look, Mom, it's Charizard. Indeed. Indeed. One day, when you grow up, you too can tame a Charizard. But its tail flame is purple. Can I have a Charizard with blue flames? Really? Wow. Charizard? I envy you. When will I ever get a Charizard? Stop dreaming. Only renowned research institutes provide starter Pokémon to novice trainers. Am I not considered a novice? Well, yes, but you are not from this world. You have never contributed to the league. Without payment, how can you expect to receive a starter Pokémon? Under the gazes of others, Yiming and Charizard flew towards the Jinghui lighthouse. Upon reflection, it was actually a Seadra. He had mistakenly thought it was a tentacle last night. The Pokémon they had seen near Jinghui lighthouse was indeed not a tentacle but a Seadra. Indeed. The Pokémon depicted in Puzang's painting was Seadra, also known as Lapras, a dual-type ice and water Pokémon. Due to the past neglect and even malice towards it in the Kanto region, Seadra had become exceedingly rare in the nearby waters. The most distinctive feature of Seadra is its gray, uneven, hard shell on its back, which is said to provide a grip for riders to stabilize themselves. Seadra is known for its gentle nature, rarely engaging in battles, and enjoys swimming while carrying people. Its nickname stems from its proficiency in swimming and gliding, allowing it to master numerous water and ice-type moves. It possesses a keen intellect, capable of understanding human language and emotions. A few Seadra can even communicate with humans through telepathy, while they relay information about water temperature and currents to distant companions through song, a method swifter and more accurate than radar. Yiming harbored a fondness for Seadra and felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of capturing one. However, he wondered if Seadra was typically social. Could it, like Ash's Seadra, have drifted away from its group? Yiming was puzzled, as both he and Puzang had clearly seen Seadra drifting alone at sea. Time would reveal the answer. Charizard, let us accelerate. Roar. Charizard nodded in agreement and flapped its wings vigorously, ascending to greater heights. Soon, the Jinghui lighthouse reappeared in their line of sight. The approximate location they had seen earlier should be over there. Last night, Seadra had been to the west of the Zhenghui lighthouse. As they flew, Yiming and Charizard scanned the sea below, hoping to spot Seadra's silhouette again. However, half an hour passed without any sign of it. Where could it have gone overnight? In a moment of hesitation, Yiming furrowed his brow. The search area had expanded several kilometers from their last sighting, yet Seadra remained elusive. Other Pokémon in the sea, such as Tentacool and Magikarp, were plentiful, but had Seadra already drifted far from Hualan City? The vast ocean was daunting. How could one search effectively? Had he already missed Seadra? Yiming couldn't help but sigh, regretting not having been more curious last night and allowing Charizard to approach closer. At that moment, as Charizard flew over a cliff, a small, previously unseen cove came into view. Could it be? On the shoreline of that cove, there stood a blue Pokémon. There it is. Charizard, descend. Roar. Charizard understood and dove down. As they approached, a sudden ice beam shot out from below, almost catching Charizard off guard. Fortunately, the distance was not too great, allowing for ample reaction time. Quite temperamental, aren't you? Upon reaching the ground, Yiming gazed at the Seadra before him. It appeared relatively young, exuding an air of vulnerability. What puzzled Yiming was the hollow despair reflected in its eyes, as if it had lost its very soul. Suddenly, Seadra unleashed another ice beam, catching Yiming off guard. Fortunately, Charizard was vigilant, releasing a burst of flames in response. Boom. The ice beam and Charizard's flames collided mid-air, resulting in a massive cloud of mist. Goodness, wasn't Seadra supposed to be gentle? What is going on with this one? Attacking upon sight, Yiming was astonished. This Seadra was completely different from what he had envisioned. It was clearly injured, having seemingly drifted for an extended period, yet it was still aggressive. No, rather than an attack, it was more of an instinctive self-defense. Observing the vacant gaze of Seadra, Yiming furrowed his brow. Though swiftly defeating and capturing Seadra with a Pokeball might be the quickest method, doing so in such an unbalanced situation would likely result in low affinity, and it may even disobey commands post-capture. The situation was dire. Seadra's severe injuries threatened its life. Although the specifics of its prior ordeal remained unclear, the immediate priority was to subdue and heal it without causing further harm. Charizard, restrain it from behind. Seadra, being only level 23 and in a critical state, lacked the strength to resist. Thus Charizard should be able to easily subdue it. Roar. Charizard nodded, its expression serious, as it soared into the sky and swiftly circled around to Seadra's back, pinning it down. Seadra instinctively attempted to retaliate, but its energy was nearly depleted, and Charizard's grip felt akin to being trapped in quicksand, rendering it powerless. Seadra, do not fear. I am here to save you. Yiming spoke soothingly, channeling his energy as he slowly approached Seadra. Chapter 67. Angering the Sea God with Yiming's release. The power of eternity enveloping the Dragonite not only healed its wounds but also bestowed upon it a long-lost sense of tranquility. The vacant and bewildered look in its eyes seemed to diminish slightly, as it resembled a weary vessel that had finally found a harbor to rest. Its eyelids gradually drooped, ultimately succumbing to a deep slumber in Yiming's embrace. What trials have you endured? Yiming gently stroked the Dragonite's head, examining its injuries. Amidst his compassion, curiosity arose. What could have led the Dragonite to such a fate? What of its kin? Could it have strayed from its group? Legends spoke of Dragonite clans being more united than even the Beedrill swarms, making abandonment improbable. Roar. Charizard descended from the Dragonite, its gaze filled with sympathy. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the Dragonite bore both old and new wounds, suggesting that its days adrift had been fraught with hardship. Gulp. As Yiming channeled the power of eternity, the Dragonite's previously peaceful slumber was suddenly interrupted by soft, pained murmurs, its body trembling slightly in distress. Yiming, while harnessing the power of eternity, let out a soft sound of surprise. The wounds were healing, so the pain should have diminished. Yet the Dragonite continued to exhibit intense suffering. It appeared that this agony stemmed not from its body but from within its heart. Yiming realized this and hesitated. Although the power of eternity could perceive the hearts of Pokémon, he wondered if it could delve into the Dragonite's thoughts in this context. With a mindset of exploration, he held his breath, focusing intently on the peculiar waves of emotion, obscured and chaotic. Gradually, a haze began to shift, and Yiming felt a rush of joy as he realized the power of eternity had successfully accessed the Dragonite's mind. Let me witness your experiences. A small clan of 20 Dragonites drifted blissfully upon the calm sea. This clan consisted of 17 adults and 3 juvenile Dragonites, the latter appearing somewhat naive. Among the young ones, one larger Dragonite was the offspring of the clan leader. The 3 young Dragonites frolicked around their group, occasionally unleashing ice beam to freeze patches of the ocean's surface, gliding playfully atop the ice. Could it be too quiet? The clan leader suddenly felt an ominous premonition, Yet upon surveying the surroundings, no threats to their clan were apparent. Am I being overly cautious? The clan leader pondered hesitantly. However, suddenly, within the vicinity of the young Dragonite's play area, a cluster of enormous, orderly rocks emerged. Upon seeing these colossal formations, the clan leader's expression shifted to one of horror. It finally understood the source of the surrounding uncanny calm and its foreboding intuition. In a state of panic, it emitted a warning cry. The other adult Dragonites quickly recognized the abnormality of the ocean and rushed to retrieve the frolicking young ones. Yet, it was too late. As if angering the sea god, dark storm clouds descended from the sky, and the once tranquil sea erupted into ferocious waves. The gentle ocean, just moments before, morphed into a fierce beast, ready to devour. Amidst the tumultuous waves, before they could react, an overwhelming number of strange whirlpools manifested on the sea's surface, the violent currents dragging them away. They struggled in terror. When the Dragonites regained their senses, they found themselves on the shallow shores of a small, isolated island. The ominous clouds had dissipated, replaced by the same blazing sun as before. The bewildered Dragonites were relieved to discover that no members of their clan had been lost. However, their relief was short-lived as they noticed the surrounding waters teemed with menacing whirlpools, resembling gaping maws of deep-sea monsters, eagerly awaiting their entry. With their strength already exhausted, any hope of escaping the whirlpool's grasp felt futile. In this dire situation, they attempted to unleash Ice Beam, hoping to create a pathway to the outside world. Yet, while the Ice Beam could briefly freeze the swirling whirlpools, it was short-lived. The ice quickly succumbed to the terrifying currents. Despair loomed. Under the scorching sun, devoid of sustenance and isolated, the Dragonites faced an impending death. As night fell, realizing they had reached a dead end, the Dragonites made a harrowing decision. They would pool their remaining strength to relay Ice Beam, allowing one Dragonite to venture forth in search of rescue. They chose from among the three young ones, fully aware that the chances of finding assistance were slim, with no other Dragonite clans nearby. Yet, at the very least, the chosen young Dragonite would carry the hope of survival, extending the legacy of their clan. The final decision fell to the clan leader's daughter. Though female, she was remarkably composed and the strongest of the trio. Rather than merely playing with the other two, she had assumed the role of caretaker. On a night illuminated by the bright moon, amidst the chilling winds of the isolated island, after a painful farewell, the plan commenced. The sea surrounding the island was engulfed by whirlpools, but ice paths began to emerge, allowing the young Dragonite to slide. Yet, the moment the ice formed, it was obliterated by the whirlpools. The ice path that had just allowed movement was consumed, and the young Dragonite, risking its life, pressed onward, fully aware that the survival of its clan rested upon its shoulders. Without the guidance of elders, the ocean transformed from a haven into a perilous realm fraught with danger and hostility. Nevertheless, the young Dragonite persistently swam onward, navigating through thunderstorms, evading the dreaded Anorith swarms, and braving the territory of the ferocious Gyarados. It faced attacks from giant crabs, provoked the wrath of Gyarados, and encountered aggressive starfish defending their territory. Yet, the young Dragonite pressed forward, determined to find a clan willing to offer aid, even as it sustained countless injuries, both fresh and old, with its strength nearly depleted. The sole force propelling it forward was the unwavering belief in its responsibility for the survival of its kin. Yiming slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the Dragonite's battered form, and remained silent for a considerable time. Chapter 68. Speculations about the sea god. Gazing at the anguished expression of the dragon in its slumber, Yiming gently caressed its head and let out a deep sigh. How pitiable it was. Initially, he believed it had merely strayed from its kin, not realizing that the underlying truth was so heart-wrenching. Bearing the hopes of its entire clan on its shoulders was a cruel burden for it to endure. Recalling the dragon's hollow, lifeless gaze, which was clearly on the brink of despair, Yiming recognized that had he not intervened with the power of eternity, the dragon might have burned away its last vestiges of life. As Yiming pondered, the dragon suddenly awoke, disregarding the presence of the human boy beside it. In a panic, it looked up at the sky, seemingly trying to gauge how long it had been unconscious. Among the chaotic fragments of memory, the only clear thought was the survival of its clan. Realizing it had been unconscious without a care, the dragon nearly lost its sanity, its eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. How long have I slept? The voice that echoed in Yiming's mind resembled that of a delicate human girl, trembling with urgency. Do not worry. You have only been asleep for a brief moment, just a few minutes, Yiming replied, shaking his head in exasperation. It was indeed a hardship for the dragon to be startled even in its dreams. Yiming understood that the voice in his mind was a form of telepathy possessed by only a few dragons. Upon hearing his words, the dragon visibly relaxed but still appeared restless. It glanced at the human boy before looking around, confusion flickering in its eyes as it struggled to recall what had transpired. Perhaps seeking assistance from a human was a viable option? The dragon hesitated for a moment. The gentle, melodious whisper resonated once more in Yiming's mind. Could you help my clan? The dragon's intention was to plead with the elders of humanity through this boy, as it was the only course of action available to it. As for how to persuade the humans to help upon their arrival, the dragon found itself at a loss. However, the urgency of the situation left little room for contemplation. To the dragon's astonishment, the human boy tenderly patted its head. Rest assured, I will help you rescue your companions. Although 5 days and nights have passed, Pokémon are remarkably resilient. We still have time to act, despite the fact that the dragon had drifted for 4 days to reach this point. The disorganized journey meant that returning to the sea's actual location would still be feasible within a day and night. The dragon was taken aback, suddenly at a loss for words. The human boy seemed intent on taking action alone. Just as the dragon wished to voice its concerns, Yiming pondered deeply, his words leaving the dragon utterly bewildered. The so-called whirlpool that angered the sea god had its own reasoning, rather than angering the deity. It might be more accurate to say that it had intruded upon its domain, triggering a subconscious self-defense mechanism even in its slumber. While it was certainly challenging to escape the whirlpools surrounding the isolated island, alternative solutions existed. Much like the dragon's earlier vacant gaze, which had teetered on the edge of collapse, it instinctively reacted with aggression towards Yiming and the Charizard's approach. As for the sea god whom the dragons revered with great trepidation, a flicker of insight crossed Yiming's mind, leading him to speculate further. Yet whether this speculation could be confirmed required a personal journey to that very sea. Snapping back to reality, Yiming noticed the dragon's stillness and turned to find it staring at him, its expression one of incredulity. Is something the matter? Why do you know about my clan? The dragon was astonished that it had said nothing, yet Yiming appeared to understand everything. Because I am an envoy sent by the god of the land, Yiming declared earnestly. Silence. Cough. No more jesting. On a serious note, there is indeed a way to rescue your companions, and it is not difficult. Please, tell me how? Upon hearing the possibility of rescuing its clan, the dragon's eyes sparkled with hope, and it focused intently on Yiming's words. The surface of the sea will not suffice, but we can approach this from the sky. Noticing the dragon's continued eagerness, Yiming revealed his plan. Simply fly to the island and have my Charizard retrieve your companions one by one. Although Charizard could manage to carry one dragon at a time, it would require considerable time and effort. Given the vast expanse of the Whirlpool region, the dragon blinked in surprise, realizing only now that Charizard stood beside it. Roar! Charizard raised its claw, shyly greeting the dragon. Then it is settled. You rest here for a while. I will prepare and return shortly. Charizard, stop dawdling and let us head back to the Pokémon Center in Hualan City. Yiming promptly took flight with Charizard, leaving the dragon behind. The dragon had recovered significantly and possessed ample strength, with no fear of aggressive wild Pokémon nearby. Yiming considered capturing the dragon with a remaining Pokeball, but remembering its earlier vacant stare, he understood that it would not allow itself to be captured until its entire clan was saved. Determined to rescue the dragon's kin, Yiming knew preparations were necessary. This included feeding Charizard a hearty meal and providing energy cubes for the dragons, who had undoubtedly been starving after several days without food. Yet, this preparation hinged on one crucial factor: money. If not for Yiming's financial constraints, there existed a more convenient method of rescue than Charizard's gradual retrieval, flying to the island and capturing all 19 dragons and Pokeballs, then releasing them outside and destroying the Pokeballs. However, each Pokeball cost around 400 Alliance coins. 20 would amount to nearly 10,000 Alliance coins, an expense Yiming could not afford. What? Capturing 20 dragons directly is preferable to destroying the Pokeballs? Such a notion was out of the question. The food costs for 20 dragons would be astronomical, far beyond what Yiming could sustain at present. His singular focus was on this rare dragon, whose potential had been fully awakened under duress. Observing the diminishing figure of the dragon below, Yiming murmured, lost in thought. While utilizing the power of eternity to read the dragon's mind, he had witnessed a scene unfold as its kin unleashed Ice Beam, creating a slippery path through the whirlpools. The challenge had exceeded their expectations, depleting their stamina just as the young dragon was on the verge of escaping the terrifying whirlpool. In that critical moment, the hope for its clan's survival and the imminent threat of its own demise compelled the young dragon to unleash its formidable ice abilities. Executing the ultimate ice technique, Absolute Zero. In that instant, the sea transformed into a glacial expanse. Though fleeting, the terrifying ice capabilities displayed by the dragon reached unprecedented heights. Chapter 69, Discovery of the Slumbering Sea of Lugia. What brings one to the Pokémon Center? Of course, it is to procure a line of credit. The silhouette of Yiming appearing at the staircase left the other trainers, including the elderly Pu Sang, momentarily stunned. Had he already captured that Pokémon? Such swiftness. I have yet to even find my own quest. A reward of 10,000 alliance coins. How enviable. Such bountiful rewards are rare indeed. Indeed, Sai, what can we do? It's simply because we lack his insight. What kind of Pokémon could it be? Curiosity abounded among the onlookers. As the murmurs of astonishment surrounded him, Yiming approached Pu Sang. Have you captured it? Pu Sang scrutinized Yiming. A flicker of curiosity in his gaze, equally surprised by Yiming's prompt return. Not yet. I came back to request a line of credit for my quest reward. Yiming's expression was earnest. At his words, Pu Sang and the others, who were eagerly anticipating the release of the Pokémon, were taken aback. A line of credit for your quest reward? Am I hearing this correctly? Huh. He can't be serious. Is he trying to con the old man? The others exchanged incredulous glances, looking at Yiming as if he were a fool. To put it simply, I am asking for a loan. I need to handle some matters, Yiming stated, unfazed by their peculiar expressions. What matters? Pu Sang inquired, leisurely awaiting Yiming's response. You may find it hard to believe, but I am going to meet the Sea God. Yiming smiled slightly. The Sea God? Upon hearing this term, all present, including Pu Sang, wore expressions of shock. What a peculiar claim. The others shook their heads, confirming that Yiming had lost his mind and was beyond saving. However, to their astonishment, Pu Sang nodded, appearing to take Yiming seriously. How much do you need? About 2,000 will suffice. Very well. Pu Sang promptly produced a stack of alliance coins, precisely 2,000, and handed them to Yiming without hesitation. Thank you. Yiming was equally surprised by Pu Sang's decisiveness. He had intended to reveal the truth about the Dragonair's lineage but realized that he could forego that explanation. With the funds in hand, Yiming hurried to a nearby store, leaving the other trainers to exchange bewildered glances at the composed Pu Sang, who calmly sipped his tea. Finally, someone could not contain their curiosity. Old man, don't you think he seems like a con artist? I have a knack for reading people. Though I may not excel in Pokémon battles, I am confident in my ability to observe both people and Pokémon. Pu Sang took a sip of tea and added thoughtfully, without paint, even the greatest artist cannot create a masterpiece. Will he return? Yes, undoubtedly. Although Dragonair did not understand why, it felt an inexplicable trust in Yiming. At that moment, in its line of sight, a small black dot appeared in the sky. It was Yiming, riding on Charizard. As Yiming and Charizard landed before it, Dragonair wore a puzzled expression. It did not comprehend what Yiming meant by preparation, as it could not discern any difference in Yiming and Charizard from before. If anything, it was the constant chewing and slightly swollen belly of Charizard that indicated something had changed. Let us go. You lead the way. You should be able to swim now. Right? Then let us set off. If we maintain a swift pace, we should arrive by tonight. To expedite their journey to the troubled area of the Dragonair, Yiming planned to proceed at full speed, alternating between Charizard and Dragonair. When Dragonair grew weary or encountered other Pokémon groups, Charizard would carry it. And when Charizard needed rest, Dragonair would accelerate ahead. Unfortunately, although Scyther could also fly, it excelled in speed and technique, lacking the raw power of Charizard, which limited their overall speed. Thus, Yiming pressed on toward the region where the Dragonair were ensnared. As the sun gradually descended and the evening glow painted the seaside sky, the ocean welcomed the night. Scyther, with its Fury Cutter, encountered numerous obstacles along the way, including the currently attacking Tentacruel. Boom. Scyther's Fury Cutter struck fiercely against Tentacruel's forehead, and after a series of attacks, Tentacruel finally succumbed to defeat. Navigating the ocean proved to be as complex as venturing through the wilds on land. Due to the urgency of their journey, their trajectory was linear, inevitably leading them to encounter the habitats of wild Pokémon, inciting sudden assaults from beneath the waves, an incessant nuisance. However, the continuous battles provided Scyther and Greninja with ample opportunities to bolster their skills and gain valuable battle experience, particularly for Greninja, as the aquatic environment offered unique advantages for combat. As a result, even though Greninja's level was higher than Scyther's, its growth was slower, nonetheless. Both Pokémon advanced a level, with Greninja rising from level 35 to 36 and Scyther from level 30 to 31, an unexpected boon. An hour later, the ocean suddenly fell silent. This tranquility signified the absence of other Pokémon in sight, creating a serene atmosphere. We must be nearing our destination. Yiming's heart stirred, and he promptly released Charizard, mounting its back as they ascended into the sky. As Charizard soared higher, Yiming's view expanded, revealing a vast expanse. Indeed, it must be there. As Yiming anticipated, in the distance, a pattern of colossal reefs emerged, accompanied by an extensive array of whirlpools. as if the sea concealed a mysterious presence, creating a striking visual impact that was both awe-inspiring and intimidating, even with his mental preparations. Yiming could not help but hold his breath, feeling his heart race. Discovery of the slumbering sea of Lugia. Congratulations, host. On receiving a special exploration reward, Mysterious Water Drop X1, Large Battle Experience, Chest X1. Mysterious Water Drop enhances the power of water-type moves for the Pokémon holding it. Large Battle Experience Chest contains 100,000 battle experience points. Capable of temporarily boosting a Pokémon's strength. Phew. It truly is the legendary Pokémon, Lugia. Yiming's gaze was complex. The system's notification confirmed Yiming's suspicions. This area was indeed Lugia's slumbering sea, notorious in the Gold-Silver games for its whirlpools that disoriented intruding humans and Pokémon, often trapping them in its depths. Chapter 70, Severing the Tether. As Yiming delved into the psyche of his Dragonite, he surmised that the tumultuous weather and swirling vortexes, embodied by the abstract notion of the sea god, had inadvertently led them to the slumbering site of Lugia, sparking a cascade of events. It was evident that this was merely a manifestation of Lugia's unconsciousness. Nevertheless, the magnitude of the disturbance it could evoke while still in slumber spoke volumes of its formidable power. The title of Sea God is bound to incite debate amongst Pokémon enthusiasts, for aside from Lugia, one cannot overlook the presence of the ancient Pokémon Kyogre. Known as the creator of the oceans, residing in the Hoenn region, the discourse regarding their strengths may be contentious, yet the sheer potency of both is indisputable. Whether it be Lugia or Kyogre, the wrath of either can unleash tempests and monstrous waves with alarming ease. In light of my current abilities, I find myself woefully inadequate. The unexpected discovery of Lugia's resting place stirred a profound excitement within Yiming. After all, this was a legendary Pokémon. Yet, with his present capabilities, he was far from being able to confront, let alone capture it. Roar. His Dragonite exhibited signs of unease. Its body tense as it sensed an ominous presence beneath the waters. Relax, Dragonite, Yiming coaxed, gently stroking its back to soothe it. While he meticulously noted the coordinates of their location, although awakening and challenging Lugia was not feasible at this moment, the aspiration to become a master trainer necessitated the acquisition of such a powerful ally in the foreseeable future. Moreover, it was not just Lugia. As this thought crossed his mind, a smile crept upon Yiming's lips. Little did he anticipate that his journey would yield exploration rewards. He glanced at the system interface, where a mysterious droplet and a battle experience chest awaited him. The mysterious droplet could enhance the water-type moves of Pokémon, including Greninja and Dragonite, while the battle experience chest was universally applicable. However, there was no rush to utilize these items. Yiming's gaze swept across the waters ahead, where a cluster of rocks seemed to embody some enigmatic rule, alongside several isolated islands encircled by whirlpools. There, over there, Yiming exclaimed, spotting a small island at the edge of his vision, faintly dotted with a dozen or so blue figures. Surely, that must be the Dragonites. He directed Dragonite to descend and greet the Dragonites. I've found your companions. Stay here and do not move. All right, the Dragonite replied, nodding excitedly at the prospect of reuniting with its kin. As it watched Yiming soar away on Dragonite, a unique glimmer shone in its eyes. Unlike its elder kin, which harbored disdain for humans, this Dragonite remained curious about them, often observing trainers and their Pokémon from afar, while its brethren shunned humans. It envied the camaraderie and adventures shared beyond the ocean's surface, harboring a fascination for all things terrestrial, including humanity. In this brief encounter, the Dragonite realized its own desire. It yearned to accompany Yiming on adventures. Yet, a sudden doubt clouded its thoughts, just as I had anticipated. Approaching from the sky elicited no unusual occurrences. As they drew near the solitary island, there were neither storms nor thunder. The whirlpools persisted but showed no further reaction, allowing Yiming to relax. After several minutes of flight, they finally reached the island where the Dragonite group resided. Yiming observed the Dragonites in a state of extreme weakness, lying on the ground, too feeble to even notice Dragonite's arrival. Roar. It was only when Yiming and Dragonite landed that they became aware of the newcomers. I am the rescuer sent by your daughter, Yiming explained to the largest and oldest Dragonite, the leader of the group. Upon hearing Yiming's words, the Dragonites trembled with emotion, tears welling in their eyes. Nothing could ignite such fervor as the spark of hope in their time of despair. Having been stranded on this island for days, they had lost all hope. Drained of strength and supplies, unable to breach the terrifying whirlpools. Although they had managed to liberate the young Dragonite, they had resigned themselves to their fate. For the number of Dragonites in the vast waters of the Kanto region was alarmingly few, and the likelihood of encountering another group was slim. Moreover, the young Dragonite, lacking any experience, faced peril on the ocean's surface alone. What they had not anticipated was that, just as they had given up hope. The young Dragonite would indeed find a savior, not another group of Dragonites, but a human. Yet, how would rescue be achieved? Noticing their puzzled expressions, Yiming smiled and retrieved the energy cubes he had prepared for them from the system's item inventory. Though humble, they would suffice to replenish their strength. You all can share these energy cubes. As for how to transport you, my Dragonite will carry each of you one by one. Without further ado, Yiming focused on the task at hand, beginning his rescue with the leader, who still possessed a semblance of strength. The rescue proceeded far more smoothly than Yiming had envisioned. Within half a day, all Dragonites had been airlifted from the island. There were no storms, nor new whirlpools that emerged, exceeding Yiming's expectations, save for a brief pause when Dragonite protested. All rescued, not a single one left behind. We must be cautious in the future. Yiming gazed with satisfaction at the 20 Dragonites before him, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. This was far more gratifying than simply aiding an elderly lady across the street. After all, he had saved 19 Dragonites. Human. The Dragonite leader hesitated, seemingly wanting to express something, but Yiming chose to disregard it and directly address the young Dragonite, still appearing somewhat lost. Dragonite, you promised to follow me. Now that your companions have been rescued, let us depart. Yiming intentionally refrained from mentioning any notions of recompense, aiming to prevent the leader from deflecting or dismissing his request, thereby facilitating a smoother approach. It was evident that the young Dragonite yearned for adventure beyond its kin. Yet, perhaps due to its lineage as the leader's offspring or a sense of duty to its group, it felt tethered, unable to leave. Thus, to enable the young Dragonite to naturally break free from its clan and accompany him, Yiming needed an excuse to sever that invisible tether. To provide the young Dragonite with this rationale, Yiming was more than willing to adopt a stern demeanor in front of the Dragonite group. Having saved them, it was unlikely they would oppose the young Dragonite's choice to follow the savior of their clan. How could they? Upon hearing Yiming's words, the previously uncertain young Dragonite was momentarily stunned, catching sight of the cunning gaze Yiming cast upon it, suddenly understanding. A joyful smile graced its face as it shed its hesitation. After this ordeal, it realized it finally possessed the courage and resolve to choose to leave its clan behind. Chapter 71. The Blessing of the Ice God. A notification echoed in the air, congratulating the host on capturing the Pokémon, Seadra. This system message had appeared several minutes prior. Now, Seadra had officially bid farewell to its kin and become a new companion to Yiming, embarking together on their journey back to Hualan City. Having saved its entire group, it now possessed the courage and qualifications to venture into the unknown. While it felt a twinge of nostalgia for its family, a greater yearning for adventure filled its heart, excitement radiating from its face. I shall return to this ocean, Yiming declared solemnly, glancing back at the mysterious colossal reef formation behind the group of Seadra. Having learned of Lugia's resting place, he was determined to challenge and possibly capture Lugia when his strength was sufficient. Any ambitious trainer with dreams could not resist the allure of confronting such a formidable entity. Return? Seadra questioned, perplexed. To it, this ocean was fraught with mystery and unspeakable dangers, leaving it bewildered as to why Yiming wished to return. Because beneath these waters lies a legendary Pokémon, one that, if provoked, could unleash catastrophic calamities upon the world. I aspire to capture it, Yiming explained. As Seadra absorbed his words, a flicker of understanding crossed its eyes, mingled with disbelief, as it instinctively gazed into the depths below. Could such a terrifying presence truly exist in this sea? Did we awaken it with our intrusion? Seadra pondered, anxiety creeping into its thoughts. Yiming shook his head, countering Seadra's suggestion. It was not awakened. Its slumber is not so easily disturbed. You merely trespassed into its unique domain, much like how humans maintain their breath while asleep. The whirlpools are merely a manifestation of its instincts. Seadra's eyes widened further in astonishment. Even in slumber, it can create such disturbances? What would happen if it truly awakened? Noticing Seadra's contemplative silence, Yiming raised an eyebrow. Seadra, one day you will become a being of equal strength to it. While Lugia is powerful, it is not invincible. Based on the incredible ice-type talent you've exhibited, I believe you can rival the champion Seadra of the Elite Four. Is that truly possible? Seadra asked, skepticism lacing its voice. Absolutely, Yiming affirmed, before opening the system interface to review Seadra's details, which he had not yet examined. Seadra, gender, ability, water absorb, when hit by water-type moves. It takes no damage and restores health. Level, 23. Potential, champion. Potential classifications, ordinary, outstanding, elite, leader, near champion, champion. Special title, Blessing of the Ice God. Blessing of the Ice God enhances ice-type abilities, significantly increasing the speed, power, and range of ice-type moves. Held item, none. Learn moves, Water gun, sing, mist. Ice shard, odd light, water pulse, hydro pump, ice beam, rain dance, water cannon, absolute zero. Upon seeing this, Yiming was momentarily taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy. Seadra possessed a special title. Its potential was on par with that of Charizard, also classified as champion. Back at the Jingwei Lighthouse, Yiming had awakened Charizard's dragon lineage to acquire the Purple Flame Dragon title, elevating its potential from near champion to champion. Now, with Seadra also at champion potential, Yiming had become the proud owner of 2 Pokémon of such caliber. The special title, Blessing of the Ice God, likely represented an abstract concept, signifying Seadra's extraordinary ice-type talents triggered in moments of crisis, rather than referring to a specific Pokémon. Did you acquire this during that critical moment? Yiming recalled the scene where Seadra unleashed Absolute Zero, freezing the whirlpools. It appears I underestimated your potential. With a smile, he shook his head. With such a foundation, you are destined to surpass the champion Seadra of the Elite Four. The rewards from this oceanic adventure included a mysterious water droplet, which Yiming entrusted to Greninja. Although Seadra could also utilize water-type moves, it was evident that its true strength lay in its ice-type abilities. The second reward was a battle experience treasure chest, which he awarded to Charizard as a well-deserved reward for its hard work that day. Indeed, Charizard had been exceptionally busy today, and it was only fair to acknowledge its efforts. As night fell, the ocean mirrored the radiant moon and twinkling stars above, creating a scene so enchanting that it resembled a dream, capable of ensnaring one's heart. Lying on Seadra's back, Yiming used his arm as a pillow, lost in thought as he gazed at the night sky. This world is truly intoxicating, yet there exists another realm. System, check fusion progress. Fusion progress, 21. Yiming noted the historical record, discovering that upon reaching Lugia's resting sea, he had achieved an impressive 8 fusion progress. How swift. Once he reached a 25 fusion rate, a second update would occur, leaving him curious about what transformations lay ahead. A yawn escaped him as drowsiness began to take hold. In Hualan City, on the second floor of the Pokémon Center, Elder Puzang leisurely sipped his tea. It's been a day. He won't return, dear Elder. You too can be deceived, Elder. Why are you still waiting here? Such patience. Indeed, it was clear he had been tricked, having lost 2,000 Alliance coins. Others watched Puzang with gleeful malice, whispering amongst themselves, convinced that he had been swindled by Yiming, who had long since vanished with the money. Disregarding their chatter, Puzang continued to savor his tea. A painter possesses an abundance of patience. Without it, one cannot await the most exquisite inspiration. Noting his indifference, the group of trainers grew disinterested and shifted the topic. Have you heard? A new gym leader has arrived at the Hualan gym. Really? Are the local Hualan sisters finally being replaced by the Alliance? It was long overdue. They have been quite irresponsible. Indeed. They seem more enamored with water ballet than their duties as gym leaders. Sorry to disappoint. They haven't been replaced. Just a temporary leader has been appointed. You can go see for yourselves. I know, it's someone the Hualan sisters invited. I've heard they possess considerable skill and are open to challenges from novice trainers, eager to grow together. I've heard that too. This temporary leader is far more responsible than the Hualan sisters. Chapter 72. The temporary gym leader. As for the so-called temporary leader of the Huashan gym, Grandpa Puzang held no interest. He merely wished to see Yiming return, accompanied by the majestic Dragonair. Just as he glanced towards the staircase, his movement with the teacup suddenly halted. Yiming had finally arrived. Oh, he actually came back? The others were equally astonished, having initially suspected Yiming to be a fraud who had fled. Grandpa, I have successfully tamed the Dragonair. Come forth, Dragonair. Noting that Puzang had not departed, Yiming let out a sigh of relief. As long as he was present, that meant a significant sum of Alliance coins was at stake. Accompanied by a flash of white light, Dragonair materialized before everyone, causing quite a stir on the second floor. Wow, what a marvelous Pokémon. It looks quite formidable, they exclaimed. Dragonair, a rare Pokémon, was indeed the one depicted in the old man's previous painting. Unfamiliar to many, it appeared to resemble a water-type Pokémon. Dragonair possesses dual attributes of water and ice, and Yiming had researched this Pokémon. Any trainer would find it impossible to resist the allure of such a rare creature, and Dragonair's appearance dazzled them all. Dragonair, it hummed softly, its voice melodious like a song. Ah, at last, I see you, Dragonair. It seems he has already added color to your form, Puzang remarked. A warm smile spreading across his face, his eyes filled with affection. Upon witnessing the once despondent Dragonair, drifting alone on the sea at night, he had felt a sense of unease. Now, seeing it in a more vibrant state, his heart was finally at ease. Grandpa, Yiming said. Though he could not comprehend what Puzang meant by adding color, he remembered his task, to bring Dragonair before him for a painting. Grandpa, where would you like to paint? Is this spot suitable? Ming inquired earnestly, his tone respectful. After all, even after deducting the 2,000 alliance coins he owed, he still had a substantial 8,000 coins left. Ding. Task the despairing Pokémon adrift at sea completed. Ha ha ha, no need for that. The old painter possesses the ability to capture images in the blink of an eye. Just bringing it here is sufficient. Puzang chuckled heartily, surprising Ming. Before handing him 10,000 alliance coins, he then patted Ming's shoulder, saying, "Young man, I have high hopes for you," before walking away, leaving Ming and Dragonair in stunned silence. Weren't we supposed to paint? Ming thought, bemused by Puzang's eccentricity and the incomprehensible nature of his words. Despite the old man's scruffy appearance, reminiscent of a wandering artist, Ming felt grateful. Without him, he would never have encountered Dragonair. Moreover, Puzang's generosity was evident, having previously offered 2,000 alliance coins and now so readily presenting another 10,000. Bro, that's impressive. 10,000 alliance coins just like that. If I had to work for it, I wouldn't know how long it would take to earn that much. That Dragonair is already at level 24. It's truly powerful. Upon hearing this, Ming realized the speaker was a fellow player. He smiled in response. It's not too shabby. During the journey back, taking his time and deliberately fostering a rapport with Dragonair, Ming engaged in battles with numerous wild Pokémon, resulting in Dragonair's level rising from 23 to 24, and it was now on the cusp of reaching level 25. Hey, brother, with that strength, I think you could challenge the new leader of the Huashan Gym. You'd probably win with ease, a fellow trainer remarked. The new leader? What happened to the Huashan trio? Ming slightly paused, his first thought being the negligence of the Huashan sisters. Could it be that they had finally been dealt with by the Alliance? Don't listen to his nonsense. It's merely a temporary leader, and guess what? It's a player. Ugh, I had heard from NPCs that the Huashan Gym was the easiest to obtain a badge from. I was even considering whether I could be the first player to earn one, but now it seems I can't even defeat her. Indeed. The word was that numerous players had been incessantly challenging the Huashan trio, leading to their exasperation and the establishment of a temporary leader. Only by defeating her could one challenge the Huashan sisters. Listening to their discourse, Ming raised an eyebrow, finding it intriguing. The Huashan sisters, overwhelmed by too many challengers, had resorted to appointing a player as a temporary leader, effectively creating a barrier to filter out challengers. How clever of you, Huashan sisters, to take such a shortcut. Ming chuckled to himself, already aware that the sisters lacked the consciousness of being true gym leaders. They were, in fact, the epitome of inadequate leaders, willing to hand out badges with ease, far more interested in aquatic ballet than in their responsibilities. Yet, despite having 3 members of the Huashan trio to alternate in accepting challengers, they still opted to designate a player as a temporary leader. While this approach might seem somewhat absurd, it proved to be quite effective. Ding. Received the Fusion Task First Challenge of the Gym. Task Description: challenge any gym and achieve victory. Task Level: B. Task Time Limit: none. Task Reward: ability to create energy cubes. The prospect of learning to create energy cubes sparked excitement in Ming's eyes. This was precisely what he lacked at present. The value of energy cubes was significant, and high-quality energy cubes were particularly pricey. As his collection of Pokémon grew, Ming's expenditures in this area would undoubtedly increase, and a substantial portion of the 10,000 Alliance coins would likely be spent on purchasing energy cubes. It was crucial to recognize that while a Pokémon's innate qualities were important, a trainer's nurturing was equally vital. To ensure comprehensive enhancement for his Pokémon, high-quality or even customized energy cubes were indispensable. As someone aspiring to be a master Pokémon trainer, Ming could not afford to lag in this regard. Although the presence of the Everstone had saved him considerable funds, energy cubes still represented a significant financial burden. However, should he acquire the ability to craft energy cubes, he could create the most suitable customized versions for his Pokémon in the most cost-effective manner, even without the companionship of Brock. With this thought in mind, Ming felt a surge of excitement. After inquiring about the precise location of the Huashan Gym, he departed the Pokémon Center, heading directly towards the Huashan Gym situated on the outskirts of Huashan City. Chapter 73, The Bustling Hualan Dojo. Nestled within the forest by the sea on the western outskirts of Hualan City, the Hualan Dojo stands as a vibrant spectacle. The architecture is strikingly reminiscent of a circus, adorned with flamboyant colors and a sign featuring a white sea lion at its grand entrance. A passerby, unaware of its true nature, might easily mistake it for a circus rather than a dojo. Having perused the original text, Ming is well aware that the dojo's interior is equally distinctive. The battleground, transformed from a pool by removing the floating buoys, once served as a stage for the performances of the famed Hualan sisters. As Ming steps inside, he notices a considerable crowd. Could it be that the Hualan sisters have resumed their performances? Curious, he ventures further until he arrives at the familiar battleground. To his surprise, the pool is currently the site of an intense Pokémon battle. Observing the scene, Yiming finds a seat-marked challenger. Hey there, brother. Did you come to challenge the Hualan dojo as well? A plump young lad nudges Yiming with his elbow. Indeed, I heard they appointed a temporary gym leader. Yiming replies, sizing up the boy. His round face, albeit chubby, possesses an endearing quality, yet his narrow eyes glimmer with a cunning spark, despite his ample frame. His appetite seems insatiable as he devours chips incessantly. Hey, you're a player too, right? I'm Pang Dun. Just call me Xiao Pang. Or my friends call me Little Fatty. Nice to meet you. Pang Dun? What a rather amusing name. Yiming winces slightly at the greasy hand Xiao Pang extends toward him. I'm Yiming. Upon realizing that his hand would not be suitable for a handshake, Xiao Pang sheepishly withdraws it, nonchalantly wiping it on his shirt. Well, what can I say? The food in this game is simply irresistible. It feels so real, almost like a different world altogether, Xiao Pang remarks, eyeing the chips in his hand. Indeed, Yiming agrees absent-mindedly, glancing at the battleground. The view from his seat is rather poor. He can only see the central pool. Unable to catch sight of the challengers or the so-called temporary gym leader. Hey, Yiming, are you new here? Xiao Pang continues, munching on his chips. I've been leveling up in the Hualan dojo for quite a while now and haven't seen you around. Yes, Yiming responds, focusing on the battle below. In the arena, a seahorse is gaining the upper hand against a Beedrill. Why did the Hualan sisters seek a temporary gym leader? I heard it's a player? Yiming ponders, sensing there might be more to the story. Upon hearing Yiming's inquiry, Xiao Pang's eyes light up. You don't know? Even if you lose when challenging the dojo, you still gain battle experience points. Yiming is taken aback. Really? I had no idea. If that is the case, it seems he may have misjudged the Hualan sisters. With this incentive, players would undoubtedly flock to the dojo, losing only to return to the Pokémon Center for healing before challenging again. It's no wonder the sisters might feel overwhelmed, facing a seemingly endless tide of challengers. Noticing Yiming's expression of realization, Xiao Pang nods knowingly. Because of the constant disturbances from players, the Hualan sisters were at their wits' end. It was only after my goddess suggested it that they appointed her as the temporary gym leader. My goddess is truly brilliant, he adds, with a hint of admiration. Since she is a player, the incentive of gaining battle experience points upon losing no longer applies, thus decreasing the number of challengers. Yiming, catching the reference to goddess, instinctively glances toward the gym leader's position, but a pillar obstructs his view. Is she using the Hualan dojo's Pokémon? Yiming wonders. Of course. While the number of challengers has diminished, she must still accept numerous challenges. If only my goddess's Pokémon were to face them alone. How could they withstand the onslaught? As Xiao Pang speaks of his goddess, he smacks his lips in admiration. The Hualan sisters are aware of how taxing this will be, which is why they even gifted my goddess an 18-level stereo. Yiming squints, impressed. This girl is quite clever. By implementing such a strategy, she effectively eliminated the player's hope of gaining experience points through defeat, alleviating the Hualan sisters' predicament while simultaneously reaping significant benefits. Receiving an 18-level stereo is merely the surface of the advantages. Earning the favor of the Hualan sisters means forging connections with them. Additionally, she can rapidly gain experience as a trainer with the guidance of the Hualan sisters, potentially securing their assistance in the future. Truly a multifaceted gain. As these thoughts swirl in his mind, Yiming finds himself intrigued by this astute girl. At that moment, Xiao Pang nudges Yiming again, adopting a minor-like demeanor. My Snorlax is already at level 16. Do you want me to guide you? Guide? How do you mean? Yiming is taken aback. Not by the level, but by the notion of being guided. Let me take you to the wild. I promise you'll be safe. The Viridian Forest near Hualan City is not far away. You want to go, right? Don't worry. I can take you there safely. Trust me. As Xiao Pang munches on chips, he lifts his chin toward Yiming, exuding confidence. I've been to the Viridian Forest alone and had no issues. Yiming is momentarily speechless, regarding Xiao Pang with incredulity. He then glances around at the other players squeezed into the audience. Why are they still here if losing no longer grants them experience points? Upon hearing Xiao Pang's words, a rather absurd thought crosses Yiming's mind. Could it be that they view the wilderness of Viridian Forest as a perilous realm only suitable for groups of players? This generation of players truly lacking in fortitude. Yiming cannot help but silently scoff. Should he inform Xiao Pang that, as a trainer, his primary duty should be to embark on adventures? Moreover, he has already explored the Viridian Forest extensively. Well, never mind. Observing the overly confident Xiao Pang, Yiming decides to let it be. Chapter 74. Is it really her? Do you have a Snorlax? It must have quite the appetite. Can you afford to feed it? Unable to contain the truth that would sting Xiao Pang's heart, Yiming chose to divert the topic. Fortunately, my Snorlax is about my size and has a similar appetite. It is not picky at all. Listening to Xiao Pang, Yiming wore a peculiar expression, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Is your Pokémon accurately referred to as a little Snorlax? Yes, why? Yiming was once again rendered speechless. The little Snorlax and Snorlax represent the pre-evolution and post-evolution forms, much like Rattata and Raticate. Currently, the little Snorlax has a typical appetite, perhaps slightly more voracious than an ordinary Pokémon, but once it evolves into a Snorlax, the difference in appetite is like night and day. Take care of yourself, my friend. Yiming sighed and patted Xiao Pang on the shoulder, who looked perplexed. Just then, a commotion erupted around them. Splashes of water indicating that the Beedrill had been defeated and fallen into the water. Is there anyone else left to challenge? A cold voice echoed through the gym. All eyes in the audience suddenly focused on Yiming, leaving him momentarily stunned. Isn't this row filled with challengers? In response, Xiao Pang, still munching on chips, shook his head vigorously as if it were a rattle drum and explained, No, we're just holding seats. That was the last challenger. Are you going up or not? Holding seats. All right then. Without further ado, Yiming walked down from the audience, stepping into the arena under the gaze of all. Once the defeated challenger exited, Yiming ascended the trainer's platform, and upon seeing the goddess Xiao Pang spoke of, the temporary gym leader recognized by the Hualan sisters, Yiming's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Oh, it's you? Oh, how is it you? Two astonished exclamations rang out simultaneously, one from Yiming and the other from the temporary gym leader across from him. It's actually Muhan? Yiming's astonishment morphed into a strange expression. Indeed, the so-called temporary gym leader across was none other than Muhan, known as the goddess of tears at Tianlan High School. Yiming never expected that the one offering counsel to the Hualan sisters and taking on the role of temporary gym leader would be his classmate, Muhan. From the real world. What a surprise to see you here. In the vast Pokémon world. Encountering Muhan felt akin to two individuals unexpectedly crossing paths while traveling abroad, prompting a smile from Yiming. Is it so surprising? Muhan's starry eyes sparkled with an unusual light as she smiled gently, her expression as soft as spring blossoms, intoxicatingly sweet. Typically, Muhan projected a cold demeanor at school, making her rare smile all the more beautiful to Yiming. However, her smile was fleeting, and she soon reverted to her usual aloof composure, leaving Yiming unable to discern her thoughts. Due to new regulations, I am temporarily in charge of the Hualan Gym, and you must first engage in a 2v2 challenge with me. Naturally, I will use Pokémon from the Hualan Gym. Only after you achieve victory can you challenge the official gym leader, Mudan and Xiaopu. Do you have any questions? No questions. In response, Yiming merely nodded lightly. How many gyms have you challenged? To be precise, how many badges have you obtained? The number of badges a challenger possesses determines which Pokémon I can release from the Hualan Gym. Muhan pressed a button nearby, and a rack displaying several layers of Pokeballs rose. She placed her returned Seahorse Pokémon on the second tier, balancing the responsibility of maintaining regional peace while also accepting challenges and guiding aspiring trainers. Each gym possesses a significant number of corresponding attribute Pokémon. According to what the Hualan sisters informed her, the gym must select the level of Pokémon to battle based on the number of badges the challenger has acquired. A complete novice would face the weakest Pokémon from the Hualan Gym, approximately at levels 13 to 16, providing a certain challenge without overwhelming the new trainer. The more badges one possesses, the stronger the Pokémon they can face. At this moment, Muhan's delicate hand approached the second tier of Pokeballs. Badges? Not a single one. Yiming responded with remarkable calmness. Oh. Muhan's hand paused midair, slightly astonished. She believed that someone possessing such a Pokémon as Yiming would undoubtedly have surpassed other players, herself included. Thus, she assumed that even with time constraints, Yiming must have at least one badge, and she was prepared to unleash her strongest Pokémon. Yet, to her surprise, Yiming's answer was that he had none at all. Please arrange for something formidable. I need to gain some battle experience. Yiming shrugged and suggested. Very well. Muhan hesitated for a moment before nodding in understanding, then retrieved the Pokeball she had previously planned to use from the top tier of the rack. However, none of the Pokémon in my possession can match the strength of your Greninja. Come forth, Frogadier. Muhan tossed the Pokeball into the air above the pool, and a flash of white light revealed a Pokémon with a spherical body, blue skin, and a white belly adorned with a black counterclockwise spiral, appearing before all. The arrival of Frogadier caused a stir among the spectators watching the match. Oh, Frogadier? Why does she start with Frogadier? This challenger must be impressive. Those unfamiliar likely assumed she was an NPC. Frogadier is already at level 23. If the challenger were a novice without badges, my goddess would not dispatch it. This is going to be exciting. I quite like Frogadier. Certainly not a player. Muhan would only release Pokémon above level 16 to battle a challenger with badges. The appearance of Frogadier thrilled them, as it meant that the temporary gym leader, Goddess Muhan, finally encountered a worthy opponent. Xiaopeng, who knew who the challenger was, furrowed his brows, his expression perplexed. What is going on? Isn't Yiming a player too? Could it be that my goddess has a grudge against Yiming? And that is why she targeted him? In an instant, a series of scenarios flashed through Xiaopeng's mind. It was as if, in the wild, Yiming attempted to flirt with the goddess using his Pokémon, leading to this situation. Otherwise, the goddess wouldn't have been so pointed in her approach to Yiming in front of everyone. As he munched on chips, Xiaopeng spoke with a tone of sympathy. Yiming, my brother, how could you be so blind as to offend my goddess? Now you'll face her wrath. Chapter 75. He is the boss. In Xiaopeng's eyes, it was evident that Yiming had offended Muhan. Otherwise, she would not treat him in such a manner. Unleash your challenger Pokémon, Muhan said, her eyes glimmering as she gazed at Yiming. It's time to showcase your strength. Yiming also threw out his Pokéball. With a flash of white light, the Dragonair emerged onto the water's surface, confronting the Frogadier. Upon seeing the Dragonair, Muhan's gaze sharpened, revealing her surprise. A subtle stir rippled through the gym. Having spent considerable time in the Hualan gym, they had encountered numerous water-type Pokémon. Yet they had never seen Yiming's Dragonair, which piqued their interest. What kind of Pokémon is this? It looks quite formidable. From this angle, it somewhat resembles the Loch Ness Monster. Level 24, impressive. Indeed, he must be an NPC with a badge, as I suspected. I wonder when I will be able to venture into the wild. The levels out there are so uneven. Outside the novice village in the online game, how can there be Pokémon that are already in the teens? In their perception, players generally possessed Pokémon around levels 12 or 13. Even those who had repeatedly challenged the Hualan gym had Pokémon peaking at levels 15 or 16. The 18-level Starmie that Muhan had captured made them immensely envious. Therefore, upon witnessing Yiming's level 24 Dragonair, they instinctively regarded him as a figure from the Pokémon world, akin to an NPC in an online game. Confirming their earlier conjectures, the sound of a chip bag hitting the ground broke through the air. Despite the bag's tumble, its owner, Xiaopeng, remained in a daze. Mouth agape. What the heck? Is he for real? A true boss? He was aware that Yiming was a player just like them. And here he was with a level 24 Dragonair. Xiaopeng had thought his own level 16 Snorlax was impressive, only to realize that the person he had wanted to take along was, in fact, a true giant, possessing a level 24 Pokémon. Damn, I've been trying to act tough in front of a real boss. How embarrassing. Remembering his previous bravado about wanting to take Yiming for a flight, he felt a wave of mortification wash over him, wishing he could dig a hole and hide. With his Snorlax at level 16 and Yiming's Pokémon at level 24, who would be leading whom? Xiaopeng was not the only one taken aback. Even Muhan, as the gym leader, was somewhat astonished. Another level 24 Pokémon? This is exceedingly advanced. Is this a newly captured Pokémon? I thought you would send out your weakest Charmeleon. In the end, Muhan spoke with a complex expression. Actually, Dragonair is currently my weakest Pokémon. My Charmeleon has already evolved into a Charizard, Yiming replied, spreading his hands and shrugging, displaying a look of helplessness. He truly felt cornered. He had initially intended to send out his Scyther to battle, but upon seeing the so-called strongest Pokémon from Muhan, a mere level 23 Frogadier, he felt that deploying Scyther would be somewhat unfair. Thus, after some contemplation, he decided to send out Dragonair, whose level was comparable. Muhan fell silent. Dragonair was Yiming's weakest Pokémon? She had thought that her Ninetales, which had rapidly risen from level 16 to 20, along with the 18-level Starmie she had obtained from the Hualan sisters, had gradually closed the gap between them. However, she did not anticipate that the distance had only widened. If Dragonair was indeed his weakest Pokémon, it implied that her earlier 18-level Charmeleon had surpassed level 24. Lost in thought, Muhan was unaware that Charmeleon not only exceeded level 24 but was on the verge of reaching an unimaginable level 35. A feat beyond what current players could conceive. Moreover, Yiming also possessed a 31-level Scyther, and the strength of his Greninja had reached a new phase. Had she known all this, she would likely no longer regard Yiming as a target to chase. After all, pursuing an unattainable goal is both irrational and ludicrous. Now, we shall commence the gym challenge against the temporary gym leader. The battle will be 2v2, continuing until one side's Pokémon is unable to battle. The gym side cannot substitute Pokémon during the fight, while the challenger may rotate theirs. Is that clear? After a moment of silence, Muhan spoke slowly, providing the necessary clarifications. None at all, Yiming nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. The battle was about to begin. Frogadier, use water gun. Muhan showed no hesitation. commanding Frogadier to initiate the attack. With a splash, Frogadier unleashed a water gun attack, a torrent of water converging and shooting forth. To the astonishment of both Frogadier and Muhan, Yiming and Dragonair made no move to counter, simply watching as the water gun struck Dragonair. Just as the water gun was about to hit, a miraculous scene unfolded. Dragonair appeared to be enveloped in a unique barrier, causing the once powerful water gun to lose its strength, transforming into a gentle stream akin to watering a plant, softly cascading over Dragonair. Feeling the soothing embrace of the water, Dragonair perked up, a smile gracing its visage. Muhan paused momentarily before understanding. Your Pokémon has the Rain Dish ability. Doesn't he? Frogadier also possesses the Rain Dish ability, but my Frogadier has the advantage, as it excels in close combat rather than using water-type moves. Muhan smiled faintly, believing that the abilities of their Pokémon placed her in a more advantageous position. As if to affirm Muhan's assertion, Frogadier unleashed a flurry of punches, creating a sound like slicing through the air, showcasing its combat prowess. Coincidentally, my Dragonair, in contrast to utilizing water-type moves, is more adept at ice-type moves. Dragonair, use Ice Beam. Dragonair opened its mouth, summoning a deep blue energy representing ice, which instantly shot forth towards Frogadier. Dive into the water, Frogadier. Muhan reacted swiftly. At her command, Frogadier promptly leaped into the water, evading the Ice Beam. The floating platform that Frogadier had occupied was instantly encased in ice as the Ice Beam struck. With a splash, Frogadier leapt from the water onto the floating platform, charging towards Dragonair like a cannonball. Close-range combat was its forte. Use Ice Shard, Yiming instructed calmly. Instantly, sharp shards of ice formed around Dragonair, shooting forth like arrows towards the approaching Frogadier. Frogadier, use Rapid Spin to deflect. Realizing the speed and power of the Ice Shard attack, Muhan's expression turned serious. With a brilliant glint in its eyes, Frogadier executed a series of spinning strikes, deftly avoiding the sharp edges of the ice shards and causing them to shatter with a series of explosive sounds. Setting aside other matters, it was evident that the Hualan sisters had indeed nurtured their Pokémon well. Yiming held great admiration for Frogadier's performance. Chapter 76, Experiencing a Rapid Defeat Once Again. The Hualan trio, while perhaps not exemplary gym leaders, undoubtedly excel as trainers. Their ability to cultivate a mosquito frog to such a level clearly demonstrates their dedication. On the other hand, Yiming was equally astonished by Muhan's transformation. Previously, during her battle against Tianlin, Muhan had suffered a swift and devastating defeat due to her inexperience in Pokémon battles. Yet now, she commanded her Pokémon with agility and began to grasp the dynamics of combat, no longer resembling the novice she once was. It seems that Muhan has also been earnest in her efforts and is making significant progress. At this moment, the mosquito frog unleashed its brick break move against the Seadra. With a slight arch of her brow, Muhan directed the mosquito frog, which had charged toward the Seadra. The mosquito frog raised its webbed hand, gathering light that concealed formidable power, and struck downward with its brick break move. Use your shell to block, Yiming succinctly commanded. The Seadra dove into the water, swiftly maneuvering on the surface, and met the mosquito frog's attack with its shell. With a soft thud, the brick break collided with the hard shell, sending a jolt of shock through the mosquito frog's arm. What? Muhan gasped, taken aback by the unexpected outcome of her anticipated attack. As the Seadra performed a backflip in the water, it surged upward, focusing its energy into a fierce head but aimed squarely at the mosquito frog's abdomen. The impact sent the mosquito frog hurtling backwards, crashing into a floating platform before coming to a halt. The pain in its belly paled in comparison to the disorienting confusion from the assault, and the mosquito frog, eyes shut, shook its head a few times to dispel the nauseating sensation clouding its mind. Yiming's eyes lit up as he glanced at the system prompt. Seadra has comprehended the Zen headbutt. The Seadra had learned a skill during the battle. This was the benefit of its exceptional aptitude, allowing it to adapt to the fierce combat and even learn from its opponent. The mosquito frog's close-range aggression inadvertently facilitated the Seadra's acquisition of the Zen headbutt. The Zen headbutt, a psychic-type move, concentrated energy in the head to launch an attack against the enemy. Not only did it inflict tangible collision damage, but it also disoriented the opponent's consciousness, making them feel uncomfortable and dazed. Fortunately, the mosquito frog, skilled in combat and possessing both willpower and physical prowess, quickly recovered. Otherwise, it would have been in a dire state. Seadra, use Heavy Slam. The command rang out. The Seadra burst forth from the water, employing the Heavy Slam move, generating an impressive momentum as it descended towards the mosquito frog, the sound of wind howling in its wake. Mosquito frog, evade. Muhan's heart tightened at the sight. The mosquito frog, aware of the precarious situation, suppressed the lingering queasiness in its mind. given the urgency of the moment. Even diving into the water would not allow it to escape the brunt of the heavy slam, so after a brief moment of deliberation, it leaped toward a nearby floating platform. With a thunderous crash, the Seadra executed its heavy slam, causing a towering wave to rise, catching the mosquito frog off guard. The force of the wave sent the mosquito frog crashing onto the water's surface, disorienting it and causing it to roll its eyes in confusion. Freeze dry to conclude the battle. Yiming smiled slightly, announcing the end of the contest. Mosquito frog, wake up. Muhan's voice carried a note of urgency. The Seadra swiftly opened its mouth, unleashing a beam of icy light that shot forth. The mosquito frog, just regaining consciousness, realized too late the impending danger and could not evade the freeze-dry. In an instant, under the onslaught of the Seadra's freeze-dry, the mosquito frog, along with a nearby floating platform, was encased in ice, having endured a series of attacks. The mosquito frog could no longer maintain its fighting spirit and succumbed to unconsciousness within the icy confines. The battlefield fell into an unspoken stillness, punctuated only by the gentle lapping of the water. The spectators in the audience exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. The battle concluded with astonishing swiftness, far beyond their expectations, as the levels of the mosquito frog and Seadra were nearly equivalent. In their minds, this was anticipated to be a thrilling and evenly matched contest. However, the reality was that, while the battle was indeed exhilarating, the display was far from what one would expect from a balanced competition. Oh, is it over already? What a spectacle! This is the essence of a true Pokémon battle. Compared to their previous challenges, this felt almost like child's play. With such a narrow level disparity, one might infer there was a significant gap in the trainer's skills. Yet, they had believed Muhan to be a formidable player. They never anticipated such a stark realization. As Mu Dan had stated, one cannot solely rely on the powers of Pokémon. Trainers must also strive to improve. They understood that the rapid conclusion of this battle was indeed due to the Seadra's superior strength over the mosquito frog, but they could not overlook the trainer's performances either. I lost. Muhan bit her lip, her expression a mixture of emotions. She had initially thought she had made remarkable progress and believed that if she were to battle Tianlin again, she would not suffer the same humiliation. As a temporary gym leader with ample battle experience, she even thought she could defeat Tianlin. However, she never expected to face such an insurmountable sense of defeat in front of Yiming once more. The sheer cleanliness of her loss left her feeling momentarily lost. Seadra defeated Mosquito Frog, gaining battle experience, 1260. Due to Seadra's exceptional aptitude, additional battle experience gained, 560. Ding. Seadra's battle experience is now full, leveling up to 25. Earlier, during their return journey, Seadra had been close to leveling up, and now, having defeated the Mosquito Frog, its strength had surged from level 24 to 25. Well done, Seadra. Yiming never hesitated to offer praise. Acknowledging good performance was a way to strengthen the bond between Pokémon and trainer. Thank you, Master, came a sweet, melodious voice that resonated within Yiming's heart. Muhan, you have improved significantly. If you encounter Tianlin again, the outcome is uncertain. Yiming spoke sincerely, a smile gracing his features as he noted Muhan's progress. Thank you. Muhan snapped back to reality, offering a non-committal expression of gratitude before recalling the mosquito frog into its Pokeball. So, I lost the first battle. Now, we shall proceed to the second match. If you win again, you will have the opportunity to meet Mu Dan and the others as an outstanding challenger. As she spoke, her gaze lingered on the shelf of Pokeballs, hesitating for a moment. She then selected a new Pokeball from the array. Chapter 77, The Realm of Ice. Now, emerge, Tentacruel. Given that Kingdra possesses the water absorbability and is impervious to water-type moves, Muhan would certainly refrain from deploying a Pokémon adept in water-type attacks. Although Tentacruel is a dual-type Pokémon with water and poison attributes, its mastery of water-type moves is quite limited, making it far more proficient in poison-type attacks. With its venomous tentacles, Tentacruel appears exceptionally formidable. It stands at level 24, one of the strongest Pokémon in Muhan's possession. However, upon witnessing Muhan release Tentacruel, Yiming shook his head in disapproval, believing Muhan had made a grave mistake. Tentacruel, unleash acid. Kingdra, water gun. After a brief standoff, both Yiming and Muhan simultaneously issued their commands. Tentacruel. The creature unleashed a highly corrosive acid. In parallel, Kingdra executed its water gun attack. Unlike Froakie, Tentacruel lacks the water absorbability, thus it can effectively employ water-type moves. Bang. The acid and water gun clashed violently in midair, resulting in a rain of toxic droplets. Kingdra, Ice Beam. Under the divine protection of the Ice God, Kingdra excels in Ice-type moves. Gong. Kingdra tilted its head back slightly, causing the temperature around it to plummet. as a blue orb of light gathered in its open maw. In the next instant, Ice Beam shot forth towards Tentacruel. Faced with Kingdra's Ice Beam, Muhan did not command Tentacruel to dive as she had with Froakie. Instead, she issued a different directive. Tentacruel, now Mirror Coat. Tentacruel, focusing its intent. Tentacruel waved its tentacles, conjuring a translucent mirror in front of it. Upon seeing this, Yiming raised an eyebrow, realizing that Muhan had a strategy in mind. Mirror Coat, a psychic-type move, is capable of doubling the power of incoming special attacks. Ziz. The ice beam struck the reflective surface, momentarily pausing before redirecting with doubled intensity, hurtling back toward Kingdra. Submerge. Anticipating this, Yiming quickly commanded. Gong. Just before the ice beam could reach it, Kingdra dove briefly, evading the very attack it had unleashed. At that moment, Tentacruel, having submerged and poised to strike, launched its tentacle, delivering a toxic hit to Kingdra, who immediately succumbed to poisoning. Realizing that the underwater domain favored Tentacruel, Kingdra surfaced desperately, entangled in Tentacruel's grasp. Once your Kingdra is poisoned, victory will undoubtedly belong to Tentacruel. Observing Kingdra's weakened state, its once vibrant hues dulled to a grayish purple, Muhan sighed with relief, her expression becoming somewhat relaxed. Within this pool battleground, should an opponent be struck by Tentacruel's toxic and fail to secure victory underwater, Muhan felt assured of her triumph. The toxin would gradually sap Kingdra's strength. And by enduring the battle, utilizing the advantages of the battleground, Tentacruel could avoid direct confrontation, ultimately leading to Kingdra's demise through the relentless effects of the poison. Tentacruel. Rising from the water, it brandished its tentacles, a glint of triumph in its eyes, clearly viewing Kingdra as a vanquished foe, confident in its venom. Tentacruel believed even the formidable Snorlax could not withstand its potent toxin for long. You were mistaken, Kingdra. Missed. In response to Muhan's seemingly victorious declaration, Yiming merely shook his head. This was precisely why he believed Muhan had made an erroneous choice in sending out Tentacruel. The effectiveness of Tentacruel's toxin paled in comparison to Kingdra's ability to generate mist. Gong. A thin, chilling mist enveloped Kingdra. And under the astonished gazes of Muhan and Tentacruel, the deep purple hue indicating Kingdra's poisoning gradually faded, ultimately vanishing. What does this signify? Could this move eliminate the abnormal status? Does that mean Tentacruel's supersonic is rendered ineffective? Muhan frowned slightly, taken aback by this unexpected development. Initially, she had sought to leverage Tentacruel's toxin for an advantage in battle. Even if she could not successfully poison her opponent, she relied on Tentacruel's troublesome supersonic attack. Yet now, confronted with this situation, she felt bewildered. I miscalculated, but underwater is Tentacruel's domain. The outcome of this battle is still uncertain. Muhan quickly regained her composure, contemplating her next move. Underwater, Tentacruel could unleash formidable prowess, its tentacles capable of constricting or ensnaring with terrifying effectiveness. Once Kingdra was entangled, escape would be impossible. The balance of victory still tilts in our favor. Muhan thought to herself. No, you are mistaken. This battle has already concluded. Yiming simply shook his head, his tone devoid of emotion. What? Upon hearing this, Muhan momentarily froze, her brow furrowing in disbelief. She could not discern the source of Yiming's confidence. Despite both possessing water-type attributes, it was evident that Tentacruel dominated underwater. Kingdra bore slight injuries, yet Tentacruel remained at full strength. In response to Muhan's skepticism, Yiming remained silent, merely observing the haughty Tentacruel as it waved its tentacles provocatively, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Tentacruel reigns underwater? Then, without water, can it still thrive? Yiming's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold smile gracing his lips as he uttered 4 words. Absolute zero. Utilizing the existing battlefield to its fullest potential is commendable, but only those who can create their own domain can be deemed truly powerful. Gong. Suddenly, Kingdra leaped onto a floating platform, erupting with an indescribable aura of terror. It unleashed a mighty roar, akin to a hymn in praise of the ice god, causing the temperature within the arena to plummet, a bone-chilling wind howling. As onlookers, including Tentacruel, gazed in astonishment, the surface of the water froze around Kingdra, transforming into a striking, glacial white ice. Due to the unique design of the Hualon Gym's battleground, where the pool protrudes above the ground and is surrounded by specially designed transparent glass, the audience could witness the underwater spectacle. At that moment, their stunned expressions reflected the reality. Kingdra's absolute zero not only froze the water's surface, but also encompassed the entire pool beneath. Tentacruel, watching the ice spread rapidly toward it. The piercing cold instilled a sense of dread within Tentacruel, which desperately swam backward until it collided with the pool's edge. Realizing its peril, it exerted all its strength to leap out of the water, landing atop the ice. By the time Tentacruel and Muhan regained their wits, they were met with a blinding expanse of gleaming ice, and the sharply descending temperature not only chilled their skin but also sent shivers through their very core. The entire pool had transformed into a frigid expanse of ice. Observing Muhan, who appeared momentarily dazed, and the bewildered Tentacruel, Yiming smirked mockingly. Welcome to Kingdra's Realm of Ice. Chapter 78, The Hualan Triplets. As I gazed upon the frozen pool, the biting cold wind enveloped me, sending shivers down my spine. Much like plunging into an icy abyss. The spectators in the stands collectively inhaled sharply at the sight of the ice-locked pool. What an exhilarating sensation. Goodness. The entire battlefield has been encased in ice. Could this truly be the result of a Pokémon at level 25? This is quite beyond the realm of scientific explanation. Is this Dratini truly that formidable? I have resolved to capture one for myself. I had initially believed that Tentacruel was assured of victory, yet I am utterly astonished. Is this truly the Hualan Water Gym? The current scene makes it resemble an ice gym instead. Their astonishment was evident as they shifted their gaze towards Dratini and Yiming, their expressions clearly transformed. This is indeed a powerhouse. Goodness. Little Pang, who was aware of Yiming's player status, felt an overwhelming shock within, reflecting on how he had arrogantly proclaimed to bring Yiming down earlier. He couldn't help but indulge in self-deprecation, pondering whether this expert might share some strategies with him. Dratini's extraordinary ice-type prowess is indeed a rare spectacle. Yes, sister. One can envision a bright future ahead for Dratini. This young fellow possesses a commendable appearance, exuding the aura of a potential champion. What is wrong? I speak only the truth. The Hualan triplets, discreetly observing from backstage, were equally taken aback upon witnessing the battlefield encapsulated in Dratini's absolute zero ice. As gym leaders, their expertise and battle experience were unquestionable, enabling them to easily discern Dratini's remarkable ice-type talent. Absolute Zero is a formidable ice-type move. However, while its power is impressive, its accuracy leaves much to be desired. Although Dratini did not target Tentacruel directly but instead froze the pool, this situation vividly showcased Dratini's exceptional power and execution speed. From their perspective, it seemed utterly inconceivable that such a young Dratini could achieve this. It is certain that this young man will triumph over Muhan. Let us decide through rock, paper, scissors who shall face him next. The trio of Muden, Changpu, and Yinghua were eager for the challenge. They merely lamented the fatigue of continuously being challenged and needing to guide the challengers, which was quite exhausting. However, they did not resent being treated with such fervor by the audience, akin to beloved stars, relishing the spotlight and the attention of the masses. Wasn't it quite a feeling to step out from behind the scenes after Muhan's defeat amidst the audience's anticipation? Seeing Tentacruel, who had been so boastful moments ago, now staring blankly at the icy surface, Yiming couldn't help but chuckle. Caught off guard. Are we? You enjoy battling underwater? Try being arrogant now that the pool is frozen solid. The entire pool has been encased in ice. Tentacruel, unleash Mud Bomb. Muhan, having gained considerable experience as a temporary gym leader in recent days, quickly collected herself and commanded Tentacruel to attack. Tentacruel, battling the unease within. Tentacruel conjured deep purple mud bombs, hurling them towards Dratini. Yet, on the slippery ice, Dratini displayed undeniable agility, gliding effortlessly to evade the incoming projectiles. The mud bombs, deprived of a target, splashed onto the ice, emitting a foul odor and corroding small holes into the surface. Water gun. Observing that Dratini had maneuvered to Tentacruel's flank, Yiming seized the opportunity and issued the command. Hydro pump. Dratini opened its mouth, channeling its water energy to unleash a powerful stream towards Tentacruel. Tentacruel, mirror coat. Muhan instinctively attempted to replicate her earlier success. Noticing this, Yiming narrowed his eyes, a playful smile gracing his lips. Muhan is still a novice. Tentacruel. Tentacruel immediately activated Mirror Coat, the sudden appearance of a transparent barrier deflecting the water gun back at Dratini with double the force. In the astonished gazes of Muhan and Tentacruel, Dratini stood its ground, allowing the double-rebounded water gun to strike. Its ability, Water Absorb, meant that water-type moves would heal rather than harm it. Hydro Pump. Following the water gun, Dratini unleashed Ice Beam, striking Tentacruel just as the reflection dissipated, encasing it in ice and sending it sliding backward. Tentacruel, break free. Muhan's expression turned grave, her voice tinged with urgency. Ice-type moves are typically ineffective against Tentacruel. Ice Beam alone would not secure its defeat, yet being trapped meant it was vulnerable to further attacks. Tentacruel, using the remaining exposed tentacles, attempted to unleash Poison Sting to escape its icy prison. However, Yiming and Dratini were unfazed. Dratini, finish the battle. Mountain Crush? Hydro Pump. Dratini surged forward. Propelled by a fierce gust, leaping high into the air just before reaching Tentacruel, then plummeting down with astonishing force. A resounding crash echoed throughout the gym, shards of ice scattering, prompting Muhan and the spectators to instinctively look away. When they turned back to the battlefield, the sight of Tentacruel, devoid of battle consciousness, lying in a dented ice pit, vividly illustrated the power of Dratini's mountain crush. Yiming and Dratini achieved a swift and decisive victory over Tentacruel, eliciting a chorus of applause from the audience. What a spectacle! Yet again, they have triumphed. Tentacruel had no means of countering, utterly constrained. The entire battlefield, the pool, frozen solid. This was truly astonishing. With Muhan, the goddess, having lost both matches, the third bout now fell to one of the Hualon triplets. The audience eagerly anticipated their entrance. According to the previously established rules, after Muhan, the temporary gym leader, lost 2 matches, the final battle would be taken on by one of the Hualon triplets. While they themselves lacked the ability to defeat Muhan and challenge the triplets, it did not deter their desire to witness the spectacle. I have lost, Muhan murmured, biting her lip as she returned Tentacruel to its Pokeball, contemplating notifying the Hualon triplets backstage. At that moment, the lights of the gym suddenly dimmed, leaving only the illumination between the backstage and the corridor. Instantly capturing everyone's attention, the curtain was drawn back, revealing the striking Hualon triplets, each with their own unique hair colors and stunning figures, gracefully stepping onto the stage. As they basked in the audience's enthusiastic cheers, smiles graced their faces as they greeted the crowd with familiarity. This feels more like a fashion show. Yiming silently mused. Chapter 79, The Cherry Blossoms Battle. Greetings, everyone. Have you all had your meals? I express my heartfelt gratitude for your support. The Hualon Trio, adorned with radiant smiles, revels in the sensation of standing center stage. Although they are somewhat puzzled by the sudden influx of unfamiliar trainers, they are undeniably enjoying the experience of feeling like celebrities. Cherry Blossom, I adore you. Sister Peony, I am utterly captivated by your charm. The audience erupts in enthusiastic cheers, rallying behind the Hualon sisters. In contrast to the relatively inexperienced Muhan, the trio's striking figures and diverse hair colors are undeniably captivating. The deafening cheers echo throughout the dojo, reaching even outside its confines. What a bunch of aimless fools. Yiming muttered, shaking his head. It's just the Hualon sisters. Aside from their pretty faces and alluring figures, what else do they have? Yet, he could not deny that the Hualon sisters were indeed a feast for the eyes, earning their title as the 3 dazzling pearls of Hualon City. As they approached, Yiming felt compelled to acknowledge their allure honestly. The Hualon sisters approached Muhan, and Cherry Blossom comforted her. Sister Muhan, you performed admirably. We observed your efforts. You merely fell short in your understanding of Pokémon. Keep it up. Thank you, Sister Cherry Blossom, Muhan replied with a slight nod, her eyes flashing with complex emotions as she stepped off the stage. Due to winning the rock-paper-scissors game, the eldest sister, Cherry Blossom, earned the opportunity to face Yiming in the final gym challenge. Cherry Blossom ascended to the gym leader's platform, one hand on her hip, showcasing her graceful figure. Challenger, please tell me your name. Yiming, he replied candidly. We witnessed your battle against Muhan. However, I am curious to confirm, do you not possess a single badge? Cherry Blossom's expression turned serious, her gaze shifting between Yiming and his Dragonite. Given his evident strength, he could easily secure his first badge at any gym, leaving the Hualon sisters astonished by his claim of having none. Could it be that you trained alone before this? Cherry Blossom pondered. Did you cultivate your Pokémon to this level before challenging the gym? How unconventional. No, this is my first gym challenge, so I obviously have no badges. Yiming shrugged, spreading his hands. Really not a single badge. Sister, why not just give him a badge? The sisters Iris and Peony chimed in. Absolutely not. The gym leader's role is to refine the bond between trainers and their Pokémon to unlock their potential. Badges cannot simply be handed out. Battles are essential. Cherry Blossom's resolute words elicited knowing glances between Iris and Peony, who exchanged playful smirks. In the past, Cherry Blossom would have preferred to pass the gym to Xiaoxia, reluctant to battle and more inclined toward dancing. When did she become so diligent? It was merely a matter of winning the rock-paper-scissors game, not wanting to squander the opportunity to shine before hundreds of spectators. Understanding the situation, Iris and Peony refrained from further commentary, acknowledging the validity of Cherry Blossom's stance. The gym leader's purpose is indeed to hone trainers and their Pokémon, to ignite their potential, necessitating the application of adequate pressure. Without pressure, there is no merit in guiding and teaching trainers. For novice trainers, there is a specific battle strategy, yet for those who exhibit exceptional prowess, adjustments to the chosen Pokémon are also made. Since you have triumphed over Muhan, winning 2 gym challenges, you will now face me in the final battle. Cherry Blossom stated earnestly, finally exuding the authority of a gym leader. Very well, let us proceed, Yiming replied nonchalantly. Typically, gym challenges consist of 3v3 battles. Thus, Cherry Blossom considered the 2 matches Mu-Han lost as part of the count. This implies Yiming needs only to engage in one final battle to earn his badge. After a moment of contemplation, Cherry Blossom retrieved a Pokeball from the newly erected stand and tossed it high into the air. Come forth and fight for me. As the Pokeball opened midair, a creature emerged, its entire form a striking blue, boasting strong arms, white fists, and a white belly adorned with black spirals. It was the evolved form of the mosquito frog, the Frogadier. Frogadier? Level 30? This may be a challenging match for my Dragonite, Yiming mused, narrowing his eyes. To his surprise, Cherry Blossom had chosen a level 30 Frogadier, perhaps sensing that her opponent would be formidable, and sought to avoid embarrassment before the crowd. Yiming could not help but admire her confidence in her Dragonite's capabilities, especially given the battleground had transformed into an icy arena. Observing the Frogadier struggle to maintain its footing on the slick surface, Yiming's expression turned contemplative. Wow, a level 30 Frogadier? Little Pang in the audience was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Cherry Blossom's choice, his mind racing. Why did this scene seem so familiar? He recalled that Mu-Han had released a high-level mosquito frog earlier, leading him to ponder whether Yiming had inadvertently offended Cherry Blossom, inciting her to target him. Little Pang found his speculation increasingly plausible. Otherwise, why would Cherry Blossom deploy a level 30 Frogadier against a level 25 Dragonite? Although she could not see the statistics directly like a player, as a gym leader, she possessed an acute sense of Pokémon's strengths and weaknesses. Achoo! Cherry Blossom suddenly sneezed, rubbing her nose. Surely no one is speaking ill of me behind my back. It must be the cold from the frozen pool making me feel unwell. Sister Cherry Blossom, is it not too much pressure to send out Frogadier? After all, its strength is quite formidable. Upon seeing Cherry Blossom's choice, Iris and Peony were equally astonished. What am I to do? Look at this battlefield. One might mistake it for an ice-type gym. If my Pokémon were too weak, they would likely not withstand much of a challenge. Especially since he has only sent out a single Dragonite thus far. Cherry Blossom playfully chided her sisters, making them aware of the situation. The concern was not about imposing excessive pressure on Yiming. It was about ensuring that Cherry Blossom herself did not suffer an easy defeat. With the battleground's conditions altered and her Dragonite's notable strength, the stakes were high. Most crucially, Yiming had thus far only sent forth a single Dragonite, indicating he still had 2 more Pokémon at his disposal. Ah, indeed, our eldest sister is quite thoughtful. Yes, I suppose we were too focused on the present. Perhaps the reputation of being the weakest gym has attracted numerous novice trainers, so our eldest concerns are entirely valid. Having come to this realization, Iris and Peony nodded in agreement. Regardless of whether he can defeat Frogadier, I will certainly award him a badge, so rest assured. Chapter 80, A Fierce Battle with Frogadier. Sakura, with a sense of thorough consideration, recognized that the criticisms faced by the Hualan gym were already abundant. The labels of the weakest gym, the ornamental trio, and the most irresponsible gym leader had been cast upon them. To preserve the dignity of the Hualan gym, it was imperative to strive for victory in this battle. Regardless of the outcome, the Water Drop badge must be awarded to Yiming for his demonstrated prowess. Frogadier, are you ready? Frogadier quickly adapted, managing to adjust to the sensation of moving across the icy surface. Just as Sakura was about to announce the commencement of the final gym challenge, a flash of white light caught her eye. Sakura was astonished, for the white light signified the return of Dratini into its Pokeball. Thank you for your hard work, Dratini. With that, Yiming minimized the Pokeball and secured it at his waist. Wait, aren't you going to let Dratini continue battling? Sakura inquired. According to the expectations of the Hualan sisters, as a newcomer without a single badge, Dratini was presumed to be Yiming's strongest Pokemon. Given that the pool was now frozen, was this the perfect opportunity to continue the fight? They could exhaust Frogadier's stamina and then send in another Pokemon to attempt to secure a victory. Why withdraw it directly? No, it has performed sufficiently well. Yiming reflected for a moment. Although both Greninja and Charizard could easily overpower Frogadier, they had yet to join forces with Scyther against other trainers. This moment presented an ideal opportunity to experiment. Come forth, Scyther. With a flash of white light, a Pokemon, entirely green with sharp scythe-like appendages, appeared before everyone. Exuding an aura of a warrior, Scyther glanced down at the ice beneath its feet, then began to hover in low flight, unaffected by the icy terrain. Scyther, is it? A commendable choice, Sakura remarked, her expression serious. While she lacked the ability to perceive level data like a player, she sensed that the Scyther was formidable and on par with Dratini. Frogadier's fighting moves were severely weakened against Scyther, rendering them nearly ineffective. What? In the audience, Xiao Pang suddenly stood, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. Scyther's level was astonishingly higher than Frogadier's, reaching level 31. No wonder Xiao Pang's reaction was so different from the other spectators. He recognized that Easy Ming was also a player. Easy Ming is a player too. How can he have such a high-level Pokémon? Xiao Pang sat down, dazed, muttering to himself. Could he be one of those incredibly lucky players who fell off a cliff and found a martial arts manual? This revelation left Xiao Pang in a state of bewilderment. The emergence of Scyther also left Mu Han, who was aware of Easy Ming's player status, momentarily stunned, her lips parting in surprise. How did Easy Ming achieve this? Is this the inherent advantage of a chosen player? How could this be? Mu Han murmured, lost in thought. The battle would continue until one side conceded or a Pokémon was rendered unable to fight. The third round of the gym challenge commenced. Shangpu acted as the referee, announcing the start of the third battle. Frogadier, use Tackle. Scyther, use Air Slash. Both Easy Ming and Sakura issued their commands simultaneously. In an instant, Scyther generated blades of wind, directing them towards Frogadier. Due to the icy surface, Frogadier's speed was hindered, and as the Air Slash approached, Sakura waved her hand. Frogadier, slide on your belly. Frogadier promptly obeyed, crouching down and propelling itself off the raised platforms, gliding across the ice at astonishing speed. Akin to a hockey puck. Bang, bang. The two air slashes struck the ice, failing to connect with the rapidly moving Frogadier. Is this clever maneuver inspired by Dratini? Easy Ming nodded in appreciation. Frogadier's fighting-type attributes endowed it with exceptional control and balance, enabling it to move in such a manner on ice. However, my Scyther is equally swift. Scyther, move at high speed and attack with your wings. In midair, Scyther executed a rapid maneuver, its speed creating an afterimage. As it spun, its wing blades glimmered, resembling crescent moons as they charged toward Frogadier. Sometimes, offense is the best defense. Frogadier, use Power-Up Punch. Sakura's eyes flashed as she commanded. Frogadier reacted swiftly, advancing boldly against the oncoming Scyther, launching itself with all its might off the floating block, like a cannonball. Its fists collided with Scyther in a display of incredible strength. Bang! Thud! In that moment, Scyther's attack struck Frogadier's abdomen, while Frogadier's Power-Up Punch landed solidly on Scyther. The two Pokémon collided fiercely in midair before crashing onto the ice, shattering it with the impact. Compared to Scyther's swift recovery, Frogadier struggled momentarily on the ground, displaying signs of pain and distress. Due to type advantage, flying-type moves inflicted double damage on Frogadier, whereas fighting-type moves only dealt a quarter of the damage to Scyther. Thus, even though the Power-Up Punch was powerful, the damage inflicted on Scyther was minimal. Fortunately, Frogadier's physical condition was exceptional, and since this attack did not strike a vital point, it managed to retain a commendable fighting spirit. It seems I made an error. My combat skills have become rusty, Sakura thought, feeling a pang of regret as the battle commenced unfavorably. In that moment, Easy Ming commanded Scyther to launch a new offensive, having already executed a high-speed move. Scyther's speed was extraordinary, and now, with Thunderbolt, it surged forth like a bolt of lightning, crashing into Frogadier with ferocity. Frogadier braced itself against the impact, attempting to seize Scyther's waist to counter with Rollout. However, Scyther's response was swift. It spun midair, executing wing attack, fluidly thwarting Frogadier's counter and propelling itself backward. We need to neutralize Scyther's speed, otherwise it will be troublesome. Frogadier, unleash Mist. Sakura furrowed her brow, deciding to have Frogadier release Mist first. Mist and Haze were both ice-type moves, rare for Frogadier to master. The effect of Mist, previously utilized by Dratini, enveloped the user in a mysterious white fog, clearing any status conditions. Conversely, Haze, also an ice-type move, eradicated all effects in the arena. As Frogadier exhaled a faint black mist, an indescribable energy seemed to shackle Scyther, causing its high-speed effect to vanish. Chapter 81. The prodigy breeder. The dark mist that permeated the air forcefully disrupted the effects of swift movement, causing the Scyther to experience a slight discomfort. Scyther, with its shadow clone, executed a cross-scissors attack. Although bug-type moves were generally ineffective against the Frogadier, Scyther's proficiency in this technique was remarkably high. With a swift motion, Scyther soared into the sky, then dove down like a meteor, its dual sickles crossing with an imposing aura as it aimed to strike the Frogadier. Sakura could not allow Frogadier to remain passive. Frogadier unleashed a water gun attack. Both Pokémon excelled in close combat, yet with Scyther having the upper hand. Frogadier's long-range technique served as an effective countermeasure. Water gun. The powerful jet of water pierced through the thin black mist, hurtling towards the rapidly approaching Scyther. With a flash in its eyes, Scyther tilted its body mid-flight, narrowly evading the water gun, forcing the cross-scissors attack to cease. Now is the time. Frogadier, Use Ice Punch. As Sakura regretted not recalling Ice Punch sooner, she commanded Frogadier to counterattack. Frogadier dashed forward, propelled by the previous distance closed by Scyther, raising its right fist which emanated a chilling aura. With a swift motion, the Ice Punch descended, creating a sound that sliced through the air. Scyther, adept in close-range combat, reacted quickly, advancing instead of retreating. It sidestepped to Frogadier's left, executing a vicious slice with its sickle. In pain, Frogadier cried out, "Do not succumb to it, Frogadier. Use the multi-slap." Sakura's expression grew serious, as the turn of events exceeded her expectations. With each successive blow, Frogadier's fury and resentment crystallized into a palpable force, delivering a series of slaps aimed at Scyther, as if wishing to crush it entirely. Scyther, in response, initiated a series of cuts. Yi-Ming remained unfazed, convinced that Frogadier's onslaught posed no threat to Scyther. After all, Scyther had defeated countless Beedrills, and in the face of such close-range assaults, it was more than capable. Scyther's eyes ignited with an extraordinary brilliance, and its aura surged dramatically. At that moment, Frogadier's relentless barrage appeared to Scyther as if time had slowed, each slap being played out like a slow-motion film. The technique known as continuous slice was a hallmark of Scyther, a master of its craft. Everyone held their breath, captivated by the astonishing spectacle unfolding before them. In the clash between Frogadier and Scyther, the air was filled with the sound of slicing wind, creating an almost tornado-like effect. As Scyther retaliated with its continuous slice, Frogadier summoned all its strength, intensifying the force of its multi-slap. With each strike, Frogadier's anxiety escalated, and within its heart, a wave of fear surged forth. For the Scyther that battled against it seemed to grow ever more powerful and relentless, as if its strength knew no bounds. Frogadier felt a chilling dread as it realized that what had begun as a furious offensive had gradually transformed into a desperate defense. The rage in Frogadier's eyes was replaced by sheer terror. At that moment, Scyther seemed like a solitary warrior charging into a sea of foes, its overwhelming presence rendering Frogadier breathless. "Frogadier, retreat." Sakura, sensing the peril, urged Frogadier to escape Scyther's assault range. However, Frogadier lamented its fate. What began as an aggressive attack had devolved into a futile defense, making escape impossible. Now, Frogadier exerted every ounce of its strength, managing only to barely withstand Scyther's relentless onslaught, resembling a fragile boat swaying in a tempest, on the verge of being shattered by the storm. Scyther, as if possessed, became even swifter, its eyes blazing with a savage crimson. With a roar, its continuous slice erupted in full force, tearing through the very fabric of space, accompanied by a cacophony of piercing sounds as its sickles glimmered ominously. Now was the moment. The sickles of Scyther, radiating a fierce and brutal aura, unleashed yet another surge of aggression. The thunderous sounds of slicing filled the air, as Scyther maximized the power of its continuous slice. As the battle reached its critical juncture, Frogadier's defenses finally crumbled under the relentless barrage. Awaiting Frogadier was Scyther's devastating onslaught, capable of cleaving through the void. With a final, thunderous roar, Scyther lifted its feet, sending Frogadier hurtling through the air. Thud! The battered Frogadier, stripped of its fighting spirit and covered in wounds, skidded across the icy surface for several meters before colliding with a floating platform, finally coming to a halt. Inside the gym, an eerie silence ensued. All eyes were fixed on the Scyther, exuding heat and an imposing aura. What a fierce and savage display of combat. After a long pause, Sakura, struggling to contain her astonishment, looked at Yi-Ming with a complex expression and finally spoke. "I concede. Congratulations on your successful challenge of the Hualon Gym." Prior to the battle, she had never imagined such an outcome. The strength of her opponent and the synergy with Scyther surpassed her expectations. While defeated, she felt a deep respect. "Your Scyther is formidable. I can sense that you will be the most outstanding rookie trainer of this generation," Sakura said sincerely. "Indeed," Yi-Ming replied, his expression calm, not denying her assertion. "Follow me. I shall retrieve the water drop badge from the Hualon Gym as a testament to your successful challenge." Sakura proceeded to the backstage, gesturing to Yi-Ming, her curiosity piqued. For, in her view, Yi-Ming appeared somewhat distracted. "All right," Yi-Ming acknowledged, his mind elsewhere, as he was focused on the system's notifications. "Congratulations, host, on completing the Gym Fusion Challenge. You have acquired the title of Prodigy Breeder. Prodigy Breeder possesses the ability to create energy cubes, capable of formulating the highest quality energy cubes for Pokémon. Fusion Progress 3.8. It turned out that the ability to create energy cubes was derived from this title, and the fusion progress was surprisingly close to 4, exceeding his expectations. While following Sakura backstage, Yi-Ming continued to peruse the system's information. Currently, the fusion progress had reached 23.5, nearing the threshold for the second major update. Chapter 82, World Announcement. Immediately following the system's notification of task completion rewards, a sudden alert resonated through the system. It was a world announcement. World announcement. Congratulations to Player 1 for becoming the first to defeat the gym leader and win the gym challenge. World announcement. Congratulations to Player 1 for becoming the first to defeat the gym leader and win the gym challenge. World announcement. Congratulations to Player 1 for becoming the first to defeat the gym leader and win the gym challenge. The world announcement echoed 3 times. A long-awaited proclamation. As Yiming and Yinghua stepped backstage, Yiming gasped in surprise, not expecting to be the first player to conquer the gym. He had assumed that someone else had already completed the challenge and earned a badge. Little did he know he was indeed the first to triumph over the gym leader. It made sense, as even a novice trainer without a single badge would face Pokémon of at least level 10 from the gym leader, with challengers suddenly flooding in. Gym leaders would surely increase the difficulty and regulate the number of badges awarded. Thus, for a 3v3 gym challenge, players would need 3 Pokémon of appropriate levels and sufficient battle experience to have a reasonable chance of success. Such requirements were indeed extravagant for the current players. The world announcement was a splendid surprise. With it came the promise of rewards. Yiming, having just received the title of Genius Breeder, felt a surge of joy as he awaited the system's rewards from the world announcement. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the special title Pioneer. Acquired a special Pokémon space belonging to the Pioneer. This space will connect all of the host Pokeballs, allowing captured Pokémon to enter the space through the Pokeballs. Note, the host may also enter the Pokémon space. Ah, an isolated space? Yiming marveled. This special Pokémon space meant that even if he captured more than 6 Pokémon, the 7th would not be forcibly sent to Professor Oak's laboratory, but rather reside within this Pokémon space. How convenient. He nodded inwardly, realizing the Pioneer title was indeed powerful, granting him an entire space. Upon observing the system interface, he noticed an option labeled Pokémon Space and, with a thought, selected it. Immediately, a virtual view unfolded before his eyes, revealing an expansive Pokémon space, resembling a miniature world. This Pokémon space encompassed various environments, including small volcanic peaks, grassy forests, snowy lakes, rivers, and caves, nearly encompassing all habitats for Pokémon. Rather than merely a Pokémon space, it appeared to be an entirely new Pokémon world. Yiming smiled faintly. Within his view, the silhouettes of Greninja, Charizard, Scyther, and Dragonite emerged. The sudden change in environment left them momentarily stunned. As they had transitioned from the relatively confined confines of a Pokeball to an open space, without warning. It was indeed astonishing. According to the system's explanation, he could also enter the Pokémon space. Were it not for his current company with Yinghua, Yiming would have eagerly ventured in to surprise them. Meanwhile, as Yiming and Yinghua entered backstage to collect their badges, the previously quiet audience erupted into fervent discussions. What an incredible Scyther! That attack is exhilarating. I've seen this Pokémon in the Evergreen Forest. Should we form a team and take our chances? Is it called Scyther? It looks so cool. I'm thrilled. Does the Evergreen Forest have such Pokémon? I must capture one. And that Dragonite in the front, I must obtain one as well. However, at a certain moment, the audience, previously animated, abruptly fell silent. What happened? Both Changpu and Yuden exchanged bewildered glances, sensing the eerie quiet. Their expressions mirrored disbelief, akin to encountering a ghost, as they had just heard the world announcement from the system. Like a massive bomb detonating in the audience, stunned glances were exchanged, igniting a fervent debate. Damn, Player 1 has taken off again. I only have 2 Pokémon, but they're both just level 12. How can I challenge him? I have no idea how he plays. It's as if he is cheating. The mysterious Player 1. I'm in tears. I can't even touch the leg of that world announcement. Their heated discussions conveyed envy, jealousy, and admiration for the enigmatic Player 1. Yet, none connected Player 1 to Yiming, who had just displayed his prowess before them, though Yiming had also defeated Yinghua to claim victory in the gym challenge. They had already perceived him as an NPC. In the audience, a somewhat rotund figure stood apart from the rest, silently clutching a bag of chips. Upon closer inspection, one would notice his pupils constricting, trembling all over, causing the chip bag to rustle. This individual was Pang Dun, who had previously conversed with Yiming and was aware of his player status. Suddenly, Pang Dun's body quivered, his scalp tingling with excitement, overwhelming him to the point of losing control over his volume. No way, I just chatted with my idol, Player 1. His exclamation, infused with the mention of Player 1, drew the attention of those around him. Amidst the astonished gazes, Xiao Pang's voice trembled. The challenger who just battled Yinghua is Player 1. He had confirmed that Yiming was indeed the legendary Player 1, his idol. Knowing Yiming was a player and not an NPC, and having just witnessed him defeat Inghua while the system announced Player 1's victory over the gym leader. Xiao Pang was not oblivious to the implications. As Xiao Pang's voice, tinged with nervous excitement, echoed, the others were left in confusion. The individual they had just seen was not an NPC, but a player. The mysterious Player 1. Are you sure? This revelation was so sensational that someone couldn't help but question Xiao Pang. Of course, the system is currently blocking messages. We can't discuss the game with NPCs. He is definitely a player. Receiving Xiao Pang's affirmative response, a brief silence enveloped the gym before it erupted into an even more fervent discussion than before. What? He is not an NPC? No way. If he is not an NPC, then a level 31 Scyther and a level 25 Dragonite. Is this the strength of Player 1? So the rumors I saw online about a level 30 Greninja were false. This is the real Player 1. Damn. I'm impressed. Player 1's Pokémon are terrifying. The Pokémon dispatched by Ming, whether it was the level 25 Dragonite or the level 31 Scyther, completely transcended their understanding of what a player could possess, thereby disconnecting Ming from their notion of a player altogether. It is essential to recognize that even the most common players today, including those of considerable skill like Xiao Pang, are merely a level 16 Snorlax. Chapter 83. The Metal Coat in the Honglian Dojo. Tianlin and Xiaobo were engaged in the final 3v3 challenge match. Victory in this battle would grant him the coveted badge. Although Tianlin was unaware if any players had already triumphed over the dojo, he was certain that even if he were not the first, he would belong to the fastest group of challengers. Having acquired the Fire Stone, he had evolved his Growlithe into an Arcanine, significantly enhancing his strength. This newfound power emboldened him to face Xiaobo in the dojo challenge. With a triumphant flourish, Tianlin commanded Arcanine to unleash its final assault. Flare Blitz. The fiery figure of Arcanine surged forward, resembling a blazing projectile, and collided with Xiaobo's Charmeleon, which was already on the brink of collapse. The weary Charmeleon succumbed, collapsing to the ground and losing its will to fight. However, just as victory was within his grasp, the smile on Tianlin's face froze, replaced by an absence of joy. For before he could celebrate, he heard the sound of 3 consecutive world announcements. Player number 1 has become the first to conquer the dojo challenge. Tianlin, assigned the number 1188, realized that the announcement had triggered even before Arcanine had fully defeated Charmeleon. Had I just missed my chance to be recognized by the world? The elation of victory faded as Tianlin felt a profound sense of loss. Xiaobo, oblivious to the details, assumed Tianlin's expression was one of excitement over his success. Indeed, Tianlin, you have made remarkable progress, Xiaobo expressed, pleased with Tianlin and Arcanine's performance. Having regarded Tianlin as his disciple, Xiaobo had increased the difficulty of the challenge in light of Tianlin's growth. This was Tianlin's 4th attempt, and at last, he had succeeded, bringing Xiaobo a sense of satisfaction. Yet, he failed to notice the gloom that had settled on Tianlin's face, as dark as a storm cloud. Meanwhile, Muhan, situated beside the irises and peonies, gazed vacantly. Earlier, she had harbored suspicions about Ming being the legendary number 1 player, especially after witnessing his level 30 Greninja at school. Now, with the world announcement, her suspicions were confirmed. Coming back to her senses, Muhan silently followed Inghua backstage. Here, this is our Hualan Dojo's water drop badge. Serving as proof of your challenge against the Hualan Dojo, Inghua said, retrieving a blue, droplet-shaped badge from a small box and presenting it to Ming. Thank you. Ming replied, holding the cool badge, wondering about the material from which it was crafted, finding it reassuring. Your Kingdra and Scyther are exceptionally strong. As evidenced in the dojo challenge, they clearly trust you. It's hard to believe you are still an inexperienced trainer without a badge, Inghua remarked sincerely. The previous battle had sufficiently demonstrated Ming's prowess. That is indeed the case, Ming responded, his expression relaxed. However, I recall that Scyther requires a rather special item to evolve, Inghua suddenly recalled, her finger tapping her chin thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Ming's heart stirred. Could it be that Inghua possessed information about the metal coat? Scyther indeed needed a unique evolution item known as the metal coat to evolve. Oh, yes. That's the item I learned about previously. It not only allows Onyx to evolve into Steelix, but also enables Scyther to evolve into Scizor, Ming exclaimed. Inghua, do you know where I might acquire the metal coat? Seeing that Inghua had some knowledge of the metal coat, Ming felt a surge of hope. In the Kanto region, only a select few were aware of this rare item that facilitated the evolution of Onyx and Scyther. If Inghua knew of it, she must have researched it. I'm not sure, but I learned about it from Uncle Wuning. He might have obtained the metal coat by now. If you're seeking information, perhaps you could ask him in Nibi City, especially since you're planning to challenge the dojo, Inghua suggested. Disappointment washed over Ming. Inghua had no idea where to find the metal coat. Wuning, is he the father of Brock? since Brock and Ash ventured out on their adventures. Wooning became the gym leader of Nibby. Understood. It seems I must make a trip to Nibby City, Yiming concluded. Evolving Scyther into Sizer was a promise he had made, and acquiring the necessary metal coat was imperative. At that moment, Muhan approached Yinghua, bowing slightly. Sister Yinghua, I've decided to embark on my own adventure. I apologize for intruding these past days. Oh, you're not going to continue as the temporary leader of Hualan Dojo? Yinghua's expression shifted to one of alarm. If Muhan left, it would mean the incessant challenges would resume. Worried about losing her peaceful days, Yinghua grasped Muhan's hand. Sister Muhan, are you exhausted? Silly girl, if you're tired, you should rest first. Forcing a smile, Muhan replied, No, Sister Yinghua. I just believe it's time for me to venture out. Didn't you say that the fastest way for trainers to grow is through embarking on unknown adventures? Yinghua was momentarily taken aback. She had indeed said that, but it was directed at Xiaoxia, not Muhan. Well, very well, since you have made your decision. I cannot hold you back, Yinghua conceded, her fingers tracing her cheek in distress. Once Muhan left, the Hualan Dojo would be besieged by a continuous stream of challengers. After discussing matters with Yinghua, Muhan turned to Yiming, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Shall we step outside for a chat? After all, they were classmates in the real world, and it was a rare opportunity to meet in the Pokémon world. Absolutely, Yiming agreed eagerly. As Muhan and Yiming exited through the back door of Hualan Dojo, the audience in the stands, numbering in the hundreds, awaited with bated breath for Yiming, the extraordinary #1 player. They had even compiled a list of burning questions. The foremost being what circumstances had led him to receive 2 consecutive world announcements upon entering the game. As for the announcement regarding the defeat of Hualan Dojo, they had witnessed it unfold before their eyes, their necks craning in anticipation. Little did they know, their wait would prove fruitless, for while they lingered, Yiming and Muhan had already slipped out through the back door of Hualan Dojo. Chapter 84, A Picnic. Yiming and Muhan stroll through the forest adjacent to the Hualan Gym. Sunlight filters through the canopy, casting a warm glow, while the playful sounds of Pokémon resonate from deep within the woods. The air is infused with a refreshing scent, a mix of fresh grass and earthy tones, creating an atmosphere of serene detachment from the world. To think that upon entering this game, you have become the temporary leader of the Hualan Gym, Yiming remarked with a smile. Is this truly a game? It feels overwhelmingly real. I find it hard to believe it is merely a game. Muhan did not respond immediately, instead gazing at the surrounding scenery, her eyes deep and contemplative. In response to Muhan's musings, Yiming shrugged, acknowledging the truth in her observation. This is indeed not a mere game but a new, independent world. As he observed the girl beside him, her hair cascading like a waterfall and her unique, frosty demeanor, he noted her almost angelic profile. Her indifferent yet profound gaze was captivating. Yiming chuckled softly, suggesting that if it is real, then so be it. Even in online games, there are those who become so enraptured that they cannot distinguish between reality and illusion. Ultimately, it depends on what individuals choose to believe. Muhan's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if she were pondering deeply, and she murmured her thoughts, her eyes suddenly gleaming with clarity. After a moment, she spoke softly, Yiming, I didn't expect you to be player 1. You should have suspected as much. Given my previous performances at school, Yiming believed that a perceptive individual like Muhan would have made the connection that he was player 1. His astonishing displays had likely led many to speculate about his identity. With a mix of skepticism and the myriad rumors circulating online, Muhan recalled the various individuals claiming to be player 1. Perhaps they sought attention or wished to attract the government's gaze, regardless of their motives. They were akin to smokescreens. Why not come forward to validate their identities? Muhan murmured to herself, then turned to Yiming with a curious gaze. As you mentioned, there are numerous rumors online, including those claiming to be player 1. What difference does it make if there is one more among them? But you are indeed real. Muhan emphasized each word, her seriousness evident. In her view, truth is truth, and falsehood is falsehood. She held a strong disdain for those who falsely claim to be player 1 online. It is bothersome, as I would need to expend energy proving myself. Even if I presented my level 30 Frogadier before them, they would still boast about their own abilities and express doubt, for players are scattered across the globe. Are they not? Yiming smiled lightly, dispelling Muhan's concerns. This encapsulates his reluctance to publicize his identity. It is simply too troublesome. Yiming had no intention of deliberately concealing his identity, but he believed that proving himself as player 1 would require significant time and effort, which he deemed impractical. Rather than engage in such endeavors, he preferred to focus on more meaningful pursuits. Indeed, even if my abilities are extraordinary, there may not be another in the entire nation who possesses them. However, others may not believe that anyone from abroad could achieve such feats. After a moment of contemplation, Muhan ultimately conceded the validity of Yiming's assertions. By the way, I find myself quite curious as to why I have yet to encounter any foreigners in this world. Yiming shared her curiosity, based on his experiences thus far. He had not encountered players from other countries. All those he had met were from Huagua. This seemed rather inexplicable. They are in a different region known as the Qingdu region, which shares a continent with our Guandu region. It is separated by the Quartz Plateau. What of it? Oh, I am merely surprised that you possess such knowledge. Yiming mused. He was not astonished by Muhan's awareness of the Pokémon world's details, but rather by her knowledge of foreigners in the Qingdu region. Even he had not paid much attention to such matters. By the way, have you eaten? Allow me to treat you and the Vulpix to a meal. Oh, and what about the stereo? Suddenly, Yiming glanced around the idyllic natural environment, recalling that he had just defeated the Hualan Gym and earned the ability to create energy cubes as a reward. All right. Muhan hesitated for a moment. Although she felt a pang of hunger, she instinctively wanted to decline Yiming's invitation. However, she soon remembered that her funds had been exhausted. And as a temporary gym leader, she had not demanded any compensation. Thus, she was currently without money. Blushing slightly, she accepted Yiming's offer. After all, she thought, it was not just for herself, but also for the Vulpix and the stereo, wasn't it? Muhan sat alone on the picnic blanket, staring vacantly at the drifting leaves. She had not anticipated that Yiming's invitation to dine would turn out to be a picnic, nor that he intended to cook himself. Vulpix, do you think he can actually cook? It wouldn't be some culinary disaster, would it? Should we make a run for it? Left alone in the forest, Muhan released Vulpix to keep her company. Vulpix comfortably squinted its eyes, resting contentedly on Muhan's lap, relishing the tranquil forest breeze. Do you think this is impolite? You make a valid point. Perhaps we should wait. In response to Muhan's soliloquy, Vulpix opened one eye, wearing an expression of amusement. I didn't say anything. At that very moment, Yiming was busy procuring ingredients and preparing to borrow the kitchen at the Pokémon Center, eager to attempt making energy cubes and meals. According to the system's description, the title of Genius Breeder, awarded for defeating the Hualan Gym, not only grants mastery over energy cube creation but also enhances culinary skills. Yiming was eager to test whether he indeed possessed abilities akin to those of Brock, capable of crafting high-quality energy cubes while also preparing delectable human dishes. At the very least, if he could create energy cubes, he need not worry about a failed picnic. Without a picnic, there seemed to be a missing element of adventure in the Pokémon world. Perhaps he could purchase some cooking tools later, so he wouldn't have to run around. After all, with the system space, it would not be a burden. Upon arriving on the second floor of the Pokémon Center, Yiming made his way directly to the dining area. He figured that borrowing the kitchen should not be met with resistance, especially since it was not peak dining hours and the second floor was relatively quiet, with few patrons. However, as he passed the task area, he caught wind of something intriguing. Miss Joy was there to issue tasks. Chapter 85, Crafting Energy Cubes. Miss Joy has come to issue a task. What does it matter? The reward is merely 200 Alliance coins. It feels like they are just trying to shoo away a beggar. Yet, one cannot put it that way. Miss Joy has mentioned that the Pokémon Center is experiencing financial difficulties. You only say that because you find Miss Joy attractive. Of course. Completing the task will surely make her happy. Do you think I don't know? It's merely a task to catch a mouse, and I have little interest in it. Having overheard a few words, Yiming lost his curiosity upon hearing the reward of just 200 Alliance coins and the mention of catching mice. The task likely involves capturing a Rattata from the Pokémon Center. Yiming had no substantial interest in such a thankless endeavor. Upon entering the kitchen, Yiming discovered that there were only 4 chefs within the Pokémon Center's kitchen, fewer than he had anticipated. After all, the entire Pokémon Center's trainers and Pokémon rely on them. He thought there would be at least 6 or 7. Most moderately sized restaurants typically have a similar roster of chefs. Perhaps it was due to the fact that it was tea mealtime peak hours. Sigh. Quite a bit of the ingredients have been pilfered. Miss Joy has already dispatched a task. Rest assured, things will return to normal. Oh, young man, what brings you here? Yiming's sudden entrance caught the attention of the 4 chefs who were idly chatting. May I use the kitchen? I wish to prepare something to eat and can pay a fee for the inconvenience. Yiming displayed the ingredients he had brought with him. Upon hearing this, the 4 chefs exchanged glances, and ultimately, the slightly plumper chef, who seemed to be the head chef, suggested, using your own ingredients is fine. If you pay a processing fee, we can assist you. However, Yiming shook his head, rejecting the proposal. No way. The primary reason for my visit is to attempt to create energy cubes. I must do it myself. Really? You intend to make energy cubes? The plump chef raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Yiming with a knowing look. The other 3 chefs also expressed interest. They had initially thought Yiming was merely preparing his own food, but were surprised to learn he aimed to make energy cubes. Observing Yiming's age, they doubted he could produce a respectable energy cube. Haha, young man, making energy cubes is no simple task. Let me handle it to avoid wasting materials. The head chef said, reaching for Yiming's bag without his consent. Yiming instinctively recoiled, evading the chef's hand, insisting, no, I can make the energy cubes myself. To the head chef, Yiming's obstinacy appeared foolish, and he lost patience, crossing his arms and turning slightly, coldly stating, very well, do as you wish. Thank you. Yiming dismissed the chef's attitude. After all, it was they who looked down upon him first, was it not? How challenging could making energy cubes be? Humph. I am now a master of energy cubes. Yiming entered with confidence and promptly began his preparations. The other three chefs, witnessing Yiming's apparent disregard for their advice, teased the head chef. Oh, it seems this young man has quite the bravado. Perhaps he really can make energy cubes. Humph, he can't possibly do it. If he were a professional breeder, one glance at his hands would reveal that he is clearly an amateur. Lacking the unique scent that comes from long exposure to the materials, the head chef sneered. The complexity of crafting energy cubes is often underestimated. Creating high-quality energy cubes is not easier than producing Pokeballs. Crafting Pokeballs requires a discerning eye for selecting berries and a series of skills honed through years of practice, which is well known. This applies to even the most basic Pokeballs. If one seeks to create Pokeballs with special effects, the craftsmanship becomes even more demanding. The same goes for energy cubes. Without significant effort, one cannot produce quality cubes. Moreover, creating specially tailored energy cubes that suit specific Pokemon's conditions and tastes is exceedingly challenging. This process entails selecting materials, blending them, and mastering various timing nuances, all of which require extensive practice, something Yiming evidently lacks. Indeed, it's no wonder that Yuan Fong is a disciple of Master Negus. He articulates this insight clearly. After hearing the head chef's reasoning, the other three chefs nodded in agreement, scrutinizing Yiming with skepticism. As Yuan Fong indicated, neither his age nor appearance suggested he was adept at crafting energy cubes. Humph, if it weren't for my teacher insisting I volunteer at the Pokémon Center, I wouldn't be wasting my time in this small place. The chef known as Yuan Fong appeared somewhat smug. Master Negus' name commands respect wherever it is mentioned. Seeing this, the other chefs could only laugh awkwardly in agreement. Though they internally dismissed his attitude, outwardly they dared not offend him. Under their watchful eyes, Yiming commenced his crafting. With the aid of the system, Yiming found himself akin to a master being guided step by step. All the intricate processes were simplified into the most straightforward methods. It was as effortless as playing a game of solitaire on a computer. This is even simpler than I imagined. Having machinery is quite convenient, saving a considerable amount of time. With firm conviction, Yiming began to craft the energy cubes. He first prepared the finest raw materials for the energy cubes and then tailored them to suit the characteristics and taste of each Pokémon, aiming to create the most perfect energy cubes. While others might hesitate to describe them as perfect, Yiming felt confident in his abilities. With the system's support, crafting energy cubes was as simple as solving basic arithmetic problems. To produce perfect quality energy cubes for several Pokémon simultaneously was merely a matter of adjusting variables. How could one not feel confident in that? Under the watchful eyes of Yuan Fong and the other chefs, Yiming worked with fluidity, showing no signs of hesitation, as if performing an artful display. This, Yuan Fong, why does this fellow seem somewhat peculiar? Indeed, he appears quite skilled, showing no signs of clumsiness. The most crucial aspect is that the steps seem flawless to me. The other three chefs instinctively glanced at Yuan Fong, seeking his evaluation as a disciple of Master Negus regarding Yiming's performance. However, in their scrutinizing gaze, Yuan Fong remained transfixed, equally bewildered by Yiming's actions. Exchanging glances, they all recognized the astonishment in one another's eyes. Yuan Fong's expression suggested that perhaps this young man was not merely fumbling about. Chapter 86, Mastery. Witnessing Yiming's meticulous crafting of energy cubes, Yuan Fong's expression resembled that of someone who had seen a ghost. For everything was impeccable. From the fusion of materials to the addition of ingredients, every step Yiming took was beyond reproach. At this moment, Yuan Fong, observing Yiming, couldn't help but recall his own mentor, whose crafting process was equally delightful to behold. This implied that this young man possessed a mastery of energy cube crafting that surpassed even his own. How could that be? How could he? Yuan Fong murmured, filled with disbelief. One must understand that he had been learning the art of crafting energy cubes under Master Nicholas since his youth. And it was through years of experience that he had honed his skills to produce high-quality energy cubes. Yet here stood a youth, whose exterior bore no signs of prolonged immersion in the craft, executing the process with greater finesse than he could ever imagine. How could this not astonish him? As Ming proceeded with his crafting, several onlookers held their breath, their gazes shifting dramatically towards him. If they had initially intended to mock Ming, they now regarded him as a figure of introspection and learning. This and that, once the system's timing aligns, it will be perfect. It was akin to playing an old dance machine. As long as one operated according to the system's displayed information, crafting energy cubes seemed effortlessly simple. Ming reveled in the experience, feeling no fatigue whatsoever. With each passing moment, the energy cubes began to take shape, releasing an enticing aroma that filled the kitchen. Enough to entice any Pokémon. Impressive, young brother. Where did you learn your technique for crafting energy cubes? Yuan Fong no longer dared to regard Ming as a novice. Instead, he saw him as an equal, a master of energy cube crafting. He never boasted of his own expertise, for he bore the title and skills of a disciple of Nicholas. His willingness to craft energy cubes would lead to eager patrons from gyms, nobility, or various research institutions clamoring for his services. Yet, to encounter someone of equal caliber in a humble Pokémon center in Huan City was truly unfathomable. However, when Yuan Fong attempted to engage Ming in conversation, Ming frowned and interrupted him sharply. Do not disturb me. I am not finished yet. Currently, he was working on the basic ingredients suitable for all Pokémon. But Ming aimed to create customized energy cubes for specific Pokémon, and he was far from done. Not finished? Yuan Fong's smile faltered. Bewilderment etched across his face. He quickly retracted, appearing as though he had been chastised, adopting a demeanor of quiet trepidation. Brother Yuan, what does he mean by not finished? Isn't this already complete? The other three chefs approached cautiously, their faces full of curiosity. They no longer dared to view Ming as a reckless youth. For the energy cubes he had crafted were of a quality far superior to their own. If I am not mistaken, he is challenging himself to create customized energy cubes. Yuan Fong replied thoughtfully, a sense of incredulity permeating his voice. Upon hearing this, the others wore expressions of astonishment. Customized energy cubes were far more challenging to create than standard ones. If crafting energy cubes was akin to making ordinary Pokeballs, then customized energy cubes were like specialized Pokeballs imbued with unique effects, showcasing a significant leap in difficulty. This required a level of skill far more seasoned, as one had to consider numerous additional factors beyond the basics. Yuan Fong, being the most capable among them, could also produce customized energy cubes, which they had witnessed firsthand. However, Yuan Fong was not as adept as Ming. Observing Ming's fluid motions, as if instinctively performing the craft, they couldn't help but gasp in awe. To be more skilled than a disciple of Master Nicholas at such a young age, what did that signify? Was he perhaps the next Master Nicholas? As Ming immersed himself in crafting energy cubes, the others held their breath, captivated by the spectacle. Above them, a small figure peeked through the ventilation shaft. Drip, drip. A crystalline liquid trickled through the crevice, falling to the ground. Oh, the little figure, realizing the situation, wiped its mouth with a playful air, filled with delight as if discovering treasure. This is slightly more complex than before, but it's akin to elevating a simple game to moderate difficulty, still quite manageable. As the crafting process continued, Ming grew increasingly adept, his hands moving with vigor. Soon, he completed an array of specially crafted energy cubes, each tailored to the taste of various Pokémon: Scyther, Charizard, Frogadier, Dragonite, and Vulpix. The multitude of flavors and crafting methods resulted in a dazzling array of energy cubes. I should save some basic energy cubes for later. Before him lay a substantial collection of energy cubes, aside from Vulpix's, which could only serve one meal. The rest were sufficient to feed his Pokémon for 2 days. Ming felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Each energy cube bore annotations regarding its intended recipient. Quality, perfect grade. Indeed, the material costs were significant. He mused that it would be splendid if he could cultivate his own berries, as purchasing them would otherwise consume considerable time. Ming pursed his lips, recalling that Muhan was still waiting for him, and continued to prepare food for himself. I may need to use your kitchen tools. Would you mind? What's wrong? Why do you look at me like that? Ming turned to find the 4 chefs gazing at him with admiration, especially the plump chef who had previously clashed with him, whose expression was now remarkably complex. Upon hearing his inquiry, they snapped back to reality and waved their hands in a flurry. Not at all. Please, go ahead. Realizing that his crafting prowess had altered their perception of him, Ming smiled calmly and proceeded to create the dishes he desired. At that moment, the 4 chefs quietly gathered around the energy cubes Ming had prepared, captivated by their perfect color, aroma, and proportion, and fell into contemplation. In the world of Pokémon, the quality of energy cubes is rated by stars, ranging from 1 to 5. 1 star represents the most basic level, the lowest quality available on the market. Above that are the better 2-star and 3-star ratings, which denote higher quality and require skilled hands to craft. Xiaojiang's energy cubes barely reached 3.5 stars. 4 stars could only be produced by seasoned artisans capable of creating specially tailored energy cubes that adapt to Pokemon's needs. Yuan Fong, despite his efforts, could only manage to produce 4-star quality. Brother Yuan, what do you think? How many stars would this earn? One of the chefs inquired, prompting Yuan Fong's expression to grow increasingly complex, his hands trembling slightly. After a long pause, he finally uttered 2 words. 5 stars. Gasp. The 3 chefs recoiled in astonishment. 5 stars were the realm of renowned masters like Yuan Fong's mentor, Master Nicholas. Could he truly rival Master Nicholas? Chapter 87. The 6-star Energy Cube. How can this be? How could a relatively young individual possibly create a 5-star energy cube? Only a master of Nicholas's caliber could concoct such a remarkable item. The other 3 chefs, captivated by the alluring aroma of the energy cubes, found themselves momentarily entranced. Is this one spicy? For which extraordinary Pokémon is it intended? It seems to contain some special ingredient. Suddenly, as if a revelation struck, Yuan Fong's eyes widened even further. Ah, that's right. I added some detoxifying peach fruit for my scyther, as it had previously battled against bee drills and had residual toxins in its body. Yiming glanced over and casually remarked, if not for the system he possessed, Yiming would likely be at a loss, unable to identify the multitude of fruits in the game. He typically disregarded those fruits that could alleviate conditions like poisoning or freezing. Peach fruit. You can actually incorporate peach fruit into an energy cube? Yuan Fong's voice rose several decibels, his expression one of disbelief. Anyone knowledgeable in energy cube creation is aware that the primary raw materials include guanan fruit, wuching fruit, and ziki fruit, all of which thrive in soft soil. Collectively, they are known as mysterious fruits. In the Pokémon world, any energy cube at level 3 consists of various mysterious fruits. Furthermore, those crafted for specific Pokémon, which enhance for luster, length, and other appearance traits, utilize fruits like raspberry, blackberry, and banana. Trainers aiming to participate in grand competitions must purchase such energy cubes, categorized as 4-star energy cubes. Beyond the 4-star level, the 5-star energy cubes, which exhibit superior effects and perfection, can only be achieved by renowned masters like Nicholas. However, it has never been heard of that someone could add special effect fruits like the detoxifying peach fruit into an energy cube. Such fruits are notoriously difficult to manage and can disrupt the inherent balance of energy cube materials, a fact well known among all breeders. This is precisely why Yuan Fong, upon witnessing Yiming's preparation of the energy cube for Scyther, found it hard to believe. What this young man accomplished was something even his master Nicholas had never achieved. It was nothing short of a miracle. If word got out, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous stir within the entire breeding community. I added a bit of algae fruit to balance it out. Yiming, while busy preparing food, casually added, not giving it much thought. Algae fruit is known to enhance the bond between Pokémon and their trainers, but he had never heard of such effects before. After hearing Yiming's explanation, Yuan Fong fell into deep contemplation. The conditions are quite stringent. It's hard to articulate, but no one else besides me could concoct it. Yiming pondered for a moment, realizing he could not explain the functions bestowed by the system, so he merely shrugged. No one could replicate it besides him. This statement, though seemingly arrogant, left Yuan Fong with no grounds for rebuttal, as his master had indeed never accomplished it. You are a genius. Regardless, this discovery is bound to create a sensation in the breeding community. May I ask for your name? Yuan Fong adopted a humble demeanor, feeling as though he stood before a master, hardly daring to breathe. Yiming. Taken aback by Yuan Fong's display, Yiming thought it amusing. Was it really necessary to be so excited over an energy cube with special effects? Unbeknownst to Yiming, his energy cube would be recognized as a groundbreaking 6-star creation. Master Yiming, may I request a small sample of this energy cube? Just a tiny bit. Yuan Fong inquired with an almost pleading demeanor. He wished to convey the astonishing revelation of the new energy cube to his master. However, without a sample, Master Nicholas would surely not believe him. For it was too extraordinary, nearly overturning the established methods of energy cube production. As for Yiming's assertion that only he could create such a unique energy cube, Yuan Fong held reservations. How could the esteemed masters, including Nicholas, not have deduced the method? Little did Yuan Fong know that Yiming possessed a system, enabling him to create such an extraordinary energy cube, something beyond the reach of mere human effort. Certainly, watching Yuan Fong treat the energy cube as if it were a priceless treasure, carefully wrapping it in cloth, Yiming couldn't help but chuckle. Was it really necessary to treat the energy cube as a rare gem? Moments later, Yiming had also prepared a delightful meal for himself and Muhan. As expected, With the acquisition of the ability to create energy cubes, my culinary skills have also improved. Reflecting on his satisfaction with his culinary growth, Yiming began to pack up his belongings. Should I cover a service fee? After all, I have taken up quite a bit of your time. Glancing at the messy kitchen he had left behind, Yiming felt a twinge of guilt and contemplated offering payment. However, upon hearing his words, Yuan Fong and the others shook their heads vigorously, refusing. No, it's unnecessary. These tools would surely be delighted to know they were utilized by a master. Well, thank you then. Yiming found their exaggerated gratitude somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, since he didn't have to pay, he was glad to save a bit. With that, Yiming departed the kitchen, leaving the others engaged in animated discussion. Brother Yuan Fong, is there really peach fruit in this energy cube? The kind that can detoxify? Is it true? Isn't it common knowledge that fruits like peach fruit cannot be added to energy cubes? Yes, exactly. How could that be? The three chefs, each with a foundational knowledge of energy cube creation, surrounded Yuan Fong, bombarding him with questions. As a disciple of Master Nicholas, Yuan Fong possessed superior skills and was thus the most qualified to respond. Although it defies common sense, it has indeed occurred. And you can clearly see that this energy cube contains peach fruit components. Clutching the cloth that held the specially crafted energy cube, Yuan Fong gazed absent-mindedly at Yiming's departing figure. The youthful Yiming, younger than himself, had achieved a level of expertise in energy cube creation that surpassed even that of Master Nicholas. It was utterly astonishing. Unbeknownst to them, a small shadow above the kitchen's ventilation duct anxiously followed Yiming as he left. Chapter 88. The Captured Thief? Have you truly prepared this yourself? I wanted to give it a try and see if my skills have dulled. As he spoke, Yiming retrieved the fragrant dish. In that fleeting moment, whether it was an illusion or not, the girl before him seemed to radiate an astonishing brilliance from her eyes, akin to a famished predator. Perhaps it was merely a trick of the light. Yiming, feeling somewhat perplexed, turned to gaze at the elegantly poised Muhan, confirming that it was indeed his own misperception. Suddenly, the slumbering six-tailed creature lifted its head sharply upon Yiming, producing the energy cube, its eyes filled with uncertainty. In the next instant, it hurriedly scampered to Yiming's side, nuzzling against his trouser leg, appearing more like Yiming's cherished Pokémon than the bewildered Muhan. Six Tails, you. Muhan felt both embarrassed and vexed. One might think that it was she who had been deprived and wronged. All right, here you go. Yiming chuckled to himself, watching the six-tailed creature with its pleading, watery eyes, and prepared its energy cube. As if bestowed by divine grace, the six-tailed creature appeared almost tearful with gratitude, leaving Muhan utterly speechless. The unparalleled quality of the energy cube was indeed formidable. Even Yiming couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. The fact that Muhan's six-tailed creature could exhibit such a reaction to his energy cube was quite remarkable. This is what we have prepared for our meal. Yiming opened the lunchbox, and an aroma so tantalizing wafted through the air. Gurgle, gurgle. It sounded like a beast's roar. What was that noise? Yiming looked around in confusion but found no trace of wild Pokémon nearby. Today's weather is delightful, Muhan suddenly remarked. Huh? The weather? Yes, it is indeed pleasant. Realizing something, Yiming suppressed a grin and proceeded to place the food and energy cubes properly, releasing all his Pokémon. With 4 beams of white light emerging from their Pokeballs, the formidable figures of Greninja, Scyther, Dragonite, and Charizard appeared at Yiming's side. Muhan's pupils constricted slightly. A level 36 Greninja, a level 35 Charizard. Aware that the higher the level, the more challenging it became to advance, Muhan could only gaze in awe at them. This lineup of Pokémon undoubtedly represented the pinnacle of excellence in today's player community. Possessing a level 20 Pokémon was already considered exceedingly rare and powerful, yet Yiming boasted 3 Pokémon exceeding level 30. Furthermore, even the least powerful of them, Dragonite, had reached an impressive level of 25. As Muhan marveled at Yiming's Pokémon lineup, the Greninja and Charizard eagerly sniffed the air, their eyes wide with anticipation. In an instant, like a whirlwind, they dashed towards their respective food bowls and began to feast voraciously. Yiming was relieved that he had positioned their energy cubes at a distance, preventing chaos from ensuing. Why is your Charizard's tail flame purple? Muhan noticed the unique characteristic of Yiming's Charizard. It possesses extraordinary talent, that's why. Let us eat as well. Casually fabricating an explanation, Yiming and Muhan began to partake in their meal. After savoring a rice ball, Muhan's eyes sparkled with delight, as if 1,000 taste buds were celebrating in unison. This is delicious. Did you make this? Yes, it's quite good. Isn't it? Witnessing Muhan's astonishment, Yiming also sampled the dish. It was indeed remarkably delicious. Were it not for the fact that he had personally prepared it, Yiming would scarcely believe it was his creation. However, he couldn't help but notice that Muhan, who appeared graceful and slow in her movements, was actually devouring her food with astonishing speed. So she was the goddess of tears at school, yet in private, she was a glutton? Truly. One must not judge a book by its cover. Are you planning to participate in the citywide trainer competition? What's citywide trainer competition? Oh, I forgot you came in early. Realizing that Yiming was unaware, Muhan understood that he had missed the principal's announcement due to his early entry into the game. The announcement was that at the end of this month, there would be a trainer competition organized by the schools in the city. Each city would likely host one. Yiming's eyes sparkled with thought. It seems so. The selection begins from county-level schools, filtering out outstanding students who can compete. Basically, every school will have a few slots available. What about our school? Has it been predetermined? Yes, the 3 slots for you, me, and Tian Lin are already secured. The remaining 2 slots will likely wait until we return to the real world, but with only 5 days left until the end of the month, there has been no sign of a return. I wonder if we can make it back in time. Certainly. Muhan, lost in contemplation, was taken aback by Yiming's confident response. How do you know? Ahem, I guessed. Yiming shrugged, speaking vaguely. It had slipped out unconsciously. The fusion progress is down to the final one, and with 5 days remaining, that should be sufficient. It's worth noting that the fusion progress can also increase on its own, albeit at a slowing rate. Will you participate? I heard that students who perform exceptionally well can be recommended to prestigious universities. Muhan seemed genuinely concerned about this. If all goes well, I will attend. Yiming replied nonchalantly. For those players who have acquired Pokémon, the citywide trainer competition presents a splendid opportunity to shine. Ordinary individuals can gain recognition and showcase their abilities on a grand stage. How alluring that is. After discussing their perspectives on the game and its impact on the real world, the picnic gradually drew to a close. Once finished, Muhan recalled her well-fed 6-tailed creature back into its Pokeball. Thank you for cooking, and when I see you next, I shall showcase my culinary skills. Yiming noted that whenever Muhan spoke of food, she became exceptionally enthusiastic. Who would have thought that Muhan was a foodie? Well then, see you next time. Observing Muhan depart, Yiming adhered to his principle of not wasting and began to store the remaining energy cubes back into the System S space. Gurgle, gurgle. Yiming looked up in astonishment, scanning his surroundings. Hadn't Muhan just left? Why was there that peculiar sound again? This time the sound was even fainter, as if it were. Creak. The scyther that remained by Yiming's side flickered its gaze before darting behind a sturdy tree with a flash of green. A flustered yellow figure scurried out from behind the tree, seemingly like a thief caught in the act of stealing treasure. It was a Pokémon of a pale yellow hue, with large, glistening eyes and pink electric pouches on its cheeks, currently pouting in utter distress. Wah! Piku! Piku! It appeared to be quite frightened by Scyther, and in a moment of panic, it sat down and began to cry. Yiming never expected that lurking in the shadows was such a timid and delicate Pokémon, leaving Scyther looking somewhat awkward. Piku? Chapter 89, Beyond Piku? To think that Piku would be found in this place. Amidst a moment of astonishment, Yiming suddenly recalled the task he had heard about at the Pokémon Center, which mentioned the word mouse. Could it be that Miss Joy's mission was to capture this very Piku? While lost in thought, the sobbing Pika suddenly charged forward, darting beneath Yiming's legs to hastily seize a few energy cubes. Without even the chance to chew, it erupted into a burst of speed, intent on fleeing the scene of the crime. So you think you can escape after consuming my energy cubes? Such a delightful notion. Yiming smirked and snapped his fingers. In an instant, the running Piku abruptly altered its course, for a Scyther had barred its path. Yet, how could Piku's speed compare to that of Scyther? In mere moments, it was intercepted. Realizing it could not escape the clutches of Scyther, Piku decided to cease its flight and remained where it was, blissfully munching on the energy cubes in its mouth. With sheer satisfaction, Piku's eyes transformed into crescent moons. Its tiny hands resting on its soft cheeks, its little tail swaying, radiating an aura of happiness. Is it delicious? Piku nodded vigorously, its adorably clumsy demeanor prompting a chuckle from Yiming. This energy cube was the most delectable thing it had ever tasted. Would you like to become our companion and journey with us? The pitiable yet endearing Piku stirred Yiming's compassion. It seemed that this little creature was struggling to survive in the wild. Otherwise, it wouldn't he have resorted to stealing food from the Pokémon Center. After all, as a mere level 6 Piku, it would have fared better had it evolved into a Pikachu, at least ensuring it wouldn't go hungry. Suddenly, Piku's expression grew serious. Its tiny hands crossed in a rather mature manner, as if to convey its refusal. It clearly portrayed the attitude of I am not so easily swayed. Oh, how resolute. Yiming chuckled softly, promptly retracting the remaining energy cubes into his system space. Very well then, Scyther, let us depart. With that, Yiming turned on his heel and walked away, leaving Piku standing there in a daze. Its large, black and white eyes widened in disbelief. It had not anticipated Yiming's abrupt departure. In a flurry, it scampered after him. Yiming's destination was Pewter City, where he intended to challenge the Pewter Gym while also inquiring about the metal film from Brock's father, Mr. Flint. Not long after, Pika caught up with Yiming, nuzzling its soft cheek against his pant leg, trying to be amiable. What is it? Did you not say you wouldn't accompany us? Are you truly willing to leave your beloved Pokémon Center? Yiming smirked, already convinced that the mischievous Pokémon causing trouble at the Pokémon Center was not Rattata, but this little Piku. Perhaps it was his creation of energy cubes at the center that had attracted its attention. Upon hearing this, Pika suddenly appeared grave, then scampered into the bushes with determination. Yiming was momentarily taken aback. Could this little one be engaging in a reverse tactic of feigned indifference? Yiming indeed wished to capture Piku, and his decisive departure was merely a ploy to entice it. He suspected this audacious little glutton could not resist his energy cubes. However, Piku's sudden retreat caught Yiming off guard. Is it truly leaving? Yiming's expression turned peculiar. Am I being outmaneuvered by a Piku? Scyther, observing the scene, inquired. Never mind. If it does not wish to accompany me, so be it. Although Yiming had a strong desire to capture a Pikachu, he was not fixated on this particular Piku. Piku and Pikachu were not rare Pokémon. They were merely slightly less common than the ubiquitous Rattata. In fact, some Pokémon centers housed dozens of Pikachu for emergency power supply scenarios. The comical trio of Team Rocket followed Ash in pursuit of Pikachu due to an incident at a Pokémon center, where hundreds of Pikachu had overloaded the power supply, resulting in an explosion. As for this Piku, aside from its penchant for food, it held no remarkable qualities. So, let it be. With that thought, Yiming and Scyther continued their journey toward Pewter City. Before long, they reached the edge of the forest. Piku. A frantic call prompted Yiming to instinctively look back. Upon seeing this, Yiming couldn't suppress his laughter. The little figure in a rush was none other than Piku, burdened with a satchel far exceeding its own size. Panting heavily, Pika stood determinedly, despite nearly collapsing from exhaustion, and cheerfully presented the enormous bundle it had brought to Yiming. Upon opening it, Yiming's expression turned peculiar. Inside lay an assortment of berries and energy cubes. Is this your entire stock? Are you truly willing to offer these as a gesture of goodwill? Yiming understood Piku's intention. Piku nodded repeatedly, bashfully scratching the back of its head, appearing exceedingly sincere. Well, since you are so earnest, I shall reluctantly accept. Suppressing a smile, Yiming retrieved a new Pokeball he had purchased earlier. Come on in. This time, Pika did not hesitate. For it, becoming Yiming's companion and enjoying the delicious, specially crafted energy cubes, akin to those that Scyther relished, represented the essence of its existence. With just a slight shake of the Pokeball, the red light on the button vanished, signifying a successful capture. Ding. Congratulations, host, on capturing Piku. Special task triggered. Please choose whether to accept. Huh? The first system notification was anticipated, but the second caught Yiming off guard. What special task awaits? Curious. Yiming examined the system's displayed explanation. Special task, Piku's challenge. Task level, A, subject to fluctuation based on level disparity. Task description, the host must have Piku win a 1v1 duel against Ash's Pikachu. Task limit, none. Task reward, a special title will be granted. What? Have my Pika defeat the Pokémon God? A special title as a reward. This appears to be a formidable task indeed. To triumph over the Pokémon God, the notion intrigued Yiming, though the current level disparity posed a significant challenge. Previously, during the battle between Charmeleon and the Pokémon God at the lighthouse, the latter's level had nearly reached 20, and it was highly likely that it had surpassed that threshold by now. Meanwhile, his Pika was still a feeble level 6. The journey to the battle against the Pokémon God would be long and arduous. It seemed imperative to seek out Ash and his companions once Pika's level increased. Yiming was resolute in his intention to complete this extraordinary task. Chapter 90, Ordinary? Transcending the Ordinary. The task of defeating the Electric God is undoubtedly one that must be accomplished. However, I find myself pondering the potential of the Piku I have captured. Yiming opened the system interface to inspect the details of his Piku. Piku, gender, ability, Lightning Rod. Absorbs electric attacks and boosts special attack when hit by an electric-type move. Level, 6, Potential. Ordinary, potential is categorized as Ordinary, Outstanding. Elite, Leader, Near Champion, Champion, and Master. Held item, none. Learn skills, Thundershock, Tail Whip, Baby Doll Eyes, Electroweb. Ordinary potential? The most commonplace of qualifications. Yiming had not anticipated that the Piku, which he had formed a bond with and captured, would possess the most unremarkable potential. This implies that any random Piku might have better qualifications than this one. It seems that the time for my trial has arrived. Yiming smiled faintly, not overly concerned about the Piku's potential. While others may scorn the Piku, he would not. Ming certainly wished for the Pokémon he captured to possess the highest potential, but even if the potential was lacking, he would not cast it aside. While its inherent potential may be modest, it can still be nurtured over time. This is where a trainer's true worth is tested. Moreover, it is evident that this little Pico harbors significant potential. Ming regarded Pico and his other Pokémon with equal respect. Only inept trainers deem any Pokémon as worthless. Even those with the weakest potential can be cultivated into beings capable of defeating the Electric God. Furthermore, the special title awarded for vanquishing the Electric God is bound to be extraordinary, whether it be the Ice Guardian title bestowed upon Dragonite, the Purple Flame Dragon title of Charizard, or the Bug King title of Scyther. Each attests to the substantial transformations that these unique titles can bring. The Piku's ability, Lightning Rod, holds an advantage. While the Electric God possesses the static ability, the task of defeating it, although challenging, is certainly not insurmountable. Ming pondered deeply. The Lightning Rod ability renders it immune to electric attacks, allowing Pico to dominate the battlefield when facing other electric-type Pokémon. This is akin to sealing off the opponent's area of expertise, enabling even the weak to triumph over the strong. Suddenly, Pico sprang out from its Pokeball, gazing at Ming with an anxious expression, as if fearing that he might reject it. Its tiny hands tugged at Ming's pant leg with a sense of attachment. Possessing the power of the ancient forces, Ming could sense Pico's thoughts. Upon realizing what had transpired, he knelt down and gently stroked Pico's soft, furry head. Due to malnutrition, Pico appeared even more delicate than the average Pico. Through his connection to the ancient forces, Ming gradually understood, through blurred memories, that Pico had been discarded at the Pokémon Center due to its perceived poor potential, abandoned by its original trainer who never returned. In desperation, Pico resorted to stealing food from the Pokémon Center. Ming speculated that this was likely the doing of a player, as they could directly assess a Pokémon's potential. It could also be due to trainers like Green, who, in pursuit of high potential, only kept those Pokémon that met their satisfaction. Pico's ordinary potential was destined to go unnoticed. Are you afraid that I will abandon you like your previous trainer? Ming sighed, feeling a surge of affection. Pico appeared outwardly strong and independent, but in truth, it was merely a small creature that had been rejected and discarded, causing its once vibrant personality to wane into self-doubt. Pico remained silent, lowering its head while gripping Ming's pant leg tightly. Do not worry. You are a tremendous treasure to me. How could I ever abandon you? You are remarkable. It is only natural that your potential remains untapped at this moment. Ming spoke with a calm yet resolute tone. Pico? Pico lifted its head, and the dimness in its eyes began to shimmer with hope, though it still bore some hesitation. Indeed, it is true. In the future, everyone will envy me for having you by my side. Do you not believe me? Come, let us seal this promise with a high five. Pico. At that moment, Pico gazed at Ming's outstretched palm, its eyes finally sparkling with anticipation. It no longer wore a forlorn expression, but instead bounced excitedly as it exchanged a high five with Ming. Clap. Like the forging of a bond and the declaration of a vow, Ming's hand met Pico's small paw. All right, it is settled then. Trust me, in the future, that fool who discarded you will surely regret it, lamenting and begging for your return, wishing he had valued you when he had the chance. Pico. Ming's amusing words brought a radiant smile to Pico's face. Now, let us proceed. We shall traverse from Moonview Mountain to Viridian City. It will be swifter that way. Based on maps and experience, aside from flying over the cliffs to reach the Viridian Forest, there was another route to Viridian City through Moonview Mountain. Moonview Mountain, situated between Viridian City and Pewter City, is said to be the site of fallen meteors and is known for its fossils. With mountains come climbers, and with climbers come trainers fond of rock-type Pokémon. At this moment, Ming found himself battling a rather skilled mountaineer who adored rock types. Previously, he had fought with Dragonite against the mountaineer Geodude and Onix. Now, as the mountaineer sent forth a level 30 Graveler and with Dragonite having expended much of its stamina, Ming recalled Dragonite and sent forth his Greninja. Impressive, young man, but do not underestimate my Graveler. Go, Graveler, let them witness your unyielding strength like the mountain's face. Rollout. With a rumbling akin to an earthquake, Graveler charged forth like a freight truck. So, what will you do to counter this, young man? The mountaineer laughed heartily, eager to witness Graveler's relentless rollout. If avoided, that attack would accumulate power, and should they clash head-on, he doubted Greninja could withstand Graveler's might. However, reality proved the mountaineer to be overly confident. Greninja, conclude this battle with Hydro Pump. Greninja. In the mountaineer's astonished gaze, Greninja surged forward, displaying astonishing speed. Its froggy limbs releasing a torrent of water that resembled a wave, exuding tremendous force. Boom. The colliding forces of Graveler's rollout and Greninja's Hydro Pump erupted violently. As the explosion resonated, Greninja swiftly retreated, dissipating the impact. Meanwhile, the truck-like Graveler abruptly halted, then flew backward, crashing into the mountainside and dislodging a shower of gravel. Its eyes swirling in confusion. Graveler is unable to battle. Chapter 91. Entering the Moonlit Mountain. Upon defeating a Geodude, the Koga Frog acquired a battle experience value of 458. Due to its exceptional aptitude, it received an additional 860 experience points. Oh, what is this technique? It resembles Water Pulse, yet its power is unmatched, exclaimed the astonished mountain climber. This move can be understood as an enhanced version of Water Pulse. Its potency far exceeds that of the latter, explained Yiming. Piku, perched upon Yiming's shoulder, felt an exhilarating rush as it witnessed the battle between Koga Frog and Geodude. Given the significant disparity in attributes and levels, Yiming certainly would not send it into combat. Like its counterpart, Pika harbored a disdain for Pokeballs, not due to the cramped confines within. For Yiming's Pokeballs granted direct access to the Pokemon realm. Rather, Pika simply wished to remain by Yiming's side, fearing his departure. Truly remarkable. Haha, I never expected to be bested by a young lad. By the way, are you planning to enter Moonlit Mountain? The mountain climber retrieved Geodude, his expression growing serious. Is something amiss? Yiming inquired, noticing the change in the climber's demeanor. Initially, the climber had barred his entry to Moonlit Mountain, claiming it was to test Yiming's strength. If you are not in a hurry, it would be wise to wait a while or take a detour. The mountain has been rather unsettled these past few days, with some dubious individuals appearing. The climber gestured towards the entrance behind him, explaining. Dubious individuals? Yiming's eyes narrowed slightly, deep in thought. If I am not mistaken, they are the notorious Team Rocket. Team Rocket? Understood, Yiming nodded. Though they had not yet made any significant moves, it would be prudent to steer clear of them, as they were known to employ unscrupulous methods. Scratching his head, the climber continued. However, with your capabilities, you need not fear them. It should be they who tread lightly around you. I shall take my leave now. Your Pokémon is quite formidable. Though my Geodude is robust, it can only withstand so much and requires a visit to the Pokémon Center. After bidding farewell to the climber, Yiming proceeded into the cave. He surmised that the Team Rocket members within Moonlit Mountain were not the bumbling trio of Jesse, James, and Meowth, but rather more serious operatives. Could they be excavating fossils? Moonlit Mountain, renowned not only as a meteorite landing site, but also as a prime fossil excavation location, was frequently visited by Brock for this very reason. Here, one could unearth fossils for collection while encountering rock-type Pokémon. As Yiming stepped into the cave, he suddenly heard a system notification, causing his gaze to sharpen. Ding! You have entered Moonlit Mountain. Currently, Moonlit Mountain is a special area. Special reward. Defeating wild Pokémon in Moonlit Mountain will yield double battle experience points. Attention! Moonlit Mountain is inhabited by wanted individuals with ulterior motives. Double battle experience points sound promising. The presence of numerous Team Rocket members raises the difficulty for ordinary trainers to traverse Moonlit Mountain safely, thus enhancing the battle experience rewards. Where there is risk, there is commensurate reward. Piku, are you ready? Piku. Yiming intended to have Piku undergo specialized training within Moonlit Mountain, taking advantage of the special rewards available. Typically, areas frequented by human trainers do not harbor wild Pokémon of high levels, as the presence of trainers often signifies instability for them. Just as human settlements tend to avoid the habitats of wild Pokémon, stronger Pokémon typically occupy remote areas, while weaker ones are often found in locations less frequented by trainers. Moonlit Mountain, often visited by trainers or those drawn to fossil digs, belong to the latter category. Here, wild Pokémon generally lacked strength, allowing Piku, currently at level 6, to train effectively. Although Piku could not contend with rock or ground types, there were plenty of Zubat lurking within Moonlit Mountain. With this thought, Yiming ventured further into the mountain, aiming to enhance Piku's abilities while en route to Hualan City. I recall there being many Clefairy. Why have I encountered so few? As he journeyed, Yiming encountered a plethora of Geodude and Zubat, expecting to see numerous Clefairy, yet was disappointed. Could it be that they only appeared at night? Piku, use Thunderbolt. Yiming instructed Pika to attack another wild Zubat that had appeared. Having practiced Thunderbolt frequently, Piku's attack power had significantly increased, allowing it to defeat the encountered Zubat in mere moments. Buzz, the level 8 wild Zubat, struck by Thunderbolt, collapsed to the ground. Ding! Piku has defeated Zubat, earning battle experience points, 338. Located within a special event area, additional battle experience points awarded, 338. Ding! Piku's battle experience points are now full, level increased to 11. Though Piku's ordinary aptitude prevented it from receiving extra battle experience points, being in a special area allowed it to gain double rewards. Coupled with the ease of early-level training, Pico had risen from level 6 to 11. Well done, Pico. Pico. Pico shook its little head and scampered back to Yiming's shoulder, eager for praise. Let us rest for a moment and have a bite before continuing. At the mention of food, Pico's mouth watered in anticipation. You're quite strong. You can eat without gaining weight. Yiming marveled at Pico's voracious appetite. It resembled a small Snorlax, capable of devouring energy cubes that could stack higher than itself. Pico. While happily munching, Pico attempted to explain itself to Yiming. Indeed. I know you're growing. Just don't overindulge. We still have a journey ahead. Pico nodded, its eating pace quickening, resembling a little monster. At that moment, Yiming suddenly heard a mocking voice from above. Oh, a level 11 Pico. Barely acceptable. Chapter 92, a player joining Team Rocket? Upon hearing the voice, Yiming instinctively looked up, along with Pico. There, on a boulder to the upper left, stood a young man. With a mocking expression and dressed in attire emblazoned with the letter R, he gazed at Pico with the predatory eyes of a hunter. His appearance unmistakably marked him as a member of Team Rocket. When did players gain the ability to join Team Rocket? Yiming raised an eyebrow, quickly deducing from the individual S words that he was indeed a player. In the world of Pokémon, one could not directly perceive the levels of Pokémon. However, the attire clearly indicated his allegiance to Team Rocket. Huh, lucky me. Part of the second batch of players, blessed with extraordinary talent. You see? I've caught the attention of Team Rocket directly. The blue-haired youth sneered, leaping down from the rock and tossing a Pokeball casually in his hand. He was uncertain why the game had bestowed him with such talent, decreasing his affinity with the League while simultaneously enhancing his standing with villains like Team Rocket, seemingly relegating him. A mere ruffian in the real world to a bad guy in the game. Yet, he reveled in it, for this role suited his nature perfectly. Stealing well-trained Pokémon from others? How delightful. Even if he had no fondness for them, he could exchange them for points within Team Rocket, which could be traded for valuable items, even Pokémon, and an elevation in status levels. Moreover, the distinction between regular members and elite members was not merely in the tasks they could undertake. The benefits accorded by the organization were vastly different. Kid, hand over your Pico. Although it's only level 11, it can still contribute some points to Team Rocket. The Team Rocket player wore a fierce expression. Perhaps an unsuspecting individual might have been intimidated by him. Points? Upon joining Team Rocket, could there be a system in place? In response, Yiming remained stoic, signaling Pico to prepare for battle. Given that the opponent was a second batch player, their level should not exceed Pico's by much. If their strength surpassed Yiming's expectations, he could always call upon Dragonite. Pico understood immediately, stepping forward with tiny fists clenched and a serious expression on its little face. The sacred act of eating had been interrupted, and little Pico was quite displeased. How dare you be so ungrateful? Let us go, Pidgey. Seeing that intimidation was ineffective against Yiming, the Team Rocket player spat and threw his Pokeball into the air. Pidgey, with a crisp cry. The dual-type flying Pokémon Pidgey appeared before Yiming. At level 15, it was 4 levels higher than Pico. Although there was a discrepancy, type advantages could mitigate much of the difference. As anticipated, since the opponent was a player, the Pokemon's strength did not compare to the formidable Pokemon owned by the mountain climber uncle. In the early stages, as long as the level difference was not too vast, the strength gap was manageable, allowing for compensatory tactics. For instance, the trainer's prowess, discrepancies in Pokemon types, or exploiting type advantages with mastery over moves. To think he was so bold as to steal another Pokemon with merely a level 15 Pidgey? That was utter folly. Amidst Yiming's derisive laughter, the Team Rocket player urges Pidgey to attack. Pidgey, use Whirlwind against Pico. Under his command, Pidgey spread its wings in midair and began to flap furiously, summoning a violent whirlwind that bore down on Pico. As the whirlwind reached its peak, poised to inflict damage, Yiming promptly issued a counter-command. Pico, use Thunderbolt. Pico, pressed low by the force of the whirlwind, unleashed a Thunderbolt. The electric current would not be hindered by the whirlwind. The Thunderbolt shot forth with incredible speed, striking Pidgey midair. The electric attack was devastating against the flying type. Pidgey. A powerful surge coursed through Pidgey, causing it to cry out in distress, nearly losing consciousness. Come on, Pidgey, don't fail me now. Sand attack. The Team Rocket player felt a twinge of anxiety, sensing that Yiming was different from previous players. However, with the battle underway, retreat was not an option. Pidgey. Diving towards the ground, Pidgey slashed its claws against the earth, sending a cloud of dust and debris flying towards Pico, momentarily obscuring its vision. This was it. Pidgey. Wing attack. Capitalizing on the advantage, Pidgey's wing attack struck Pico, sending it tumbling backward until it collided with a boulder. Pico groaned in pain, rubbing its sore eyes. Seizing the opportunity, a gleam of electricity surged forth. The Team Rocket player and Pidgey were determined not to let this chance slip away. Pidgey transformed into a brilliant flash, charging towards Piku with fierce momentum. "Piku, jump using your tail," Yiming commanded swiftly. Piku reacted instantly, leaning back and utilizing its tail as a springboard, executing a perfect backflip onto the rock. At the critical moment, it successfully evaded Pidgey's attack. Pidgey had anticipated that no matter whether Pika dodged left or right, it was ready. However, it never expected Pika to evade in such a manner, nearly crashing into the hard rock. "Use Thunderbolt again." Following Yiming's command, Piku unleashed another Thunderbolt with lightning speed, striking the unsteady Pidgey. Boom. After sustaining 2 highly effective Thunderbolts, Pidgey could no longer endure and fell to the ground amidst a flurry of scattered feathers. Pidgey, unable to battle. "What the hell? What is going on? Pidgey, weren't you well fed?" The Team Rocket player, still grappling with the nuances of type advantages, was left in shock. Pika defeated Pidgey, gaining experience, 1314. Due to level difference, Piku gains additional experience, 386. Due to being in a special area, Piku gains extra experience, 1700. Ding. Piku's experience is full, leveling up to 12. Excellent. This battle granted Piku a staggering 3,000 experience points. Yiming was quite pleased with the bounty of experience that had come his way. Piku. At that moment, standing atop the boulder, Piku radiated a dazzling light. Yiming's eyes brightened, knowing what this meant. The Light of Evolution. Chapter 93. The Objective of Team Rocket. The evolution of Piku requires a certain level of intimacy and occurs only when it gains enough experience. This indicates that Piku has become quite dependent on Yiming, and their bond has reached a significant level. Evolution signifies a comprehensive enhancement. However, it remains uncertain whether Piku's inherent qualities will change upon evolving into Pikachu. After all, Yiming has provided the gluttonous little Piku with a considerable amount of his homemade perfect energy cubes. The energy cubes Yiming crafted for Piku were specially infused with speed and electric-type berries, aimed at nurturing its potential in the areas where Pikachu excels, speed and special attack. From the current glow of evolution, it seems Piku was indeed truthful. It has been accumulating energy for its transformation. Just as a Team Rocket player whispered angrily to himself, contemplating an escape during Piku's evolution, he turned around to hear Yiming's haunting voice. If he did not wish to experience the same electric treatment as Professor Yang, he should remain still. Upon hearing the mention of Professor Yang's electric therapy, the Team Rocket player stiffened, unable to suppress a shiver, just as he hesitated on whether to attempt a hasty retreat. Pika's evolution reached its climax. The light of evolution gradually dimmed. Pika has evolved into Pikachu, accompanied by the system's notification. The Pika perched on the rock had indeed transformed. Its fur remained yellow, yet its ears had lengthened, its black eyes sparkled more brightly, and the 2 rosy pouches on its soft cheeks remained intact, while its previously small tail had morphed into a jagged lightning shape. It had lost some of its childishness, yet its cuteness remained intact. Pika, Pika Pikachu. Standing atop the rock, Pikachu excitedly examined itself, touching its ears, rubbing its chubby cheeks, and curiously gazing at its lightning tail. "How do you feel, Pika?" "No, I should now call you Pikachu." Witnessing Pikachu's adorable antics and hearing the system's notification, Yiming smiled with satisfaction. Pikachu's quality has improved. Outstanding. The original ordinary quality of Piku had ascended to an outstanding level following its evolution. Although the transition from ordinary to outstanding merely spanned one level, with further tiers such as Elite and Leader above, it validated Yiming's hypothesis. The unique perfect energy cubes he created could effectively nurture Pokémon and even enhance their potential. Typically, such enhancements in quality are not easily achieved. While it is true that Piku's original low quality made it easier to elevate, the undeniable fact that his energy cubes exhibited extraordinary nurturing effects had been confirmed through Piku's transformation. This signifies that Yiming possesses an unparalleled advantage that ordinary trainers, no, even elite trainers, cannot rival. Beyond combat, Yiming could elevate Pokémon through his energy cubes. My ability to create perfect energy cubes is an extraordinary trait that others cannot fathom, Yiming murmured to himself. Pika, Pikachu. Pikachu affectionately leaped onto Yiming's shoulder, its joyful cries awakening him from his thoughts. Still thinking of escaping? No, I merely adjusted my position, the Team Rocket player explained with a sheepish grin. Pray tell, what is your Team Rocket doing at Moonview Mountain? If Yiming's assumptions were correct, the reason this area was temporarily designated as a special zone with double battle experience points was due to Team Rocket's presence. Well, that pertains to our Team Rocket secrets. Before he could finish, he noticed the electric arcs on Pikachu's cheeks and hastily changed his tune. We are here to excavate fossils, or rather, to seize fossils. So, Team Rocket's intentions were indeed linked to the fossils at Moonview Mountain. Seizing fossils? Whose fossils? Are you planning to snatch them from those already excavating? Yiming mused that it would be quite inefficient to operate in such a manner. The Team Rocket player shook his head, clarifying, no. We have heard that a fossil researcher possesses the latest fossil leads, certain to uncover complete fossils, which is why we followed him. However, we needed some time. So I came here to earn some extra rewards. Is that so? But as a player, how did you become associated with Team Rocket? Yiming found this quite intriguing. Team Rocket lurked in the shadows, akin to a rat in the streets, and for players, joining a group hunted by the League was clearly not a rational choice. It was unavoidable. When I joined the game, the system indicated I had the potential to become a villain, lowering my affinity with the League while increasing it with the villainous faction, providing me with a natural template for evil. Thus, I quickly integrated into Team Rocket. Listening to his explanation, Yiming realized this was a consequence of his previous choices. In the real world, villains would likely maintain their tendencies in the game due to the system's influence upon joining. Would you like to see the excavation site? I can lead the way. A glint of cunning flashed in the Team Rocket player's eyes, quickly masked by a friendly suggestion. Sure, lead the way. Yiming was not inclined to decline the offer. As for whether the other party would employ any tricks, he felt little concern. After all, this Team Rocket player's strength was merely that of a level 15 Pidgey. If such a player could partake in this operation, the other members of Team Rocket likely would not be much stronger, perhaps possessing level 20 Pokémon. Yiming held a keen interest in the fossils mentioned by the Team Rocket player. After all, possession comes to those who see. Or rather, if they were to seize what belonged to the thieves, it would not be considered theft. If he could acquire a fossil from this endeavor, it would indeed be intriguing. All right, just over here. Seeing Yiming agree readily, the Team Rocket player's eyes brightened, feeling akin to a spider in its web, waiting for its prey to stumble into its trap. Humph, just a level 11 Piku. Oh no, now a level 12 Pikachu. How arrogant. Though he thought this internally, the Team Rocket player maintained a smile on his face, as he was not eager to experience Professor Yang's electric therapy. As the Team Rocket player led the way, Yiming ventured deeper into Moonview Mountain. Chapter 94, Joining Team Rocket? It lies just ahead. As they ventured deeper and approached the excavation site, the voices of the Team Rocket players grew louder, their gazes towards Yiming tinged with malice. Shortly thereafter, stepping out from the narrow stone path, Yiming beheld a vast underground cavern, expansive enough to rival two school playgrounds. The stone walls, illuminated by several exploration lights, provided ample brightness, dispelling any darkness. As Yiming walked, the echo of his footsteps mingled with the sound of water droplets falling into puddles nearby, while distant conversations and the rhythmic clang of pickaxes striking the rock reverberated through the cavern. At the far end of his sight, among 4 Team Rocket members, was a bespectacled man in a white lab coat, diligently excavating something. Upon spotting them, the Team Rocket player beside Yiming dashed forward, shouting a warning as he ran. Captain, we've got an unwelcome guest here. This frantic shout immediately drew the attention of the 4 Team Rocket members. What useless trash. Can't even handle this kid? It was a mistake to let you join Team Rocket. The leader of Team Rocket scoffed at the player, particularly deriding Yiming and the Pikachu perched upon his shoulder. The ridiculed Team Rocket player showed no signs of offense, bowing and respectfully replying. This kid has some skills, Captain. I merely underestimated him. Not entirely untruthful, as Team Rocket's objective indeed lay in the fossils of Moonview Mountain. Glancing at the bespectacled researcher surrounded by Team Rocket members and the fossil at his feet, Yiming pondered. He then scrutinized the Team Rocket member referred to as the Captain. Being called Captain and leading a group suggested he was a minor elite within Team Rocket, didn't it? Upon seeing someone come to confront Team Rocket, the researcher's initial flicker of hope was quickly extinguished when he realized the newcomer was merely a boy accompanied by a Pikachu, seemingly an inexperienced trainer. At that moment, he deeply missed the days of Brock, the former gym leader. If only Brock had been around to visit Moonview Mountain, these detestable Team Rocket members would never have dared to cause trouble. Hey, kid, how about joining Team Rocket? If you can defeat this waste, it shows you possess potential. Unexpectedly, the Team Rocket captain contemplated and extended an invitation to Yiming to join their ranks. This, Captain? The Team Rocket player was taken aback, frozen in place. He had initially expected the captain to restore his honor, but instead, he found himself dismissed so easily. Ding, triggering a special option task, choose 1. Join Team Rocket. Become a member and assist in the fossil excavation task. Task reward, 100 Team Rocket points. Note, you will be wanted by the League. Unable to enter and utilize Pokémon centers under your true identity and barred from participating in League competitions. 2. Refuse Team Rocket and rescue the researcher. Task reward, random. Oh, joining Team Rocket? Yiming stroked his chin, contemplating this intriguing option. Joining Team Rocket? The cost seemed rather steep. Once placed on the League's blacklist, he would be forced into the shadows, becoming a pariah. If he could become an elite trainer within the league, perhaps he would reconsider, as it would grant him a range of benefits. After some thought, Yiming ultimately decided against joining Team Rocket. So, how have you decided? The Team Rocket captain observed Yiming with a hint of amusement. If you relinquish your position as captain, I might consider it, Yiming replied, feigning reluctance with a shrug. This kid has quite the audacity. He'll learn his lesson. The researcher quietly marveled at Yiming's boldness. Unsurprisingly, the provocative remark darkened the captain's expression, eliciting a cold laugh as he pointed to one of the Team Rocket members beside him. You handle this. Yes, Captain. The designated Team Rocket member stepped forward, a fierce expression on his face as he threw out a Pokeball. Dare to oppose Team Rocket, kid? Your trainer career ends here. As the Pokeball opened in midair, a flash of white light revealed a Zubat, evolving into a Golbat before Yiming. Level 24. Indicating this was the standard strength of a Team Rocket member. Yiming nodded in private agreement. This aligned with his expectations. While the strength of Team Rocket members varied, they likely adhered to a general baseline. This member was considerably stronger than the previous player, but not excessively so. Pika? Pikachu seemed restless. Pikachu. You can sit this one out, Yiming decided, opting not to summon Pikachu for battle. Though Pikachu had undergone a significant power increase upon evolution, the gap in strength compared to Golbat was substantial. Given such a considerable level disparity, victory would be elusive solely through type advantage. Come forth, Charizard. If you don't exercise, you'll end up with osteoporosis. Yiming concluded, summoning Charizard to engage. As the white light faded, Charizard appeared before the Team Rocket members. Roar. The moment Charizard emerged, its formidable presence unleashed a gust of wind, causing Golbat to exhibit signs of trepidation. It could distinctly sense the vast disparity between itself and Charizard, a realization that weighed heavily upon it. Level 34? How is that possible? The Team Rocket player, aware that Yiming was also a trainer, was left aghast, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. The other Team Rocket members, upon witnessing Charizard's arrival, were equally stunned. They had anticipated Yiming to be merely a moderately skilled trainer, not someone with a Charizard. Something is off about this Charizard, Captain. Look at the flames on its tail. They're purple. They focused on the unusual purple flames at the tip of Charizard's tail. Anyone would know that Charizard's tail flames, which burned brightly from its early evolution, symbolized its vitality. However, they had never heard of Charizard's tail flames being purple. Purple flames? The Team Rocket captain, upon seeing Charizard, similarly gasped in surprise. Immediately, a greedy glint sparkled in his narrowed eyes. Chapter 95, Confronting the Team Rocket Captain. Being unique signifies rarity and value. Even a mere difference in appearance can elevate the worth of a Charizard far beyond that of an ordinary one, even if it lacks extraordinary innate abilities. The distinctive purple flames of its tail can still yield a considerable number of points. The Team Rocket captain, resembling a ravenous wolf, gazed at Yiming's Charizard, his greed unmistakable in his eyes. He intended to probe the Charizard's strength, curious to see if it possessed any special abilities. Go, capture it. Understood, Captain. Zubat. Unleash Supersonic to confuse it. Given the Charizard's intent, the Team Rocket member's expression turned grave. Buzz. Zubat immediately emitted an invisible supersonic wave, which only caused the Charizard slight discomfort, failing to induce confusion. This was due to the Charizard's prowess far exceeding Zubat's, rendering the supersonic technique ineffective. Air Slash? Yiming aimed to swiftly conclude the battle. Roar. The Charizard let out a fierce roar, flapping its wings as two razor-sharp blades of air shot forth in an instant, moving with such speed that Zubat had no room to evade. Buzz. Although Zubat narrowly dodged one air slash, it lacked the strength to evade the second, which inflicted immense tearing pain upon its body, causing it to grimace in agony. Just as it regained its senses, the Charizard was already hovering before it. Charizard. Use Fire Fang. Roar. Seizing the opportunity while Zubat was still dazed, the Charizard unleashed a burst of eerie purple flames from its jaws, charging fiercely towards Zubat. Use Whirlwind to dodge. In a moment of urgency, the Team Rocket member anxiously commanded. He had not anticipated the ferocity of the Charizard's attack, and neither had Zubat. However, Zubat managed to respond in time. Whirlwind, a technique that merely conjures a gust of wind, cannot inflict damage but is typically used to blow away wild Pokémon. In this moment, it was the only strategy he could think of to evade Charizard's Fire Fang. Whoosh! A fierce wind formed instantly. While it could not blow the approaching Charizard away, the generated pressure maintained a distance between Zubat and the Charizard, preventing the Fire Fang from landing. In response, the Charizard's eyes flashed with determination, spinning like a top, its tail ablaze with purple flames, striking like a whip. With just enough distance, it struck Zubat. Struck by the tail, Zubat found itself unable to maintain even the whirlwind technique, let alone its flight. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower to end this. Roar. Yiming and Charizard would not let the opportunity to finish off their opponent slip away. The enigmatic purple flames surged forth, raising the temperature around them while an overwhelming aura erupted. Staggering mid-flight, Zubat was instantly engulfed by the purple flames. Boom. As Zubat fell to the ground, unconscious and weakened, it was still ablaze with the peculiar purple flames. Zubat was utterly no match for Charizard. Charizard defeated Zubat, gaining battle experience, 1850, due to Charizard's exceptional qualities. Gained additional battle experience, 359. Due to being in a special area, gained additional battle experience, 2109. Turns out this little brother is quite formidable. Seeing Yiming as Charizard dispatch Zubat with such ease, the bespectacled researcher was both astonished and delighted. He had initially thought Yiming was a naive rookie, unable to perceive the disparity between foes, but he was pleasantly surprised by the strength displayed. Charizard's unexpectedly swift defeat of Zubat left the Team Rocket members, including Zubat's trainer and the observing players, as well as the Team Rocket captain, with grim expressions. Should we all go together? Good idea. As members of Team Rocket, they had long since discarded the trainer's code of conduct upheld by the League. They no longer minded employing such despicable tactics as overwhelming their opponent with numbers. Just as they were about to charge in together, the Team Rocket captain coldly intervened. You are no match for him, even if you all join forces. With that, he stepped forward to confront Yiming. Though I know not why you have come to provoke us, nor do I care about your background, since you are here, I shall take your purple-flamed Charizard. The captain made no effort to conceal his covetousness for the Charizard. He was eager to claim Yiming's Charizard as his own. Just moments ago, upon witnessing the Charizard unleash its flamethrower, he could hardly contain his excitement. From the purple flames emitted by the Charizard, he could clearly sense the power of a dragon type. This meant that the Charizard's purple flames were not merely a change in hue. They possessed an ineffable special talent. He had a strong premonition that if he could obtain this purple-flamed Charizard, he would ascend to the elite ranks of Team Rocket. Perhaps the process would not even take long. Thus, he yearned, desperately, to possess this purple-flamed Charizard. Come forth, my Sky Warrior. As the Pokeball opened in midair, a Pokémon appeared before Yiming, adorned with orange feathers, a long and sharp pink beak, a slender neck, and broad wings. It was a Spearow, typically associated with flying types. Level 36? This could prove challenging. Yiming's brow furrowed slightly. The strength of the Team Rocket captain exceeded Yiming's expectations. This was the highest level opponent he had faced thus far, whereas his previous Charizard illusion was only at level 30. Yiming had initially thought that even as Team Rocket's captain, he would barely reach level 30. However, he was taken aback to find a Spearow at level 36. Charizard currently stood at level 34, making this Spearow 2 levels higher. It is well known that the higher the level, the more difficult it is to progress. While it may appear as merely a 2-level difference, it indeed signifies a notable gap. Nevertheless, Yiming felt no significant concern, firmly believing that Charizard would prevail against Spearow. Spearow emitted a harsh cry, displaying its dominance over Charizard while stretching its broad wings to their fullest. Roar. Charizard would not be intimidated. Its eyes gleamed with ferocity, exuding an aura that was no less formidable than Spearow's, perhaps even overshadowing it. Spearow, use Focus Energy. The Team Rocket captain waved his hand. With a sharp cry, a mysterious aura enveloped Spearow, its eyes gleaming with an astonishing brilliance, almost too blinding to behold. Focus Energy allows for the concentration of spirit, thereby increasing the likelihood of striking the enemy's vital points. Chapter 96, The Violet Flame and the Crimson Flame. Charizard, unleash Air Slash. With decisive clarity, Yiming commanded. Roar. Charizard's powerful wings swung mightily, and two sharp, terrifying blades of air instantaneously formed, slicing through the air from either side. Pidgeotto surged forward, executing its frenzied attack. The Team Rocket captain remained unfazed. Amidst the howling winds, Pidgeotto darted towards Charizard like a high-speed fighter jet. Just before being struck by the air slash, it cleverly shifted its horizontal flight to vertical, finding a narrow escape between the two blades. Its eyes gleamed with malice, and its striking beak shone with brilliance as its aura surged. Charizard's claws interrupted it. Yiming's tone was calm. Frenzied attack is a series of successive moves. To minimize its threat, one must adopt an offensive strategy, anticipating and countering it before it is unleashed. Roar. With a low growl, Charizard's claws seemed to expand instantaneously, becoming exceedingly fierce, as if capable of tearing everything apart. Bang! A deafening clash echoed as Charizard's claws met Pidgeotto's massive beak in a fierce collision. Charizard's claws failed to completely shatter Pidgeotto's onslaught. and with a glint of brutality in its eyes, Pidgeotto continued its relentless attack, landing several hits on Charizard's vulnerable neck. My Pidgeotto, with its sniper ability combined with charged energy, is formidable indeed. The Team Rocket captain proudly lifted his chin, exuding confidence in his imminent victory. The sniper ability enhances the power of moves when targeting critical points, meaning Pidgeotto's strikes were significantly amplified. Roar struck in a vital area and suffering considerable damage. Charizard, in a fit of rage, seized Pidgeotto by its long neck and violently hurled it against the rocky wall above. In response to this counterattack, Pidgeotto retaliated fiercely, launching a series of vengeful strikes, its long beak jabbing forward like a lance. To think the captain's Pidgeotto encountered an opponent, and a mere boy at that. Who is this person? Why have I never heard of him before? Could he be from one of those affluent families? Wait, Charizard? Could it be the grandson of Master Xia from the Crimson Lotus Gym? Impossible. With our leader around, Team Rocket collects all information. Yet, it is indeed strange. His violet-flamed Charizard should have gained some notoriety. Regardless, the captain is right. If we all charge together, we are no match for this Charizard. TCH, a bunch of fools. Do they think he can't call Pidgeotto to join the fray? Clearly, he intends to claim all the glory for himself, disregarding any dissent to monopolize this Charizard. Hearing their words, the Team Rocket players snickered derisively, whispering in envy. If he could ascend to the position of Team Rocket captain, he would surely employ such cunning tactics. Observing Pidgeotto utilizing its long neck and beak to engage Charizard, it sustained several injuries from Charizard's attacks. Yet Charizard also bore the brunt of Pidgeotto's relentless strikes. As the battle progressed, Charizard found itself in peril. Iming swiftly grasped the situation and directed Charizard to create distance. Charizard unleashed Dragon Breath to repel Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto's close-quarter assault was indeed formidable, being its area of expertise. Yet it bore a significant flaw, a lack of ranged attack skills. In contrast, Iming's Charizard was adept in both melee and ranged combat. Thus, in this scenario, there was no need for Charizard to engage in close-quarters combat with Pidgeotto. Simply maintaining distance would allow it to dominate the battle and ultimately secure victory. The essence of a trainer lies in making optimal judgments and controlling the battlefield. Roar. With a resounding roar, Charizard unleashed its powerful Dragon Breath. Pidgeotto instinctively flapped its wings, swiftly retreating from Charizard, evading its wrath. Although it successfully dodged the Dragon Breath, it had distanced itself from Charizard, placing itself in harm's way. A precise judgment, but not so easily achieved. Pidgeotto executed Quick Attack to close the gap. The Team Rocket captain reacted swiftly, realizing Ming's intention, and immediately directed Pidgeotto to approach Charizard once more. Fearsome Countenance. Having already compelled Charizard to alter its combat style, Ming swiftly uttered a move's name. Fearsome Countenance, also known as Terrifying Face, significantly reduces the opponent's speed. Just as Pidgeotto employed Quick Attack, suddenly its pupils constricted. It beheld a terrifying shadow creeping forth from behind Charizard. A vast shadow with a gaping maw emanated an indescribable terror that penetrated the soul. Fear often arises in the face of the unknown. As if weighed down by lead, Pidgeotto's previously surging speed abruptly slowed. Charizard, unleash a fiery attack. A glint of determination flashed in Ming's eyes. He would not let this opportunity slip away. The fiery energy within Charizard surged, and a conflagration of dual fire and dragon-type damage erupted from its mouth, directed at the now-slowing Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto, whose speed had plummeted, appeared unable to evade the fiery onslaught. However, witnessing this scene, the Team Rocket captain displayed no signs of panic, maintaining his confident demeanor. Do you think this will thwart us? Do not underestimate us. Pidgeotto. Mimic and retaliate. Mimic is a rather unique move that allows one to replicate the enemy's technique and unleash the same attack. As Pidgeotto executed Mimic, its eyes seemed to lose their pupils, exuding an odd aura. An eerie spectacle unfolded, as if replaying Charizard's movements. Pidgeotto tilted its head back slightly and unleashed a torrent of searing flames from its open beak. The identical action diverged only in that the flames it emitted were not Charizard's distinctive violet flames. Fiery eruption. The flames unleashed by Pidgeotto met Charizard's fiery onslaught at a crucial moment. Bang! The violet and crimson flames collided midair, like two colossal dragons entangled in a fierce struggle, illuminating the cavern below with a dazzling interplay of purple and red, creating a surreal spectacle. Although Pidgeotto's fiery eruption, being merely a mimicry, lacked the full power and special dragon-type energy of Charizard's violet flames, it still served an effective purpose in defense, resulting in a mutual counteraction that ultimately achieved the Team Rocket captain's aim. Chapter 97, The Flame Emperor. The majestic Dodrio unleashed its mimicry, successfully replicating Charizard's fiery breath and neutralizing its onslaught. How remarkable! The leader of Team Rocket laughed heartily. Mimicry? Such a clever tactic. While Dodrio excelled in close combat, relying on its physical prowess, the ability to mimic proved invaluable when faced with opponents wielding long-range attacks, like Charizard's fiery breath, in situations where elemental affinities did not align. True replication of power was unattainable, yet resistance was certainly feasible. It seemed the Team Rocket leader had invested considerable effort into this strategy. After all, he was renowned as the prime candidate for promotion to a core elite within Team Rocket. Captain Feiyu was indeed formidable. If Captain Feiyu could seize Charizard from this impudent youth, he would undoubtedly earn the favor of the boss. Indeed, Captain Feiyu, teach this insolent brat a lesson. As their leader seized control of the battle, the other Team Rocket members cheered him on. Dodrio, unleash your Thunderbolt attack on Charizard. The Team Rocket leader, brimming with confidence, felt victory was already secured. This enigmatic purple-flamed Charizard would soon become his Pokémon. The mere thought sent a thrill coursing through him. This was his opportunity to ascend within Team Rocket. After neutralizing Charizard's attack, Dodrio's audacity surged, emitting a triumphant cry before darting towards Charizard like a bolt of lightning, stirring up a fierce wind. Charizard, unleash your flamethrower. Yiming's eyes narrowed, a glint of danger sparking within. Could mimicry truly replicate every move? That seemed uncertain. Roar. The proud Charizard would not tolerate Dodrio's provocation. Its fury ignited, almost palpable. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted from its body, resembling a meteor streaking through the sky, charging towards Dodrio with cataclysmic force. Boom. With a resounding crash, Charizard and Dodrio collided, flames dissipating and light fading as both were sent reeling backward. Charizard bore new injuries, while Dodrio emerged charred and in pain. Charizard unleashed Dragon Breath. Yiming's eyes shimmered with determination. Attempting to employ the same tactic? Dodrio, mimicry. The Team Rocket leader smirked, instructing Dodrio to mirror Charizard's Dragon Breath in an attempt to counter it. Roar. Aware of Charizard's potent Dragon Breath, Dodrio followed suit, utilizing its mimicry to unleash its own version. With a thunderous clash, the two Dragon Breaths collided midair. Although Charizard's was more powerful, Dodrio managed to erect a basic defense. Ultimately, both Dragon Breaths vanished into nothingness. I told you it's futile. Dodrio's mimicry cannot perfectly replicate Charizard's moves. The Team Rocket leader crossed his arms, a smug smile gracing his face. Hearing this, Yiming's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. Oh? Is that so? All moves can be performed? Whatever Charizard can unleash, Dodrio surely can. The Team Rocket leader spoke with conviction, yet as he caught Yiming's peculiar gaze, a sense of foreboding crept into his heart, growing ever stronger. Very well, let's test it. Charizard. Yiming clenched his fists and commanded. Roar. Understanding the cue, Charizard descended to the ground, tilting its head back to unleash an unending stream of flames skyward. What is Charizard attempting? Everyone, including the Team Rocket leader, was puzzled. With Dodrio positioned ahead, the area where Charizard released its flames was devoid of Dodrio's presence. What is this? Does he think I would let Dodrio collide with the flames? Or that I would allow Dodrio to imitate Charizard's foolishness? The Team Rocket leader scoffed, his eyes gleaming with mockery, perplexed by the ominous feeling that had earlier surfaced. Dodrio's eyes reflected a similar derision, but what of it? Yet, in the next moment, the mockery in both the Team Rocket leaders and Dodrio's eyes vanished, replaced by astonishment. Suddenly, Charizard erupted with a force akin to a cataclysmic flood. Roar. As Charizard roared, flames surged, transforming into an astonishing pillar of fire. Yet above Charizard, the purple flames did not dissipate. Instead, they coalesced into a gigantic fireball, as if commanded by a mysterious force, swelling ominously as if on the brink of explosion. Under the awestruck gazes of all present, a colossal purple fireball materialized above Charizard, its size many times greater than Charizard itself, making the cavernous space below feel cramped, illuminating it in an eerie purple glow. Faced with the immense purple fireball, everyone felt their hearts stop, gasping for breath. This move was known as the Great Flame Ring. Flame Emperor. Yiming whispered. Roar, 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 roar. Charizard finally ceased its fiery assault, letting out a skyward wail, an indescribable terror emanating from its presence. With its right claw raised towards the Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor, Charizard resembled a grim reaper wielding a scythe, casting an oppressive weight that enveloped the entire cavern, rendering breaths laborious. The roaring inferno of the Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor seemed to devour all in its path, radiating a savage and menacing aura. This scene was visually striking, a soul-stirring spectacle. Charizard's thunderous roar jolted the Team Rocket leader and Dodrio back to reality. At that moment, he realized his back was cold with sweat, beads of perspiration forming on his brow, as the surrounding temperature soared dramatically. Dodrio mimicry. His voice trembled slightly, clinging to a shred of hope. Fear consumed Dodrio entirely, and with its last vestige of reason, it attempted to mimic. However, amidst the mysterious energy emanating, Dodrio was horrified to discover it could not replicate the move. Chapter 98. A Hasty Retreat. The Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor, in essence, is a dual-strike technique. Gazing at the horrified mouth of the sparrow, Yiming let out a cold smile. Learn? Learn again? Charizard, in this battle. With Yiming's declaration, reminiscent of a judgment in battle, Charizard's eyes gleamed with ferocity and bloodlust as it stomped its right foot with tremendous force. Roar! This stomp shattered the void, sending ripples of momentum through the air, resonating with a thunderous explosion in every onlooker's heart. The Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor. This scene was destined to be etched deeply in the minds of all present. The Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor unleashed an indescribable and terrifying aura. Surging towards the mouth of the sparrow, the entire underground cavern was instantly enveloped in a howling tempest. The sounds of roaring flames akin to the cries of 1,000 dragons. The mouth of the sparrow was engulfed in terror. It sought to flee. Yet there was no space for escape. In its despairing gaze, the Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor gradually filled its entire field of vision, and in an instant, the mouth of the sparrow was completely consumed by the Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor. Within the Moonview Mountain, the residing Pokémon, Onix, Geodude, Clefairy. At this moment, the sudden rise in temperature left them uneasy, as if they sensed something, nervously directing their gazes toward the same direction. As if there existed a presence that instilled both fear and reverence. Charizard defeated the mouth of the sparrow, gaining battle experience, 2760. Due to Charizard's exceptional talent. Gained additional battle experience, 1340. Being in a special area, Charizard gained additional battle experience, 4100. Ding! Charizard's battle experience is now full, level increased to 35. Ding! With Team Rocket defeated, the special effects of Moonview Mountain have dissipated. Ding! Due to an S rating in battle evaluation, received 2 blank skill cards. Ding! Fusion progress at 1. Please determine when to start the update. A series of system notifications echoed in Yiming's mind. Above the cavern's depths, the mountain wall bore a shocking circular burn mark. Below, the once arrogant and vibrant mouth of the sparrow lay charred and defeated, having evidently lost its will to fight, showing signs of severe injury. Roar! Charizard regarded the vanquished mouth of the sparrow with disdain before returning to Yiming's side. You did splendidly. You finally unleashed this move. Wasn't it exhilarating? Yiming patted Charizard's shoulder, chuckling lightly. The might of the Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor, is indeed extraordinary. And what is most terrifying is that this rendition of the Great Flame Ring utilized a jet of flame, suggesting that this was not even the full extent of its power. Roar! Charizard's eyes sparkled with determination as it nodded lightly. Although it had unleashed the formidable Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor, its stamina was nearly depleted, yet Charizard still felt an immense thrill. Pikachu! Pikachu murmured, its wide, watery eyes fixated on Charizard. Is this truly my companion? Pikachu had never anticipated that Charizard possessed such terrifying strength. The previous move had equally shaken Pikachu's spirit, leaving it in a daze. A surge of inexplicable excitement compelled Pikachu to clench its tiny fists, its gaze alight with ambition. It too wished to become as powerful as Charizard. Now, it was time to deal with them. Yiming observed the Team Rocket members, who remained in shock. Still unable to recover, the Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor, seemed to have stripped them of their cognitive abilities. Even their most seasoned and powerful leader appeared to be in a daze, his eyes vacant. After a while, they finally regained their senses. I can't believe it. Is he truly a player? The Team Rocket member, grappling with disbelief, began to question whether Yiming was genuinely a player. If he were truly a player, how could he possess such formidable Pokémon and wield such terrifying strength? Their leader has been defeated. What on earth was that move? I have never encountered anything like it. It was utterly terrifying. The Team Rocket members gazed at Charizard with expressions filled with dread. If even their leader's mouth of the sparrow had been defeated, what hope did they have? I lost. The Team Rocket leader was bewildered. The surreal nature of the situation leading him to question his reality. Everything was incomprehensible. What technique had Charizard unleashed? As the leader of Team Rocket, and one who aspired to the status of a core elite member, Feiyu's mental fortitude was commendable. Regaining his composure, he gritted his teeth and accepted the reality. He cast a deep glance at Yiming and Charizard, as if attempting to engrave their figures into his memory. Then, Feiyu sent forth a Weezing. Weezing, level 21, is easily dispatched. Yiming had anticipated that he would summon a Pokémon of comparable strength to the mouth of the sparrow, and was prepared to recall Charizard and send out Greninja. However, he was taken aback to see only a level 21 Weezing. Even with Charizard's stamina nearly depleted, defeating a level 21 Weezing would be a mere formality. Charizard was also ready for further combat. At that moment, however, the Team Rocket members synchronously donned special masks, and Weezing began to release smoke. With an unwilling growl, Feiyu hurled several unknown objects into the surroundings. Boom. Accompanied by a series of explosions, the unknown objects detonated, filling the underground cavern with smoke that mingled with Weezing's haze. In an instant, visibility was obscured by the smoke, replete with an acrid, choking odor. Damn. They intend to escape? I see now. After a brief silence, Yiming was taken aback, finally understanding. Initially, he thought Team Rocket was attempting to create a battle environment favorable for Weezing to challenge Charizard. Little did he know, the Team Rocket leader was fully aware that Weezing stood no chance against Charizard, and thus chose to flee. Team Rocket's escape was indeed quite decisive. Cough, cough, cough. As expected, when the smoke in the underground cavern finally dissipated and visibility gradually returned, the Team Rocket members had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a bespectacled researcher. Gasping for air and coughing uncontrollably, his face flushed. Are you all right? Yiming recalled Charizard and approached to check on him. The smoke from Weezing might have contained toxins. If that were the case, he would need to get the man medical attention promptly. Cough, I'm fine, just a bit choked. It nearly suffocated me. Fortunately, the situation had not escalated. The man was merely uncomfortable from the smoke with no signs of poisoning. That's a relief. I thought I might have to take you to the hospital. As he spoke, Yiming surveyed the small pit that had just been excavated behind him, deep in thought.